Jin traveled through time to become Sasuke's biological brother. Just as the scene of the Hokage's assassination was about to unfold, he activated the god-level attribute system, continuously growing stronger by plundering, copying, and fusing attributes. 7 years later, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, he boldly stood in front of Itachi Uchiha to protect his clan's safety, exclaiming, "My foolish brother." From that moment on, Uchiha Jin officially made his debut. Sasuke began to doubt his life. Why are both of my brothers geniuses? Naruto was filled with curiosity. Jin, how do you have my dad's flying thunder god technique? The third Hokage fell into deep thought. How many more secrets does the Uchiha family hold? Chapter 1. Traveling to the world of Naruto, God-level attribute system. Amaterasu Sign and Reward Center. Konoha, year 51. Uchiha Clanland. Cough, cough. A young child was awakened by the choking smoke, curling up behind a wooden pillar in the clan's shrine at the age of 2.5. Through the intricately carved wooden window, he vaguely saw 9 crimson tails dancing wildly in the night sky. Boom! In the distance, rubble fell like rain, causing the ground to shake violently. At the same time, screams echoed, and the moonlight seemed to have been stained dark red by the blood mist. What is this? In the next moment, memories surged in like a tide. In his previous life, he had been subservient like livestock, working overtime all night, only to suddenly die in the restroom. In this life, he had crossed over to the Uchiha clan, becoming the second son of the Uchiha clan leader. That is to say, he was Uchiha Jin, the brother of the one who fought against Seven. He took a few deep breaths to collect his scattered thoughts and looked toward the 9 crimson tails, muttering, "This is the 9 tails incident, right? In my memories, 7 years after the 9 tails incident is the night of the Uchiha massacre, right?" Thinking of the massacre, a sense of urgency washed over him. There is still time. 7 years stronger bonds can be broken, let alone a mere crisis of annihilation. Boom! The shrine trembled violently again, and a wooden beam fell from the roof. In a moment of crisis, his body instinctively rolled away. Crack! Broken wood brushed past his ears. This torn-to-healthy-roll body had a physical quality beyond his imagination. It was clear that it had been exercised regularly. But what truly stunned him was the light blue screen that suddenly appeared before him. Ding! Detecting that the host is smiling in the face of a death crisis, activating the god-level attribute system, and receiving a beginner's gift package. Note: attributes range from low to high as follows: white ordinary, green fine, blue rare, purple epic, gold legendary, colorful god level, black special. God level attributes? As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, my attributes should be decent, right? Just 2 golden legendary attributes would be enough. His face lit up with joy as he quickly looked down at his hands. But as he lowered his head, he saw a mass of black light, darkening to purple. 7-year, itch black. As a member of the manic-depressive clan, you only have 7 years of lifespan. Agile white. You are slightly faster than ordinary people. Fire. Release affinity blue. Your comprehension of fire release techniques is faster. Distinguished lineage purple. As the son of a clan leader from a major ninja family, your status is very high before the massacre. A standard set of talents, except for the 7-year itch. He took a deep breath and said, "Open the beginner's gift package." Beginner's gift package opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the old beginner's 2-piece set, god-level attributes, light body of gold, and weak presence. God-level attributes? Why does that sound a bit like the old 6 attributes? Uchiha Jin's small brows furrowed slightly, and his attention shifted to the 2 attributes. Light body of gold colorful. As long as there is light, you can activate the golden body to avoid damage. Absorbing sunlight will grant you chakra. Weak presence colorful. When you remain silent, your presence is even less noticeable than a stone by the roadside. Just sunbathe every day to get stronger, plus the golden body. Doesn't that mean I'm invincible from the start? After seeing the attribute explanations, a broad smile spread across his small face. What does the Uchiha clan lack the most? Growth. As a gathering place for the old 6, the Uchiha clan members, who couldn't survive, had almost all perished. And now he has 7 years to grow. Every day, he just needs to chat with the clan members, talk about family ties with the one who fought against Seven, and educate Sasuke.As. Is it a big deal to open a Sharingan in 7 years? However, I still need a flash technique along with the golden body and the weak presence. It's a bit of a pity if the system could give him a bit more power. He could truly lie down and relax. Meanwhile, the village was already in chaos. The shouts of the Umbu were heard everywhere. Not good. The barrier team, hold on. We mustn't let the Nine Tails chakra leak into the village. Evacuate, evacuate. All civilians, hide in your homes and don't move. The Uchiha clan is prohibited from going out. Various voices clamored. Hearing this, Uchiha Jin's small eyes suddenly brightened as he quickly turned to look outside the village. 9 crimson tails were rampaging outside the village, blocking out the sun, but they were already somewhat dim, like a trapped beast still struggling. His body was tightly bound by a glowing chain. According to the plot, the 9 tails would soon be dismembered, and his sister would also perish. System, if I go touch Minato's corpse now. He leaned against the door frame, looking toward the direction of the village, a mischievous glint appearing on his baby-faced cheeks. What are the chances of obtaining the flying thunder god technique? As if responding to a speculation, more system explanations unfolded before his eyes. Touching a corpse for 30 seconds will definitely plunder a random attribute. Talking with people for more than 10 minutes each day has a small chance to copy attributes. Defeating an opponent has a high chance to copy attributes. Note, attributes can be fused and upgraded. So, I have to wait until after Minato dies in touch for 30 seconds to have a chance to obtain it. Looking at the detailed explanation, Uchiha Jin did not hesitate. After glancing at the 2 root ninjas wearing green animal masks at the door, he dashed out through the side door with his short legs. Time was a bit tight. Rustle, rustle. His small footsteps made soft sounds as they trod on the soft ground. In front of the Uchiha clan side door, 2 root ninjas were closely watching the battle outside the village. Worry flashed across their brows. But thinking of the orders from that adult, the 2 could only remain on the lush tree, guarding the Uchiha clan, ready to record at any moment. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and the 2 instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces, saying, "The destructive power of the 9 tails is still too strong. Yes, I can even feel it here." In their conversation, the 2 did not notice a small figure concealed in the shadows below, disappearing along the wall. Not only these 2 from Root, the fleeing villagers seemed to be oblivious to this tiny figure. Even the Umbu ninja passing by instinctively overlooked him. When the weak presence attribute took effect, it seemed that even the violent wind generated by the 9 tails chakra would automatically bypass his location. This is the weak presence attribute? What's the difference between this and being invisible? Uchiha Jin looked down at his body, suddenly revealing a gleam in his eyes that was inconsistent with his childish appearance. Who could tell the difference between him and the old 6? Thinking of this, he quickened his pace again. His 2 short legs were almost kicking up sparks. 10 minutes later, he was finally getting close. Uchiha Jin patted his small waist, panting heavily. But when he looked up to see what was ahead, he only saw a sea of red. One of the tails of the rampaging 9 tails, caused by the Reaper Death seal, was crashing down toward him, carrying rubble and smashing toward the spot where the child stood. In the instant of life and death, the moonlight poured through the broken trees and fell on Jin's body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Golden particles seeped from every pore, intertwining on the surface of the body to form a honeycomb-like thin film. Boom! At the same time, the 9-tailed tail, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, collided with the light barrier. Crash! But unlike the imagined scene of smashing an egg, the crimson tail passed through as if striking the dust illuminated by sunlight, not touching him at all. The child hidden beneath the golden light remained unscathed. He even had the leisure to observe his body. No wonder they say it avoids harm. Isn't this becoming sunlight? He looked down at his somewhat translucent palm under the moonlight, and the corners of his mouth slowly stretched back. Finally, it turned into a wild laugh. Ha ha! Uchiha Jinx? Starting from the ashes, Chapter 2. Weak presence. Isn't this J-10C? By the banks of the Nano River. Naruto, remember that your mom will always love you. After the whisper, Minato Namikaze turned to look at the fox behind him, his eyes filled with determination. Seal the 9 tails. He was resolved to leave a backup for his child. Another seal for the old man. But the 9 tails was very angry, extremely angry. Decades ago, that man had said its power was too strong and sealed it away with one hand. Later, It did nothing and was sealed inside a red-haired woman. Now it had finally escaped, only to be pushed back again? Wasn't this chaos for nothing? Its emotions were a bit volatile. The 9 crimson tails began to thrash aimlessly, venturing its inner turmoil. Boom! Rumble. The ground suddenly cracked open, and the eerie red chakra flew everywhere like flames. The massive foxtail fell directly without any warning. But as a shadow with a sharp blade appeared, all the chaos was split in two. The 9 tails, unwilling, could only be helplessly pulled apart. Half of it entered the young Naruto's body. When the battle ended, Minato and Kushina collapsed on either side. Between their hands lay a yellow-haired naked infant. On the side of his face, 3 faint whisker marks were barely visible. Looking at his child, Minato finally revealed a smile. It was one of joy, relief, hope, as well as regret and heartache. He exerted all his strength, leaning close to the baby's ear and softly said, "Actually, Dad also loves you very much, Naruto." With the 9 tails in Naruto's body, even without Mom and Dad's protection, the others in the village won't dare to act recklessly, right? Plus, with the 3rd Hokage in Jiraiya and that brat from the Hitaki family, it should be enough to protect you. Naruto, please don't blame Mom and Dad. Under the burning chakra clouds, the 4 red yang formation was emitting a dying hum. The blood-red barrier enveloped the entire lowland into a hemispherical cage. Upon closer inspection, numerous fine sealing inscriptions were moving across the surface of the barrier. Occasionally, a few sparks would burst forth. Puff! Easily melting rock into honeycomb-like holes. Its power was terrifying. The 3rd Hokage has ordered. No one is allowed to approach. Outside the formation, an Umbu Jonin wearing a dog-faced mask stood with his sword drawn. At the point where the blade was aimed, the footsteps of the 3 members of the Genma team abruptly halted. Inuzuka Kiba spat out the senbon he had in his mouth, frowning and asking, "Can't you see? We're the guards of the 4th Hokage." In response, the Umbu simply shook his head silently and blocked their way. The 4th has died. The 3rd Hokage is the highest authority. Hoo-hoo. 50 meters behind them, a white robe marked with 4th Hokage fluttered in the night wind. But that brilliant golden hair had long lost its luster. Thud! Uchiha Jin curled up behind a charred tree stump. The 9 tails was too stubborn, only now being completely sealed. He then turned to look at the 3-man team, his gaze gradually locking in. In front of him floated colored light spots that only he could see, showing words on others' bodies. Above the head of the guard captain Inuzuka Kiba, a rare purple halo flickered. Flying Thunder God Remnant. Gather 3 to form a formation, can teleport to marked location, limited to 3 times a day. This is a stripped-down version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Behind the stump, Jinx's chubby cheeks slightly puffed up, he moved cautiously like a cautious night owl, sneaking along the shadows. Along the way, 7 Umbu corpses were smashed dead by the rampaging foxtails. Lying across the cracked ground point, one of the deceased, wearing a breathing apparatus similar to Hanzo the Salamander, was very close to him. On the shoulder armor, remnants of unvanished fox chakra lingered. Is this a corpse? A thought crossed Uchiha Jinx's mind. Turning to look at the front of the formation, the 4 Umbu were not paying attention here. He slightly extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. After pondering for 3 breaths, decisively stopped in his tracks. After all, he had never touched a corpse, he still needed to practice. The next second, he crouched down in the shadow of the stump and reached out. When his fingertips touched the first corpse, a cold system prompt rang in his mind. Contact with elite Chunin corpse. Plundered ordinary entry. Agile white, slightly. Enhances bodily coordination stackable. Stacking, congratulations to the host for obtaining a fine entry green. Light as a feather. Light as a feather. Increases bodily. Flexibility by 50, speed by 50. In an instant, a tingling sensation shot up his spine to the back of his neck. Then it spread to his limbs. He felt his leg muscles seem to become a bit denser. His arms also felt much lighter, and in a daze, he really had the illusion of being light as a feather. Level up. 2 identical white entries actually leveled up. Is this what they call looting? No wonder it gets people hooked. He extended his tongue to lick his somewhat dry lips and continued to reach for another corpse. And this corpse unexpectedly dropped a green entry. Contact with elite Chunin corpse. Plundered elite entry. Dynamic vision green. Your eyesight can track flies stackable. The moment this green radiance entered his body, Uchiha Jinx clearly felt his eyes getting a bit hot. Soon, the surroundings in the night suddenly slowed down a bit in his field of vision. He could even see the lips of the Hokage guard team cursing not far away. This is good. He took a deep breath, looking at the other corpses at a bit of distance. He arched his body and tentatively pushed off the ground. Whoosh! Thud! The 2.5-year-old body actually leaped 2 meters in one bound, landing without even stirring up dust. Meanwhile, the Umbu were still outside the barrier, futilely staring at the 3 guard team members. No one noticed in the corner, a certain Uchiha toddler was quietly looting corpses. Sida. When Uchiha Jinx touched the 5th corpse wearing a mask, a sudden change occurred. The deceased unexpectedly grabbed his wrist. A strange sound emanated from the ruined throat. Hiss, hiss. Ah, the Hokage has a zombie too? Without hesitation, he directly reached out and snapped that piece of withered bone. Only then did he realize it was the residual lightning chakra of the corpse causing the trouble. He then crouched down, curling himself in the dark shadow, staying completely still. At the same time, the Umbu also heard this slight movement. However, they merely glanced casually, and upon realizing it was a deceased comrade, they no longer paid attention. Only Inuzuka Kiba furrowed his brow and looked over carefully, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong, Captain? Inuzuka Raijin scratched his head, pressing down on his long knife, and asked. Oh, nothing. Maybe I misheard. Inuzuka Kiba shook his head, spitting out the sunbon in his mouth. Whoosh! Puff! The sunbon embedded over there, but made no movement. He shook his head and stopped paying attention. After another 3 breaths, Jin finally let out a sigh of relief, his gaze strange. This entry, what's the difference from going invisible when you can't even see yourself? How is this any different from the J10C? However, this change also made him suppress the urge to continue exploring. Turning around to look at the increasingly dimming 4 red sun formation, he took a step towards the other end. It was getting late. If he didn't enter soon, the barrier would break. 10 seconds later, on the other side of the formation, Jin activated his golden body under the moonlight. A faint golden glow transformed him into a slightly transparent figure. Then, just like that, in a grand and unremarkable manner, he walked into the formation without alarming anyone. Chapter 3. The Flying Thunder God is in hand. Confusion and harvest. The flowing water of the South He River, carrying broken murkiness, flows towards the distance, inside the barrier. But when Uchiha Jin saw the scene before him, he froze. The scene before him was far more brutal than what was depicted in the original work. The air was mixed with the smell of blood and burnt flesh. 10 meters away, Minato Namikaze lay on his side. His abdomen had a huge wound. The cross-section was not flesh and blood, but some kind of crystallized chakra. Beside him, Kushina had a huge cavity in her chest pierced by the Ninetails' claws, oozing thick red mist. This red mist condensed in mid-air, enveloping into a thin veil. Under the veil, Naruto, who should have been crying, was wrapped in a light golden chakra, swaddling and sleeping. Both his father and mother were loving Naruto in their own ways. Uchiha Jin suddenly understood why Naruto was treated that way in the original work, yet did not turn dark. Instead, he became the village's great hero. Perhaps, genetics is truly something that cannot be changed. If it were him, he would have definitely torn Konoha apart. How else could he say he wasn't the protagonist? He shook his head and walked forward. Minato Namikaze is the god of ordinary people striving hard. He is also one of the few super shadow level powers in Naruto who grew up without relying on bloodline. As he approached the warm clothes of Minato Namikaze, the scene was suddenly filled with brilliant entries of light. Contacting target, Minato Namikaze, deceased, plunderable entries, Flying Thunder God Technique Gold, Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Gold. Corpse Demon Sealing, Black, Sealing Technique, Purple, Sage Mode, Gold. Various golden entries shone like solar flares, especially the Flying Thunder God Technique, which dyed the surrounding blood mist into a golden color. Meanwhile, the black entry of Corpse Demon Sealing floating nearby emitted a heart-pounding purple-black mist. It seemed that just one glance would steal one's soul. This is the original work's sealing level space-time ninjutsu. He muttered, feeling somewhat conflicted. What if I touch something I don't want? Corpse entry plundering cooldown, 365 days. Living entry copying cooldown, 7 days. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Jin's expression darkened, and he asked, 1 year? What's the difference from permanent cooldown? My new account, don't pressure me system. He wanted all these entries except Corpse Demon Sealing. As for Corpse Demon Sealing, if he touched it and activated the golden body while transforming into light, could the Shinigami still extract the soul? Seeing no response from the system, he no longer hesitated, with his left hand touching the kunai of the Flying Thunder God technique and his right hand touching Minato Namikaze. Touching the corpse of the Hokage, start. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Soon, 30 seconds passed. Plundered legendary entry, Flying Thunder God technique Gold 1. Can teleport between items where the technique is planted 30 meters, consuming 100 chakra per teleportation. Feeding ninjutsu can enhance the level of Flying Thunder God, increase teleport distance, and reduce chakra consumption. It turned out to be a space ninjutsu with growth potential. Seeing the introduction of the Flying Thunder God technique was unexpected, yet felt reasonable. After all, Minato was better at it than its creator Tobirama. Then he remained still and raised his hand towards Kushina. Splash! But just as he reached out, an abnormal change occurred. The adamantine chains in Kushina's abdomen suddenly erupted. It seemed to be some kind of technique to prevent the corpse from being violated. Bang! Sure enough, this little pepper wouldn't allow others to invade, even in death. Jin shook his little head, his 2.5-year-old body exuding a sense of composure. He turned his back to the moonlight and directly said, "Golden body, activate." Buzz! In the next second, a golden aura enveloped his entire body under the moonlight. His body once again turned radiant. The adamantine ceiling chains fell empty. After waiting for a moment to confirm there was no movement, he finally touched it. Contacting target, Uzumaki Kushina, deceased, plunderable entries, chakra ton gold. For Crimson Yang formation, purple. Sealing technique affinity, blue. Ninetales power pseudo, purple. Strength, white. Compared to Minato Namikaze, the entries from Kushina were somewhat inferior but still all premium, especially the chakra amount. As one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, her chakra amount was unrivaled in the ninja world. No one wouldn't covet it, especially that certain candidate who was dragged down by the Sharingan. Naturally, Jin coveted it too. He was even more eager for the Ninetales power that followed. Although it wasn't the original, his entries could be upgraded. After feeding for a few years, maybe it could even be stronger than the original. Tick-tock. 30 seconds quickly passed. Acquired legendary entry adamantine sealing remnant. Purple can summon 3 chakra chains to bind the opponent, doubling the effect against tailed beasts. Adamantine sealing, huh? That's also a nice skill. Uchiha Jin didn't feel disappointed. Although it wasn't chakra ton or Ninetales power, he now had invincibility, invisibility, teleportation, and now an additional blue and silver adamantine chain to bind. His means were already rich enough. It exceeded his original expectations. He took a deep breath and turned to look at the blonde boy in between the two. Phew. Next is you, Naruto. Crack. But when he tried to touch Naruto, the 4 Crimson Yang formation above suddenly opened with force. Top, top, top. Amidst the footsteps, a smoking pipe slowly appeared in the center of his vision. Chapter 4. The 3rd Hokage retires. The 4th Hokage is dead. It's my turn to be Hokage, right? This guy Naruto is still alive. I can't touch the corpse. So, if I slap him twice now, does that count as defeating him? If that's the case, do I have a chance to replicate the entries? By the Southie River, the 2.5-year-old boy's eyes sparkled. It seemed he had found the system. The 12 little strong ones of the wood industry seemed to be born one after another this year. What if he went door to door, patted their butts, and pinched their faces? Hiss. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin opened his little mouth. With one hand on his forehead, he bent down. Ha 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 ha. I really am a genius. System crack. Just then, the 4 Crimson Yang formation above suddenly opened. His laughter abruptly stopped. As he turned around, he happened to see a smoking pipe flickering in the moonlight. The 3rd Hokage. There are survivors? A child? Seeing that there was still someone in the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively tensed up. His grip on the wooden stick tightened. Anyone who could survive the Ninetales chaos must be extraordinary. A child? This fan-shaped robe. Are you from the Uchiha clan? But when he got a clear look at the person's appearance and attire, a hint of confusion flashed in his deep eyes. Wasn't the Uchiha clan under house arrest? Where did this 2- or 3-year-old child come from? Behind him, the Hokage guard team quickly followed. Upon seeing Uchiha Jin, Naruto spat out the senbon in his mouth, incredulously saying, "Could it be that the 4th Hokage's son has grown this big?" Other team members from the Umbu, through Toby Hiruzen, Uchiha Jin, almost thought I had become Neza. He internally complained, but his face showed a naive and innocent expression. Timidly holding the token, he said in a childish voice, "Old Grandpa, my name is Jin. A man wearing an oil-painted mask told me that there's candy here." He deliberately repeated oil-painted mask. At the same time, the token in his hand just right exposed the runes above. This intentional action indeed caught everyone's attention. Of course, after speaking, his big watery eyes fixed tightly on the 3rd Hokage. As long as this old man made any bad moves, he was ready to activate his golden body and escape under the cover of his weak presence. As for the flying thunder god, he hadn't even started training, and there was indeed no chakra in his body. Of course, he also believed that the 3rd Hokage wouldn't do anything to him. Although this old man sometimes had a dark heart, he always showed a loving side towards the children in the village. No matter who it was, even if they acted differently behind the scenes, on the surface, he was always kind and amiable. By the way, he mentioned that set of fire heritage, an oil-painted mask, and this token. On the right side, Noera Jingon and the others immediately guessed the meaning of these words and turned to leave. When it came to the power struggle of the big clans in the village, they couldn't stay any longer. They just needed to do their own jobs steadily. Whoosh! Suddenly, behind the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, an Umbu ninja appeared in an instant. The scroll in his hand glowed red as he said in a deep voice, "Token number B74. Belonging to the Roots 3rd Reconnaissance Team." Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkles deepened, almost able to crush 2 flies. This was indeed the team number of Root, and that person's body was outside. Clearly, the little Uchiha Jin wasn't lying. How could a 2.5-year-old child who hadn't trained be capable of appearing here alone? So, was it an attempt to frame the Uchiha clan? But framing an Uchiha toddler? Danzo, are you out of your mind? A cold gleam flashed in the 3rd's eyes. When he looked down again, only kindness remained at his gaze. It's fine, you should hurry home." He patted Jin's small shoulder. In his palm, strands of sensing chakra probed inside. After a round, it was empty inside. Although the muscles and bones were dense, there were no traces of chakra. It was normal. It seemed that children of the Uchiha clan only refined chakra at around 4 or 5 years old, right? After confirming that there was not a trace of chakra in this body, he finally relaxed his brows and comforted, "Good child, where the leaves dance." The fire also continues to thrive. Where the leaves dance, the fire also continues to thrive. Jin raised his fist and made a vigorous gesture of encouragement. Only then did he turn and run away. What a righteous child. Watching his back, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help but feel a bit moved. But just thinking about how Danzo wouldn't even spare this child made his heart sink. He took down the pipe from his mouth and knocked it heavily on the nearby tree stump. "Danzo, your hands are reaching too far." Achoo! At the same time, in the Hokage building, Danzo, who was passionately giving a speech, suddenly sneezed. "Danzo, are you okay?" On the opposite side, Naruto looked at his old friend with concern. "I'm fine. I'm stronger than ever." Danzo tapped his cane. "With the 4th Hokage dead, what do you think is the most urgent matter? Is it to stabilize the village?" Naruto asked instinctively. "Exactly. It's to stabilize the village. Now that the 4th Hokage is dead, the village is in a leaderless situation. So I think it's necessary to elect the 5th Hokage to take charge." He continued currently, "The only people in the village capable of running for Hokage are the heads of the major clans, but none of them are as good as me. Danzo, I love this village deeply, like the roots buried in the soil, supporting the village." Danzo spoke out the thoughts in his heart. He had outlasted the 3rd, caused the 4th death, and made the village stand in opposition to the Uchiha. Now it was finally his time. Thinking of this, he burst forth with brilliant wind-release chakra. His momentum was unmatched. Even the 2 advisors couldn't help but nod in admiration. This old friend indeed had a heroic demeanor. After hesitating for a moment, Naruto nodded and said, "You are indeed more suitable for the fifth Hokage, but..." Hearing his friend's hesitation, Danzo smiled slightly. "But I will hand over the village's financial authority to the two of you to manage. But no one is more suitable than you." The two exchanged glances and decisively agreed. Bang! But at that moment, the tightly closed door of the Hokage office was suddenly pushed open. Clunk! As soon as they saw the familiar pipe of the newcomer, the three immediately fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked in. His weathered eyes seemed to see nothing. He walked step by step to the Hokage's desk, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "You!" Danzo's teeth clenched in frustration. This position was about to be his. But the third Hokage ignored him, placing both hands on the Hokage's desk and looking at the people in the room. He said in a deep voice, "The Hokage's authority will be temporarily assumed by me. Who agrees? Who opposes?" "Agreed." "I agree too. The village is in great chaos right now. Sarutobi, your return is truly a relief." Naruto and Mito Gate and both looked at each other and nodded without a trace of hesitation. Meanwhile, Danzo slowly formed a question mark. "Aren't we buddies?" Chapter 5. The Shadows of the Hokage, the prejudice in people's hearts, is a mountain. Bang! Shimura Danzo was furious, heavily slamming his cane on the ground. His face was terrifyingly dark. He turned to look at his old friend, the third Hokage. Suppressing his anger, he asked, "Hiruzen, the village needs a new atmosphere. Why do you want to frame the Uchiha toddler during this great chaos?" But before he could finish, he was pointed at by the third Hokage's finger, who questioned him. "Frame the Uchiha?" Hearing this, Shimura Danzo's breath hitched. He subconsciously ignored the word toddler, focusing instead on Uchiha and frame. Framing the Uchiha was something he did almost every day. Otherwise, how could the reputation of the prestigious Uchiha clan deteriorate so quickly? But what incident was Hiruzen referring to? Forget it, it doesn't matter. He indeed did it. The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. But what if this mountain is something people have accepted themselves? "Hiruzen, why are you bringing this up now?" Danzo's voice lowered, but he stubbornly explained, "Those naturally evil Uchiha brats. Do you want to let them destroy the village?" Bang, bang, bang. Seeing his friend unchanged, Hiruzen was tired. He took out his pipe and tapped it on the table to stop him. "Enough. What the village needs most now is harmony, not infighting. But don't forget, today the Nine-Tails' eyes were clearly." Danzo's expression changed, and he retorted. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I said enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up, staring directly at Danzo. "You must understand, I am the Hokage." The aura of being Hokage for many years pressed down at this moment. The last sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely igniting the dissatisfaction in Danzo's heart. He coldly flicked his cane and said loudly, "You will regret this, Hiruzen." Bang! After saying that, he turned and stormed out, leaving the three in the room. After a moment of silence, Naruto attempted to ask, "Hiruzen, will there be any problems with framing the Uchiha?" Although Danzo had many small schemes, he still cared about the village. Who else had such great hostility toward the Uchiha besides Danzo? The third Hokage slapped the table and asked, "Are you telling me that a 2-year-old toddler ran into the barrier by himself?" Clunk. At this point, the two fell completely silent, in front of the Uchiha clan's territory. Uchiha Jin's little legs were swinging quickly, with the support of the light as a feather attribute. His coordination reached a new height. He could even break free from the fixed posture of the ninjas in the Hokage and maintain stability with his arms straight and angled backward while taking small steps with his legs. And he was vigorously swinging his arms and legs, crossing and swinging. Perfect posture, agile steps. The speed was almost comparable to that of an adult male. Of course, it would be perfect if we could ignore the height. Step. As he took a step down, upon seeing the iconic fan of the Uchiha clan, his footsteps came to an abrupt halt. His entire demeanor returned to its previous state. Silently, he slipped toward the clan. After the Nine-Tails disturbance ended, the Umbu ninja originally stationed here had already retreated. Those clan members who came to cause trouble had also left. Some were drinking, some were sleeping. Faint sounds that made one blush could be heard. Only one person stood at the entrance. Uchiha Fugaku. The clan leader's eyes were very deep, silently watching the outside. His eyes gradually turned a deep red, with the three tomo slowly rotating within. The strong scent of gunpowder and the aura of war filled the air. Has the Uchiha clan become so unrestrained? Clearly, the situation was already so severe, yet the village could still spare some strength to control the Uchiha. He sighed and turned to leave, but just as he turned back, he suddenly noticed a small figure. It was tiptoeing, sneaking inside. Jin? How did this child sneak out? He was taken aback when he saw the figure. His youngest son, or rather, his second son, was usually quiet and preferred solitude. Therefore, others in the clan regarded him as a recluse. He didn't like to socialize. But why did he suddenly come out today? Filled with doubt, he directly followed. In a corner, Jin felt a stir. Sure enough, he was being followed. He stood in the shadows by the wall, slowly waiting for his father. This mysterious wielder of the Sharingan. As the clan leader, he clearly possessed the Sharingan, yet he allowed his own son to massacre the clan. Whether this was good or bad, he could not comment. After all, only when one becomes a parent can they understand the weight and difficult choices involved. As they got closer, he could distinctly feel a pressure approaching. Jin, why did you come out? Can't you sleep at night? Perhaps having been the clan leader for too long, Fugaku's tone was still somewhat serious when he spoke. The softness usually present in father-son interactions was lacking. No wonder both of your sons are so rebellious. Uchiha Jin shook his head and explained, my house collapsed. Huh. Fugaku's eyes widened, and he quickly looked towards the clan. Only then did he realize that at some unknown time, the beam of Jin's house had actually fallen down, and he, as the clan leader and father, hadn't noticed at all. Even the clan members had failed to notice. He sighed, a hint of apology on his face. Sorry, little Jin. Can I help you fix it tomorrow? For now, let's go sleep in your father's room. As he spoke, he was about to pick up Uchiha Jin. But could Jin agree? They hadn't communicated for even 10 minutes. He squirmed, tried to escape Fugaku's grasp, but being so small and without chakra, he could do nothing. He could only watch helplessly as he was picked up, placed in a room, and his father turned to leave. Watching Fugaku's back, Uchiha Jin had no choice but to use his trump card, shouting, under the altar table, the third leg on top. There was a slight pause in Fugaku's action of closing the door. In the flower bed by mother's window. Step. Fugaku turned around, his gaze deepening. And in the bottom right corner of this room's cabinet. Stop. Fugaku hurriedly rushed over, cautiously glancing at the adjacent bedroom, whispering, How do you know this? His voice was not loud, but the words came out quickly. There was even a hint of anger, completely forgetting his earlier serious demeanor as clan leader. See, this is how communication happens. Jin smiled slyly, patting the edge of the bed, and said in a childish voice, Come sit. You better keep all this. Uchiha Jin waved his hand, interrupting his father's words. Father, you wouldn't want your secret stash to be found out by mother, right? After saying that, he patted the edge of the bed again. The meaning was clear. You little rascal. Uchiha Fugaku's three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately still sat down obediently. At that moment, he seemed as naive as a child in front of Uchiha Jin. And at this time, Jin finally saw the entries on Fugaku. Chapter 6. Open eyes at 2.5 years old. Is this a monster? Conversation target. Uchiha Fugaku. Copyable entries are being analyzed. 2 large prompts appeared before him. Uchiha Jin blinked, gaining some insight. The entries of the dead need to be touched to be seen. But the entries of the living require communication to be revealed. He nodded and continued to pull Uchiha Fugaku into a conversation. Gradually, the first entry appeared. A delicate blue halo shimmered and bloomed. Excellent entry. Clan leader's authority. Blue increases persuasion by 30 during clan meetings. Clan leader's authority? Uchiha Jin shook his head and quickly looked down. This thing was of no use to him. Could he really rise up in a tavern and overthrow Konoha? Huh. Don't say. It might not be a bad idea. His little eyes blinked, and he suddenly thought this seemed quite good. From now on, call him Uchiha Dohwan. Soon, as the conversation deepened, more entries appeared. Fire Release Mastery, blue. Fire Release Phoenix Fire, green. Sharingan, blue. Malicious Perception, green. Mangeki Sharingan, purple. Glimpse of Fate, gold. Glimpse of Fate? Gold. At that moment, Jin's voice suddenly rose, his pitch increasing by 3 decibels. This should be Fugaku's Manjiki ability, right? Uchiha Jin took a deep breath and sighed, indeed related to fate. Although he had suspected it early on, seeing it for real was still shocking. He couldn't help but exclaim again, the Uchiha clan is indeed the children of the version. The power of these eyes is truly, if the prince doesn't cheat, it would be very difficult to surpass the second pillar. Talking with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entries. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. Sharingan. Blue possesses extraordinary insight, able to observe chakra flow, can cast and see through illusions, and copy body techniques and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Copied it. Uchiha Jin was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that just one attempt would actually result in copying the Sharingan from his father Fugaku. Although this thing was common in the clan, after all, he was only 2.5 years old. Soon, a wave of joy welled up from within. His brain, stimulated, crazily released dopamine. Then he covered his eyes and couldn't help but lower his head and laugh. Ha 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 ha. Next to him, Fugaku was somewhat speechless, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. Oh no, this child wouldn't have been hit on the head by that beam, would he? If Makoto found out, it would probably, just as he was troubled about how to explain this to his wife. He suddenly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. He quickly turned to look at his second son, his gaze fixed on Jin's eyes. Even as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, his breathing involuntarily quickened. Red? His eyes are bloodshot. This child must have hit his head. He felt a bit flustered, but when he caught sight of the Tomo in Jin's red eyes, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. This caused his initially flustered body to come to an abrupt halt. No, not bloodshot, but open eyes. He lowered his head, looking at his son, who had stopped laughing, his eyes revealing an extremely complex expression. On one hand, there was a sense of relief and pride. His 2.5-year-old son had opened his eyes so early. This was very abnormal. In the past, the earliest child in the clan to open their eyes was around 10 years old, having experienced life and death, and their emotions changed dramatically before awakening. And his genius eldest son, Itachi, was only 5 years old and was regarded as the hope of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, there were no signs of him awakening at all. But now, right in front of him, just because he, as a father, had casually said a few words, his second son started laughing. After laughing, he opened his eyes. Yes, this child must not only have a very extreme personality, but also truly values family. Yet he, as a father, had neglected too much of that familial bond due to clan matters. He had also overlooked Jin's feelings. It was this neglect that had led Jin to feel abandoned and emotionally stirred to awaken. Thinking of this, guilt and self-blame appeared in his eyes as he softly said, "I'm sorry, Jin. I've been neglecting you." He made up his mind to pay more attention to this child in the future, but the fact that he opened his eyes, no one could know, okay? And Uchiha Jin. Why is the normally composed clan leader suddenly so chatty? However, after the joy of awakening, he quickly calmed down and looked down at his hands in confusion. He murmured to himself, 3 times already. Since I crossed over in less than a day, I've laughed wildly 3 times. This isn't right. Could it be that there's a gene for laughing in the Uchiha family? He took a deep breath and resolved to remain calm in the future. Then he waved his hand at Uchiha Fugaku. "Goodbye, old father, I'm going to sleep." Then, with Fugaku still in a daze, he directly pushed him out. Bang! He closed the door, went to the floor, and went to sleep. Outside the door, Fugaku's expression of guilt abruptly stopped. His face became more complicated. There was even a hint of grievance mixed in. Wait, this child pulled me over just to open his eyes? And after opening his eyes, he tossed me aside? He felt as if he were one of those women in the red light district, used and then discarded. After a long time, he sighed and turned to walk next door. Fortunately, he still had his youngest son and Itachi. These two would surely love their father. Saying this, he turned and walked toward Uchiha Makoto's room. Inside, 2 faint breaths, one big and one small, could be heard. Happiness, at this moment, was materialized. The next morning, early. Splash. He had an appointment to train with Shursui today, and he couldn't be late. Itachi opened the bedroom door, ready to head out for training. But But as soon as he opened the door, he was startled. A big face was staring at him intently. When he recognized it was his younger brother's soft and tender little face, he sighed in relief. There were only two reasons his brother woke up so early, either to go to the bathroom or to head to the kitchen. Thinking of this, his gaze softened, and he asked with concern, "Did Jin wake up hungry? What do you want to eat?" Big brother is just about to cook. Chapter 7. Itachi covered in black entries finally awake. 1-7. Uchiha Jin licked his slightly dry lips from standing too long, with a hint of unusual light in his eyes. The man who was regarded as his biological father was finally in front of him. Of course, it wasn't out of admiration. His feelings for Itachi were complicated. On one hand, this guy had turned against the entire family, a downright obsessive person. On the other hand, he was willing to threaten the village to protect his younger brother. Such a complex and contradictory mix of emotions made one both love and hate him. Of course, right now, he was mainly after the entries. He wondered what entries Itachi had at this age. Just hope he doesn't copy Amaterasu, he muttered to himself, feeling a bit excited. There were plenty of entries, as long as it wasn't that one that couldn't kill someone. That's right, I'm talking about it, Amaterasu. Although it sounded powerful and worked well, in Naruto, it had the typical flaw of fire techniques that couldn't kill. Good power. But what use is it if it can't kill? Just for putting on a fireworks show for others? Or maybe to perform iron flower displays at night? Uchiha Jin cleared his throat and asked, 1-7, I have a question for you. 1-7? Uchiha, Itachi repeated, immediately understanding the pun. He actually gave his big brother a nickname. He frowned slightly, but when his gaze fell on his little brother's smooth face, his frown relaxed again. As expected of Jin, you can come up with such an interesting nickname. Go ahead and ask what you want. Saying this, he reached out to ruffle Jin's little face, soft and tender. He wanted to. Hey, be serious. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin dodged and asked with a serious face, as if he were an adult. If one day, the village and the family are on opposing sides, who would you help? Click. Uchiha Itachi's outstretched hand froze in midair. He was somewhat stunned. Although he was still a child, his eyes showed surprise and melancholy that didn't match his age. Jin had actually sensed this matter? No way. It must be that he overheard something when father was chatting. Father was becoming more and more careless, not even paying attention to such matters. It seemed the family had even more restless elements now. His brows furrowed. On his small, tender face, tear stains and nasolabial folds were already quite evident. This was clearly because he had always been frowning and looking unhappy since childhood. Seeing this, Jin shook his head and sighed. Indeed, at this time, Itachi already sensed something was off. But even after sensing it so early, he still ended up at the point of clan destruction. It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. 1-7. 7 years is enough to change many things. Of course, the Uchiha clan's obsession can't be changed. Jin, how did you come up with this question? Do you really think the family and the village will end up opposing each other? After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Itachi did not answer directly, but instead lowered his arms and said softly. He didn't know what to do, but he also wanted to see his younger brother's perspective. You just need to answer me. I don't know. Then let's change the question. Jin shook his head, feeling that the current 1-7 was confused. Even the 1-7 during the clan destruction was confused. He could only ask a sharper question to awaken this foolish brother. What do you think? If the village wants to kill me and Sasuke, which side would you stand on? Snap. Itachi's little face instantly tightened, and his body straightened. Was this kind of question even necessary? There was absolutely no hesitation. He clenched his fists and said directly, "Don't worry, I won't let that day come." Still avoiding it. Not being able to face it head-on was a form of avoidance. Jin shook his head and didn't pursue the topic further. But to fill the time, he could only ask something else. By the way, 1-7. You said before that father's secret stash is hidden in the lower right corner of the cabinet in the third room? Uchiha Itachi. Fugaku, who was eavesdropping next door. Damn Itachi, how can you say such things to Jin? You've exposed my secret stash. No wonder the little Jin knows so much. In an instant, Fugaku even placed the blame for last night's situation on Itachi. His face darkened as he took out a rope to prepare to pull open the door and rush out when suddenly, a chilling presence came from behind. Dear clan leader, where are you going? Tick-tock. Tick-tock. It was clearly a cool morning, but the chill was very intense. Sweat began to gradually bead on his forehead. It stung painfully on the eyelid. Fugake turned around and happened to see Mikoto smiling. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, but in the end, he could only awkwardly smile and say, I'll go prepare some food for you. Okay, Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto smiled, not exposing the man's embarrassment. She just looked at the two small figures outside the door, exuding a strong sense of happiness. These are all her lovely children. In the living room. Crash. Just as the two finished speaking, the side door was suddenly pulled open. Immediately after, a scowling Fugaku walked out looking quite refreshed. Ah, father. The two were startled by Fugaku's sudden appearance. Especially Shursui. He was asking some very sensitive topics. But fortunately, Fugaku seemed to have only heard the last few sentences. After glaring at the two, he rushed toward the third room without looking back. The secret stash of money needs to be moved. Father-S expression seems a bit complicated. Itachi was startled, but also somewhat puzzled. He always felt that there was another meaning in his father's gaze. On the other side, after Fugaku left, Shursui's eyes suddenly lit up. Prompt incoming. Conversation target. Uchiha Itachi. Analyzing copyable entries. Fire release affinity, green. Chakra refinement, white. Brother complex, black. Overly talented, black. Chronic illness, black. But when he saw Itachi's entries now, his expression immediately fell. The first few were fine, but the last three were simply darkening to purple. It was as if they were about to turn his eyes completely black. But thinking about it, he felt relieved. Uchiha Itachi was still young and didn't have those later entries. Moreover, because he activated the Sharingan too early, he had always been sickly. He couldn't help but reevaluate this so-called brother who was 1 against 7. Then he slightly shook his head, straining to tiptoe to pat his shoulder. But due to his height, he could only pat his chest. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi squatted down in confusion and asked Shursui, Do you want a hug? No. I just wanted to say that your darkening as 1 against 7 is completely non-existent. Shursui sighed, talking to Uchiha Itachi for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entries. Copy failed. Failed. It was normal. After all, the chance of copying entries through conversation was not high. For a moment, Shursui waved his hand in disappointment and turned to walk outside, leaving Uchiha Itachi behind, looking at his back, caught in confusion. What does Shursui mean? And what about Father-S gaze? But it seemed like he had forgotten something. At this time, in the woods behind the Uchiha clan grounds, a short-haired boy was standing in the cold wind, shivering. Chapter 8. The success rate of copying entries Shursui. Let me explain. I don't want to listen. No, it's really because I was delayed by something this morning. I don't want to listen. In the afternoon, as the sun began to set, Uchiha Shursui dragged his short legs to the forest behind the clan grounds when he just happened to hear two childish voices. Is that Itachi and Shursui? Good buddies. His little eyes lit up instantly. He originally just wanted to find a sunny place, but unexpectedly, he could see the scene of his two good buddies bickering. He quickly braved his weak presence entry and stretched his head to look over. Just ahead, about 10 meters away, a small boy wearing a black high-neck short sleeve and black long pants, with a dumpling nose, was standing with his back to Uchiha Itachi. Although he was a head taller than Itachi, it was obvious that this little boy was the one throwing a tantrum. Behind him, Itachi was trying to explain, but every time it ended in failure. Yet he wasn't angry, just repeatedly trying to explain. Watching this, Shursui had an anti-smile. So cute. So cute. Indeed. It was more interesting to witness it live. But Itachi, what about that girl, Izumi? Suddenly, Shursui thought of the girl who loved to prepare 3-color dumplings. Pure, kind, and gentle. The beauty mark under her left eye seemed to foreshadow her fate. Lost in thought, he unconsciously stepped on a twig. The noise instantly attracted the attention of the two in front. Who? Uchiha Shursui stood up straight, gripping a small shuriken in his hand. And he turned his little face and looked over seriously. But when he saw the figure, he was stunned. Hey, Shursui, how did you get here? Did he just see his embarrassing moment? Thinking of this, he didn't care about Itachi and ran over, hugging him with a chuckle. Shursui, did you get lost? At this moment, 7 or 8-year-old Shursui, standing at 1 meters tall, was already a relatively tall little boy in Konoha. Shursui nodded, not exposing the blush on the young boy's face. He just showed the unique innocence of a child. They engaged in serious communication, trying to socialize, chatting about everything under the sun, until a certain moment. Conversation target, Uchiha Sasuke. Analyzing copyable entries. Fire release affinity, blue. Jinjutsu affinity, green. Body flicker technique affinity, green. Chakra control, green. Simple personality, green. At this moment, in Sasuke's eyes, Sasuke was all green. From head to toe. Every man who saw it would feel flustered. Talking to Uchiha Sasuke for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entries. Copy failed. Sasuke failed again. Perhaps because he had a string of successes yesterday. Today's failure made him somewhat unhappy. His originally cheerful little face instantly fell. Sigh. Then he sighed heavily and staggered back toward the clan. This scene made Uchiha Itachi frown slightly and look at Sasuke in confusion. Sasuke? What did you do to Sasuke? Sasuke? I didn't do anything. He was a bit baffled. What did he do? In the afternoon, the sun began to set. Inside the Uchiha clan, a small boy was lying sideways against the wall in the courtyard. His left elbow propped against the wall, his palm supporting his cheek. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead, and his small lips were chapped. He mumbled, 60. A full 60 people, and not a single successful copy. What is the success rate of copying entries? After coming down from the back mountain, he started chatting with the clan members. Every person chatted for 10 minutes. They chatted for an entire afternoon. But after chatting with 60 people, it was as if the system had passed its new account protection period. Not a single successful copy occurred afterward. This not only made him begin to doubt the success rate of copying entries. Beep, based on the host's current strength. The success rate of copying entries through conversation is 5. Well then, the anxious heart completely sank. A 5 chance, what's the difference from 0? Especially for someone like him who was already unlucky in his previous life. The chance was even lower than exploding. So after hesitating for a moment, he decided to just give up and enjoy life. Swish! The mountain breeze blew over. It was soft and carried a hint of the fragrance of branches and leaves. The sunlight above was no longer as scorching as during the day. It was a bit gentle, but just as he was preparing to give up, a faint warm current suddenly appeared in his body. An extremely weak warm flow, but it brought a pleasant sensation to both his body and spirit. What is this? Chakra? He was stunned for a moment. Due to his age and the fact that his bones had not yet formed, he hadn't started refining chakra yet. But in the world of Naruto, this heat flow, which was similar to what was inside him, could only be chakra, right? He squinted his eyes, and then he noticed a new prompt appearing before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sunbathing for 1 minute. Chakra 1. Is Chakra 1 the passive of the light body? Seeing this, he remembered that the light body has a passive ability to absorb sunlight to gain chakra. He hadn't thought it through at the time. Now it seems that absorbing sunlight is indeed sunbathing. So, if 1 minute equals chakra 1, then 1 hour equals 60. And according to the current daylight, a maximum of 14 hours of sunbathing in a day would mean 840 chakra, with the night of annihilation coming in 7 years. If we conservatively estimate it to be 6 years, 11 months, and 29 days, it should be 145, 360 chakra. Seeing this number, Jin couldn't help but click his tongue. Over 2 million. Could this be considered chakra tons? He didn't know how other ninjas calculated, but with this amount, it should be enough to match dozens of Kakashis. The most important thing is that the Flying Thunder God plan seems to be able to be initiated early. He changed his position to lie down more comfortably. His limbs were fully exposed to the sunlight. Using Flying Thunder God requires 100 every time. Originally, he had no chakra, so he had temporarily set it aside. But now, he only needs to sunbathe for 2 hours. He thought he had to try it today, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep. An hour and a half later, he slowly got up, pondering the usage method of Flying Thunder God, and thoughtfully asked, System, how do I use it? As long as it's a coordinate planted by the host, it can be directly teleported. A planted coordinate? But I haven't planted any coordinates. Can I borrow the 4th Hokage's coordinates? Planted coordinates, 100 chakra each time. Jin, good grief. Are you playing Russian nesting dolls here? He rolled his eyes and lay back down to sleep again. It wasn't until the sun set that he rubbed his drowsy eyes and got up. In his eyes, there seemed to be some changes. Name, Uchiha Jin. Spirit, 20, adult, 10. Stamina, 12, adult, 10. Chakra, 149. Attributes, 7-year, itch, black, light body color. Weak presence color, flying thunder god technique, gold 1. Distinguished background, purple, Sharingan, purple. Fire release affinity, blue, Sharingan, blue. Light as a swallow, green. Dynamic vision, green. It turned out to be his own attributes. Jin shook his head. There were many attributes, but most of them were obtained yesterday. That is to say, on the first day of the server opening. Indeed, the first day of luck was just to lure people in to kill them. After that, it was all about grinding hard. He squinted his eyes and got up to prepare to leave. It is worth mentioning that even after lying on the wall for an entire afternoon, no one paid attention. No one remembered. The clansmen seemed to have forgotten that there was still a second young master. Not even anyone called him for dinner. He watched as Uchiha Itachi walked around the courtyard with a bowl and chopsticks. It seemed he was looking for something. After wandering around for a while, he did nothing and quietly went back. The value of the weak presence attribute was still rising. Chapter 9. The sky cleared. The rain stopped. Kanoa. Autumn of the 54th year. The breeze was continuous, and the sunlight was gentle. In the backyard of the Uchiha clan, the maple leaves were as red as if they were on fire, swaying in the wind. At that time, 3.5-year-old Sasuke was imitating his brother's movements, throwing the shuriken forcefully. Whoosh! Thud! The shuriken hit the target, but fell down without sticking in. The aim was there, but the strength was lacking. Drip! Drip! Sweat trickled down both sides of his face, sliding down to his chin, and finally dripping onto the collar printed with the Uchiha clan emblem. Phew, so tired. He paused, turned around, and was about to wash his face. But when he saw the lazy figure on the courtyard wall, his brows couldn't help but furrow. Hey! Sasuke shook his sore wrist and complained. The sun is about to set. How long do you plan to lie there? Until the sun sets, or until I bring back 3 color dumplings? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin turned over and poked half of his face out from under the blanket. The sunlight filtered through the maple leaves outside the wall, casting mottled light spots on his face. For years have passed, and the little toddler now had a youthful appearance. The contours of his brows and eyes gradually became distinct. The only thing that remained unchanged was that lazy demeanor. Don't call me 1 against 7. Call me brother. Hearing 1 against 7, Sasuke clearly became even more unhappy, and 2 veins popped out on his forehead. Do you know? Brother graduated today with the top score in the whole school. If Uchiha Itachi is his idol, then the second brother lying on the courtyard wall is a pest in his eyes. Lazy, talkative. This is his only impression of Uchiha Jin. Over the years, every time he saw his brother, he was either sunbathing on the courtyard wall or wandering around the village chatting with people. Various exams were always just barely passing. Always at the bottom, clearly at the bottom. But no matter how angry he was, the Jin on the wall not only didn't retort, but was even smiling. Seeing the smile on Jin's face, Sasuke couldn't hold back anymore. He grabbed the training shuriken and shouted like a puppy that couldn't get milk. Uchiha Jin, you're embarrassing the Uchiha clan like this. I want to duel with you. Don't talk, listen. Jin suddenly raised his finger and waved it. The sky cleared. The rain stopped. His serious demeanor even made Sasuke think something was really wrong. He instinctively held his breath, with only the sound of the wind blowing the maple leaves. Nothing? No rain. Damn, Jin, you tricked me again. Furious, Sasuke got angry. Little did he know that at this moment, Jin was genuinely laughing. In front of him, prompts kept appearing. Conversation target, Uchiha Sasuke. Copyable attributes, brother complex, black. Getting stronger from beatings, black. Child of destiny, color. Mastery of lightning release, purple. Sundara, white. Familiarity with shuriken, white. Loud voice, white. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ordinary attribute familiarity with shuriken, white. This attribute was not the first time Uchiha Jin saw it, but every time he saw it, he couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, brother complex and sister complex are mutually reinforcing. The Sundara boy had this special attribute even before he could remember. As for getting stronger from beatings, Jin thought it might be related to Sasuke's personality. There's a saying, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, the second pillar feels that he can do it again. Every time he gets stronger, the second pillar is either getting beaten or on the way to find someone to get beaten. and he even likes to compete in areas he is not good at with the opponent's strengths. Isn't this pure insanity? Of course, over the years, Jin had long gotten used to it. The reason he smiled wasn't because of this, but because of the system's new prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for sunbathing for 108 minutes. Chakra 108. Ding! Current chakra 1,000,000. Congratulations to the host for breaking the million chakra barrier. Conversation copy attribute success rate 510. Defeating opponents copy attribute success rate 50 to 75. Body looting attribute count 112. This was the reason Jin was smiling. The system's changes. To be precise, it was evolution, especially the probability of conversation copying, jumping from single digits to double digits. The impact brought was definitely not just an increase of 5. Moreover, there was also the defeating attribute. 75 could almost be considered. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the second pillar. Here, it seemed there was a ready-made experimental subject. At this moment, the second pillar was unaware, holding a kunai, looking at Jin with a cold face and saying, "Humph. Stupid Uchiha Jin, I, Uchiha Sasuke, want to duel with you." Upon hearing this, Jin waved his hand and chuckled. "Sasuke, have you ever won?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Sasuke was taken aback, frowning in confusion. Whoosh! Just then, Jin casually tossed a shuriken. Watching it, Sasuke's brows twitched again. "You're underestimating me too much. I'm gonna make you regret it." But just as he was about to attack, something suddenly flashed before his eyes. The shuriken instantly multiplied into 12. They shot toward him from bizarre angles. Swish, swish, swish. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply. The trajectories of these shurikens were constantly changing. In the end, they accurately pinned him in place. The corners of his clothes, the tips of his hair, and even the seams of his training outfit under his armpits were pierced by the cold metallic light. But not a single scratch touched his skin. Drip! For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the liquid running down his cheek was cold sweat or hot sweat. He stood there in a daze. A bizarre thought suddenly rose in his mind. Could sunbathing really make you stronger? Chapter 10. The Visit from Yin Hidden. A crisis for the Hyuga? Oh, my foolish little Daodu. Just as Sasuke was lost in thought, Jin had somehow appeared in front of him, lightly tapping his brother's forehead with his index finger. Is this technique familiar? Whoosh. As soon as he spoke, Sasuke's ears quickly turned a shade of crimson. Of course, he recognized this technique. During this time, he had been pestering Itachi every day, precisely because he envied this shuriken's directional control ability. And just that morning before leaving, Itachi had finally agreed and personally practiced it with him twice in the yard. He had truly practiced it several times under Itachi's guidance to barely hit the target this afternoon. But this lazy Jin before him, when did he learn it? He had never seen him practice before. Could it be that he learned it just by glancing at it while sunbathing this morning? Thinking of this possibility, Sasuke suddenly felt his legs go weak. If that were the case, then his lazy older brother's talent would be somewhat terrifying. Could it really be related to sunbathing? His brain suddenly paused, and then he followed the sunlight to look at the courtyard wall. In his heart, an impulse surged. Why not lie down and sunbathe for a while? Jin, you're bullying Sasuke again. At that moment, Mikoto Uchiha's scolding voice came from the corridor. She was carrying a plate of dango and fruits, walking slowly toward them. Her gaze swept over Sasuke, who was pinned like a hedgehog, and her footsteps noticeably quickened. When she got closer and found that it was just a few holes and that her younger son was unscathed, she let out a slight sigh of relief. However, disbelief still flashed in her eyes as she glanced at the shuriken's landing points, which were clearly the techniques Itachi had taught Sasuke that morning. She had watched for a while in the morning, but found it uninteresting and left. But that didn't mean she was unaware. But who had made these landing points? Could it be Jin, this child? Her brows furrowed slightly as she recalled her husband Fugaku's instructions. Mikoto, if Jin has nothing to do, don't disturb him. He has his own thoughts. For this, she had always been puzzled, feeling that Fugaku was indulging Jin. But now it seemed, her eyes flickered. Then she shook her head with a wry smile. They were all her children. Why was she overthinking? She then handed the plate in her hand to the courtyard wall, pulling little Sasuke back inside. Your clothes are all torn up. Hurry back and change. Sasuke, no, but Jin, Mikoto, no calling Jin. You have to call him brother. The familiar voice made it hard for Sasuke to continue speaking. He could only turn back to glance at the wall under the afterglow. Lost in thought. Drip. As the moonlight climbed up the eaves of the mansion, Itachi flipped into the courtyard, covered in blood. Due to the tense relationship with Yun Hidden, he had been on the battlefield right after graduation, with reconnaissance missions every day. Occasionally, he would encounter battles. Today, he had just barely retreated after encountering a small team in combat. In the night, his Sharingan in the courtyard gleamed with a weary red hue. Just as he landed, a lazy voice suddenly came from the wall. This made his movements freeze. Turning around, he realized that Jin was sitting on the courtyard wall, swinging his legs. He was tossing an apple in his hand, which shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Still as elusive as ever, Itachi sighed and tried to negotiate. Jin, I'm pretty tired today. How about tomorrow? Oh, Jin flipped down, accurately tossing the apple into Itachi's arms, turning around with a grin. Father, 1 against 7 says you hid it in the second cabinet of the guest room. Clunk. Itachi's hand froze in midair as he caught the apple. Then in a flash, he quickly stuffed the apple back into his younger brother's mouth, repeatedly saying, Come on, let's talk. Now that's more like it. Jin smiled and patted his elder brother's shoulder. If you put it off until tomorrow, that would just add another day. What about those little friends you were going to chat with tomorrow? His daily schedule was quite tight. Stop frowning. Then he reached out to smooth Itachi's furrowed brow, commanding like a little adult. Your tear troughs already look bad enough. If you add more frown lines tomorrow, Sister Izumi won't like it. After saying that, regardless of Itachi's flushed cheeks, he pinched the nearby dango and stuffed it into his mouth, smiling and asking, So, why are you so tired today? Did you kill someone? Sure enough, Uchiha Itachi was startled. His younger brother was not only elusive and difficult to detect, but his perception was also incredibly sharp. He forced a smile and explained, The envoys from Yun Hidden came over these days to discuss peace talks. There are quite a few petty thieves around. As he spoke, he began to elaborate on everything in detail, as if he had already prepared script. Ever since 4 years ago, his younger brother had developed a habit of wanting to chat with him once a day, just this once per day. As he listened, Uchiha Jin's smile began to fade. Peace talks with Yun Hidden, envoys visiting Konoha, a sudden gathering of lightning-release ninjas at the border. These terms gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed that these events were part of a conspiracy in the plot. Hesitating, a prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Conversation target, Uchiha Itachi. Copyable entries are being analyzed. Copyable entries. Brother complex, black. Prone to early death, black. Plagued by illness, black. 3-Tomo Sharingan, purple. Master of 3 natures, purple. Proficient in fire release, blue. After several years, Itachi had completely grown into a ninja proficient in 3 natures. His strength far exceeded what it was before he disappeared. Of course, the only thing that remained unchanged was the 3 dark words at the top, making 1's vision go dark. Attempting to converse with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes. Currently, trying to copy entries. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry 3-Tomo Sharingan, purple. Copy successful. Seeing this message, he smiled slightly. It wasn't in vain waiting today. The system is awesome. He then silently thought, System, feed this entry to my Sharingan. Of course, he also had the 3-Tomo. In fact, he had awakened it a whole year earlier than Itachi. 3-Tomo Sharingan, purple, is merging. Feeding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Still no upgrade? Seeing that the 3-Tomo still hadn't turned into a Mangeki, his little face immediately frowned. Unhappy. Very unhappy. Damn system. It had swallowed at least 20 of his 3-Tomo and still hadn't upgraded. Of course, he could clearly feel the difference in his Sharingan. That continuous eye power seemed to easily bind his elder brother in front of him. Little did he know, his current appearance held a different meaning in little Itachi's eyes. Frowning? Did he fail to pique Jin's interest? He paused for a moment, then changed the topic. By the way, I heard that the Cloud-Hidden Ninjas specially visited the Hyuga main family. Snap! Oh, the Cloud-Hidden visited the Hyuga. In an instant, a flash of lightning lit up. Jin finally remembered the conspiracy behind this event. What is it? Chapter 11. The young lady of the Hyuga family, Byakugan. Striking it rich. Striking it rich. Ha ha ha. Hurry up. Hurry up faster. Unexpectedly, a prestigious family with a history of 100 years could be so careless. By the Nanha River, at the edge of Konoha Village's Forbidden Zone, a scar-faced man with the cloud-hidden insignia was racing under the moonlight. From time to time, he looked down at the small blue-haired girl he was holding under his arm. His face was filled with restlessness and excitement. Ha ha ha. The young lady of a Hyuga family. If I can successfully analyze her, the Byakugan on the battlefield will be of no concern. Thinking about the impact this person under his arm would have on frontline battles, the cloud-hidden ninja became even more excited. He couldn't stop a strange grin from forming on his lips. It seemed he could already see the Byakugan clan on the battlefield facing defeat. But just amidst the frenzied laughter, a shadow suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. Who? His expression changed slightly, and he quickly adjusted his posture to face the shadow. Ziz. Outside, strands of lightning power spread out instantly. His heart raced. The young lady of a Hyuga family, whom he had finally captured, had extraordinary strategic significance. He could not let it go easily. But when he saw that the figure was just a child, his heart sank. Phew, you scared me. Just a kid? Wait, that Fan Clan emblem is a child from the Uchiha clan. When his gaze landed on the Fan Clan emblem, the scar-faced man's eyes burst forth with dazzling light. It was the unexpected joy of a hunter spotting its prey, more like the fervor of a fisherman who unexpectedly hooked a 10-pound fish. Ha ha, what good luck today. The bloodline of Konoha's two major families is actually within reach. Ha ha, indeed, I, Cloud-Hidden, am the true king. He could no longer contain his excitement and laughed wildly towards the sky. The frenzied voice even carried a hint of the sound of thunder. The Hyuga Byakugan bloodline. And now the Uchiha Sharingan is actively delivered to my door. He couldn't understand what kind of protagonist script could write this. As for resistance, it seemed that even a child slightly larger than the girl in his arms could hardly resist. So from the very beginning, he regarded the Uchiha Jin across from him as his own. As he passed by, he casually reached out with his other arm to grab. Whoosh! His arm swiped through, but he grabbed nothing. Huh? Body flicker technique? The scar-faced man's expression changed slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised. I didn't expect a child so young to have the talent for body flicker. The Uchiha clan truly is favored in body flicker. In his mind, he recalled that ninja known for body flicker on the battlefield, vanishing and reappearing, indistinguishable from reality. This young ninja had already made quite a name for himself on the battlefield. There were even predictions in the village that if allowed to develop, he might become the second Yellow Flash. Konoha White Fang, Yellow Flash, body flicker, sure sway. Thinking of this, the scar-faced man couldn't help but exclaim, whenever Konoha is weak, there will always be exceptionally talented ninjas who stand out. Konoha is truly an enviable place. But fortunately, the more talented they are in Konoha, the shorter their lifespans tend to be. As he said this, he couldn't help but laugh. As a ninja executing special missions, he generally wouldn't laugh. Unless he truly couldn't help it. If any of those Konoha geniuses could survive, how could they Cloud-Hidden dare to threaten them casually, let alone raid them? See, I told you Konoha is a bunch of fools, and it turns out they're being discovered. Of course, Uchiha Jin fully agreed with this person's view. He even nodded. A small child, but a big agreement. After the laughter, the scar-faced man scanned his surroundings. Confirming that no one was pursuing them, he waved his hand. All right, since you've encountered this, consider yourself lucky. I'll take you to another place. Zila. In the next second, he transformed into lightning and chased after them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His speed was several times faster than before, but he still missed. Jin merely took half a step back to evade the grab. Phew, let the wind blow. The moonlight fell, dyeing the death forest a silvery gray. Uchiha Jin rubbed the tree trunk beside him, which was engraved with the flying thunder god technique, and shook his head softly. Uncle, are you a bit anxious? How about we chat for 10 minutes? The Cloud-Hidden envoy. He took a deep breath, and when he looked at Jin again, the playful glint in his eyes slowly disappeared, replaced entirely by excitement. It seems he's also a little genius. My luck is really good. Lightning release. Lightning snake. He suddenly put down Hinata and formed hand seals with both hands. Chakra surged rapidly within him. Ziz. Soon, a purple lightning python appeared out of thin air, directly lunging towards Uchiha Jin without any warning. This strike was swift, accurate, and fierce. Oh, lightning release. Jin's eyes moved, suppressing the urge to activate his light body. Instead, he silently turned on his Sharingan. After crossing several years, this was the first time he was truly fighting an enemy. Nervous? Perhaps a little, but not much. The hidden ninja across from him was at best a special jonin. Moreover, he had the immortal golden body as a safety net. In other words, since he couldn't be killed anyway, he could just go wild. Whoosh! In the next second, his figure flickered and leaped among the treetops, dodging the lightning snake that was spewing forth. At first glance, it appeared to be body flicker technique, but if someone well-versed in space-time ninjutsu were present, they would see that each time he teleported, the surrounding spatial nodes would slightly change. Flying Thunder God technique. In the face of over 1 million chakra tons, he could even use chakra to weave a web in midair. Zulfust. The scar-faced man's expression turned ugly. He realized he couldn't keep up with Jin's movements. This made a sense of unease begin to rise in his heart. He couldn't delay any longer. There were pursuers behind. He took a deep breath, and his hands formed the boar seal. Lightning release, lightning clone. Zila. In the next second, an identical figure appeared beside him. Then the two of them formed seals simultaneously. Lightning release, lightning snake. 2 lightning pythons appeared simultaneously, and their speed was even faster. Crackling like lightning, they surged forth. Just in time, Jin stopped using Flying Thunder God, and his little face became even more expectant. Flying Thunder God is nice, but let's try something else. Soon, the color of his eyes began to shift from black to crimson. Sharingan, 3 tomo spinning, with the addition of dynamic vision. He could clearly capture the flickering direction of the lightning snakes. Ziz, ziz, Zila. In the midst of the lightning, the trajectory of the lightning snakes was decomposed into slow motion on his retina. To the left, as it approached, Jin directly jumped to the right. Puchi, crack. The lightning snake missed and struck the rock behind. 3 tomo Sharingan. When did Konoha have such a genius? Upon seeing the 3 tomo in Jin's eyes, the scar-faced man's expression became very ugly. The 3 tomo on the battlefield were at least the level of a squad leader. In other words, this child who appeared to be only 6 or 7 years old was already comparable to a special jonin. No, I can't let this go. He took a deep breath, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, chakra surged rapidly within him. Zila, purple lightning enveloped the surroundings like a spiderweb. Since it's fast, then let's fill the surroundings with lightning power. In other words, he can make countless mistakes, but as long as Jin makes one mistake, he will be caught. Huh, they caught up so quickly? Jin glanced back and stopped testing the waters. He didn't want to truly expose himself under the eyes of Konoha. He then flipped his hand and threw 12 shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each one was shot from a strange angle, and just as the Scarface man was about to dodge, he suddenly felt a powerful wind coming from behind. 8 trigrams empty palm. After 4 years of hard training, this technique that he obtained by chance was finally useful at this moment. Chapter 12 Noble Byakugan, The Burden of Danzo. Jin moved swiftly and directly intercepted from behind. He then mobilized the chakra within his body and struck down with his palm. Puffed. Chakra burst forth from his palm. Puffed. The messenger from the village hidden in the clouds couldn't dodge in time and could only turn his head with all his strength. But in front of Jin's Sharingan and dynamic capture, his movement was as slow as a turtle. This palm struck straight at the back of his head. Bang! Soon, the light in the eyes of the cloud, ninja, gradually dimmed. Huff! Jin took a breath. It wasn't the exhaustion, but it was the adrenaline from killing someone for the first time that was terrifying. His heart was racing. There was no fear. It was almost pure excitement. He couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. The special J-Nin from the Cloud Village didn't seem that impressive after all. Fortunately, at this moment, the system gave a prompt as promised. Defeated the Cloud Messenger, attempting to copy entries. Current copyable entries. Cloud Techniques, green. Mastery of Lightning Release, blue. Activation of Lightning Release Chakra, blue. cloud flow technique. Purple. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elite entry cloud flow technique. Purple utilizing lightning release chakra. It surrounds the body with thunder, enhancing reaction and strength. Contact target. Cloud messenger. Contact completed in 30 seconds. Plundering elite entry mastery of lightning release. Blue. Defeated and looted 2 entries. This was truly satisfying. It was worth it for him to smell the scent of the dead in the courtyard and rush overnight. Both of these entries were excellent, especially the lightning release chakra, cloak from the cloud. If he remembered correctly, the 4th Hokage used the lightning release cloak to evade Amaterasu, right? And the 3rd Hokage also relied on this move to defeat countless enemies, right? Jin murmured, flipping his hand for another 8 trigrams empty palm. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of whipping corpses echoed throughout the forest. When the moonlight illuminated the clearing again, the scar-faced man had completely lost his breath. His left chest, right chest, neck, and forehead were all shattered by the 8 trigrams palm. Anyway, he had saved the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. This burden still had to be borne by the Hyuga. He hesitated for a moment and walked over to check on the unconscious Hinata. He found that the child's forehead was frighteningly hot. No way. Does the main family have to guard against this too? Jin frowned. He could clearly feel that this was a restriction related to the Byakugan, preventing others from probing. But the dignified eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, little Hinata, who was only a little over 3 years old, had to be treated this way. No wonder they are a group of Byakugan users. He shook his head and slowly extended 3 golden chains from his body. They covered the restless aura surrounding Hinata. Above, strange runes flickered slightly. As the 3 chains wrapped around her, Hinata's body gradually returned to normal temperature. Diamond Lock, the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It seemed quite easy to suppress the Hyuga clan. He shook his head, and at the same time, relevant prompts appeared before him. Defeated Hinata Hyuga, attempting to copy entries. Current copyable entries. Ninja Forbidden Zone, black. Gentle Fist, green. 8 trigrams palm, green. Byakugan, purple. Ninja Forbidden Zone? What does that mean? Could it be that Hinata cannot be touched? Jin's attention was almost immediately drawn to the pitch-black entry. It was dark and hard not to notice. As he focused, the details of the Ninja Forbidden Zone entry slowly revealed themselves. Special entry Ninja Forbidden Zone, black ninja, cannot be harmed. Harming them will lead to death. A simple and straightforward sentence. But it also reminded him of a meme from his previous life. Everyone who has harmed the crown princess had a tragic end. Even at that time, the pressure of pain was at its peak. After injuring the crown princess, he was defeated and deformed. Placed in a fantasy world. Isn't this just a favored child of destiny? One can only serve and not bully. Otherwise, they will surely face disaster. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry Byakugan. Purple after activation. It can see through chakra flow pathways, see through chakra release points, and predict enemy movements. Byakugan? Uchiha Jin blinked his eyes. With a thought, his left eye quickly turned into a bluish-white color. The veins around his eyes bulged, looking a bit distorted. But the surrounding sights also became clearer. Perhaps due to the main family's bloodline, Hinata's Byakugan had a 360-degree view without blind spots. He could see the movements in the surrounding area more clearly. He grinned and silently laughed. After laughing for a while, he suddenly asked, "But why is Byakugan an epic entry? The open Sharingan is only an elite entry. The sense of comparison is something that can never be erased." Ding! Byakugan is indeed a higher bloodline level than ordinary Sharingan and can awaken the Rinnegan. Rinnegan? Don't use fan fiction to mess with Naruto, hey. Jin rolled his eyes, placed Hinata down properly, and dealt with the scene before turning to leave. The pursuers behind him were already very close. 3 minutes later, thud! The swift-footed Hinata Hizashi suddenly stopped. When he saw the unconscious blue-haired girl not far away, his heart tightened. Hinata. After picking her up, he realized that his daughter was only unconscious. The Byakugan-S restriction had not triggered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But when he saw the unconscious cloud ninja not far away, his heart dropped. What is this? The cloud messenger? Dead. Upon closer inspection, His racing heart completely stopped. The Cloud Ninja died outside Konoha village. This is a big deal. Even though he came to track, he had never considered killing the other party. 8 trigrams palm? Could it be Nichiraku? Especially when he saw the 8 trigrams palm marks on the Cloud Ninja. Hisashi's heartbeat quickened. He then took advantage of the absence of others, hesitated for a moment, and picked up the corpse before turning to leave. No matter who killed him, it must have something to do with their Hyuga clan. So now, he just wanted to find a pit to bury this person. Step, step, step. Shortly after he left, the Anbu and the 3rd Hokage also arrived. Dead? Seeing the residual battle aura and blood stains on the ground, the 3rd Hokage gradually felt a sense of unease. To silently kill the Cloud Messenger outside Konoha village, it seemed there was only one person in the entire Konoha capable of such a feat. Danzo, you've gone too far. Chapter 13, Danzo's Heavy Burden. Sasuke's turnaround? You will regret it, monkey. Call me Hokage. Bang. In the Konoha office building, Danzo suddenly slammed the door open and strode away. The cane in his hand felt strangely out of place. Heavy, really heavy. Inside the building, Kohara muttered for a moment and said softly, Hisashi, could it be a mistake? Danzo might not have really harmed that Cloud Messenger. This statement was not loud. Clearly, even she was somewhat unsure. Talp, talp. The 3rd Hokage didn't speak, only continuously puffing on his pipe. If anger could be turned into substance, flames would have already erupted 3 feet high from the top of his head. He was furious. Finally, after filling the entire office with smoke, he got up and walked to the window by the door. Looking down at Danzo's smooth silhouette, his expression grew increasingly somber, and he couldn't help but call him back. Danzo, downstairs. Danzo, with his back to the 3rd Hokage's window, stopped but did not turn around. The 3rd Hokage sighed and leaped down. With a thud, he landed beside Danzo and whispered, You should know that this kind of thing will probably bring backlash tomorrow. With the ceasefire agreement between the Cloud Village and Konoha approaching, how can we have such issues internally? His tone carried a sense of despair. Hearing this, Danzo's heart stirred slightly. Thinking of his old partner's age, he sighed and stopped being stubborn. Turning around, he said, What problem? What problem? They can't even find the bodies. How is it our concern if they got lost? His mind was filled with the turmoil of thunder and lightning. How could they, with their meager status, even talk to Konoha? His expression was quite unpleasant, even somewhat ashen. Regarding the Cloud Village, if it weren't for his current limited influence, he would definitely advocate for a strike. How dare they, a mere Cloud Village, attempt to take advantage of the chaos? Do they really think Konoha has no one? Unfortunately, his friend Hiruzen was a peace-loving guy and did not want the village to fall into war again. Looking at his friend's aging back, the once smooth forehead now showed a host of wrinkles in just 2 years, making it hard to recognize Hiruzen's original appearance. For a moment, he couldn't tell if he felt sorrow or impulse and quickly took a few steps forward. Hiruzen, if it's too much, just hand over the Hokage position. You're too tired. Sure enough, the thieving heart is still alive. Upon hearing this, the half-hearted touch of gratitude that Sarutobi had just felt vanished completely. He merely shook his sleeves and coldly snorted. Indeed, destroying the evidence is your doing, isn't it, Danzo? Otherwise, how would you know they didn't find the bodies? This matter is known only to me. The 3rd Hokage's wrinkles deepened as he lifted his eyelids to look over. In his murky eyes, there was an unusual glint of scrutiny. You. Danzo's forehead bulged with 2 veins. He even wanted to point at Sarutobi's nose and curse. Are you a pig? But he couldn't expose the fact that he had a spy monitoring the Hokage. Otherwise, if this matter were brought to light, it would be another huge problem. So in the end, he could only swallow this silent grievance, grinding his teeth and swallowing it down. Bang! He turned around, swinging his cane as he left. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would be unable to resist the urge to strike Sarutobi. Behind him, the 3rd Hokage shook his head and ultimately focused his attention on the Hyuga clan's territory. A flicker of indecision crossed his eyes. Danzo was still useful to him at this moment. He couldn't just hand him over. Then he would have to shift the blame to the Hyuga clan. Hopefully, the people from the Cloud Village wouldn't go too far. Thus, even before the Cloud Village confirmed the cause and both sides had begun negotiations. The third Hokage had already shifted the blame. As for whether this would harm Konoha, the incident occurred after visiting the Hyuga clan, and the young lady was also lost. Whatever happens, the Hyuga clan should bear the responsibility. What does it have to do with him, the third Hokage? At the Uchiha clan's territory, Sasuke rubbed his sleepy eyes and pushed open the bedroom door. When he saw the figure standing at the entrance, he instinctively ran over, stretched out his arms, and murmured, "Brother, why aren't you asleep yet?" He mumbled as he hugged the person. However, as soon as he got close, he suddenly felt something was off. This height seemed a bit wrong. Moreover, the response was also unusual. Normally, Itachi would bend down to pick him up. Sasuke rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. "Oh, my foolish little bean." The person across from him smiled and tapped Sasuke's forehead, slowly grinning. A set of white teeth gleamed faintly in the moonlight. "Uchiha Jin, it's you. Spit, spit, spit." Upon recognizing the person, Sasuke's mood exploded. He swiftly jumped back. Furiously wiping his arms and wrists, he patted his clothes, showing his disdain in full display. "You tricked me just to get a hug. Umph. Uchiha Jin, you're a bad person." His emotions were so intense that after a simple slap, he turned around and threw a punch. Bang! He hit. A smug smile appeared on Sasuke's face. The previous action was just a disguise. The real purpose was this retaliatory punch. Boom! But before the smile on his face could fully bloom, he suddenly froze. The Uchiha Jin, his good second brother, actually exploded and disappeared with a bang. Exploded, exploded, exploded? I actually punched my second brother to death? Sasuke was dumbfounded. His pupils seemed to experience a massive earthquake. A hint of crimson even surfaced. I opened my eyes, just as he was about to open his eyes. The door to the next bedroom suddenly swung open. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Hearing the noise, his older brother Itachi stepped out. Upon seeing the unusual look in Sasuke's eyes, his figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he had already placed both hands on Sasuke's forehead. In a deep voice, he asked, "Sasuke, what's wrong?" He was very puzzled. Just now, that was the trend of opening his eyes, right? Was it interrupted or not sad enough? But what could have stimulated Sasuke in the middle of the night? Could it be a nightmare? But when has the Uchiha clan ever had nightmares that could lead to opening their eyes? If that were the case, their father would have long become a nightmare master. Just as he was in doubt, Sasuke suddenly woke up, like encountering a savior. He cried out, "Wah, Nisan, I just accidentally punched the second brother to death." "Huh? Sasuke, are you saying you punched Jin to death?" Itachi was stunned for a moment. The next second, he burst out laughing. "Sasuke, you overestimate yourself. I mean, did you see it wrong? Jin's strength, though I don't know it well, isn't something you could just mess with. At most, he could be dealt with by a slap." Hearing this, Sasuke also reacted. His little face turned a shade of red as he repeated. Hearing that, Itachi shook his head and laughed. That was a shadow clone. Used to trick mom. Shadow clone technique. That guy, when did he learn it? However, upon hearing shadow clone, Sasuke was even more surprised. His small head was filled with confusion and doubt. The training of the shadow clone technique is extremely tedious and lengthy, especially for a young child. It usually requires months of continuous practice. That guy who is always either sunbathing or chatting in a clan, when did he practice the shadow clone technique? Could it be that he learned it instantly? Chapter 14. First Encounter with the Yellow-Haired Prince. This title is truly overbearing. The moonlight fell like water onto the stream below. In the reeds downstream of the Nanha River, rustling sounds came from outside the bushes. "Oh yeah, awesome. Finally hooked one." In a splash of water, a yellow-haired little kid was grinning from ear to ear. In front of him, a freshly caught sori was wriggling restlessly. Water splashed everywhere, even landing on the yellow-haired kid's head, soaking his hair. The 4-year-old boy was wet all over, with a dirty little face and bright blue eyes. But he showed no sign of anger. Instead, he laughed even more joyfully. Hee, this must weigh half a Jin, right? Finally, I can eat my fill today. His smile is simple and pure, with no trace of the pain of hunger in his eyes. Only a desire and expectation for things. Crackle. As the campfire is lit, the reddish glow gradually roasts the cleaned fish, turning them yellow and charred. The aroma also slowly wafts out. Crackle. But just then, footsteps suddenly sound from outside. The noise isn't loud, but it feels a bit out of place by the river where only roasted fish is present. Who? The yellow-haired boy instantly stands up, arms raised defensively in front of him. In the past, at this time, only those annoying little kids from the village would come near him. When they see him, they either throw stones or insult him. But clearly, he has done nothing wrong. Rustle, rustle. This time, however, he waited for a long time, and the person across from him did not throw stones. They just slowly walked out from behind the tree. They were a head taller than him, with long black hair tied back, handsome and gentle features, and no sign of the usual disdain he was used to seeing. The clothes they wore looked somewhat familiar, seemingly from a prominent family in the village. "Big brother, who are you?" After a moment's hesitation, Naruto's wariness made him keep his eyes fixed on the boy. "Sure enough, it's you, Naruto." The newcomer was none other than Uchiha Jin. After receiving news from Itachi at night, he had left a shadow clone in the clan and came out to scout the corpse. The corpse of a cloud ninja. In the original story, characters who die do so regardless of who kills them, right? After checking and sensing someone approaching, he had intended to leave directly, but he suddenly sensed that there seemed to be someone by the river. At this time, the only child who would be alone by the river throughout all of Konoha seemed to be just one person, Prince Naruto. "Do you know me?" "Big brother." Little Naruto, hearing someone call his name, appeared a bit excited. His little face turned rosy. Then his bright orange eyes rolled around as if he had made some kind of decision, rubbing his head. "Big brother, please have some fish." Hee. At that moment, the excited and happy boy did not know how to respond to someone else's recognition. It was instinctive to share his most important possession. Grr. But just after he spoke, a rumble came from his stomach. Clearly, 4-year-old Naruto was already extremely hungry. Just knowing that someone recognized his name was enough to make him so satisfied. Seeing Naruto's expression, Jin shook his head. If that man, who even thought about his son while dying, knew that his child ended up living like this, would he still leave so calmly? Unfortunately, their Uchiha clan had been closely monitored by the village for a long time. Jin had tried more than once to interact with Naruto, but whenever he got close to Naruto's residence, he would immediately feel a prickling sensation on his back. Clearly, that was the Umbu watching him, tightening the surveillance. Since the Nine Tails incident, he had been targeted by the Umbu, or rather Root. It was also evident that all the high-ranking officials in the village were not very willing to associate the Uchiha with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. There was no way. Jin could only temporarily give up on contacting Naruto. He didn't want to be targeted by the village so soon. It's indeed a bit hard to eat. "I don't have much seasoning." Seeing Jin shake his head, little Naruto thought that his fish was being rejected. He lowered his little head in disappointment, like a big quail tucking in its neck. "Hee, it's not that. It's just that I don't have enough seasoning yet. Let's eat together." Okay." Instantly, the lonely child's eyes sparkled. Little Naruto seemed to have endless things to say. With every bite of fish, he could talk for a long time. Jin said nothing else, just accompanied him while eating, occasionally responding with a line. If Sasuke saw this, he would definitely drop his jaw in disbelief. When did the talkative second child become so quiet? As time went on, Jin finally saw some of the entries on Naruto. Conversation target: Uzumaki Naruto. After 10 minutes of conversation, copyable entries. Mouth ninjutsu, black. Child of destiny, color, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, gold. Agile build, white. Gradually, the entries were simple. Apart from those he was born with, in 4 years, he had only gained one entry, agile build. It could be considered a different kind of childhood, right? Jin murmured, but he was even more excited. Fewer entries meant fewer categories he could copy. Among 5 entries, for were of high rank, an 80 chance of copying good entries. Isn't this a good thing? Jin smiled, then eagerly looked at the system prompt. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ordinary entry agile build, white. Jin, an 80 probability, could it be fake? His gaze flickered with fleeting regret, but he quickly returned to calmness. Meeting Naruto was already an unexpected joy. What was there to lament about copying an entry? Without a second thought, he directly said, "System integrated into the flickering shadow entry. Integration successful. Flickering shadow, blue, receives a slight increase." A familiar and warm current flashed through him. Jin could clearly feel that his limbs hadn't changed much. The increase wasn't significant. Or rather, This ratio wasn't too much. The elite entry Flickering Shadow, blue, had been continuously nourished by the agile build entry over the years, upgraded from being light as a swallow. The improvements were considerable. At least when he consciously controlled it, he could walk without making a sound. Coupled with his colorful entry's weak presence, it was almost a perfect match. Of course, over the years, Jin had not only nourished that one entry. He had a thought, and, while chatting, subconsciously looked at the little person in front of him to check attributes. Name, Uchiha Jin. Chakra, 1000025. Entries, 7-year, itch, black, golden body of light color, weak presence color, Flying Thunder God Technique Gold 4, distinguished background, purple, Sharingan, purple, Byakugan, purple, Diamond Lock Remnant, purple, Cloud Fluid Technique, purple, Mastery of Lightning Release, blue, Fire Release Affinity, blue, Flickering Shadow, blue, Dynamic Vision, green, 8 trigrams palm, green, quite a few entries. But due to his age, his body couldn't be overly strengthened yet. He knew that early maturity leads to fragility. Moreover, after seeing so many child stars who loved martial arts in his past life, most ended up not growing very tall. This also indirectly reflected one thing: the body shouldn't be overexerted. Muscles could also limit bone development. After a moment of reflection, he focused his attention on the Flying Thunder God. This was also the entry he had been continuously nourishing for 4 years. Chapter 15. Defeating the Nine-Tails Power. The Flying Thunder God technique had reached level 4. Jin sighed slightly. The Flying Thunder God was his main nourishment target. Although he hadn't discovered the corresponding space-time ninjutsu and had little experience, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Legendary entry Flying Thunder God Technique Gold 4 can teleport between objects where the technique is planted 400 meters. Each teleport consumes 90 chakra. Note, planting the technique consumes 10,000 chakra. 400 meters, an increase of more than 10 times from the initial 30 meters. If he filled Konoha with the technique with his current chakra capacity, he could truly teleport at any time. With a thought, a small map gradually appeared before his eyes. Unfolding, it revealed Konoha Village. On it, various green dots were densely packed. They almost occupied all the main roads of Konoha and most of the areas along the Southie River. As for the Uchiha clan's territory, it was even more impenetrable. It was practically glowing green. The 10,000 chakra consumed may seem like a lot, but to him, it has long been insignificant. Big brother, are you a ninja? Just as Jin was pondering, the well-fed little Naruto in front of him suddenly looked up with anticipation. Can you teach me how to train? Teach you how to train? Jin blinked, and a hint of crimson suddenly appeared in his pitch-black pupils. It was excitement. This request from 4-year-old Naruto was no different from asking for a beating. Truly the prince. Even his requests are so considerate. Just when Jin was worried about how to defeat Naruto, he came right to his door. Jin smiled, extended his hand, and said, I won't teach you, but we can have a spar. You can go all out. Don't worry about hurting me. A spar? Hearing this, little Naruto's eyes lit up even more. Didn't the legends say that fighting is the best training? So after a simple starting pose, he charged right in. Ha! Big brother, be careful. His speed wasn't fast, but it was merely not fast. In Jin's eyes, Naruto's movements were no different from slow motion. He easily sidestepped, reached out with one hand to lock onto Naruto's ankle, and threw him away. Splash! The little guy fell like water, but he didn't give up. Instead, he charged in again, punching and kicking, grabbing and biting. The young child didn't know how others fought. He only knew that the cats and dogs in the forest fought like this. So he learned it this way, and then he was thrown out again. Defeated Uzumaki Naruto, attempting to replicate entry. Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Gold. Jin, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This entry, it's impossible not to be envious. But this kind of entry should be non-replicable, right? Could it be that a Nine-Tails will also grow inside him? System, is this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki authentic? Authentic. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Gold can borrow the power of the Nine-Tails, current borrowable power, 1 tail. So this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is just the maximum power that Naruto can handle at this stage. Does this mean that when Naruto grows up and he replicates it, the power of the same entry will be different? After seeing the system's explanation, Jin suddenly had an epiphany. Isn't this just a type of growing entry? The only difference is the name. He nodded, suppressing his inner joy, and turned to seriously spar with little Naruto. This child's parents had given him a big gift upon their first meeting. This kindness must be remembered. Of course, mainly because the village was in chaos due to the hidden cloud, there was no extra strength to pay attention to a yellow-haired kid and a chatty teenager. Time quickly passed. At 2:30 in the morning, the sky was already terrifyingly dark. The moonlight, which had some luster, had completely retreated into the clouds. Not a hint remained, and Jin was looking at the boy in front of him, somewhat astonished. He actually wore himself out. You really are a talent. Indeed, by now, Naruto had fainted. Of course, it wasn't for being beaten. He had simply exhausted himself to the point of fainting. Jin sighed, standing still, hesitating. It was time to leave, but he was a bit worried about leaving little Naruto here. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to carry little Naruto on his back and slowly walk toward the village. Weak presence entry, activate. Swift shadow, activate. Dynamic sensing, activate. Byakugan, activate. 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. With the support of these entries, the area within 100 meters appeared to him like a three-dimensional map, clearly presenting itself. Then he stepped forward and left at high speed. Perhaps due to the time or the chaos in the hidden cloud, the once ubiquitous Umbu in the village were now almost non-existent. This made little Naruto's journey home exceptionally smooth. As for the location, although he had never been there, Jin was already quite familiar with it. That special 2-story small building was almost out of place in the surrounding world. 10 minutes later, creak, Jin pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside, clothes and shoes were thrown everywhere. The table was filled with expired milk, and the walls were piled with instant noodle boxes. A thick layer. Sigh. Seeing this mess from a child who had no one to care for him, Jin sighed. How come nobody told this kid that expired milk can't be drunk? After saying that, he turned to look out the window, his voice suddenly lowering. You agree, right, Kakashi? Chapter 16. White-haired Kakashi, replicating the 1,000 years of pain. Whoosh. The wind blew through the outside of the 2-story small building. Only the sound of leaves rustling remained. No other sounds. Was it an illusion? Uchiha Jin murmured, his gaze suspiciously scanning the densely packed treetops. Whoosh. The night wind wrapped around the sound of the pines in the back mountains of Konoha, quietly passing over the eaves and landing on the crooked tree in front of the door. Uchiha Jin stood in front of the dilapidated 2-story small building, holding 2 large bags of trash in one hand, staring intently at the crooked tree 20 meters away. In his eyes, light flowed. Dynamic vision, activate. Whoosh. The wind grew stronger, and among the branches 20 meters away, a strand of silver hair was gently swayed by the night wind, like spider silk condensed from moonlight. The white-haired Umbu was indeed Senior Kakashi. Jin smiled and casually picked up the 2 large bags of trash, greeting him. Snap! The loose muscles of the figure on the treetop suddenly tensed up. Recognize me? Kakashi's Adam's apple, hidden beneath his mask, rolled slightly, and a hint of interest appeared in his exposed single eye. He never expected that after so many years, Konoha would have such an interesting young man. With that thought, he brushed aside the branches and poked his head out to take a look. As soon as he showed his head, he was taken down in an instant. So, Senior Kakashi, you don't know that you should teach this kid that expired milk can't be drunk and that eating instant noodles is unhealthy? Uchiha Jin swayed the 2 large bags of trash in his hand, and with one big pot, he covered it down. Snap! A dry leaf snapped. Kakashi, who had just poked his head out, froze in place, his expression inscrutable. His face involuntarily showed a hint of guilt and self-blame. To be honest, from the initial confusion after losing his teammates to later frantically killing enemies on the battlefield to numb himself, Kakashi had once been a bit lost. Fortunately, he managed to pull through thanks to his laziness and inertia. But his lazy personality couldn't be changed. Now that it was pointed out, a thought inevitably arose in his heart. If Minato-sensei knew that his orphan was living like this, he would surely be very disappointed in me. Instinctively, his footsteps stopped. He didn't want to show up. Or rather, he didn't dare. He didn't dare face the extremely similar face below. The small Naruto really looked a lot like Minato-sensei. As he thought this, he waved his hand to break through the nearby leaves, revealing two Umbu hidden inside. The two Umbu, who were eating meatballs and watching the show. No way, Senior Kakashi, you. The movements of the two momentarily became stiff. Instinctively, they turned to look towards the window. 6 pairs of eyes met. Isn't this the cat-faced uncle who monitored my house every day last month? Seeing the familiar outfit under the mask, Jin became a bit excited, his voice noticeably rising by 3 degrees. Why didn't you come this month? The new cat-faced uncle is a mute and can't say a word. Sigh. He only says eh. Snap. The two Umbu collectively froze, especially one of them, whose mask cracked with a snap, revealing a pale face beneath. He was crying, about to cry, while monitoring the Uchiha family. He was teased and chatted with like a monkey every day from the tree, even to get himself to say a few more words. That damn Uchiha, Brad actually used a banana as bait. A banana. Does he really think of himself as a monkey? As a chunin, he has his pride. After enduring for 2.5 years, he chose to change positions. But who would have thought he would run into him here? The buzzing in his ears was driving him crazy. Finally unable to bear it, he shouted, "Shut up. I've already applied for a transfer. How can I still run into you, you jerk? Damn it. With that little money for a month, what am I risking my life for?" Saying this, he turned and ran. Behind him, his Umbu companion hesitated for a moment, then silently followed. After all, with Kakashi-senpai around, it was the same whether they were there or not. Kakashi, as an Umbu, being scared off by a kid? Young people are too impulsive. He snickered, intending to chase after the two. But at that moment, the boy's voice came again from the window. "Kakashi-senpai, you wouldn't want your teacher to find out about this, would you?" Crack. Another branch snapped underfoot. Kakashi sighed and stopped in his tracks. His silver hair peeked through the leaves. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Who is this guy? A 5 or 6-year-old boy knows so much. He even knows secret information about him. This is very strange. Could there be a problem with the Uchiha clan? Perhaps chatting with this little guy would lead to different discoveries. Thinking of this, he looked down on the two Umbu who just left even more. They had a chance to openly extract information, yet they chose to avoid it. Sigh. Today's youth are too impulsive. He shook his head, standing straight on the tree branch. Don't be nervous. Jin casually leaned against the window, fiddling with the breeze in front of him, saying, "I just wanted to ask Kakashi-senpai, when releasing Earth-style, Earth-wall, do you have to carve a dog head?" "Kakashi, I kind of want to leave." 3 minutes later, Kakashi's brows slightly furrowed. Conversation target, Hatake Kakashi. Copyable entries are being analyzed. Weak constitution, black. Residual Sharingan, purple. Fire-style mastery, blue. Water-style mastery, blue. Lightning-style mastery, blue. Earth-style mastery, blue. Taijutsu mastery, blue. Jinjutsu mastery, blue. Wow. This is the so-called hexagonal warrior known as Little Jiraiya. Kakashi? These attributes, upon seeing the detected attributes, Jin was somewhat surprised. Even knowing that this legendary copy ninja possesses countless ninjutsu, seeing a series of mastery right off the bat still exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the Sharingan plays a role, but it can't be that significant. Otherwise, with so many Uchihas, why do most only specialize in fire style? Is it that others don't want master more? Moreover, among Kakashi's many mastery entries, whatever he casually copies should at least be an excellent entry, right? After all, the proportions are laid out. He can't just copy a weak constitution, right? Jin didn't believe his luck would be that bad. Of course, if he were lucky enough to copy something like Raikiri or Chidori, it would probably be even stronger. With this in mind, he couldn't help but start looking forward to the copied entry in 10 minutes. It seems he would need to chat with Kakashi more often in the future. Jin thought this, his eyes filled with excitement as he looked at Kakashi. 10 minutes. Kakashi pressed his temples, feeling a bit irritated. He initially wanted to extract information, but this kid kept talking nonsense and poking at people's hearts. Although children speak without restraint, it shouldn't be so reckless, right? It was just short a knife poking at his heart. If the person in front of him weren't a child, Kakashi even felt he would be unable to resist picking up a kunai to stab Jin's mouth. Talking with Hatake Kakashi for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entries. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special entry 1,000 Years of Pain. Black poking someone's sensitive area in a special way often yields surprising results. Upon seeing the prompt, Jin's smiling face froze for a moment. Although he didn't need 1,000 years of pain. Could it be that on the battlefield, while everyone else is killing, he's just standing there with weak presence, stepping on flying thunder god, and holding 1,000 years of pain? Who is he poking? Should he just meld it? Chapter 17. Sasuke led astray. Average guy sure sway late at night. Hokage building. The helmet-wearing senior smoker finished his day's work. Stretching, he noticed a tuft of white hair by the window. "Welcome back, Kakashi." His tired eyes relaxed a bit as he softly asked, "Have you seen that kid?" With Kakashi back, Konoha's strength had increased once more. He wouldn't have to bear as much pressure anymore. Yeah, Kakashi waved his hand, but didn't he say much about Naruto? Instead, bringing up another person. "Does Lord Third know about that little brat who is the head of the Uchiha clan?" "Oh, you mean Itachi? He's a smart kid. His understanding of the will of fire surpasses everyone in the village." The third Hokage knocked on the ashtray, his eyes revealing rare admiration. Itachi was someone he genuinely liked. Even though he was from the Uchiha clan, he didn't have that kind of obsessive flaw. Instead, he was full of wisdom and composure. Seeing this, Kakashi shook his head and said, "No, I'm not talking about Itachi." "Oh, you mean that kid Sasuke? Although he's still young, he seems to have decent talent. It's Jin." "Jin?" The third's expression paused slightly, feeling somewhat familiar. His mind turned, trying to conjure an image of Jin, but failed several times. It was like trying to remember a corner piece of a puzzle that hadn't been used in a long time. After a few attempts, the third Hokage finally recalled a scene from 4 years ago. He instinctively asked, "Does that boy have a problem?" "No, just a bit talkative." After hesitating, Kakashi took out the record he had written. It was filled with Jin's words. However, the first page had been torn off. It recorded the relationship between Naruto and Jin. He originally intended to keep it and show it to the third, but perhaps due to Jin repeatedly mentioning the fourth Hokage couple, it made him recall the teachings of his mentor Minato and the care of Kushina. Actually, it's good that Naruto has an older brother to look after him. Thinking this, he concealed their relationship and said a few perfunctory words before leaving. Behind him, the third Hokage looked at the torn mark on the record. His mind couldn't help but recall the child from 4 years ago. Rustle. Before the morning mist had dissipated, a rustling sound came from the walls of the Uchiha mansion. It seemed like a puppy digging at the wall. In reality, it was Sasuke tiptoeing, laying out the stolen blanket. Can sunbathing really make you stronger? It should, right? That guy said that the sun's natural ability will combine with human abilities to generate chakra. He muttered and then secretly glanced at the house. After realizing no one came out, he lay down in a sprawled position like Jin. To imitate it better, he even deliberately chewed on a blade of dogtail grass, humming a strange tune. Rustle. The wooden door opened, and early rising Fugaka looked up to see his second son sitting at the door. It seemed like he was watching something. He asked with some confusion, "Jin, what are you doing here?" "Oh, watching a puppy dig at the wall." "A puppy digging at the wall?" Fugaka paused, suddenly looking a bit tense. "Which wall is it digging at?" Sasuke said it's the left side of the door, the third wall, where the cherry blossoms are planted. Thud, thud, thud. Fugaka's face turned pale. Over the years, the hidden stash of money inside the house never seemed to match up. So he could only direct his gaze outward. That's why he hid it under the courtyard wall. But unexpectedly, damn it, that little brat Sasuke is getting more and more punchable. He snorted in anger, slipped on his wooden clogs, and ran outside. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from the courtyard wall. A heartbreaking scream. Under the courtyard wall, naturally, lay the hidden stash his father had worked hard to save. At the same time, the wooden door inside the house was pushed open again. Listening to the screams nearby, Itachi sighed. "Jin, why did you steal father's money again? What are you doing this time?" At home, apart from Fugaku, everyone knew that it was Jin who took the money. Almost every time. Of course, the reasons were different. Sometimes he would buy food, like the 3-color dumplings that Itachi had also eaten. Other times, he would spend money to have someone chat with him, with reasons that were all over the place. So what about this time? Itachi sat beside him, curiously watching his brother with a scrutinizing gaze. "Oh, nothing much. Just bought some fruit and milk to send to the war orphans." "Va Alphonse." Jin, you've grown up. Hearing this, Itachi's expression gradually softened. He instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to pinch his younger brother's little face. Unfortunately, he missed. Jin dodged while grinning widely. 1 against 7 today. At this, Itachi almost reflexively replied, "Don't worry, I will protect you and Sasuke. I will stand from the village's perspective and do my best to stop this fight. If someone tries to gouge out Sasuke's eyes, I will kill him." At this point, he paused and couldn't help but ask, but why would someone want to gouge out Sasuke's eyes? He was somewhat puzzled. Sasuke had made quite a name for himself on the battlefield. He was a hero. Who would covet a hero's Sharingan? Could it be Sasuke's newly awakened Manjiki? Just then, Sasuke suddenly flipped over from the neighboring courtyard. The tips of his hair were still wet with dew, and he had dark circles under his eyes from staying up late. "Itachi, Jin, you're all here. I have good news for you. I developed a new eye technique." His voice wasn't loud, but the grin on his face stretched from ear to ear, clearly very happy. Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha Jin, who was propping his chin with his hand, suddenly froze. Through Sasuke's excited pupils, he seemed to see a one-eyed old man grinning maliciously in the dark. "I named it Kodoamitsukami." Sasuke completely failed to notice the sudden change in his friend's expressions and continued, "This eye technique can modify others' will without being detected. But the recovery time for the eye power is a bit long. This morning, I discussed it for an hour in Lord Hokage's office. An elder Danzo praised me as the hope of the Uchiha." Saying this, the boy put his hands on his hips, seemingly ready to laugh out loud. But he was directly interrupted. "How many people have you told?" Itachi finally sensed something was off. He seemed to understand why Sasuke might have his eyes gouged out. This kind of eye technique was introduced in such detail that it was just short of posting the user manual. If it doesn't get your eyes gouged out, whose will? "Not many," Sasuke replied, counting on his fingers just Lord Third, the Hokage advisor, Elder Danzo, the Umbu Strategic Division, and the Sealing Division of the Root. This. Finally, Jin looked at the failed replication message in front of him and patted this cheerful average guy on the shoulder, shaking his head as he left. Someone asked, "Where's the average guy?" Believing in every man is common. Chapter 18. Parker Surveillance? Let the dogs bite Naruto. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi-senpai. Nara-senpai. Can we chat for a bit? Uncle Ichiraku, 2 bowls of ramen, and then let's talk? Ignoring me? Jin watched as everyone hurriedly walked away from him whenever they saw him, sighing as he looked at the not-so-distant Parker and said, "Come on, Parker, chat with your brother for a bit." Even a stray dog on the street would chat for a bit. Parker turned to glance at Jin, and the dog's eyes revealed a human-like disdain. It turned and walked away. "Don't go. Teach me how to carve a dog's head in a mud wall. Would that count as a dog head saving my life?" But. Unfortunately, Parker quickly dashed away and disappeared. Jin was left sitting in the village street, somewhat dejected as he gazed at the already setting sun. From a morning until now, over 10 hours had passed, and he hadn't copied a single entry. The people he talked to weren't unremarkable, but the copying had all failed. Could it be that today was a bad luck day? Just then, a notification suddenly appeared from the system. "Congratulations, host. You've basked in the sun for 666 minutes. Chakra 666. 666? All right, system. You're not even pretending anymore, are you?" Uchiha Jin's face darkened as he turned to walk back to the clan. Woof woof. But it's worth mentioning that on his way back, Parker, along with a group of pugs and Akitas, suddenly chased after him. 7 or 8 of them surrounded his feet, affectionately rubbing against him. He was taken aback, somewhat surprised. I seem to have not copied Kakashi's summoning entry, right? That guy wouldn't think that sending just a dog over would shut me up, would he? 3 minutes later. "Parker, you seem a bit squishy. Who doesn't tea like puppies? Cute, squishy little dogs." 10 minutes later, when Jin returned to the village holding a puppy, a strong man was standing at the entrance. He held a long stick with the words 7 wolves clearly visible on it. It was Uchiha Fugaku. Upon seeing Jin, his expression noticeably darkened, and he coldly snorted, "Jin, come here." "Fugaku, what did you do to Sasuke?" His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Over the years, knowing his second son's talent, he had been quietly watching, rarely intervening, but now it involved another son. This made him take it seriously. "Sasuke? What did he do?" Jin rubbed Parker's head, somewhat confused. Didn't Dad just beat up the second pillar this morning? Umph. That kid has been shouting since morning about wanting to bask in the sun, saying that basking in the sun makes him stronger, laughing while basking. He wants to be Hokage? What kind of nonsense is this? Our Uchiha children actually want to be Hokage. He won't listen no matter how hard I hit him. He even said he would die on top of the courtyard wall. Saying this, Fugaku was so angry that he raised the stick in his hand to bring it down. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, woof. Then Parker got hit on the head. Jin didn't feel embarrassed at all as he moved Parker aside and quietly suggested, "How about I go persuade him?" Umph. Go ahead, if you can't persuade him back. Tonight we'll have dog meat. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. A 3 or 4-year-old child was at the mischievous age. He didn't want to bother with it, so he simply passed it on to Uchiha Jin. Who knows, maybe another genius could emerge. Meanwhile, behind him, Parker, trapped in his arms, tightened his tail. Why would it turn into being eaten? He didn't understand. Very much so, and he suddenly felt that this mission might be a bit difficult. 3 minutes later, at the clan leader's small courtyard wall, above, a small figure was howling at the sky. The sky is clear. The rain has stopped. I, Uchiha Sasuke, will become Hokage. Sasuke shouted at the setting sun, repeatedly echoing Jin's words in front of him. After finishing, he followed what he remembered Jin doing and reached out his hand, running it through his hair, covering his face and laughing maniacally, ha ha, ha ha. It was somewhat similar, except his voice was too childish, his mouth didn't open wide enough, and his throat didn't laugh deeply enough. Amidst the laughter, a voice of commentary came from the corner. Jin shook his head, holding Parker in his arms, with 7 yawning Shiba Inu following behind him. I didn't expect that the words I said jokingly about Air Juzi would actually stick with him. Now, Air Juzi is going to become Hokage in the village. What is Naruto supposed to do about this? You, how did you suddenly come back? This awkward moment of being caught is like being seen wetting the bed by your sworn enemy. Sasuke's little face quickly turned red, pouting and turning his head away. He didn't want to look at the person below. Until Jin smiled and rubbed the dog's head and softly asked, "So, does Sasuke want to become as strong as his brother?" Huh. This gentle attitude is something Sasuke has never seen before. He hesitated for a moment, but resolutely shook his head in refusal. By the way, about yesterday's shuriken. Saying this, Uchiha Jin casually threw out a metal piece, which drew 7 zigzag lines in the air and directly shredded the distant target into its chips. You want to achieve this effect, right? Gulp. Sasuke stared at the flying wood chips. His throat moved. He was really tempted. This technique, the flashy shuriken, in these past 2 days, it seemed to have been poking at his heart all the time. After a moment of entanglement, he quietly said, "Fine, but this is you asking me. When I get stronger, I will still beat you. At most, I'll go easy on you." Agreed? That's good. Jin shook his head, lingering for a while, talking with Uchiha Sasuke for 10 minutes, attempting to replicate the entry. Replication failed. Chakra 1. Another failure? What is going on today? Since talking isn't working, then I'll have to increase the intensity. Jin grinned and patted Parker, saying, "Release the dog, bite him." Sasuke. Parker, woof. Chapter 19. Air Juzi chased by dogs. The air competition the next day. In the early morning, little Naruto stretched widely, slowly opening his eyes. He squinted at the sunlight that filled his view, his expression showing a hint of loneliness. Is this a dream? Yesterday, he had a dream. In the dream, he was lying on a strong and warm back. Soft, yet very comforting. This was a warmth he had never experienced in 4 years. So for a moment, he didn't want to wake up. He even wanted to cover his head and sleep again. 3 minutes later, after struggling for a while, little Naruto finally made up his mind to get up. Clap. But the moment he got up, his bright blue pupils suddenly contracted. Looking at the beard in front of him, he muttered, "What the? I'm still in a dream. Then I'll continue sleeping." Another 3 minutes later, he suddenly threw off the quilt. Jumping out of bed, he looked at the tidy room. His face trembled slightly. No, this isn't a dream. There, ramen. Oh, milk. And milk. Gurgle. His stomach started growling. The feeling of hunger made him run straight to the milk the moment he saw it. He opened the can and tilted his head to take a sip. Gulp, gulp. Hey, why does this taste better than mine? With confusion, 4-year-old Naruto drank it clean. He even licked the rim of the bottle. It tastes so good, I must let Uncle Irica try it. Thinking of this, he tightly gripped the 2 packs of milk in his hands and ran downstairs. Outside the window, Kakashi was looking at the newly published book in his hands, glancing this way with a calm expression that showed no change. But the right hand holding the book was slightly tightening. He murmured, "So, really no one taught this child that expired milk cannot be drunk." Deep down, an indescribable emotion seemed to be spreading. "Woof, woof, woof. I'll get away. Don't chase me. Ow, woof. Bastard. Uchiha Jin. Wait until I grow up. Just you wait. Not allowed. Not over there." In Konoha village. Amidst the gradually peaceful atmosphere in the village due to the truce with the Cloud Village, a figure, or rather, a series of figures gradually attracted everyone's attention. In front, a small boy dressed in Uchiha clothing was sprinting wildly. Behind him, a group of Shiba Inu were chasing after him. If they catch up, they LL bite. This scene made the villagers on both sides of the street unable to help but laugh and comment. "Oh, that little brat from the Uchiha family is being chased by dogs again. Haha, I didn't expect that the dignified Uchiha clan could be so down-to-earth. Indeed, look at that kid, all red-faced. It seems the Uchiha clan members are not much different from us ordinary people. Haha, sure enough. Children who catch cats and tease dogs are the favorite of all the elderly in the village." In this process, the villagers' original hostility towards the Uchiha clan seemed to be slowly decreasing. Some even began to offer tips. "Run faster. Be careful of the trash can in front. Oh no, watch out. There's a wall ahead. Go, go, go." Dogsy is overtaking him. During this chase, a boy in a green, tight-fitting outfit saw this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder it's the Uchiha clan. They actually thought of using such methods for training. This is youth. Let us burn our youth together. Saying this, his small body directly charged into the group of dogs. And he took the lead. Overtook Uchiha Sasuke. "Sasuke, overtake me?" It's the youthful spirit. Upon seeing someone surpass him, his little temper flared up immediately. "Today, I'll show you what a real genius is." Saying this, he stomped his foot hard. A beautiful leap propelled him forward. Sasuke even had time to look back, showing a proud expression to the boy in green, as if to say, "Look, this is the pride of the Uchiha clan." He clearly saw the boy in green's pupils suddenly widen, and his expression turned terrified. He opened his mouth, wanted to say something. See, just a little bit of effort from me, and you're scared, right?" The pride on Sasuke's face grew stronger, and then boom. Thud. Clap. Ouch. 2 screams almost rang out simultaneously. At this moment, Lee's voice finally came out. "Watch out. Someone." 2 4-year-old kids, one black and one yellow, collided as if by fate. Then they started cursing. You, how did you run away? Can't you see all these dogs? My milk. You, damn little brat. Pay for my milk. I want to pay. I haven't even made you pay for my clothes yet." Fan-shaped clothes? Uchiha, all right. So you're a naturally evil little Uchiha brat. You yellow-haired fox spirit. The 2 stood in the middle of the road, pointing at each other's noses and cursing. Beside them, little Lee was anxiously trying to mediate. Unfortunately, he failed. Ultimately, it turned into a 3-way chaotic battle. Outside, the 7 Shiba Inu exchanged glances and silently took a half-step back. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. But before they could retreat, they were also caught up in the chaos. 3 kids and 7 dogs, a massive brawl. Uchiha Clan Land, Conference Hall. Fugaku was discussing the issue of Konoha handing over the corpse of the day difference and the truce with the Cloud Village. He poured himself a cup of tea, waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry, as long as our Uchiha clan remains calm, things." Just then, a sudden commotion came from outside. Clan leader. Clan leader. A clan member rushed over anxiously and said, "Clan leader, please go take a look. Young Master Sasuke is fighting outside." Clank. "Sasuke, what is this kid doing again?" Right now, it's a sensitive period for the village. Even the slightest disturbance in the Uchiha clan could amplify things exponentially. P.S. While Fugaku was talking eloquently, his expression stiffened and his brows twitched slightly. He suppressed the anger and worry in his heart, tightened his grip on the teacup, and asked, "Who is he fighting with? Did he win?" "Oh, no. It was the clan members who hesitated for a moment and then said with an odd expression they got into a fight with 7 dogs, a guy in green clothes, and a blonde. Oh, as long as it wasn't with the big clan, that's fine. Huh? What did you say? Sasuke got into a fight with what? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly looked up. Dogs? 7 of them? And a guy in strange clothes and a blonde. Realizing what had happened, he abruptly turned the teacup in his hand upside down on the table. Ugh, this ungrateful child. In front of him, tea slowly flowed down the table. Drip, drip. A lot even splashed onto his pants. But at that moment, Fugaku had no other thoughts, only wanting to rush over and stuff Sasuke into the teacup on the wall. Did he cause trouble? Hearing the noise here, Jin threw Parker out and then cautiously shifted his body toward the wall. He slowed his breathing, pressing his whole body against the wall, then desperately activated his weak presence skill, secretly thinking, if I hit Sasuke, then I can't be hit. Chapter 20, Weak Itachi. Crack. Just as Jin was quietly observing outside the village, a figure suddenly dropped at his feet. He frowned and instinctively kicked out. Parker, get lost. I'm not in the mood to play with you right now. Crack. His extended leg was blocked by someone. Jin, it's me. Itachi squinted his eyes slightly, with a warm smile on his face. Are you sunbathing again today? After saying that, he casually brushed the dust off Jin's calf. There's a lot of dust on the courtyard wall. 1 against 7. Why aren't you out on a mission today? Jin glanced at his older brother, feeling weak. He didn't want to engage in deep conversation with Itachi since he hadn't copied any entries today. No. Recently, my father has been preparing for me to enter the Umbu. Itachi sat beside him. His voice was gentle, like the spring sun, making people feel comfortable. But what he said made Jin involuntarily raise his eyes. Enter the Umbu? If he remembered correctly, this was the time when 1 against 7 went undercover and ended up being completely turned. What's wrong? Itachi looked over. 1 against 7. Has the conflict between the family and the village reached this point? Listening to Jin's words, Itachi's smile slightly paused. His squinting eyes widened a bit. As expected, you're still as clever as ever. Clearly just a child who loves to bask in the sun, yet can accurately infer the situation from a simple piece of information. This is not something an ordinary person can achieve. It seems Jin's mind is no less sharp than the Nara clan. Itachi thought to himself, subconsciously nodding. The look in his eyes dimmed for a moment. The conflict between the village and the family has indeed reached an irreconcilable level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if it weren't for their father holding them back, the clansmen would have already staged a coup. But these are outsiders. He took a deep breath, and when he looked up again, only determination remained on his face. Don't worry, Jin. I will definitely protect you and Sasuke. Then what about Meikwan? Itachi, let's talk about your letting the dogs chase Sasuke. He took a breath, changing the topic to ask, I watched the whole thing, so... Unfortunately, before he could finish, Jin directly interrupted. Father, did you hear that? 1 against 7 was just a bystander the whole time. Itachi. Jin suddenly turned around, jumped up, and pointed at Itachi to complain. By the wall. Fugaku grabbed Sasuke by the scruff of his neck and tossed him against the wall like a chick. The originally clean, white, and cute little boy was now covered in dirt. There was even a faint smell of dog urine. Disgusting. Downstairs, man. Just as Fugaku reached the wall, he heard Jin's words. He looked up at his smartest and most capable eldest son, letting out a barely noticeable sigh. What a sin. This most obedient, intelligent, and gifted eldest son has also started to have problems. His brows furrowed slightly as he hesitated to choose his words. Itachi, Sasuke has always looked up to you and cared about you. He didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. As an older brother, how could you let your younger brother be bitten by dogs? Itachi's expression was somewhat complicated. His gaze shifted between Jin and Fugaku, finally landing on Sasuke by the wall. He sighed deeply. There was no need to elaborate. Useless rebuttals would only exacerbate the conflict, even though he had stopped because he saw the villagers' improved attitudes. And although Sasuke wanted to refute, he had already been taught a lesson before coming back. Naturally, he didn't dare to speak. You 3 brothers should reflect well today. After a moment, Fugaku fiercely waved his sleeve and turned to leave. He didn't even bother to say anything harsher. Only the 3 brothers were left looking at each other. After a moment, Itachi gently picked up Sasuke and coaxed him like a child. Go wash up, you smell bad. Jin watched the two of them leave, silently adjusting his position to lie down more comfortably. In front of him, a line of notifications slowly flashed. Defeat Uchiha Sasuke. Attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common entry Tsundere. White. Jin feed. Immediately feed this entry to Flying Thunder God. A month later, early morning, Uchiha clan grounds after finishing breakfast. Fugaku looked at Sasuke and knocked on the table. Later, come with me to the riverbank. I'll teach you how to refine chakra. Thud. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes widened like a cow's. After struggling 3 times to swallow the rice ball with great effort, he excitedly said, Really, really, father? I can finally start training? Really? Fugaku rubbed his head. This little son has too much energy. For an entire month, he went from being chased by dogs every day to now chasing dogs every day. It's simply outrageous. Now when he goes out to do errands, the villagers point at him and say, Look, that's the father of the dog-chasing kid. Hee. That's the kid who was chased by dogs for half a month. The Uchiha clan has now fallen to the point of playing with dogs? Ha 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 ha. Hearing all sorts of comments made his head hurt. Moreover, some even jokingly referred to Sasuke and Jin as the Uchiha twin dragons. One chasing dogs all day, the other chatting all day. This was a far cry from the once unattainable Uchiha clan. There was no way. He could only find a way to tire Sasuke out. Notably, during the dog-chasing process, Sasuke also gained a group of teammates. The little brats, represented by the blonde, and the guy in green clothes. They also joined the dog-chasing team, and it was no longer limited to the previous 7 little Shiba Inus. As long as they saw a dog in the village, they would chase it. This has also made the dogs in the village recently terrified. Thinking about this, Jin turned to look at Parker outside the door. The 7 little Shiba Inus behind him had even started to grow muscles. Biceps. Indeed, chasing was the real exercise. After finishing the meal, Fugaku turned to take Sasuke away. Itachi thoughtfully helped their mother Makoto with the housework. And Jin? He cheerfully followed into the kitchen. Before he could say anything, Itachi quickly said, Don't worry. I will protect you and Sasuke, regardless of whether they are from the village. If anyone tries to gouge out Uchiha eyes, I will definitely organize it. Even Danzo can't do it. The QA sessions over the past few days had also helped Itachi figure out the answers Jin preferred. In short, to sum it up, it's to always stand by one's own side. After receiving a satisfactory answer and chatting for a while to make it 10 minutes, Jin turned to leave. But just as he lifted his foot, the scene before him froze him in place. Huh? Jin, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. Jin tugged at the corner of his mouth, turned around, tiptoed, and patted his elder brother's shoulder, sighing, 1 against 7. Remember to take care of your health. You're still young. How can you be so weak? Conversation target, Uchiha Itachi. Conversation duration, 10 minutes. Attempting to replicate entry. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white entry weakness. White. Weakness. Under the influence of the premature wisdom entry, the body cannot bear the spiritual drain, making it difficult to recover. Chapter 21. The genius brother, the talented Jin, and the foolish him 2.5 years later. The creek of the South Hachuan sparkled with golden waves in the morning light, captivating. But the training ground behind the Uchiha clan's land by the river, a restless atmosphere pervaded. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly as he formed the hand seals. He extended his right hand in front of his mouth, his chest swelling as hot chakra gathered in his throat. Then with a puff, he released it with all his strength. Puff! A fist-sized flame flew just 2 meters before dissipating in the wind. Not even the surrounding temperature changed. Another failure. Sasuke gritted his teeth, guilt and disappointment flashing in his eyes. He had been trying fire release since half a year ago, and he had been attempting the great fireball technique for 2 months, struggling to grasp it. It was even difficult to start fire. Beside him, Fugaku's eyes showed disappointment. Perhaps I shouldn't have had such high hopes. Itachi was a rare genius. Jin was an unprecedented genius in the clan. Maybe it was fine for Sasuke to be a bit ordinary. In fact, 2 months was already quite a decent talent. But in front of his brother who learned it in an instant, it felt utterly inadequate. As he thought this, He gently patted Sasuke's shoulder, comforting him. It's okay, Sasuke. Even if it's 1 against 7, when I first started, I only managed 5 meters. Over the years, under Jin's leadership, they naturally started shouting 1 against 7. It's good that I managed 2 meters. Hearing this, Sasuke's small face brightened suddenly. How long did it take for my 1 against 7 brother to learn? Fugaku hesitated, unsure how to explain. Should I just tell the truth? It might hurt the child's feelings. But if I don't say anything, just as he was hesitating, a lazy voice drifted down from the courtyard wall. Oh, 1 against 7 was just watching father perform it, and I learned it successfully right after trying a bit. By the way, Nissan, when father said 5 meters, he meant diameter, not length. Jin waved his hand and spoke truthfully. After finishing, he turned over and smiled at the two who hadn't chatted today. With that one sentence, Sasuke couldn't lift his head at all. Drip, drip. Sweat flowed down the sides of his nose. He bit his lower lip hard, his palms turning white for being pinched by his nails. For 2 months, he had practiced like crazy, yet he couldn't even compare to his brother's one-time imitation. But the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his chakra felt, like a runaway wild horse charging through his meridians. There was even a hint of losing control. Fugaku patted him, unsure of what to say. Father, perhaps Sasuke isn't suited for fire release. Uchiha Jin leaned one leg against the wall, the other dangling outside, swaying as he spoke again. This was not only to complete the 10-minute conversation, but also the truth. Sasuke's fire release was indeed quite average, especially when compared to his astonishing lightning release. It was like being crushed to dust. At that time, the second son would draw his sword with lightning coursing through him. The effects maxed out. When Kirin was unleashed, the entire ninja world's lightning release was elevated to a new level. So, for the sake of better replication, Jin felt it was necessary to set the record straight. Over the years, the second son hadn't replicated any good entries. Nonsense. Upon hearing Jin's words, Fugaku snorted coldly. The Uchiha clan has been renowned for fire release since the Warring States period, especially that legendary man, whose fire release could even burn down Hokage-sama's wood release. One honor. Yes, not only did he burn the wood release, but now he's lying underground, ready to deal with you all at any moment. Jin rolled his eyes and jumped down. The dust kicked up as he landed, strangely avoided his clothes. After 2.5 years of photosynthesis, the chakra surrounding him had solidified like a deep pool. At this moment, when he looked at Sasuke, a faint bluish-white network suddenly appeared in his right eye. This was the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Over the past 2.5 years, he had become more and more adept at using it. He could use it at any time and easily conceal it. In the 360-degree, no dead-angle vision of the clan, the chakra network of Sasuke's body appeared clearly before him. Inside, the intertwining blue and purple chakra veins were distinctly visible. Those restless electric currents danced along the meridians, colliding fiercely with the crimson chakra every time he attempted fire release. Lightning overcomes earth, fire overcomes wind, but lightning and fire. Jin raised 2 fingers like tossing a bomb in a bonfire. It wouldn't hold up. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling lightning burst forth from his fingertips. Sasuke's pupils widened. Oh, old brother. When did you learn lightning release? Beside him, Uchiha Fugaku was equally curious, even a bit surprised. In his memory, this second son opened his eyes very early, but seemed to just sleep. Where did this lightning release come from? Did it fall from the sky? Unconsciously, a scarlet 3-tomo flashed in Fugaku's eyes. Vaguely, the 3-tomo seemed to be changing, as if about to connect into one piece. Just then, Jin's voice came again, stopping the transformation. Father, the Uchiha Sharingan can predict the trajectory of lightning. And lightning release, he turned to look at his dazed brother, can make lightning catch up to our eyes. After finishing, he suddenly clenched the power of lightning in his right hand. Ki! In an instant, thousands of birds chirped. Countless high-voltage currents instantly concentrated in his hand. The densely packed azure light swallowed everything around. Is it lightning release? Chidori! Uchiha Fugaku's pupils trembled violently, the 3-tomo instantly returning to normal, becoming a bit clearer. Lightning release, Chidori. Kakeshi's signature technique. Even he had heard of it. But how could it reappear in his second son's hands? Did Kakashi teach Jin? No, this shouldn't happen. At least, the third Hokage wouldn't allow this to happen. Perhaps it was time to initiate a coup. At this moment, Fugaku's mind was in chaos, and he thought of many things. As for Sasuke, he was left with only one word on his small face. Want. Love it. Such a flashy, cool, and effect-filled skill. He loved it. But when did the lazy Jin learn it? Did he learn it while sunbathing? Or was he chased by a dog to learn it? Even if he was gifted, such a high-level technique required a lot of effort to master, right? But Jin seemed to handle it with ease without any practice. At this moment, when he looked at that lazy second brother who only knew how to sunbathe, his face slightly flushed, even felt a sense of shame. He had been working hard to practice, yet he was still outpaced by Jin who was sunbathing. A thought suddenly arose in his mind. So, the genius brother, the prodigy Jin, and the foolish him. Chapter 22. With the kaleidoscope in hand, even the dogs by the road get burned sunbathe. Let's sunbathe together. Sasuke moved his lips, but the words got stuck in his throat, unable to come out for a long time. Ever since he was chased by a dog 2.5 years ago, sunbathing had become his obsession. It was only due to Fugaku's personal guidance that he temporarily forgot about it. But now, once again stimulated by his lazy second brother, the thought sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. And in an instant, a closed loop was formed. First bask in the sun, then use lightning release. After learning lightning release, shock the dog. With this thought, he no longer hesitated, looked around, and directly found a large rock. He lay down in a big character shape. We basked in the sun together. Fugaku. He felt a bit exhausted. After 2.5 years of effort, he finally managed to bring this youngest son back. But now, just with a slight action from Shinjitsu, he went back again. Of course, it was hard to believe. His lips moved, and after seeing that no one was around, he said in a low voice, "Shinjitsu, did you just form a hand seal?" He saw clearly that just now, the Chidori was almost instinctively used by Shinjitsu. Moreover, its power was even stronger than Kakashi's. The sound of lightning was even more magnificent. This formed a huge impact on his understanding accumulated over more than 30 years. When did one not need to form hand seals to draw on the chakra within to release ninjutsu? Although generally, the required hand seals for ninjutsu would decrease with proficiency. Chidori was at least an A-rank ninjutsu. No matter how familiar one was, it shouldn't be possible to not form a seal, right? At this moment, Fugaku's heart trembled for some unknown reason. He even became too lazy to care about his son, who was basking in the sun. Clap. Hearing this, Shinjitsu on the opposite side casually clapped his hands and said, "Look, wasn't that a seal? Clap your hands, and whatever you shout comes true." Fugaku was even more confused. The worldview of a ninja seemed to be on the verge of collapse. However, a hint of excitement inevitably arose in his heart. My sons are indeed all talented. Most of them are geniuses. He glanced back at Sasuke, who had already started basking in the sun, and sighed slightly. "Sasuke, don't forget to go to school." After saying that, he turned to leave. For a moment, his back was unsure whether to hold its head high or to droop in disappointment. Behind him, Shinjitsu's figure was also a bit stiff. He looked at the prompt in front of him, and his pupils, with the Sharingan, spun rapidly. From 1 tomo to 2 tomo, then to 3 tomo. Finally, the tomo lined up in a row and returned. The prompt was vivid in front of him, talking with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes, attempting to replicate the entry. Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry. Manjiki Sharingan. Purple, a high-level form of Sharingan that can only be unlocked after experiencing great emotional stimulation. The strongest heavenly eye that can see through the 3 realms. An earth-shattering pupil. Manjiki Sharingan. Shinjitsu didn't expect that the Manjiki, which he'd been trying to replicate for 6 years, would actually be replicated today. If this were to allow Sasuke to unlock the Manjiki, perhaps even the little Shiba Inu from Park would have to burn a bit when passing by. After a long time, he finally reacted from the surprise. Tap, tap, tap. He ran all the way to the riverbank. He stretched out his head to look at the reflection in the river. With delicate features and handsome appearance, those scarlet eyes were very bright. After watching for a while, he leaned in a bit confused. Hey, why hasn't the Manjiki Sharingan changed? The reflection on the river showed that his Sharingan was still slowly rotating with 3 tomo. It seemed there was no change from 3 tomo. Could it be that because it was replicated, it wouldn't change? He paused his breath and hurriedly leaned in even closer. Almost his whole body was about to lean down. Only then did he discover that the Sharingan below seemed to have indeed undergone a slight change. The tomo and the pupil seemed to have gotten a bit larger. From 6. So now both eyes are 666? He tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling it was a bit absurd. Then with a thought, he began to activate the Manjiki. As the true eye technique of the Uchiha clan standing at the peak of the world. The Manjiki is not only strong in itself, but, more importantly, the ability awakened by the 2 eyes. According to each person's strengths, unique abilities are awakened. This is where the strength of the Manjiki Sharingan lies. As the Sharingan rotated, he clearly felt that the surrounding world was changing. The ubiquitous natural energy and tiny creatures were all exposed to his eyes. He could even see the stripes on the mosquito larvae by the river very clearly. His visual power was once again enhanced. 3 minutes later, tick, tick, on the surface of the river, drops of bright red blood fell. The nearby river water was dyed bright red. This is blood. Shit, I'm about to go blind, and I can't even get out. Shinjitsu closed his eyes in despair. His pupils felt hot. It was as if someone was using a needle, constantly stabbing him. Sharp and painful. So, my Manjiki is just an upgrade of the Sharingan, and I still don't have abilities? Shinjitsu was somewhat surprised, or rather, he felt dark. So, using the Sharingan now not only carries the risk of becoming blind, but I also haven't awakened any abilities? The system, 3 this entry, seems a bit of a loss. Shinjitsu shook his head and didn't integrate this entry. Just leave it. Maybe it's because he just awakened and hasn't yet given birth to new abilities? However, the point about blindness needed to be addressed quickly. Simply taking medicine would ultimately lead to a fate similar to Itachi in the original work, right? He murmured and began to think. Besides transplanting the eyes of a close relative, it seemed that the healing power of wood release could also suppress it. So, where can I find an entry with wood release power? In contemplation, Shinjitsu unconsciously walked along the riverbank. On the shore, the large trees along the river stood tall. Their thick and tough roots were deeply embedded in the ground, drawing nutrients along the riverbank. Roots? He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to look towards the cliff at the outskirts of the village. If he remembered correctly, the sunny and cheerful boy would soon have his eyes gouged out, right? So that old guy Danzo would soon be alone, right? It's just that he didn't know exactly where the real jumping-off point was. Realizing this, his figure gradually transformed into a beam of light and slowly dissipated. 1 minute later, at a cliff several kilometers away, a small figure gradually emerged. Below, a small stream flowed gently, while the cliff above soared into the clouds. It was impossible to see the edge. Here, it was also a place where Itachi and Shursui often met privately to communicate their feelings. Therefore, Shinjitsu had come to this place more than once. Talp, talp, talp. Just as he appeared here, he suddenly heard the sound of water splashing. This surprised him a bit. He turned around. He saw a handsome young boy in a dark blue high-necked ninja outfit practicing something on the water surface. The breeze gently brushed his hair, slightly blowing up the boy's bangs, revealing a very friendly face beneath. Uchiha Sasuke, one of the few sunny and cheerful boys in the Uchiha clan. Chapter 23. Determined to challenge Shinjitsu. It's you. Upon seeing Shinjitsu suddenly appear, Shursui was not too surprised. He just smiled and greeted him. Having known each other for several years, he had long been accustomed to Itachi's sudden appearances. Perhaps this kid would suddenly pop out from behind. At first, he was indeed startled several times, especially once when he was in the bathroom, this guy suddenly jumped out from behind. It scared him so much he almost. Shursui, what are you doing here? Shursui paused for a moment, a bit confused. Wasn't this place discovered by himself? Why did it seem now that he shouldn't be here? Of course, the sense of strangeness flashed away. The two figures, one tall and one short, stood on the surface of the river and began to chat. Caw-caw. Above, a crow descended. It swiftly flew along the riverbank. Time passed little by little, And slowly Shinjitsu noticed that the entry on Sure Sway seemed to have changed. A bright golden light enveloped him, making him particularly dazzling. Below, an entry was emitting black gas. Conversation target, Uchiha, Sure Sway. Copying entry analysis. Kodoa Mitsukami, gold. Phantom body flicker technique, purple. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, purple. Kodoa Mitsukami, gold. Deadly resolve, black. Compared to more than 2 years ago, the entries on Sure Sway have almost become perfect. It just lacks that green Susanoo. However, upon seeing the special black entry, he silently sighed. As someone about to die, did Sure Sway already sense something? In the original work, this bright-eyed boy actually had a chance to live. And it was a significant chance. Whether he escaped back to his clan or defected from the village, there was hope. Yet in the end, he simply gave his last eye to his friend. He used his life to help Itachi awaken the Manjiki. Which of these events is the cause and which is the effect, Jin couldn't tell. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall his own black entry. He tugged at the corner of his mouth and began to check. Name, Uchiha Jin. Chakra, 1, 852, 511. Entries, 7-year, itch, black, golden body of light, color. Weak presence, color, flying thunder god technique, gold 6. Nine tails, Jinch Riki, gold. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, purple. 6 years have passed, and his mental and physical strength have grown tremendously. Especially in these past 2 years, as he got a bit older, his physical condition improved rapidly. This is still based on his normal state. If he activated the Cloud Flow technique and Nine Tails Jinch Riki, his stamina could multiply several times. Relying solely on physical techniques, he could rival an average Jainin. Of course, the most important thing is that after many years, the 7-year itch has not changed one bit. The black aura on this entry is so thick it's almost terrifying. He had tried investing in other entries, but there was no change at all. It was like a stagnant pool of water. Perhaps this thing could only show some results during next year's clan extermination night? Jin thought to himself. Then he hesitated for a moment and looked at the big boy beside him, who was grinning foolishly, and said pointedly, Sure Sway, what do you think of the village? The village? It's great. There's no war now, and everyone is living happily. And what do you think of Danzo? Lord Danzo? Upon hearing this name, Sure Sway hesitated for a moment before replying seriously. He is a true hero who selflessly dedicates himself to protecting Konoha from the shadows. Jin, Maru, there's no saving you. The eyes of the Uchiha clan, this Sure Sway hasn't grown at all. Conversing for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entries. Copy failed. Another failure. Since talking doesn't work, let us fight. Jin slightly raised his head to look at the big boy in front of him, the sunlight falling on his messy hair, making it a bit dazzling. Sure Sway. I'm a bit fired up right now. Huh? Have you been staying up late lately? Sure Sway blinked. No, I want to fight you. Jin twisted his neck, and the bones cracked loudly. The laziness and sluggishness in his eyes disappeared completely. Like a waking lion, he radiated a dazzling light all over. Huh, what is up with you all of a sudden? Sure Sway laughed, and even wanted to reach out to rub Jin's little face. But the moment he reached out, he suddenly saw Jin's eyes turn crimson. His expression slightly changed. Had he activated his Sharingan? When did Jin awaken his eyes? He was a bit confused. In his memory, Jin always lay there lazily, not wanting to move after talking every day. Uchiha clan members usually awaken their eyes on the battlefield, stimulated by witnessing the deaths of their comrades. But Jin had never had the chance to go to the battlefield. Moreover, he hadn't experienced anything particularly tragic since birth. So how did he awaken his eyes? Especially this crimson Sharingan. It made him feel a sense of unease. So, this guy is serious? He took a deep breath, and his expression began to become serious as he nodded. Okay. Whoosh. He suddenly drew his katana from behind and stepped back several paces. Chakra surged within him. Gurgle, gurgle. Under his feet, the water surface bubbled as if it were boiling oil. Since that's the case, let me see how much Jin has grown. With that said, he slashed out. Splash. The sword energy, accompanied by water waves, charged straight ahead. Splash, splash. Water splashed everywhere, instantly disrupting the line of sight. Behind the white water spray, as Sure Sway was forming hand seals, he reminded Jin, be careful, I'm going to use fire release. Fireball technique from 3 directions simultaneously. Just as he was speaking, his voice suddenly stopped. Drip! A drop of sweat quietly appeared on his forehead. His back was covered in goosebumps. At the edge of his vision, a shuriken's cold gleam was falling towards his waist, faintly emitting a chill. Jin had used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash past, gripping the end of the shuriken. He shook his head. Sure, Sway. Hasn't anyone told you that when fighting, you shouldn't talk too much? Long preambles can easily get you caught. This big boy had already started fighting and was still reminding himself to be cautious. If he encountered someone faster, wouldn't that be a one-hit kill? It was at this moment that he finally understood why the golden flash of the 4th Hokage made various ninja villages directly abandon their missions. Even the later famous Sannin of Konoha couldn't issue a notice allowing ninja villages to abandon their missions upon encountering him. When did you? Sure, Sway frowned, and for the first time, a hint of seriousness appeared in his bright eyes. Quite unexpected. Jin had clearly just been in front of him. How did he suddenly move behind? Body flicker technique? But when did he form the hand seals? Splash. The next second, he turned into a puddle of water and flowed into the river. Splash. Soon, he reformed a body 10 meters away. A full 12 shadow clones. Holding katana, facing Jin. Body flicker technique? Now, that's interesting, but Jin's eyes revealed bulging veins. The crimson gaze at the bottom of his white eyes opened. Water's brother. Your body flicker technique is useless. Chapter 24. Single-handedly defeating Shursui. One-eyed Susanoo? Pop pop. The creek water formed a rainbow under the sunlight. Step. Uchiha Shursui stepped over the damp pebbles in the creek, throwing 12 shuriken that skimmed the water-esque surface toward the opposite side. In his pupils, the kaleidoscope shimmered with emerald ripples in the sunlight. Splash. The originally straight trajectory of the water flow suddenly twisted into a snake shape caused by interception. Clang, clang. Kuwu precisely knocked away the 12 shuriken. Seeing this scene, Shursui smiled slightly. This was the reaction one should have after awakening their eyes. But the next second, when he looked down, the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood up. Jin, who should have been 30 steps away, was now slowly emerging halfway from the water's reflection. Zizzes. Lightning-tinged fingers were just inches away from his ankle. Lightning release? When did you get here? Shursui lightly tapped his toes, and his whole body transformed into 4 afterimages that scattered. Crack. Bang, bang, bang. But among them, 3 were a beat too slow and were directly ripped apart by the lightning snake. What was that move you just did? On a protrusion on the cliff. Shursui temporarily landed. On his cheek, he felt a faint sting. He wiped away the bloodline drawn by the broken stones on his face, his gaze sweeping over the slightly glowing transparent runes in the creek. His eyes filled with even more confusion. What kind of technique is this that even the stones in the creek are engraved? Who is so bored to carve seals on stones? Hey, don't say there really is one. It's Jin. Ever since his family moved to the banks of the Southie River, he would pick up stones to play with while basking in the sun during the day. Those stones were all engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique and eventually thrown into the Southie River. As the stream spread throughout the Hidden Leaf Village, in his Flying Thunder God vision, the entire Konoha village was lush and vibrant. Almost anywhere was accessible. He glanced at Shursui's figure and suddenly smiled. Haha, brother Shursui, don't underestimate our bond. Shursui, that's off topic. But knowing this second brother's strange personality, he didn't ask further. He just silently formed hand seals. His figure began to change quietly. Pop, pop, pop. In the next second, 36 identical figures appeared simultaneously, each holding shuriken, with explosive tags attached to the tails. Whoosh! A shuriken was thrown out. Then the second and the third. Hundreds of shuriken and explosive tags surrounded a radius of 100 meters. No matter how fast they were, what would you do when the entire area was covered? Shursui's mouth slightly curled up, subconsciously mimicking Jin's strange tone. Don't underestimate brother's pressure. Bang, 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 bang. In the next second, explosions piled up, front and back, up and down. All directions were instantly filled with explosions. The person in the middle had nowhere to escape. Ha ha. Little Jin, now you can only bury your head in the water, right? Sure Sui cheerfully reminded. Below was the only place he let water flow. As long as Jin hid there, he could naturally avoid this wave. Surrender? But Jin just shrugged, looking at the shuriken and explosive tags that were almost within reach. Showing no movement, it was as if he had given up. Jinyu. This scene left the 36 Sure Sui stunned, their expressions slightly flustered. He just wanted his brother to know the gap, and didn't intend to hurt Jin. So after hesitating for a moment, he directly formed hand seals, preparing to recall those shuriken. But at that moment, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. Huh? What is this? He paused, and 36 pairs of eyes looked towards the boy in the stream. The boy under the sunlight seemed to emit some unusual glow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost 100 shuriken and explosive tags passed by without causing any injuries. Huh? What technique is this? Sure Sui was puzzled. His mind couldn't understand what technique could allow a person to completely become intangible. Of course, he only stopped for 3 seconds before the heat in his body gradually overtook his brain. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. I admit I underestimated you before, Jin. Next, let you see my true strength. Whoosh. In the next second, 36 figures rushed over simultaneously. The katanas in their hands cut through the air like the Grim Reaper's scythe. The secret of the body flicker technique lies in deceiving the scale of time. Suddenly, Sure Sui's voice rang out. The katana in his hand was already at Jin's throat. Clatter. But the next second, Jin turned into a piece of wood and fell into the water. Body replacement technique? A body replacement technique that can even fool the Sharingan? Ha. Not bad. Let's do it again. Let you see just how fast Brother Sure Sui is. The excitement in Sure Sui's eyes deepened, and he gripped the long knife tighter. Increasing his speed, body flicker Sure Sui, but not just body, also instant. Speed is his strong suit. Boom! At the moment of the misstep, the water flow of the Southie River was directly blown out, creating giant pits. Clear water splashed in the air, shimmering. You know, Brother Sure Sui? At that moment, Jin's voice suddenly came from the splashes. Water can conduct electricity. ZZZ. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. Crackle, crackle. The intense power of lightning fell directly above the river surface. Dense blue lightning surged like twisting long snakes, rapidly moving in all directions. Sure Sui's heart skipped a beat, quickly controlling his clones to jump back and retreat. But the lightning below seemed to have eyes, easily chasing after him. Poof, poof, poof. One after another body flicker Sure Sui was turned into a bubble by the lightning, until finally only one was left, still standing on the cliff protrusion. Splash. The stream crashed back to the riverbed, and Sure Sui on the cliff felt a faint pain in his arms. This kind of lightning damage posed a deadly threat to him. In just a moment, Sure Sui's bright eyes had become smaller and smaller. It wasn't from being beaten, but his mentality was a bit unstable. 36 clones used simultaneously, yet were easily broken by Jin. This left him somewhat incredulous. Jin, how did you see through my clones? Could it be that your Sharingan has developed a special ocular technique? No, it shouldn't be. Then what about the special technique I developed in the Manjiki Sharingan? This sunny and cheerful boy fell into confusion again. Seeing this, Jin casually said, "Looks like you won't make it." But inside, he felt a bit excited. The Flying Thunder God technique is really useful, extremely useful. I strongly recommend every traveler to have one. This skill, as long as there's enough chakra, can even allow for 3 flashes in 1 second. You could even go to the red light district in the land of fire for drinks in the morning and still return to the land of wind to pan for gold at night. It doesn't waste time, not at all. You lost, you're not this guy's opponent. Seeing his body flicker technique easily broken, Sure Sui shook his head and chose to admit defeat. After all, he couldn't use the special technique on his brother, could he? After saying that, he didn't mind picking up the little boy who had reached his shoulder and said mysteriously, "Of course, wait a couple of days. Brother Sure Sui will show you the big treasure with a 1 versus 7. Yes, under Jin's lead, Sure Sui also called himself Brother Sure Sui. He referred to Itachi as the 1 versus 7. Although he didn't know why, he felt it was somewhat catchy. Big treasure? Could it be something that Sure Sui would call a big treasure? Susanoo? Chapter 25, Body Flicker Technique Acquired, the second pillar start school. Brother Shursui, can you pilot a Gundam now? Jin's pupils brightened even more. Susanoo has 3 forms, each one taller than the last. And if he could get Susanoo plus a foxtail, wouldn't that be directly taking off? A fox, Susanoo, wandering around the battlefield. Just ask if you're afraid. Later, if he could also get would release, Susanoo Fox combined with the Great Buddha, even Madara would have to stand and dance. On the opposite side, Shursui's mysterious smile froze. Although he didn't know what a Gundam was, wasn't his new ocular technique just tall and big? This little guy Jin. Shursui suddenly turned to look at Uchiha Jin. His eyes were filled with shock and surprise. He didn't expect that the young Jin actually knew about such mysterious powers as Susanoo. He only understood this mysterious power after awakening the Mangeki. Could it be that you also? Suddenly, it seemed like he thought of something. His whole body shook violently. A huge wave surged in his heart. Mangeki. Could it be that Jin also awakened the Mangeki? Otherwise, why would he know such secrets? This thought was very absurd, but as soon as it appeared, it quickly occupied Shursui's mind. Of course, at this moment, Jin had no intention to pay attention. Now that he saw the system prompt, he was like a man entering sage mode. His heart was terrifyingly calm, until the information on the entry appeared. Defeated Uchiha Shursui, attempting to replicate entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic skill Phantom Body technique. Purple using the Sharingan to create multiple phantoms that attack the opponent alongside the main body, which do not disappear upon receiving general attacks. Phantom Body technique. He looked at the drop skill text in front of him and let out a heavy sigh of relief. After 2 years of hard work, he finally got a gold item. To be precise, it took 2.5 years. Jin waited for half a year before Shursui finally obtained this skill. Since then, he had been trying to communicate every day, but the occasional skill texts he received were either white or simple green. In the end, all of them were fed to Flying Thunder God. Not a single one of the desired skills was obtained. Even later, when Suigetsu opened the Mangeki Sharingan, he still couldn't successfully replicate it. He didn't envy Suigetsu's Mangeki. It was strong, but the cooldown was too long. What was the difference between that and going blind after using it once? However, Suigetsu's Phantom Body technique. With this technique, he wouldn't have to hide the Flying Thunder God anymore. So what if my body technique has a longer range? Naruto could play with 4 or 5 variations of a single Rasengan. It's normal for me to have a longer range. Gradually, he couldn't help but cover his face and burst into laughter. His laughter was so loud that it startled a flock of crows into flight. Jin? Jin? What are you laughing at? Just then, a concerned voice came from across. Suigetsu even thoughtfully touched his forehead. You don't have a fever. So why are you suddenly laughing like a maniac? I'm fine, it's just Shursui. What would you do if one day I stood opposite Itachi in the village? Hearing this, Shursui froze in place. He looked at the little boy in front of him, who was shorter than he was. Various thoughts suddenly emerged in his mind. The irretrievable scene between the Uchiha and the village. I want to let anything happen to you or Itachi. After pondering for a moment, his gaze gradually became resolute. After saying that, as if he thought of something, he added, of course, that includes Sasuke too. What a good brother. Jin shook his head and reminded him again. Then, Suigetsu, you must protect yourself. Me? Don't worry. During this time, I'll just stay in the village. Shursui waved his hand, clearly not thinking that he was very safe in Konoha. But in fact, the village was the most dangerous place. On the battlefield, Shursui had a high IQ, but when it came to politics, he was more naive than Sasuke. Thinking of this, Jin could only sigh. Be careful of Danzo. This guy might come after you. It's fine, don't worry. Seeing Jin's serious expression, Shursui laughed as he walked outside. Let us go. Today is Sasuke's first day of school. Let us go see that kid. I hope that kid doesn't use a shadow clone like you and Itachi to mess around. As he spoke, he put his arm around Jin's shoulder and walked toward the village. Hearing the mention of shadow clones, Jin smiled slightly. This was still learned from dealing with multiple opponents. A year ago, after his pocket money mysteriously decreased again, Fugaka couldn't stand it and chose to send Jin to the ninja school, under the guise of being old enough. Then Jin learned to send shadow clones to school every day. not hoping to learn anything, just wanting to fish in troubled waters. As for himself, he was either lying down soaking up the sun or sprawled out soaking up the sun. Thinking about Sasuke starting school, another thought floated into his mind. This time, the 12 little strong should be gathered together, right? Since everyone is gathered, I can start copying. Before long, in front of the village, on the street in front of the ninja school, a group of several people walk side by side. From left to right, Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Jin, and Sasuke. The heights of the four were arranged from tall to short. Their emotions also gradually changed. Sasuke laughed heartily. Itachi smiled with his eyes squinted. Jin didn't smile. And Sasuke had a sour face. Uchiha 4 taking shape. Sasuke, you're here too. Just as he was being arrogant, a surprised voice suddenly came from the entrance. Then, a small orange fox squeezed in. It squeezed into the group of four, holding Jin with its left hand and unwillingly linking arms with Sasuke with its right. Let go of me. Sasuke tugged at his hand, but couldn't break free. His face instantly turned dark, especially with so many gazes around. His ears felt a bit hot. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Being linked arm in public. And it's a boy. Unfortunately, after struggling a couple of times, he couldn't break free. Instead, it tightened even more. This child, has he been stimulated? Looking at the kids around being held by their parents, Jin slightly turned to glance at Naruto. In the depths of his smiling eyes, there was a hint of loss. Was this child stimulated by the lively scene? Loneliness isn't actually scary. But when loneliness enters a happy crowd, it will seem out of place. However, fortunately, 2.5 years ago, under Jin's intentional influence, Naruto and Sasuke had also gotten familiar with each other ahead of time. Thinking of this, Jin subconsciously reached out and rubbed Naruto's little head, encouraging him. You must listen carefully in school, Naruto. If Sasuke does anything wrong, make sure to keep an eye on him. Don't worry, boss. Naruto patted his little chest confidently. Who needs to be looked after by him? Sasuke's face turned even darker. I can manage myself just fine. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to his voice. To the left, Sasuke and Itachi smiled watching the little ones play. In the middle, Jin was busy copying skills from Naruto. For a moment, Sasuke became even more annoyed. 3 minutes later, the scene in front of Jin gradually changed. He finally began to see some of the skill texts on Naruto. Target of conversation, Uzumaki Naruto. Skill text analysis in progress. Currently replicable skill texts. Mouth ninjutsu, black, child of destiny, color, power of the nine tails, gold, chakra tongue, gold, Rasengan affinity, green, self-healing, blue, agile, white. It seemed no different from last time. Until 10 minutes later, looking at the copied skill texts, Jin suddenly froze in place. Chapter 26, Power of the Nine Tails. Sasuke's reputation is ruined. If I could copy the Child of Destiny and then throw it into the 7-year itch, I wonder what changes would occur. Or, if I could merge Sasuke's Child of Destiny with Naruto's Child of Destiny, would a version of the Child of Destiny appear? The skill texts on Lil Naruto are indeed tempting, but the opportunities to come into contact with them are a bit scarce. Along the way, amidst the chatter, they arrived at the school gate. In front of Jin, a new prompt appeared. Talking with Naruto for 10 minutes, attempting to replicate skill texts. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary skill text power of the Nine Tails Remnant, gold. Oh wow, gold again. Jin's steps came to a sudden halt, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Power of the Nine Tails. According to the power of the first tail of the Nine Tails, Shikaku, he had already drawn 2 Shikaku. Immediately, he said, Merge this skill text with the power of the Nine Tails. Merging skill texts. Merge successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary skill text power of the Nine Tails 2, gold, which allows borrowing the power of the 2 tails, greatly increasing physical strength, reaction speed, etc. Power of the 2 tails. In terms of chakra volume, it's at least equivalent to 20 Kakashi starting out. Not to mention the unique corrosive nature of tailed beast chakra. Just then, Jin suddenly noticed that the world in front of him was changing. Waves of water rippled, gradually spreading out. He could also hear the sound of dripping water. Plop, plop, deep and long, like dew falling in a small pond in the mountains. This is Jin blinked, and after the initial panic, quickly realized where this was. Inside his body. To be precise, it was within the ceiling space. Did you notice? This fox spirit is quite quick to react. Jin pouted and stared ahead. Suddenly, a scarlet lantern quietly appeared. The oval red lantern gradually opened, revealing a huge and slender face behind it. The face was filled with arrogance and disdain. He looked like a noble disturbed from his rest, his lofty gaze slowly descending to the mortal realm. To be precise, it swept towards Jin. "Roar, little brat, you dare to disturb me." He began with his usual haughty tone. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Jin interrupted him with a smile. "Hello, QB." Crack. The 9 tails, which were gathering power, froze for a moment. The crimson in its eyes receded by more than half, becoming clear for an instant. Immediately after, it was followed by unparalleled rage. "Roar! You evil little Uchiha! What nonsense are you spouting? I am not QB. Damn Uchiha! I knew you were up to no good. Get out of my way." Amidst the roar, the figure of the 9 tails turned into bubbles and dissipated, escaping in a somewhat hurried manner. Jin hadn't even had a chance to say a second word before being directly chased away. Outside, Sasuke had already been pulled by Naruto into the campus. Only 3 members of the Uchiha clan remained. Watching the continuous flow of people, Jin hesitated for a moment and also stepped into the campus. Jin, what are you doing inside?" Sasuke paused for a moment and quickly went to pull him back. But as soon as he reached out, he was grabbed by a slender hand. Itachi squinted and smiled. "Jin, he hasn't graduated yet." "Oh, I almost forgot." Sasuke rubbed his head and chuckled. As he laughed, his expression suddenly stiffened. "So, he was defeated by a kid who hasn't graduated? Wow, look at that boy in the blue clothes, so handsome. So cool. He seems to be from the Uchiha clan. With hands in pockets, he was aloof and impressive. I love it. He looks just like my favorite domineering CEO. Who will go ask him for his contact information?" In a ninja school, the new generation of ninja class showed surprise in the eyes of countless little girls upon seeing Sasuke. At such a young age, they had already started to develop feelings. Some even went straight up to greet him, but unfortunately, Sasuke didn't even glance at them and directly rejected them. In his eyes, there was only Naruto. A Naruto who was chattering in his ear. "Naruto, shut up." Bang. After saying that, he kicked open the classroom door and walked straight in. That noisy yellow-haired brat. Oomph. The haughty white-skinned little man. Naruto pouted, not caring. Having known each other for 2.5 years, they were already extremely familiar with each other. Inside the classroom, some new students who were chatting excitedly suddenly stopped. They turned around to find the cool and handsome Uchiha Sasuke standing there. The girls' eyes widened instantly. It's a handsome guy, but without exception, they suffered from great neglect again. Sasuke's mind was only on his brother, not on women. This made the girls at the ninja school very sad until a man's appearance changed everything. "Hey, classmate, do you really like that Uchiha kid?" "Huh? Who are you?" "Oh, I'm that kid's brother. My name is Uchiha Itachi." "Ah, so it's Brother Itachi." The girls immediately stood up, bowed respectfully. "Nisan, can you tell me some stories about Sasuke?" "Gladly." It was a moonless and windy night when Sasuke was born, holding a gold lock, talking with a passerby for 10 minutes, attempting to copy the entry. "Copy successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the agile skill entry. White fusion." 10 minutes later, in front of a pink-haired girl. "Sasuke? That kid used to be a fool. He loved eating sheep dung eggs, saying that stuff was chocolate beans." Talking with a passerby for 10 minutes, attempting to copy the entry. Copy failed. Another 10 minutes, in front of another pink-haired girl. Poor Sasuke. He was dropped on the ground by his father when he was born. Don't be fooled by his cold expression. He actually has a secret soft side. In the first-year ninja class, Sasuke gradually opened his eyes from deep contemplation. He looked up and was startled. At the door stood a group of girls, pointing at him. These people? He was puzzled. Didn't he clearly not respond at all? Why were they still clinging on? In his confusion, a girl at the door cautiously poked her head in, cheerfully saying, "Sasuke, don't worry, I won't mind that you're a fool." Behind her, another girl holding a bag quickly followed. "Sasuke, this is chocolate beans my father brought back for me. You shouldn't eat sheep dung eggs anymore. That's unsanitary." Saying this, she shoved the bag into Sasuke's hand and ran out. "Fool? Sheep dung eggs?" Sasuke stood there in shock, looking at the heavy rain starting outside. suddenly recalling a phrase. Let the heavy rain fall down. Chapter 27. Flying Thunder God Upgrade. Stepping into the goal. Uchiha Jin, I will kill you. In the end, accompanied by a shrill wail, Sasuke concluded his first class of the semester. Before entering school, he was spirited and unruly. Even the passing dogs would get a slap. After entering school, he was frowning and exhausted, wanting nothing more than to escape this place. If it came to that, he would destroy this school. So, when he heard the teacher say school was over, he could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart and quickly rushed back to the Uchiha clan. Revenge. That damn man must pay in blood for blood. For a whole day, he felt like a horse, being observed by countless girls with concern, sympathy, or pity. From their voices, he finally learned one thing. His reputation was being harmed. The bizarre and ridiculous experiences added up could even fill a 200,000-word novel. But it was simply piled onto him. As for who? It was obviously that ridiculous guy. He was very angry. Anger made him furious. With a fiery rage, Sasuke charged home like a bull seeing red. And Jin was that red. Uchiha Jin, come out. Get out here. You guy, how dare you ruin my reputation? Damn it. What do you want? Amidst the shouting, Mikoto leaned worriedly against the door. What has gotten into Sasuke? Beside her, Fugaku remained silent. But the twitching corner of his eye couldn't be suppressed. He hesitated, looking at his still graceful wife, and whispered, should we practice a new name again? What new name? Jin is just talking nonsense. Fugaku, how could you? Hearing this, Mikoto's face turned red as she poked her husband's waist. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I just remembered there's a clan meeting coming up. Let's leave it at that. On the other side, Jin left school with a satisfied smile on his face. As expected of a class full of geniuses, everyone had some entries. Today, he chatted until his mouth was dry. His throat was smoking. But the results were astonishing. Chatting for 10 minutes, congratulations host for obtaining the elite entry. Simple personality, green. Chatting for 10 minutes, congratulations host for obtaining the ordinary entry. Strong and sturdy, white. Chakra refinement, green. Kanai proficiency, white. Today's copying success rate seemed exceptionally high, nearly 50 entries. This was the result of nearly 3 months of work. Zongzi. Fuse all these white entries into the Flying Thunder God entry. Fusion successful. Flying Thunder God technique upgraded. Teleportation distance increased by 1. Fusion successful. Flying Thunder God technique acquired. As one white and green label after another disappeared, the distance of the Flying Thunder God kept increasing. At a certain moment, when the last white label vanished, the prompt slightly changed. Fusion successful. Flying Thunder God technique. Gold, 67. Maximum teleportation distance increased to 1,000 meters. Chakra consumption 801000. Huh. Finally leveled up again? Jin was a bit surprised. With a kilometer, it seemed there would be a lot more things he could do. Konoha village wasn't small. This was his discovery over the years while chatting with people. In fact, it was very large. In the original work, it only looked like a village, but in reality, it resembled a big city. There were not only ninjas, but also a large number of civilians living there. Previously, using the Flying Thunder God required constant activation. It was like a long-distance blink without cooldown. But now this blink had evolved. A kilometer could be considered as having no cooldown, no wind-up, and teleporting instantaneously. So after looking around, Jin's heart moved as he walked towards a tree. In the next second, he vanished with a whoosh. Not long after he disappeared, a commotion suddenly appeared on the tree. Kakashi rubbed his head and leaned down, puzzled. Gone? Was what I just tracked a transformation technique. Since their last meeting, he had started to become curious about Jin, this Uchiha clan member. He began to check in on him from time to time. But this time, the boy actually vanished right under his nose. Sensing the residual chakra in the air, he sniffed slightly. His brows gradually furrowed. It wasn't a transformation technique, nor was it a shadow clone technique. Strange, the smell of this technique feels a bit familiar. He frowned, vaguely feeling a sense of familiarity. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled down his mask and opened his right eye wide. In an instant, a flash of crimson appeared. The spinning Sharingan carefully searched the lingering aura in front of him. He even clapped his hands and called for Pakken to sniff along. Soon, under Pakken's lead, he began to head towards the outskirts of the village. As the shadows of the man and dog disappeared, Jin suddenly emerged from behind a tree. A hint of a smile in his eyes. As expected of a dog's nose, you can even track this down. Unfortunately, I have things to do tonight, so I can't chat with you, Kakashi. Saying this, he turned and headed in another direction away from the village. Just as he exited the main gate, he spotted Kakashi. Unfortunately, this guy was still in the cool-down period for chatting. Moreover, what he planned to do tonight wasn't suitable for others to know. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, Jin used shadow clone and transformation techniques along with the flying thunder god here. The purpose was to draw Kakashi away. Rustle. Not long after he left, a rustling sound suddenly came from the tree trunk. Kakashi pushed aside the leaves and looked in the direction where Jin had disappeared. His brows slightly raised. Young, although a bit mysterious, he's still just a kid with too little experience. However, sneaky behavior. This little guy seems a bit unusual today. For some reason, a sense of curiosity suddenly arose in his heart. Immediately, he moved and followed along. He wanted to see what Jin was up to. Top, top, top. As his figure flickered, the surrounding residential area gradually began to decrease. The big trees and exposed rocky soil became more and more abundant. The population was gradually decreasing. As the sky began to darken, a massive cemetery gradually came into view. A cemetery? What is this guy doing here? That's the grave of his teacher? Chapter 28, touching the corpse of Minato. Pulling out the eyes of Kushina, long time no see. I'm back again. Late at night, in the Konoha cemetery, Jin looked at the tombstone of the fourth Hokage, a smile flashing across his face. After placing the three-colored dumplings and sake he had prepared in advance, he began to mumble for a while. This behavior had been ongoing for 3 years. Since the flying thunder god technique could fly over 200 meters, he had begun to openly avoid the umbu and come to pay his respects. Of course, it was called paying respects, even if it was touching corpses. Because of the cooling time of the corpse, he could only come once a year. This was the third time. After the worship, like a devout youth completing a ritual, he lowered his head and clasped his hands in prayer. Brother Minato, this time you have to give me something good, right? 3 years. He had only received 2 lousy green labels. For the fourth Hokage, this was simply a great shame. Saying this, he took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and quietly reached his hands into the ground. The palms gradually revealed a layer of extremely faint golden light. Golden body. After 6 years, he had made significant progress in mastering this skill. He could even partially turn a golden light. But this time, when he reached his hands into the ground, he was a bit dazed. He fished around. It was empty. He fished a bit next to him. Still empty. Where's the corpse? Jin was stunned. The corpse that was still there in previous times suddenly disappeared this time. Orochimaru? Did this guy come so early? He sighed, shifting his gaze from the Minato and Kushina tombstone to the tombstones of others. Here, there were no corpses of the first and second Hokage. Although there were tombstones he had checked 3 years ago, and they were empty. As for other ninjas, most of them had decomposed beyond recognition, making it impossible to touch them. Outside, in the trees, Kakashi looked at Jin's small figure, feeling quite emotional for a moment. Paying respects? Teacher, it turns out you still have such a small admirer. Perhaps he really is an oddity among the Uchiha clan? In this light, his kindness towards Naruto seems much more reasonable. At this moment, the string in Kakashi's heart was once again plucked. After so many years of the Nine-Tails incident, as Minato's disciple, his visits to pay respects were surprisingly few. Unconsciously, he shifted his gaze to another direction. There, Jin's small figure seemed to carry a sense of determination on his face. But when he looked over, his eyes suddenly narrowed. The flower Rin liked the most. Brand new. But Rin's family had long passed away. How could anyone in the village know about this? At this moment, the shock in Kakashi's heart intensified. He vaguely felt that he was about to grasp something. But just as it was about to come out, it got stuck in his throat, unable to be voiced. Because of this, his own aura became slightly disordered. In the cemetery, after sensing the chaotic chakra behind him, Jin's eyes curved uncertainly, finally discovered the issue with Rin. He was quite curious to see what would happen if Kakashi and Obito encountered each other early. Regarding Obito, Jin had no good feelings at all. In Naruto, there were rarely purely evil villains. Most were just differing beliefs. Even sometimes, one could wash away the sins of fighting 7-1. But, except for Obito, dying because of a lover is one thing. He could blame others for that. But, causing the deaths of countless teachers and couples who save him from life and death is another matter that is hard to wash away. Most importantly, during the Nine-Tails incident, he even dared to think of attacking the newly born Naruto. These 2 points completely nailed him to the pillar of shame. Just wait, once I copy Kamui from Kakashi. See if I won't throw a poop in there every day. He mumbled this as he was about to get up and check another grave when a faint voice suddenly came to his ears. Rustle, outside the cemetery. Several agile figures suddenly flashed by. The speed was extremely fast. The sound was very faint. If it weren't for his enhanced senses from the fusion of various labels, he wouldn't have been able to hear it all. He turned his head in confusion and murmured, "A dozen figures? In this area, there seems to be nothing wrong. Danzo, root." Suddenly, he realized that near the cemetery was the root, known as the foundation of Konoha. This was something he had discovered by chance 3 years ago. Who would have thought that root had a base here, in the dead of night? What did Root be up to? Filled with doubts, his eyes glowed red and veins bulged simultaneously. Sharingan and Byakugan, commonly referred to as red and white eyes. With the help of these eyes, he clearly saw the masks on the faces of these people, painted with various animal designs. Sure enough, it was Root. After confirming this, Jin quietly followed them. In the dead of night, they were definitely up to no good. He stealthily crept closer, wondering what was going on. As he moved further away, the trees on both sides began to increase again after initially decreasing. Clearly, he had crossed from one side of the village to the other. Compared to the unfamiliarity of the cemetery side, this side felt much more familiar to Jin. A cliff. To be precise, it was the dense forest above the cliff. More and more root ninjas were swooping into the dense forest on the cliff to hide. In their hands, they tightly gripped either shuriken, kunai, or swords. Their gaze was focused on one spot. There, an old man dressed in a deep purple kimono with grayish-white short hair, wrapped in bandages, was slowly walking in. His steps were slow and heavy, each footfall silent yet crushing the surrounding leaves. Like a lurking snake, he exuded a silent pressure. "Danzo? So it really is you." At this point, the situation was already very clear. That old fox Danzo was plotting something again. Who was he targeting? Jin looked around the dense forest and muttered, "Brother Mizuko, you must remember my instructions." But then he thought it was unrealistic. The Uchiha clan members, except for Itachi, were generally not very bright. Even the crazy laughing leader, after being heartlessly betrayed by Obito, was still easily taken down by Kaguya. It was evident that while they had strong abilities, they lacked intelligence. It seemed he might have to expose himself soon. The days of idleness might soon be over. Anticipating the impending battle, Jin took a slight breath. Although Shui was purely naive, he had hinted and implied many times. But now that he encountered him, he didn't mind lending a hand. He aimed to crush Danzo. This was crucial in delaying the extermination of the Uchiha clan. As for how to activate Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan, that could wait. Just as he was about to make his move, Danzo in front of him suddenly poofed into wind and disappeared. In the next second, almost all the root ninjas seemed to have received some signal and quickly rushed in another direction. Behind him, seeing the clone dissipate, Jin frowned. So, has he already been extracted? This isn't the place for extraction. Damn it, that old thief Kishimoto, your memories have misled me. Chapter 29. The mantis catches the cicada, while the monkey is behind. After all, the original work is mostly about memories. And Jin had crossed over many years ago, vaguely remembering that it was on this cliff where he was extracted. Then, Mizuko, who was surrounded and chased, met Itachi and entrusted him before leaping down. No bodies were found. Even the corpse collector, Orochimaru, couldn't find them. Perhaps they were smashed to pieces? Filled with doubts, Jin followed behind these root members. Slowly, the dense forest became taller and thicker. In the dark night, it resembled a giant beast, opening its mouth wide, waiting for someone to jump in. The foolish Shui. Just like that, jumped right in. A quarter of an hour ago, Shui excitedly arrived in the dense forest. Upon seeing the man waiting not far away, the smile on his face was impossible to hide, and he waved to greet him. "Lord Danzo, Do you really have a way to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village? Pay attention, this cheerful boy named Shursui. At this moment, he had a broad smile on his face. Great. The village and the clan could finally coexist peacefully. This little guy, Jin, even said that Lord Danzo was unreliable. What a silly brother. Not long ago, he suddenly received news. Danzo had a way to peacefully resolve the conflict between the village and the clan. That's why he rushed over eagerly, practically bouncing with excitement. In the deep night forest, his bouncing footsteps, cheerful voice, and swaying figure displayed the protagonist's inner joy and anticipation. Using a method of suppressing and then raising excitement to highlight the subsequent plot direction. That's right, this method is quite discreet. Come over and I'll tell you. Danzo waved his hand, signaling Shursui to come closer. The cheerful boy didn't hesitate for a second and leaned in. Seeing this, the scarred eyes of Danzo gradually filled with a richer smile. Even the corners of his mouth were about to burst with suppressed laughter. He even couldn't help but want to cover his face with one hand and laugh wildly. Meanwhile, Shursui didn't notice and obediently leaned his head closer. Lord Danzo, what exactly is the method? The method is for you to give me your eyes. Huh? Huffed. Shursui was momentarily stunned. Then, one of his eyes was blinded. It wasn't until blood soaked Danzo's right hand that he finally realized what had happened. His face instantly darkened, but more than that, he was confused. Lord Danzo, what are you doing? What am I doing? Can't you tell? Shursui, you're a good kid, but the power of this eye is too great for you to control. Let me take it. Danzo laughed heartily, his body shaking violently. Only by giving me your eyes can I change Fugaku and the monkey. Then, your Uchiha clan will never experience a coup again, and Konoha will no longer suppress you. The more he spoke, the more excited Danzo became. He could even see the days when he would kick Sarutobi Hiruzen and punch Tsunade. Hiruzen had been too excessive lately. As he spoke, he stored the eye away, just as he was about to say something more. Suddenly, Shursui in front of him appeared with dozens of figures, running in different directions. Body flicker technique? Danzo wasn't surprised. He just shook his head gently at the retreating figure. This dense forest is filled with my people. You can't escape. I said, even if the monkey comes. He can only squat aside and watch. Bang. Gotcha, monkey. Just as the words fell, a powerful and heavy attack suddenly came from behind. A smooth, red glowing brick appeared without warning at the back of his head. With the burning crimson heat and the blue-white energy of the 8 trigrams palm, it came crashing down. This brick not only had the chakra ceiling of the 8 trigrams palm, but was also enhanced by the power of the 2 tails and 9 tails. Its power was immense, and it fell at a moment when Danzo was completely unguarded. Everything was perfectly timed. Then, Danzo's vision went black, and he collapsed. In his ears, he vaguely heard 2 words, monkey. The newcomer was naturally not a monkey, but Jin. Using his weak presence skill, he approached Danzo with a snap. At the moment Danzo fell, Jin casually reached out. A bloody, jagged eye was pinched over. It was indeed quite large. This big fool, how could he still be extracted? Jin sighed, intending to turn and leave after putting away the eye. But after glancing at the fallen Danzo, his urge to collect the corpse stirred. Killing Danzo now? That would be impossible. Kakashi was right behind. Moreover, if the Hokage died just like that, who would the Uchiha clan rely on to shift the blame in the future? So Jin didn't kill him, but instead treated him like a pig. Let this pig live a couple more days before slaughtering it. Of course, while I can't kill, I can certainly hit. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, a glowing fist rained down densely. Still not satisfied, Jin turned his gaze to the bricks nearby. He picked them up again. It turns out he really likes to use bricks. Under the moonlight, Tuan Zhang's murmurs could be heard. That was the position of Hokage he lost in the sunset. Tuan Zhang, after Jin disappeared, Kakashi, who followed, looked at all this with a very complicated expression, especially when he saw Tuan Zhang completely unguarded, knocked down by Jin with a brick. His eyes widened in shock. They were even wider than when he watched the latest episode of Paradise of Affection. Kakashi knew Tuan Zhang's strength. Ordinary elite Genin were no match for him. But how did Jin get close without him noticing? Was it because he was too excited about getting that eye, so he lost his senses? He rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. He didn't even know how to report today's events to the third Hokage. Should he say that Zhang's attempt to steal Uchiha's eyeball ended with him being knocked out by Jin? If this got out, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village would probably fall into a deadlock. Of course, he still had to do his duty. Send a signal to the third Hokage. Then, he would just stay by the side, protecting the crime scene. Whoosh! Not long after, a team of figures rushed over. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, came flying with his big stick. Kakashi, has Konoha been attacked? Upon hearing that Zhang had been knocked out, he instinctively thought that Konoha had been attacked. That's why he rushed over in a combat-ready state. Beside him, the Monkey King stood coldly, scanning the surroundings with a grim expression. When his gaze fell, Zhang, who had just opened his eyes, saw a monkey. A monkey? In an instant, the voice before his fainting came back to his ears. Zhang suddenly sat up, looking at the third Hokage and the Monkey King, hoarsely accusing them. Monkey, you actually ambushed me. Chapter 30. Shusui's Choice. The Foolish Brother. I didn't expect Zhang to have quite a few entries. It's just a bit dark. In the dense forest, Jin couldn't help but recall the entries that had appeared on Zhang. Defeated Shimura Danzo, attempting to replicate entry. Current replicable entries. Eye Collector, black. Shadow of the Pot, black. 55th Hokage, black. Bridge Sealer, black. Would Release Cell Remnant, blue. Master of Wind Release, blue. Tongue Calamity, Eradicator, green. So many black entries made him involuntarily give a thumbs up. No wonder he's the Shadow of the Pot. I guess only Obito or Madara could compare with such darkness, right? How could this not be considered outstanding? He shook his head and continued to look down. Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare entry Would Release Cell Remnant. Blue can increase physical energy, balance spiritual energy, but due to immature replication technology, using it will consume life force. No wonder this entry is incomplete. Its level isn't high, and the side effects are significant. Jin squinted his eyes and casually decided to keep this entry. This thing, for now, seems capable of maintaining physical and spiritual energy. In other words, it prevents him from becoming like Itachi, coughing wherever he goes. If people knew he was dragged down by the Sharingan, they would think he was physically weak. With Would Release, he could temporarily maintain both physical and spiritual energy. It's just that the consumption of life force. Upgrading the entry would be great. It's still just blue now. If it could be upgraded to purple or gold, that would truly be a worry-free situation. Thinking of this, Jin couldn't help but glance back at the direction he came from, murmuring, looks like I need to chat with Zhang more often in the future. The Nights of Black Wind and Moon will be Zhang's brick-hitting little tune. Hurry up, hurry up. Why does Lord Zhang have to do this? Jin was right. The roots are really relentless. In the murmuring, Shui covered his eyes and activated his Susanoo. The Susanoo, burning with green light, stood at least 7 or 8 feet tall. In the dense forest, it stood out remarkably. It was also quite powerful. For the roots, most had never seen anything like it. Faced with such heavenly power, they could only defend awkwardly. But Shui just swept away the many roots and continued to run forward. He didn't know where he wanted to go. Back to the clan? In his current state, he couldn't hide what had happened from his clansmen. Given the situation within the clan, those clan members might directly launch a coup tonight. Especially a few elders. Even the clan leader might not be able to stop them. Forget it. Let's go to the old place. With that thought, he suddenly retracted his Susanoo and turned to run towards the cliff edge. That was the place he sought solace in whenever he felt lost and helpless. But gradually, his eyes began to hurt more and more. His thoughts also became somewhat heavy. Hurry up. Faster. Snap. At a certain moment, exhausted, he collapsed. But just as he was about to fall, a pair of long hands suddenly reached out. It was... Shui was taken aback and looked up to see a tearful boy of similar height looking at him. It's Itachi, why are you here? Itachi shook his head and said nothing. He silently helped his friend sit down against a tree. Why'd he come here? Recently, during their chats, Jin often mentioned Shui and Zhang. So subconsciously, tonight, after seeing Shui go out, he followed. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and said solemnly, Shui you. Before he could finish, his lips were pressed down. Two weak fingers came up. Shui shook his head. Shu, Itachi, listen to me. This matter was done by Lord Tuanzong, and my other has also been taken by him. But don't tell the clan. Let them think I died on the battlefield. Saying this, he directly pulled out an eyeball and said, Don't be sad. Take good care of it, and remember to look after the village and the clan, as well as Jin and that little guy. Perhaps only if I die can this invisible conflict come to an end. Saying this, with a determined heart, he turned and leaped towards the cliff he remembered. Shui, Itachi looked at the bloody eyeball in his hand. Then he glanced at his friend, who was full of death energy, and an indescribable emotion began to spread in his chest. Why is this happening? Why would such a pure and innocent boy become a victim of political struggles? Why Shui? His brain wailed, and his blood surged with grief. Even the chakra within him began to spin wildly. In the next second, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly. Like an old man's joyride on a 98, it took off quickly. In the blur, the three-tomo slowly elongated and fused together, resembling a triangular shuriken. Kaleidoscope, activate. Because his mentor and friend Shui died, Itachi unlocked the kaleidoscope. Tap, tap, tap. At the same time, a root member appeared behind him, quietly sneaking up. Without even looking, Itachi shot a black flame directly at him. Whoosh! The black flame appeared out of nowhere and quickly ignited the ninja at an astonishing speed. He didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. Amaterasu. Is this my new ocular technique, Amaterasu? Itachi looked at the root member who had been burned alive by Amaterasu. Tears of blood slowly streaming down his eyes. You will be the first to die under Amaterasu. And also the last. As soon as the voice fell, a frivolous sound suddenly came from beside him. Young, energetic, frivolous. Is that Jin? Itachi quickly looked up, his scarlet pupils calming instantly as they rose. Indeed, Uchiha Jin stood before him, carrying a very familiar figure on his back. Huh? And Shui? Itachi was somewhat surprised, a hint of joy suppressed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Jin had actually saved Shui, who had jumped off the cliff. He then frowned and hesitated to speak, but Shui didn't want us to save him. Jin! His temper flared up immediately. Stupid. He reached out and poked Itachi's forehead forcefully, expressing his disdain. He said not to save him, so we won't? Why didn't you go assassinate the Hokage then? Damn it. No wonder the Uchiha are a bunch of lunatics. The smartest Itachi is often a fool. Chapter 31. Uchiha Coup. Itachi's Choice Patriarch. Our security team is either looking for cats or helping villagers walk their dogs every day. Yes. When did the proud Uchiha become subject to the of those commoners? Now, all the families in the village are banding together, and we Uchiha are the only ones excluded. Moreover, it seems the village's finances have also hit a snag. We haven't received our allowances for a long time. Patriarch, if this continues, the Uchiha might be completely devoured. With Shui and Itachi of the Umbu here, we Uchiha can definitely take down Konoha. Uchiha Clan Grounds, Meeting Hall. Listening to the complaints of the clansmen one after another, Fugaku's heart gradually wavered. Perhaps it was time for a change. Ever since the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had been forced to move to the outskirts of the village. They had truly become outsiders. Even though they held positions in the Konoha security force, it only intensified the conflicts with the villagers. Complaints came in dozens every day. Their rewards were also cut off. The villagers were becoming increasingly unfriendly towards them. Even clansmen on the battlefield were starting to die in mysterious ways. No bodies could be seen. No compensation could be obtained. A corner dog will bite, not to mention the Uchiha. In the past year, more and more clansmen began to express their dissatisfaction, especially a few radical elders. Even Fugaku, the Uchiha patriarch, could no longer suppress it. If they did not resist, perhaps the Uchiha clan would fall into internal strife. Everyone quiet. He rubbed his somewhat restless temples, looking at the group of red-eyed people before him, and finally nodded heavily. Since that's the case, when Shui and Itachi return tonight, we will. Before he could finish, a hurried notification came from outside. Patriarch, Shui has returned. Returned? An elder's face lit up with joy, pounding the table excitedly. Patriarch, the day of uprising is today. The glory of our Uchiha clan will continue from now on. Just as he was about to continue, he was interrupted. A Uchiha clansman gritted his teeth as if encountering something bizarre and said, but his eyes were gouged out. Bang! Nonsense. Sure Sway has the Koto Amatsukami. How could he be blind? The elder slammed the table loudly, utterly disbelieving. But Fugaku and the others had already walked out quickly. Just as they stepped outside, they saw nearly 100 clansmen gathered at the family entrance. They seemed to be pointing and discussing something. Although they couldn't hear clearly, they could sense the fury in their voices. The volume was terrifying. Could it be? Fugaku's face darkened, and he quickened his pace. With a swish, he parted the crowd, and upon seeing Sure Sway in front of him, the sky seemed to collapse. He was still that sunny, handsome young man, but the innocent and bright eyes were no longer there. All that remained were blood-filled eye sockets, with blood clots forming at the corners. Sure Sway, how could this happen? Damn it, it must be Konoha's doing. They harmed the genius of the Uchiha clan. This grudge cannot go unpunished. Patriarch. Amid the wails, the hawkish elder who had spoken earlier approached from behind. His face was twisted, filled with pain. The three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes almost seemed to spin wildly. He looked up at the surrounding clansmen and slowly pulled out something from behind, saying, Patriarch, the night is deep and it's cold. Wear this. As he spoke, he unfolded the clothing in his hand. The 5 characters' 5th Hokage were particularly clear on the back. Hokage, the one who will cut down Sarutobi in the future. Why can't our Uchiha clan do it? As long as you give the order. Right now, for 132 lower ninjas, 183 middle ninjas, and 69 upper ninjas within the clan will charge into the Konoha building and tear that old man apart. Swish! As soon as these words were spoken, nearly 100 clansmen and a few elders instantly looked over. Except for a few moderate clansmen, everyone's eyes turned scarlet. New grudges and old hatred. The glory of the Uchiha plus the Hokage position. Tonight, it's time for the sky of Konoha to change. Fugaku looked at this Hokage outfit, seemingly seeing the Hokage position not far away, beckoning to him. It also seemed that he could see countless Konoha ninjas rushing toward him. Not unhappy, very happy, but he hesitated for just a moment and shook his head silently. It must be said, Fugaku truly had a strong will. He forcibly shifted his gaze away from the 5th Hokage's outfit. Looking at the agitated clansman, he softly asked, Why don't we ask Itachi what exactly happened? Only then did everyone realize that it was Itachi holding Sure Sway. For a moment, the clansmen fell silent. Only heavy breathing spread throughout the Uchiha clan grounds. No wonder Jin insisted I bring him here. Itachi's gaze flickered, deciding to conceal part of the truth, saying, Sorry, father. Sure Sway gouged out his own eyes. After speaking, he silently pondered that if Sure Sway were awake, he would definitely say the same thing, right? He surely wouldn't want to see the clan and the village in conflict. However, as he thought, Itachi's gaze quietly swept over a few elders, especially the elder holding the Hokage attire. A trace of cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare they desecrate the position of Hokage? Their death is imminent. As a ninja infused with the will of fire, Uchiha Itachi could tolerate many things. But he absolutely could not tolerate the desecration of the Hokage. This is his value. Perhaps the conflict between the clan and the village really cannot be reconciled. Perhaps I should go talk to Hokage-sama. Since reconciliation is impossible, one side must disappear. At this moment, Itachi's perception of the clansmen quietly changed. Hearing this, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. He clapped his hands and comforted them. All right, everyone, Sure Sway's body has a problem, and the clan's strength has greatly diminished. As for the villagers and financial issues, I will communicate with the Hokage. Gradually, the restless hearts of many clansmen calmed down. The red haze in their eyes slowly disappeared. Only Uchiha Itachi remained standing in place, neither happy nor sad. Itachi, you should go back too. Fugaku shook his head and patted his eldest son's shoulder. His gaze flickered past the right hand tightly gripping Sure Sway's. Without saying a word, he just picked up Sure Sway and turned to walk into the clan. In place, Itachi stood under the moonlight, motionless. Whoosh! Suddenly, he moved his expression and looked back. Outside the clan grounds, A masked man dressed in black seemed to be watching him. Huh, is it from Root? His expression changed, and he lifted his leg to chase after him. Chapter 32. Danzo's Flame, Kakashi's Change in the Dead of Night. Konoha had long fallen into slumber. Only the Hokage's office still flickered with lights. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Monkey, why did you scheme against me? After bringing back the belongings, Danzo could no longer suppress the anger within him. Like a mother lion betrayed, he looked at the male lion in disbelief. From the moment he arrived until now, he had been thinking about this matter. Hearing this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, tapped his pipe and said with an annoyed expression, "Since you returned just now, you've already asked 43 times. Have you not reflected on why I and the Umbu arrived there? And stop with the monkey business. You should know that I am the Hokage." As he finished speaking, Hiruzen stood up and stared directly at Danzo. Even though his stature was slightly shorter due to his age, his aura was even more imposing. This scene made Danzo's expression momentarily dazed. The strong momentum that had been facing off against each other suddenly weakened. In his mind, the figure of the strongest shinobi who once dominated the ninja world seemed to emerge. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It was this very appearance of the man that made him feel both love and hate. Ultimately, he could only choose to root himself underground, buried beneath the tree, and assist the Hokage well. But now, for a moment, Danzo actually felt a surge of forget-it impulse. He even considered directly shedding his armor and returning to the fields, watching his friend seemingly frightened into silence. The passion in his eyes also began to fade. The third Hokage paused for a moment, then changed his tone. "Danzo, after many great battles over the years, my body is already riddled with scars. But the next Hokage must be able to contribute more to the village. Do you understand what I mean?" After saying this, he picked up the Hokage cloak beside him, patted Danzo, and walked to the window, murmuring, "The Uchiha factor needs to be resolved, but now is not the time. Besides, Konoha needs not only me, the visible Hokage, but also the nameless shadows that protect Konoha in secret." Slap! This pat completely stunned Danzo. Especially the 4 words "nameless shadow" nearly made him drop his jaw. Wano was fixated on the Hokage cloak in front of him. In his heart, a wave of thoughts surged. So, does this mean my contributions to the village are not enough? So becoming Hokage would not satisfy the public? Yes. It must be like this. As long as I continue to contribute to the village, perhaps. Thinking of this, Danzo's previously dwindling thoughts of retreat instantly disappeared. He felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. He turned to Hiruzen, his voice much louder as he said, "I understand." After saying that, he took the Hokage cloak and turned to leave. Each step felt heavy yet firm. Only Hiruzen by the window silently watched the weather outside, waiting. Just as the moon was about to set, a long-haired boy from the Uchiha clan slowly knocked on the Hokage's door. "Itachi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You know, your brother today personally took off Shirsue's eyes." What a pity that Danzo didn't make a move against the third Hokage and obediently went back. Is this still the same guy who dared to attack the Hokage? Ambition seemed to have faded, old man. At the same time, at the cliff, the returning Uchiha Jin was bored, leaning against a tree. The scene from just now floated in his mind. Although Danzo was very angry at first, he didn't dare to make a move after seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi. He only obediently criticized him. This made Jin's mood for watching the show plummet. However, after waiting for so long, he finally got something. He murmured as he turned to look at the moon. To be precise, it was the figure wearing a mask under the moonlight. "You knew I would come?" Kakashi put away his collection and walked over slowly, seemingly deep in thought. "I'm becoming more and more curious about you." Kakashi was undoubtedly a supporter of the Hokage. This was beyond doubt. However, for him personally, he often preferred not to get involved. Even when he saw something, he would just turn a blind eye. He just wanted to mind his own business. But this young boy from the Uchiha clan made him feel a bit uneasy. There was even a sense of something unclear and indistinct. It seemed that no secret could be hidden from those small eyes. So after hesitating for a moment, Kakashi asked, "You seem to have known that Lord Danzo would attack Shisui? Otherwise, he couldn't figure out why Jin would suddenly arrive at the cliff with full force." "No." Jin shrugged. "You should know better than I do what kind of person Danzo is. The key to shedding suspicion is not self-proof, but throwing the question back. Obviously, Kakashi didn't understand this principle. After hearing this, he began to think seriously. Back then, even with my eye, if it weren't for Lord Third's intervention, I would have probably. He nodded slowly, reaching a conclusion, though he didn't want to admit it. If Lord Danzo knew about Shusui's abilities, he might indeed have ideas. Greed, insidiousness, and coveting the Uchiha's eyes. That is Danzo. See, this is the benefit of self-strategy. Jin smiled and suddenly changed the subject. So, Kakashi, do you hope that the village and the Uchiha clan will reach the point of life and death? Do you hope that what Lord Fourth wanted, a thriving village, will become ruins? Do you want to see Tobi's clansmen die one by one? Crack. Kakashi instinctively stepped on a twig in front of him. The crisp sound was like a giant hammer striking in his ears, one blow after another. It made his head throb painfully. After a long while, he finally touched his left eye behind the mask and murmured, if only Sensei Minato were still here. He definitely wouldn't just stand by like the third did, right? Sensei Minato would surely come to communicate sincerely. Tobi must hate me even more, right? I didn't protect Rin well, nor did I protect his family. Various thoughts emerged in his heart, and a seed quietly took root. It was anger towards Danzo. It was also dissatisfaction with the Hokage's inaction. Rubbing his left eye behind the mask, it felt somewhat hot and painful. Tobi, are you feeling the pain for your clansmen? Don't worry, I will protect your clansmen. At that moment, Kakashi's figure gradually grew taller. But on the other side, protect? Jin looked at Kakashi and couldn't help but sneer. Brother Tobi made his second official appearance, and the Uchiha clan was directly exterminated. Chapter 33. God's Might in Hand. First fill water. The moonlight grew dimmer, and the sun began to gradually rise from the east, revealing a hint of dawn. Looking at Kakashi, who was lost in self-blame, Uchiha Jin once again sighed. Words are truly useful. Of course, the reason he could make Kakashi fall into such a predicament with just a few words was based on having read the original story. This was comparable to standing on the shoulders of giants in the ninja world. In short, giant view. Of course, not long after, a prompt refreshed in front of Jin. The cooldown was over, and the copying of terms began. Talking with Kakashi Hatake for 10 minutes, attempting to copy terms. Current copyable terms: weak body, black. Kimui left eye, gold. Mangekyo Sharingan fragment, purple. Fire release mastery, blue. Water release mastery, blue. Lightning release mastery, blue. Earth release mastery, blue. Taijutsu mastery, blue. Jinjutsu mastery, blue. 1,000 Years of Death, black. Copy failed. Another copy failed? Jin nodded, not too surprised. The success rate had been stuck at 10 for too long. Besides the initially promising luck, Jin was once again experiencing what it meant to have a success rate of 10. Of course, he wasn't angry. He just gradually shifted his gaze to Kamui. The last time we met, I hadn't seen this entry, but now it has appeared. Did they notice that the version strength was too high and patch Kakashi? Or did that guy Obito sneak back to Konoha and both of his eyes sense something? Jin pondered for a moment and suddenly said to Kakashi, "Hey Kakashi-senpai, want to have a match?" Kakashi paused for a moment, then lazily waved his hand. Oh no, I concede. At this moment, he had no interest in fighting at all. His mind was solely focused on how to change things. Whether to fight or not didn't matter to Jin, but just as he was about to forcefully attack, he was stunned by the scene before him. Ding! Defeated Hatake Kakashi, attempting to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Kimui Left Eye Gold. Kimui Left Eye Gold can forcibly send objects in a line of sight into another space. It can also teleport oneself in and out of another space. The larger and stronger the object, the more chakra it consumes, with a minimum consumption of 10,000. When he saw this prompt, even Jin was stunned for 2 seconds before he reacted. Kamui. And it was Kakashi's Kamui. Not the kind of Kamui that was useless for him, like Obito's. As long as the ocular power was sufficient, it could even twist the arms of the outer path golem from a great distance. A glimmer flashed in his eyes, and a smile spread from the depths of his gaze as he murmured, "Finally, after crossing over, I have a decent offensive means." To be honest, Whether it was the light body or weak presence, even flying thunder god, although the mechanisms were sufficient, they lacked some numerical values. That's right, damage values. Mechanisms and values. Which is stronger and which is weaker. It needs to be analyzed based on specific situations. But without numerical values, it was acceptable to use shurikens in the early stages. But later on, in a ninja world where high-tech mechs were common, would he really go stab a mech's heart with a shuriken? He might as well be tightening screws on it. That's why, although his survival skills were maxed out, he still honestly stayed at home, soaking up the sun to increase his chakra. As long as his chakra was sufficient, even the great fireball technique could kill. As for the consumption of one chakra each time, he seemed to be able to activate it only twice in a row, and anything more would be considered excessive. So, an elite J-nin like Kakashi should have around 23 chakra? My chakra is probably around 70 or 80 Kakashis. His eyes brightened slightly. Finally, he had a clearer understanding of chakra. There was no other suitable measurement than Kakashi. Kakashi had also mentioned that Naruto's chakra was equivalent to hundreds of his. So Naruto's chakra was probably around 200 to 300. In that case, my chakra amount of 180 is already close to that of an adult Uzumaki clan member. Thinking of this, he walked over to Kakashi, who was leaning against a tree. He reached out to pat his shoulder, but at only 7 or 8 years old. Although he was taller than his peers, he was still lacking compared to the tall Kakashi. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped on a nearby big tree. Step, step, step. He walked slowly up to the trunk and patted Kakashi's head, revealing a sympathetic expression as he said, "Ah, poor Kakashi. See you next week." After saying that, he turned and left. He was eager to test the power of Kamui. Only Kakashi was left standing there, dumbfounded. He looked up, lowered his hand, turned around, and patted his shoulder, feeling somewhat confused. After a moment, he furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Why did his expression just now make me feel somewhat offended? If all Uchiha were like you, maybe Konoha would really be peaceful." If Jin heard this, he would probably laugh out loud. All of them like him? Then the 5 great nations would merge into one, a bright red star. Splash, splash. By the banks of the Southie River, a figure of a young man gradually approached. Uchiha Jin glanced at the riverbank in front of him and took a deep breath. Before him, the entry for Kamui was shining brightly, and looking at his chakra amount of over 1.8 million, he took a deep breath again. The next second, 3 Tomo Sharingan quietly emerged and began to spin rapidly. In his pupils, they formed the pattern of 666. At first glance, it still looked like 3 Tomo, but the middle was much larger. In the next moment, a strange wave emanated from his eyes. Mysterious, powerful, unstoppable. The transcendent spatial power erupted before him. Whoosh! Soon, a vortex of air appeared above the river surface, not high, but just enough to settle on the river surface. Splash! The Southie River continued to flow without being affected, but a portion of it quietly disappeared in the middle. Was that the Kamui space? Looking at this space, Jin felt a moment of clarity in his heart. As long as he wanted, he could teleport himself in at any time. He just didn't know how long it could last. He murmured to himself, and then began to exert force with both eyes. Kakashi had one eye, but he wasn't limited to that. Double left eye Kamui. Full power activation. Splash! Splash! In the next second, his chakra rapidly decreased, almost by around 5 every second. But the effect was astonishing. The river of South, he was visibly decreasing at a rapid speed. Until 30 seconds later, this river that had existed for hundreds of years finally revealed its riverbed clearly for the first time. In the same morning sun, different fates. What have you been considering? Itachi? Want to join my organization to seek true light? Is it you again? In the back mountains of Uchiha, Itachi suddenly stopped and looked at the masked man not far away on the rock. The next second, he directly threw 3 shurikens. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this, the masked man chuckled. Useless, Itachi, this kind of attack can't even touch my body. Since you don't believe me, let me show you what true power is. The next second, his exposed right eye slightly condensed. Kamui, Chapter 34. What a move, Kamui, all water. Splash. As the Kamui space was about to open, the masked man Obito suddenly heard a massive sound of rushing water in his ears. He was momentarily confused, wondering where the sound of water was coming from since there was no river here. But the next second, he realized a large amount of water suddenly surged out from the Kamui space. Boom! An unparalleled river erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. Along the way, it even directly broke countless large trees. What is this? Obito, with veins bulging on his forehead under the mask, exclaimed, Kakashi, you really took my Kamui space for a garbage dump. Normally, throwing kunai and shurikens into the space is fine, but now you're starting to pour water. What do you want to do? Be a god watering the land? If Kakashi were in front of him, Obito would definitely be unable to help but tear this guy apart. Furious. But on the other side, Itachi was even more shocked. The big boy had a mouth wide enough to swallow 2 eggs. It turned out to be a water-release ninjutsu I had never seen before. Given the momentum and amount of water, it was at least a high-level ninjutsu, right? No hand seals, an instant cast high-level ninjutsu. This strange man seemed even more powerful than I had imagined. For a moment, only the massive flow of water rushed in all directions. Fortunately, the surroundings belonged to the Uchiha clan's back mountains. There was no one living there. Only flowers, grass, and dirt. After 3 full minutes, the two had to rely on the surrounding rocks to barely keep themselves clean. Easily using such powerful water release, your chakra amount is beyond my imagination. Itachi looked around and took a deep breath, easily changing the landscape. The masked man's strength is probably close to that of Kage. Yet such a person managed to enter the village unnoticed. It's dangerous. Therefore, he must extract information. On the other side, Obito, who was secretly cursing Kakashi, suddenly paused. He mistook the flowing water in front of him as his own water release. The corners of Obito's eyes twitched, seemingly more intense than before. He cleared his throat and accepted the praise with a sense of justification. With his hands behind his back, he assumed an air of a master and said lightly, Indeed, this is my water release. By the way, let me reintroduce myself. I am Uchiha Madara. 100 meters? At the banks of the Nankagawa, Jin looked at the large area of disappeared stones and soil in the distance, silently estimating the distance. The current Kemui's arm-twisting distance is about 100 meters. This distance is not small for the early Hokages. Even compared to the concept of an 800-meter shuriken from a god's perspective, it's not too different. Hiss! At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the corner of his eye. A tearing pain. It was as if the needles from Ant Rong had not pierced Zio Yanzi, but rather pierced his eyeball. It was unbearable. Drip, drip. After 3 full minutes, he finally covered his eyes and gasped for breath. When he removed his hand, he discovered his palm was bright red. It was all blood. Is this the after effect of overusing the Mangekyou Sharingan? It seems necessary to find a sufficiently powerful physical strength. The current Kemui's arm-twisting distance is about 100 meters. Wood release is good, but unfortunately, Danzo's is lacking a bit. Where's Orochimaru now? He mumbled, wiping away the blood from the corner of his eye, taking a deep breath, and turning back to the clan's land. The after effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan. He had anticipated this would happen, but he didn't expect it to show signs so quickly. As for inserting and removing the Sharingan, at this moment, Jin was not very accepting of it. Wouldn't inserting and removing the eyes like a receiver lead to some infectious disease? Of course. The main issue is that both Fugaku and his wife, as well as Itachi and Sasuke, all have blood ties to this body. He couldn't ignore family ties like the Uchiha clan members in the original work. At this moment, he did not realize that the pain in his eye was actually due to the excessive transfer of water. 10 minutes later, the Uchiha clan land was in sight. However, Jin's figure gradually stopped. In the ditch before him, the river water was overflowing, even reaching knee-high on the ground beside it. It rushed around, sweeping away everything in its path, including grass and stones. Woof, woof, woof. Vaguely, it seemed that a Shiba Inu was caught in it, frantically flailing its 4 legs, trying to escape. But the water flow was too fast, and the dog was too low to the ground, making its efforts futile. It could only wail as it was swept toward the outskirts. Who was using such a powerful water release nearby? Jin frowned and casually rescued the Shiba Inu, tossing it to higher ground. Then he squinted his eyes and suspiciously scanned the surroundings. Although there was a ditch here, there was no water flow. But now, it suddenly filled with water, clearly indicating that someone was using water release nearby. How shameless. Using water release in a crowded place. I curse you to have a child without an anus. After cursing, he shook his head and stepped into the clan. Having not slept all night, dark circles were beginning to show. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Footsteps sounded in the Uchiha clanland. A not-so-small boy's figure walked slowly. The rising sunlight fell softly on his smiling face, casting a faint golden glow. Crash! When he opened his door, the smile on his face completely froze. Inside the room, on the bed, four dogs resembling beagles were tearing at the mattress, having a great time. The entire room was filled with shredded bedding scattered everywhere. There were chunks here and there, and vaguely, there was even dog poop in the middle. It seemed that it had been too long since the door was opened. The smell inside was so strong, it was almost tangible. As soon as he opened the door, the accumulated odor from the night found its escape route. It rushed out. Cough. Jin could no longer hold back and rushed outside, covering his nose and gagging heavily. Disgusting. Too disgusting. This smell is simply hell on earth for someone who doesn't own a dog. Of course, dog lovers would probably flock to it. After taking a dozen breaths, he finally felt his nasal cavity was a bit clearer. Turning his head to look at the toilet, his small face turned completely dark. In the entire Uchiha clan, only one person could do such a boring and undetected thing. The second pillar. It's just that I introduced you to a few girlfriends. The sense of revenge is really strong. Muttering, he opened the toilet door and slowly extended his magical claws toward the sleeping Sasuke. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That morning, the Uchiha clan was awakened by a scream. Chapter 35. Middle Finger Raikiri, 1,000 Years of Killing? Are you a devil? Fugaku, don't you really need to step in and talk to those brothers? Hearing the howls from outside, Mikoto looked worriedly at the side. No. That kid Sasuke did something bad last night, so it's right for him to get beaten today. Hearing this, Fugaku simply waved his hand and casually threw out a bamboo pole named Seven Wolves. Then he closed the wooden door and comforted his wife, saying, "Don't worry. Jin may not talk much, but he knows what to do. But nothing. Let's sleep a little longer this early morning." Inside, the sound of battle was incessant. The scene was one-sided. Outside, the fighting didn't stop either. The scene was also one-sided. Jin looked at Sasuke, who was hanging on the courtyard wall, picking his teeth, and asked, "Did you make a mistake?" "I did nothing wrong." If you hadn't been born 2 years earlier and learned a bit more ninjutsu, you'd definitely be the one hanging here. If we talk about what the second pillar is known for, it has to be that mouth and that personality. Even when hanging up, he still tilted his head slightly, giving a disdainful look. "Oh, pretending to be cool, huh? Come on, I'll give you a chance. I won't use ninjutsu to fight you." Jin grinned and waved his hand, untying the rope above. In these 6 years, his ninjutsu had been steadily progressing, but his physical quality had surged ahead. Countless terms like strong physique and agile movements were merged. The effect was astonishing. Just relying on his small 8-year-old body, his stats could rival a CH Nin. This was without any ninjutsu enhancement, purely based on stats. So, he didn't mind letting Sasuke experience a comprehensive beating. "Come on, what do you want to compare? Let's duel. Just with our bodies," Sasuke shouted, and as his feet hit the ground, he quickly charged forward. His body, honed from years of training, indeed showed its advantages at this moment. His movements were agile, and his steps were swift. In the blink of an eye, he bent forward and covered over 10 meters. As expected, a foolish guy. You really let me get close. I will definitely make you fly. Uchiha Jin. A hint of disdain and pride appeared on Sasuke's slightly trembling face. He could even imagine Jin being knocked down to the ground and begging for mercy later. Thinking of this scene, his eyes couldn't help but tremble with excitement. A flush even rose on his cheeks. The whole person felt as if he had ascended to the clouds. Ready to take off? Feeling his feet being forced off the ground, Sasuke's mind suddenly went blank. Was he taking off wrong? Why was it him? At the same time, a pain shot through his abdomen. His expression darkened as he quickly opened his eyes and looked down. Opposite him, Jin bent down suddenly after seeing Sasuke rushing over. Then with both hands, he directly hugged Sasuke's waist and executed a powerful throw. Uchiha's throw. Bang! The ground shook. Little Sasuke was completely bewildered, lying on the grass by the wall. His eyes were devoid of any expression. It was as if he had been stripped of his intelligence, leaving only a deathly silence. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, even Jinjutsu. He wasn't a match for this lazy fish. I'm tired. Let it end. Jin. Was the power of Uchiha's throw this great? Did he directly turn the second pillar into a fool? He clicked his tongue, but his worry outweighed everything else. If something really went wrong this time, what would Naruto do? But when he got closer, he noticed that there seemed to be some word bubbles around Sasuke. One even landed right at his feet. So, this is an explosive item? The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the prompt in front of him. Just then, a new prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Defeated Uchiha Sasuke, attempting to copy word bubbles. Copyable word bubbles. Brother complex, black. Emotionally stable, black. Child of destiny, color. Mastery of lightning release, purple. Fireball jutsu, green. Body flicker technique, white. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the elite word bubble fireball jutsu, green. Alright, an irrelevant word bubble dropped. However, Jin's gaze was drawn to the newly appeared black word bubble. Emotionally stable? After awakening the Sharingan on the night of the clan's massacre. Looking at it this way, he indeed seemed emotionally stable. But would being thrown by me lead to emotional disorders, thus resulting in emotional stability? Considering this possibility, when Jin looked down again, his eyes were filled with sympathy and pity as he said, "Don't be foolish, second pillar. If not, I'll really teach you lightning release." Sasuke? What kind of look is that? His vacant eyes just happened to see this scene, and his heart immediately exploded with anger. But just as he was about to retaliate, he suddenly heard the second half of the sentence. His agitated heart suddenly stirred. Lightning release. Lightning jutsu. Ever since Jin mentioned this, he had indeed been mulling over it in his heart, especially after he asked the teacher about the strength of lightning release in class yesterday. His desire had only intensified. Irika-sensei's words were still fresh in his mind. Sasuke, lightning release is one of the most powerful offensive jutsu in the ninja world, with astonishing lethality. So, after hesitating for just a moment, he immediately got up and looked at Jin. Without hesitation, he said, "Come on, teach me." Phew. Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he could still speak. In general, as long as someone can still talk normally, they aren't stupid. Even if they aren't completely out of it. But soon, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma. I want to learn that lightning wrapping around my hand from yesterday. Sasuke's eyes lit up. At this moment, his desire for lightning release overshadowed his hatred for his brother. Let's start learning from hand seals. Upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, Jin's smile suddenly froze. He instinctively raised 2 fingers and said, "Hand seals? Isn't this level of ninjutsu just about having hands?" This was the truth. Relying on the word bubbles, he indeed couldn't perform hand seals. Could it be like how Naruto taught Konohamaru to make a Rasengan by saying do this first and then that, and then it's learned? The second pillar, being the child of the version, shouldn't he have a lower comprehension than Konohamaru, right? Thinking of this, Jin reined in his expression and said seriously, "Lightning release is different from others. You just need to seriously feel the power of lightning in nature to learn it. This is also why your brother can lie on the courtyard wall without moving, even when the heavy rain pours down." As he spoke, the word bubble for lightning release, Chidori, faintly glowed. Zzz. The fingers crackling with lightning at this moment resembled a blade of thunder. Extremely sharp. Looking at the lightning blade formed by his middle and index fingers, Jin suddenly noticed another word bubble on him was also shimmering. Special word bubble. 1,000 years of pain, black. This scene made a ridiculous thought rise in his mind. That guy Kakashi, when he created Chidori, couldn't have done it to complement 1,000 years of pain, right? Middle finger, Chidori, 1,000 years of pain. Hiss. Thinking of this, he felt a sense of discomfort all over. What kind of malicious man would come up with such a move? Of course, if Kakashi went to the later generation's Tianfu kingdom, just based on this move alone, he would probably be revered by countless young women. Chapter 36. The Thunder God Who Was Choked Off. To understand the power of nature? At this moment, little Sasuke was filled with great doubt. Is this really feasible? Instinctively, he looked at the lightning in Jin's hand. A flash of desire crossed his eyes. Zzz. But the power of lightning was too dazzling. Just looking at it for a while, Sasuke felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He had to turn his head away and stop looking. But his desire for the power of lightning grew stronger. Seeing this scene, Jin raised an eyebrow and smiled as he asked, "Do you want it?" Sasuke nodded. "Yes." "Do you want to become the god of thunder in Konoha?" Sasuke nodded vigorously. "Yes." "If you want it, shout it out loud." Sasuke nodded crazily. "I want to become the thunder god." Crash! Just then, the bedroom door was suddenly flung open. Following that, a bamboo pole engraved with 7 wolves was thrown out. It accurately hit Sasuke's butt. What the hell? Early in the morning, "Sasuke, are you trying to rebel?" Inside the room, Fugaku's voice, suppressed with anger, came over. It was clear that this dignified clan leader was really in a bad mood. It was as if he was startled into a shiver while doing something. Boring. All that was left was anger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly thrown something out. Bang! After the words fell, the wooden door was slammed shut again. Outside, the two brothers looked at each other. Jin looked at his younger brother with some concern. Could it be that the path to becoming the god was choked off just like that? Clearly, he underestimated what true emotional stability meant. Sasuke simply patted his butt lightly. Through the gap, Jin could see 2 swollen red marks starting to rise. Clearly, that hit was not light. But Sasuke seemed to feel nothing, and the flames in his eyes were rising steadily. To understand the power of natural lightning. Since I need to understand nature, it must be a stormy thunder day or a high place off the ground. With this thought, he slowly shifted his gaze to the thickest tree outside the courtyard. As long as he could understand lightning and practice lightning release, he could definitely make Jin kneel and beg for mercy. With this in mind, he jumped up and started to climb. Due to Jin's intervention, Sasuke had also trained with Fugaku for a while in advance. He had learned quite a few skills. For example, the essential class in Konoha, stepping on big trees. Tap, tap, tap. He hurriedly dashed up the big tree. Then he saw 2 mysterious people wearing cat-faced masks. Their eyes met. Sasuke's eyes brightened even more. "Are you here to feel the lightning too?" "As expected, my thoughts are not wrong." "Ha ha. I, the Thunder God Sasuke, have arrived." Saying that, he quickly rushed to the top of the tree. He spread his arms to embrace nature. His movements were agile, like a character with a unique hairstyle. In the branches, the 2 Umbu who were dozing off were startled by this scene. But now, as they looked at the record book and the pen in their hands, they found themselves in a bit of a dilemma. One of them asked, "How do we record this? Are we going to end our first mission in logistics with a failure? The more than 50 predecessors who were monitoring before have failed, and we absolutely cannot fail again." After hesitating for a long time, the other person's gaze gradually became firm. He nodded heavily and said, "Let us write that Uchiha clan's 3rd son fell ill suddenly in the early morning. Or should we write that the entire Uchiha clan is crazy?" Just then, a voice suddenly came from beside them, startling both of them. When they turned around, they found that someone had appeared under the tree without them noticing. A silent person. The 2 Umbu ninjas were shocked. When did this little second son climb the tree? It must have been that just now they were so focused on what was happening that they didn't notice. They exchanged glances and silently attributed the reason to themselves. Then they looked at Jin and waved their hands, saying, "What a coincidence, second son." A newcomer? A pure rookie? At the moment they greeted him, Jin's lowered eyes sparkled with excitement. In the past 6 years, none of the Umbu ninjas sent to monitor him lasted more than 3 months. Moreover, none of them were willing to greet him proactively. In the past, upon seeing him, they would just run away. But now, these 2 not only stayed, but also greeted him. Since that's the case, I want to be polite. This time, I have to take my time and harvest slowly. For sustainable development. Jin rubbed his hands, and, when he lifted his head again, his face showed a rare hint of shyness and bashfulness. Under his intentional manipulation, his facial complexion gradually changed. Soon, a blush rapidly spread from his cheeks to his ears. The two Umbu ninjas, who had just finished their undercover mission, shook their heads in disbelief. They never expected such a cute child could be born in the Uchiha family. 10 minutes later, Jin dropped down from the tree, satisfied. He had gained 2 new green entries. Talked for 10 minutes, successfully copied the elite entry light as a feather green too. Sure enough, rookies are easy to fool. He smiled and said directly, integrate into Swift Shadow, as an entry that had upgraded to blue long ago. Swift Shadow had consumed more than 10 light as a feather and 30 agile over the years, but had shown no notable change. Although he felt that his agility, reaction speed, and even endurance had improved, the entry remained slightly altered. Just then, while he was deep in thought, a notification suddenly changed in front of him. Stacking. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry Phantom Shadow, purple. Body flexibility 75-100, speed 75-100. Additional effect, can consume 1000 chakra to create an afterimage at the spot, which can explode after 1 second. The explosion power depends on the amount of chakra consumed. Jin's black pupils shown again. Flexibility doubled, speed doubled. These are the base stats. Changing the basics is more effective than anything else, especially since he focused on the additional effect. This afterimage certainly isn't just a crazy illusion left behind, right? If the chakra is sufficient. It could even rival a self-destructing truck, right? Boom. Just then, a loud bang suddenly echoed in the sky. The abrupt sound startled him. When he looked up, he saw a boy in a blue stand collar shirt with his arms wide open, shouting loudly at the sky. Above the second sun's head, a thunderbolt was slowly forming. Jin was shocked. No way. Did he really attract lightning? Chapter 37. Monitoring from the village? Would release Ninja Jin. What are you and Sasuke yelling about? With a frustrated voice, Fugaku hurriedly opened the door and walked out. Boom! At the same time, the thunder above became more intense. The meaning of thunder and rain grew stronger. Is it going to rain? You better grab your raincoat and get ready for school. Fugaku glanced at the sky, puzzled, and asked where's Sasuke? He was just yelling. Where did he run off to? Hearing this, Jin pointed above. His voice was a bit small, skipping a few words. He said he wants to be the king of the Uchiha clan. If Sasuke had heard this, he would have asked, what about the first 3 words of Thunder God? Unfortunately, Sasuke didn't hear it. Only Fugaku did. Upon hearing this, his eyes suddenly widened. Then, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Gripping the 7 wolves not far away, he spat each word through gritted teeth. Good, good, good. He wants to be the king of Uchiha. Before his father has even stepped down, he wants to take the throne, huh? Truly my good son. Boom. Just then, the lightning struck. As expected, it struck directly at the top of the tree, right where the little boy was pointing at the sky with one hand. Hiss. This lightning feels a bit refreshing, but I want to be the thunder god. Sasuke only had time to say this. The next second, he was spewing black smoke and fell down. His legs twitched from time to time. Electricity continued to surge from his body. Crackling sounds echoed. Fugaku's face turned dark. He could only silently curse his own flesh and blood while reaching out to catch him. He only relaxed slightly after confirming that he was just electrocuted. At that moment, he heard the word king. This made his expression even darker. Good, good, good. When you wake up, I will make sure you become a king. Jin quietly leaned against the wall, not daring to speak. He could only glance at the unconscious Sasuke and sigh. The competition for the air has always been like this. Time passed quickly, and soon it was morning. With the awakening of the second sun, the Uchiha clan became lively again. Mother, why didn't you call me? I'm going to be late. Stupid legs. Run faster. After a flurry of chaos, Sasuke dashed towards the school. The road wasn't crowded, and there were even only a few people. He quickly arrived at the ninja school without any obstacles. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly halted his frantic pace. Adjusting his sleeves, he put his hands in his pockets, slightly sulking, and walked in slowly. Hey, Sasuke-kun, why are you so late today? Did you oversleep? Heh, if it weren't for my father's request, I wouldn't come. Sasuke glanced at the person with some disdain and said, the clan's things are much better than what's at the ninja school. This scene made a passing female classmate blush. Wow, as expected of the Uchiha clan. So handsome, rich and handsome. But why was he still wetting the bed in the morning? Will this kind of boyfriend wet the bed every day in the future. So conflicted about whether to agree to him as a boyfriend. Sasuke-kun's words are even cute, even if he wets the bed. Vet to bet. Snap. Sasuke-S steps slightly paused. His brain felt like it had been struck by lightning, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at this female classmate. His lips trembled as he asked, Who is talking nonsense? Ah, it was your brother Itachi. Boom. It seemed like his lightning-struck head really began to hurt. A splitting headache. Damn, Jin, I'm going to kill you. Slap. Before he could finish speaking, a yellow-haired kid directly disrupted him. Yo, Sasuke, you're late today. Naruto, wearing his orange outfit, clapped his hands and then bounced back to the classroom. Only Sasuke remained standing there, his eyes somewhat vacant. This kid can't really be struck down by lightning, right? In the distance, Jin watched this scene and sighed. It seems getting struck by lightning is indeed not a good thing. However, the conversations for today are basically over. It's time to leave. With that thought, he took a slight step, leaving his shadow clone behind. His main body walked directly towards the school exit. The success rate of conversations is still not high. He can feel the immature would release power within him, tirelessly eroding his body. It's like a slow-acting poison leading to suicide, devouring the active cells inside. Or rather, it promotes the continuous division of cells within his body. The only result of this will be premature completion of cell division, leading to a reduced lifespan. It's hard to say whether the first Hokage's death is related to the excessive passive use of wood release or the injuries sustained during the battle with Madara. Or perhaps it's simply a flaw in Kishimoto's setting, patched up later. But there's no doubt that wood release is not a simple power, especially not the incomplete version he possesses now. He wonders how many wood release cells Danzo received 5 years ago when Orochimaru defected. If there are still cells from the first Hokage, can I directly seize them? With this thought, he lifted his foot and jumped out of the ninja academy. As for using the main entrance, what good child escapes class through the front door? But just as he got outside, he suddenly sensed something was off. In the depths of his being, it seemed there was a gaze staring at him intently, like a venomous snake lurking in the dark, ready to strike at any moment. At this moment, the figure who was blatantly staring at him, Jin, grinned, stretched lazily, and a series of popping sounds echoed through his body. Finally noticed, Danzo. Unlike the merely symbolic surveillance of the Umbu, the root ninjas are completely the projection of Danzo's consciousness. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if Danzo harbors murderous intent towards the Hokage, the root members would also develop murderous intent and boldly act on it. Just right, Danzo has a strong malice towards the Uchiha. He both envies and desires the Uchiha techniques while fearing their power. And as a transparent person of the Uchiha, he has almost no interaction with the people in the village. Therefore, the only source of this aggressive gaze can only be the members of Danzo's root. However, it took so long to notice something wrong. This Hokage's reaction is too slow. He raised his foot and walked directly towards the tree he sensed. The outer wall of the ninja academy is rarely visited. Step, step, step. The wooden clogs made crisp sounds as they hit the stone path, causing the masked root member in the tree to instinctively furrow his brow. In his hand, he quietly formed hand seals. The next second, he suddenly erupted. Would release. Silent binding technique. The ground, a row of trees, suddenly shot out to bind Jin's body. Like a cage, making it difficult to move. Oomph. What a careless child. As long as I catch you, Lord Danzo will let me go. The root member slowly stepped out, the character on his clothing gleaming brightly. Because of the previous mission's failure and his contact with Kakashi, he now just wanted to leave the root and return to a normal life. That's why he took the risk of accepting this mission to capture Uchiha clan members in the village. Unlike his obvious relief, Jin's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the wood release. It's here, the wood release I've been longing for. The next second, he directly spoke. Hey uncle, can we chat for 10 minutes? Chapter 38, Hokage, Team Mura, and Yamato. Did I not seal my mouth? Yamato squinted slightly, forming hand seals again, preparing to block Jin's mouth with wood. Whoosh! A piece of wood suddenly shot up, elongated and stabbed down from above. Jin, that's too much, Yamato. How come I didn't notice before that the seemingly reliable Captain Yamato was so rough in the root? No wonder Danzo's brainwashing ability is on par with the third Hokage. He shook his head, directly extending his hand to crush the wood in front of him, tearing it apart. Crack! Like throwing away garbage, he tossed it aside. He completely failed to notice the pain on the face of the person opposite, Yamato, or rather, the root member still known as Kakashi. How does this kid know my identity? Future Yamato was bewildered. After thinking carefully, he realized he had heard of the Uchiha family's second son. But that was only based on his name. He didn't know him personally and had never seen him. So how did the other party recognize him right after they met? In his confusion, future Yamato was about to take him away when he witnessed an even more astonishing scene. The boy in front of him, not even 10 years old, actually tore apart his wood release with his bare hands. That's right, bare hands. This sight made Yamato's eyes nearly bulge out. Since being trained, he had never seen anyone tear apart wood release with their bare hands. You could dodge, you could evade, or even burn it. He found all that normal. But tearing it apart with bare hands? That was not paper. So without hesitation, he spread his hands again to form hand seals. But just halfway through, he suddenly froze. A sharp edge glinted coldly at his neck. Drip! A drop of blood quietly oozed out. Gulp! Where did he get behind me? Could it be a space ninjutsu? No. Impossible. He swallowed hard, his eyes narrowing even more. The boy behind him, not even 10 years old, remained silent, yet seemed to exude an immense fear. The next second, the cold light vanished. Uchiha Jin waved his hand and said, "Let's go outside the village." After all, being in the village, a fight would cause quite a commotion. Especially if it damages buildings, it would lead to significant compensation. It's better to be outside the village. As for whether letting Yamato go would cause trouble, he didn't care. The early ninja world was still relatively logical. It was simply a matter of competing for intelligence. If the intelligence was sufficient, even a lower ninja could ambush a higher ninja, just like how Shikamaru took down Haiden, or how Jiraiya died at the hands of Pain, while Kakashi could take down one of the Pains. In all these events, the role of intelligence was particularly highlighted. As for the later stages, powerful ninjas were everywhere, and sage techniques were flying around, purely a collapse of combat power. However, Jin slightly lowered his head, now that he possesses offensive, defensive, and evasive abilities. He is already approaching the collapse of combat power. Once the issues of wood release consuming life and Sharingan consuming the body are resolved, he will truly stand at the peak of Konoha. The night of the clan massacre a year from now, Jin even felt it could happen right now. Behind him, future Yamato did not hesitate and directly followed. As the last task of the route, he had to complete it. Soon, at the outskirts of the village, by the Southie River, Yamato looked at the boy standing opposite him and silently apologized. The next second, he erupted again. Would release. Great forest technique. Whoosh. Stretching out his right hand, countless vines as thick as thighs shot directly towards the opposite side. Stronger and harder than before. Hey, don't rush, uncle. Let us chat for a bit first, Jin said while sidestepping. The goal wasn't to fight. Would release was his target. There's no point in talking. Let us battle. Young man. Jin. This Chinibu line, Captain Yamato's character really has collapsed. But thinking about the opportunity to copy the wood release entries for 10 minutes, he silently sidestepped. Copying would release, how could he not shiver? The speed is not slow, but can he escape? Honestly, come back with me. The powerful and unique wood release once again gave Yamato confidence. He only thought that the one he had just torn apart with his bare hands was not used to its full potential. Now he would unleash his full power. Wood release, 4-pillar prison. Bang, 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 bang. One wooden pillar after another erupted from the ground, surrounding Jin within a radius of over 10 meters, directly confining him. And it was continuously shrinking. At first glance, it looked like a wooden prison trapping Uchiha Jin. On the wood, there were also faint, mysterious runes, making it impossible to enter or exit. Phew, that Uchiha brat is really tough to handle. After finishing all this, future Yamato wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. His strength is not weak. Due to his wood release, even an average jonin could be easily subdued. Therefore, he thought capturing a little Uchiha young master would be a piece of cake. However, just as he was about to relax, a sound suddenly came from the wooden cage. Hey, can we talk now? Huh? Yamato's mouth twitched. This guy's mental fortitude is too strong, right? He.S. just a boy who hasn't even graduated from the academy. Not even a genin yet. How can he not be scared? This is very strange. Somehow, Yamato recalled the fear scene of jeans tearing through wood release just now. A term suddenly emerged in his mind. Overconfident. To be safe, he formed hand seals again. Wood release. Silent binding technique. Wood release. 4 pillars house. Wood release. Connecting pillars technique. One would release secret technique after another appeared in Konoha. Inside the cage, trees intertwined. Outside the cage, a complex wooden residence rose from the ground. It suppressed the chakra within the cage. Then, several more residences appeared around the first one. It was like a small family, completely sealing the cage in the middle. Now even Kakashi Senpai can't escape, right? After finishing all this, future Yamato finally relaxed completely, leaning against the wooden sofa. He exhaled slightly. Just as he sat down, he heard the exaggerated voice of the boy opposite him. Uncle, it's a pity you really don't go into real estate. Just this would release connecting pillars technique. How many people would envy you? Yes, aside from the Uchiha clan, due to the war, there are actually quite a few orphans in Konoha. Although there are special allowances, most children's living conditions are not good. For example, Naruto. Even as the orphan of the 4th Hokage, he only lives in a small wooden house on the 2nd floor. The room isn't very big, but if Yamato put in some effort and cut down the trees around the village to make houses, then there wouldn't be a housing shortage at all. After chatting for a while, relevant prompts gradually appeared before Jin. Conversation target. Root member Jia. Copyable entries are being analyzed. Would release bloodline limit copy, purple. First Hokage cell remnants, purple. Water release proficiency, blue. Earth and wood brother, black. Chapter 39. Defeating Yamato with one hand. Merging would release entries. Earth and wood brother took a look at the nearby 3-bedroom wooden house and nodded silently. While others refine in an instant, Yamato builds houses in an instant. The key is that he builds quite well a 3-bedroom apartment with a large independent balcony. Who wouldn't praise that if it were said out loud? Most importantly, it's all made of pure wood, all natural. No additives, no formaldehyde. After watching for a while, he suggested, Yamato, I think you should add a bathroom in the master bedroom. Also, the coffee table is too small. Build a bigger one. Add a hammock or a lounge chair on the balcony. Perfect for napping in the summer sun. With the suggestions, new prompts gradually appeared in front of him. Talking with Jia for 10 minutes, attempting to copy entries. Copy failed. The success rate wasn't very surprising. It's more practical to just beat him up. Jin shook his head. His previously continuous chatter abruptly stopped. This made Yamato raise an eyebrow and question, why did you stop talking? After talking for over 10 minutes, he was almost used to it. Unfortunately, at this moment, Jin had lost the mood to speak. He seemed to have lost all strength and means. Lying on the ground with blank eyes. Opposite him, Yamato frowned. However, after feeling that his strength had mostly recovered, he no longer hesitated. Let us go. I'll take you to see Lord Danzo. Saying this, he extended his hand, transforming it into a giant wooden structure that wrapped around the cage. It looked like a nearly 5-meter-tall wooden egg, perfectly sealed. But just as he turned to take the egg away, it suddenly shook inside. Resistance? Yamato's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, this is the bloodline limit inherited from the 1st Hokage. Don't think you can escape. Even Kakashi Senpai will be trapped by this. Crack. In an oversight, the heavy wooden egg in front of him exploded again. It shattered like fireworks. Countless wooden splinters flew out, turning the sky brown. Yamato was dumbfounded. Again it exploded. He couldn't believe his eyes. 2 decades of worldview and understanding were collapsing. This is a secret technique inherited from the 1st Hokage. How could it be so easily shattered? Is it that my cultivation method is wrong? For ordinary people, it would naturally be difficult to break. However, in the center of the wooden splinters, Jin looked down at his palm. On a protruding piece of brown wood. It was enveloped with evil, crimson chakra. He sighed. The power of the 9 tails combined with the power of wood release seems to have an incredible explosive force. Then, he raised his right hand and directly slapped at the dazed Yamato 3 meters away. Puffed. The 3-meter hand formed from crimson chakra even raised the surrounding temperature a few degrees. The wooden splinters that were still flying were instantly ignited. Soon, flames raged. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Looking at the massive hand in front of him, Yamato quickly formed hand seals. Would release, would pillar wall. Whoosh! In an instant, a row of wooden pillars rose from the ground. They bent and piled together to form an archway, protecting him. Now, it really became an eggshell. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the giant hand came crashing down. Bang! The wood pillar wall, strong enough to resist high-level ninjutsu, couldn't hold for even a second before it was directly smashed. One piece to the east, one piece to the west. Yamato had no choice but to jump away in a panic. But the giant hands seemed to be tracking him, following closely. Forced to, he formed hand seals again. Would release, tree world wall. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, wooden vines grew rapidly from the ground, forming shields to intercept the giant hand. Snap! The vines broke. But fortunately, the blood-red giant hand also disappeared due to energy exhaustion. Block, block, block it. Yamato wiped the sweat off his forehead, his whole body tense. He then realized his back was already soaked with cold sweat. He never expected that just a little boy from the Uchiha clan could bring him such great pressure. This was much more difficult than an S-rank mission. He struggled to pull at the corners of his mouth, a rare expression appearing on his face behind a mask. If other Root members saw this, they would definitely say, "Heresy! How can a Root member show emotions?" No wonder Lord Danzo wants to take you back for questioning. It turns out it's not because of your identity, but your strength. A boy from the Uchiha clan still in the ninja school could actually make a Root member comparable to an elite Jonin feel fear. Unbelievable. But this is what is called a retirement battle. Yamato took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his restless fear. His eyes gradually became determined and resolute. I, today, will definitely retire on the spot. Bang! But just as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly struck his abdomen, smashing him directly to the ground. Boom! The ground was smashed into a 5-meter-wide pit. Crack! Faintly, the sound of broken ribs could be heard. At the edge of the pit, Jin retracted his left foot, shaking his head and sighing. You really do need to retire on the spot. Yamato is one of the few would-release cell holders in the ninja world. He couldn't remember when this guy had left the Root and entered the Umbu. But whether it's Root or the dark side, there is an irreconcilable conflict with the Uchiha clan. Although he has been lying low for so long, it doesn't mean he will allow Konoha to target the Uchiha. Therefore, if this guy doesn't retire, he can only relocate the monument. Defeated Root's Jia, attempting to replicate the entry. Replication successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry would release. Wood pillar wall. Blue, a defensive ninjutsu that summons a row of wooden pillars to form an archway on the ground. Protecting oneself. A defensive ninjutsu? Jin shook his head and directly said, stack it with the wood release cell remnant, blue, entry. For him, who possesses the light of the golden body, the effectiveness of defensive ninjutsu is minimal. As for protecting companions, that would only become his Achilles heel. Entry fusion in progress. Chapter 40. Pinching Kakashi, stepping on Yamato, laughing at the sky. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry would release. Cell remnant, blue. Would release cell division speed decreased. With the enhancement of wood release, wood pillar wall, the wood release cell remnant has finally seen some improvement. Especially the ability to control the division speed is particularly clear. Uchiha Jin closed his eyes to sense for a moment, and the division speed of the cells in his body had already decreased by half. This discovery relieved him. Thankfully, it could be improved. Otherwise, the dual consumption of physical and mental energy would be too much for little old him. Who would have thought that relying on wood release to balance the consumption of the Sharingan would now lead to both consuming together? I hate defective products. He murmured and shifted his gaze away. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that another entry above his head seemed to be subtly changing. The originally dark purple 7-year itch seemed to have faded a bit. From its initially terrifying intensity, it became dimmer. And vaguely, a black light mass was swirling and changing. Before long, the original 7-year itch transformed into 6 years of reincarnation. detected that the host has spent 6 years and finally has the ability to change fate. Entry metamorphosis in progress. After the metamorphosis is successful, the host will obtain the God-level entry 6-6 Great Smoothness color. 6-6 Great Smoothness? What is this entry? Seeing the system's prompt, Jin's dark pupils suddenly brightened. He now has a total of 2 color entries. But whether it's the light of the golden body or the weak presence, they are both conceptual. It can be said that these 2 are the keys for him to safely grow while looting corpses. Unconsciously, he began to look forward to this entry. However, Yamato underfoot had woken up several times only to be knocked unconscious again, and the sky was almost dark. This entry showed no signs of metamorphosis. It remained a foggy mass displayed on his body. Forget it, you can metamorphose by yourself. The moonlight gradually brightened. A ray of silver light fell upon the dense forest, slanting down to illuminate the edge of the pit. Jin's face was illuminated, flickering in the light. After a whole day, he finally confirmed that the time required for this entry's metamorphosis was not short. Or could it be that he really needed to completely change the night of the clan's extermination to succeed in the metamorphosis? If that's the case, he couldn't wait for Itachi, that useless guy, any longer. He was too slow. He moved his stiff neck, and a series of crackling sounds echoed from his body. Who can understand the pain of staying still for a day, only to slap Yamato when he was about to wake up? Ugh, why does it hurt so much? It feels like someone wants to hit my head. Below, Yamato, who had been knocked out for the 7th time, rubbed his head. He felt a sharp pain. Awake again? Without thinking, Jin raised his hand to slap down when suddenly a movement came from behind him. Rustling, a tall figure slowly walked out from behind a tree. Kakashi, wearing a mask and with silver hair, stepped out. His expression was strange as he coughed. Jin, if you hit down again, this kid's head will be smashed. Oh, Kakashi-senpai, is the surveillance so blatant now that you can just walk up to me? Jin glanced over and said lightly. However, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Fish, you've taken a bait. Although Kakashi was still in the 7-day cool-down period for entry replication, which made chatting with him unappealing, the fluctuations of chakra from seeing Yamato get injured were quite obvious. So Jin speculated that at this point, their relationship should already be quite familiar, and he just happened to need someone to continuously use wood release. After all, aside from brushing Danzo, the wood release cells could currently only be used on Yamato. Danzo was dying, and he couldn't replicate him many times. On the other hand, Yamato could live for a long time in the future. With some luck, if he replicated the first Hokage's cells, would he be able to generate a legendary entry after a few fusions? Kakashi walked over slowly, his eyes still showing residual shock. He knew that this Uchiha's second son was not ordinary. In fact, his strength was very mysterious. He could often discover him without a sound, and could also disappear without a sound. His stealth skills were remarkable. But today, what did he see? He started violently beating Yamato as soon as he came out of the schoolyard. Until he no longer concealed it at the village's edge, he casually beat Yamato. He even clearly saw that more than half of Yamato's ribs were broken. If he continued to hit, wouldn't Yamato be directly killed? So he could only choose to step in and try to help Yamato out of danger. But little did he know, he himself had also stepped into danger. Kakashi showed an awkward smile, walked over to the side, and pointed at Yamato's body, laughing. This guy is different from other root members. He has his own thoughts and is a good person. The implication was clear. This is a good person, don't hit him. What does that have to do with me? Jin replied directly without looking back. One sentence made Kakashi's face grow increasingly awkward. The atmosphere gradually became strange. In the pit, Yamato struggled to prop himself up and stand up. He naturally heard the conversation just now, and a flash of shame crossed his eyes as he stubbornly said, Kakashi-senpai, you don't need to help me, I'm fine. Bang! Another powerful force struck. Little Jin flew into the air, falling straight down. His speed was as fast as lightning. He raised his foot and landed directly. Thud crack! Yamato was once again forcefully stomped back into the center of the pit. His entire body was almost embedded into the ground, perfectly fitting. Puffed. This time, he could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were exceptionally severe. So fast, this guy Jin's taijutsu is not inferior to that of an average jounin. I haven't heard that the Uchiha clan specializes in taijutsu and physical strength. This scene made Kakashi's pupils shrink again. The speed was so fast that he could only see an afterimage. But when he saw Yamato's injuries, he became somewhat anxious. Jia, stop. He couldn't gauge Jin's current mindset. But out of concern for Yamato, he felt he needed to do something. Crackle, crackle. In his right hand, a bolt of lightning flickered in and out of existence. The blue-white lightning gradually spread through the air. Lightning release. Chidori. Fast speed. Physical strength so strong it could even tear apart would release. This guy couldn't afford to underestimate him. So, he started with a killing move. In order to prevent losing track of Jin's figure, he deliberately closed his left eye. In his gaze, 3 crimson tomo were spinning rapidly. Sharingan. Then, his whole person transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. Crackle. The speed was so fast that only the sound of lightning remained in the air. Crackle. Bang. But just as he landed, the lightning was abruptly severed. It was directly crushed by a violent hand. One of Jin's feet was still stepping on Yamato's chest, while another small hand transformed into a red giant hand, tightly gripping Kakashi's neck 2 meters in front of him. In the depths of his eyes, a flicker of agitation passed through. He smiled, somewhat mockingly. Kakashi, is it too naive of you to use the Uchiha clan's own techniques against them? Opposite him, Kakashi was struggling desperately. But at the moment he raised his head, he suddenly froze. In front of him, a complete pair of 3 tomo Sharingan were clearly reflecting his predicament. Chapter 41. The exposed Ninetales. Kakashi never expected that one day he would be seized by the throat by a junior. Feeling the evil power so close before him, his pupils were filled with shock. His originally intact right eye widened several times in an instant. A bad thought quickly surfaced in his mind. He tugged at it fiercely, trying to alleviate the burning sensation of the crimson chakra, and asked, Jin, where did this crimson chakra come from? But as he looked up, he saw a pair of blood-red eyes. The crimson pupils reflected his embarrassment. But it wasn't the present him. It was the him who lost his father in childhood, who didn't shed a single tear in his loneliness. It was the him who, after losing Obito, dulled his senses with missions. It was the him who, after accidentally killing Rin, fell into darkness. It was also the him who gradually blossomed under the care of the 4th Hokage and his wife, yet lost the sunlight in the process. I might really be a terrible person, Kakashi murmured, and the hands he had raised slowly fell. Within him, the chaotic lightning release chakra ravaged every inch of his skin. After a full 3 minutes, as his body was torn apart by lightning, he finally struggled to lift his head again. Looking at the small boy opposite him, he hoarsely said, Is this the Naraka path technique? You, this guy, are actually so proficient in Jinjutsu. Although it was a tease, his tone was not relaxed at all. Instead, it sounded like a decayed, old tree, difficult to listen to. The turmoil in his heart had long since turned into a raging storm. Surprise. Disbelief. He never expected that Jin was not only skilled in taijutsu, but also so adept in Jinjutsu. Just one glance had put him, in a passive position. Fortunately, this guy is only proficient in taijutsu and Jinjutsu. If he were also proficient in ninjutsu, that would truly be terrible. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a difficult smile. If this child from the Uchiha clan were to master ninjutsu at this age, he didn't know how to deal with him. He also didn't know how those high-ranking members who plotted against the Uchiha clan day in and day out would sleep peacefully. Not proficient in ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, Jin's expression remained unchanged, and he did not refute. He only secretly lamented that the once famous genius Nin seemed to have stagnated for years. Or perhaps he was just resting on his laurels. If it weren't for the forced enhancement later on, Kakashi would have only been a support role. This also meant that Kakashi's many entries he couldn't even see now. Shaking his head and shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Jin flipped Kakashi and threw him to the ground. A shuriken quietly appeared in his hand, emanating a faint cold light under the moonlight. It pricked at the skin, making one's scalp tingle. No, please don't hurt Kakashi-senpai. At that moment, Yamato, who was nearby, woke up again. Without any hesitation, he directly knelt and begged for mercy. Kakashi's eyes moved slightly, as if some emotion was pouring out. It quickly enveloped his entire brain. He then turned to Jin and, "Jin, don't worry, I won't interfere in the matters between the village and the Uchiha anymore." He knew that Jin hadn't killed them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to plead for mercy. At the same time, he vaguely guessed Jin's reason for doing so. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village was becoming increasingly apparent, and it was understandable for Jin to act this way. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Jin shook his head. "No, whether you interfere or not doesn't matter. The only one to be wary of in Konoha's combat strength is Might Guy. Might Guy right now might not be as impressive as when he kicked Madara, but at least he can still kick out the power of a super shadow. Of course, that's assuming he had time to open the 8th gate. The remaining Konoha are already old. Kakashi has been in a slump for years, and his strength hasn't increased much. The 3 Sannin are wandering around. As for those big families, as long as they find someone to take the blame, the various ninja clans in Konoha probably won't act. Of course, if they do act, it will be to exterminate the clan. Unknowingly, Konoha seems to have lost its threat. Instead, it's Mokuton and the Sharingan. Jin slightly shook his head, looking down at the 2 people beneath him. The moonlight spilled onto his somewhat disheveled Uchiha hair, illuminating his slightly youthful face. After all, he was a boy under 10 years old. Even with a stiff expression, he still gave a soft, fluffy feeling. Kakashi lowered his gaze and softly asked, "So what do you want to do?" Jin smirked, lightly saying, "I need you to promise me one thing." One thing? Chat. Kakashi paused, suddenly recalling this guy's quirks. His body tensed. After nearly 3 years of intentional and unintentional observation, he finally confirmed one thing. Jin really didn't have the arrogance or stubbornness typical of the Uchiha clan, but he had a quirk for chatting. Every time he found someone to talk to, it never lasted more than 15 minutes. Sometimes he would laugh wildly after chatting, and other times he would have a sour expression, even getting into fights. After fighting, his expression would turn from gloomy to sunny again. For example, the guy beside him, Yamato, was someone who ended up fighting after a sour conversation. Though he didn't understand, just thinking that he was from the Uchiha clan made it reasonable. So after talking about one thing without thinking, he immediately agreed. "Okay, I will take Yamato to visit the Uchiha every day from now on. No need. Once a week is enough." Jin shook his head. "Fix 2. First chat for 10 minutes, then have a fight." However, thinking of Yamato's Mokuton ninjutsu, but also some Suidon and Doton, Jin couldn't help but stroke his chin curiously and asked, "Kakashi, can you extract this guy's ninjutsu except for Mokuton? If we could extract all of Yamato's other ninjutsu and only keep Mokuton, that would be perfect. This way, with 1 Mokuton entry per week in just a few months, Mokuton cells could evolve, right?" Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, just about to shake his head, but then thought of the 2 still under Jin's feet. He could only frown and ponder deeply. Caw-caw. Outside the dense forest, a flock of crows flew by, stirring up a breeze that brought a hint of coolness. The night grew deeper. It seemed that Itachi had been having more frequent secret talks with the 3rd Hokage. Jin looked up for a moment, and then tied his long hair back, clapping his small hands and saying, "I hope you keep today's event a secret. I have no thoughts about the village, but certain old dogs with ideas about the Uchiha will die." As he spoke, the crimson chakra in his hand no longer restrained and struck the giant rock behind him. Bang! Crack! In an instant, the giant rock shattered into pieces. This powerful scene once again overturned Kakashi and Yamato's worldview. A casual strike, splitting mountains and stones. Even the great ape king summoned by the 3rd Hokage would need a stick to do that, right? Kakashi swallowed hard, looking at Jin's small back, his expression growing even more serious. Moreover, the power this guy just used should be the power of the 9 tails, right? 9 tails? What 9 tails? At that moment, at the edge of the giant pit, a figure wrapped in bandages slowly poked its head down. Chapter 42. Don't tread on me. Stubborn pride in the Uchiha clan's territory. Caw-caw. A flock of crows gradually descended, flying into a simple small courtyard. This courtyard was located deep within the clan. Simple and plain. Is it Itachi? Hearing the sounds outside, Shursui, whose eyes were bound with bandages, slowly pushed the door open. Creak! The sound of the wheelchair scraping against the wooden floor was particularly clear. When Itachi saw this, his calm and emotionless eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was extremely subtle. In the night, even if one wanted to see, they couldn't. But Shursui was not just someone who looked. Your heart is in disarray. He paused and pointed to the seat next to him, saying, "Sit down and have a glass of water." Watching his actions, Itachi slightly frowned. "Shursui, you seem a bit different." The Shursui in front of him was completely different from the sunny and cheerful boy he used to know. He was like a stagnant pool of water, without any ripples or changes. Different? I'm already a dead man. Shursui tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly trying to show a familiar smile, but failed. The darkness before him seemed to gradually overshadow the light in his heart. The two looked at each other in silence. "Shursui, I'm going to rest." After a moment, Itachi said his goodbyes. With a swish, he pushed the door open, and the moonlight outside had vanished, leaving only thick darkness. It quietly swallowed the entire Uchiha clan. Only the dim yellow light inside remained. Just as he lifted his foot to step into the heavy darkness, Shursui suddenly spoke from behind. "Itachi, have you made your choice?" "Talp!" The foot he had raised paused at the threshold. The figure with his back to Shursui froze at the door, motionless, pointing directly at the extinguished light. It was as thick as ink. He then chuckled softly and reminded, "Shursui, it's getting late. You should rest early." After saying that, his foot fell, and he was swallowed by the night, disappearing without a trace. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Outside the window, there seemed to be the sound of night, dew dripping, faint and elusive. This guy Itachi left without even closing the door. After a long time, Shursui suddenly moved his wheelchair forward to close the door. Swish, clap. But just as the wooden door was about to close, a small hand suddenly reached in. Itachi. Shursui paused for a moment, instinctively saying, but halfway through he suddenly realized something was off. "Is that you, Jun?" "Oh, Tenzu, you seem quite free tonight." "Shursui, that guy Jun really has a sharp tongue." The originally dead heart suddenly had a trace of ripples. He smiled bitterly. "It's late at night. Why aren't you sleeping?" "What do you mean Itachi can go in, but I can't?" Jun directly ignored Shursui's body, opened the door, and squeezed in. His small body swayed in the dim room, like a landlord surveying his territory, indifferent. Ultimately, Shursui couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. "Why save me?" "No, I'm not saving you. I'm saving the Uchiha clan." Jun's unexpected answer made him think of many things. There was the Uchiha clan, Konoha, and Itachi's wavering position. It also left Shursui stunned, his raised hand feeling somewhat at a loss. In the end, he could only place it beside the wheelchair, gripping the armrest tightly. Jun looked at Shursui, who was now at his chest level, and smiled as he reached out to poke his forehead. "Shursui, your heart is in disarray." "Shursui," this phrase sounds familiar. Only the circumstances were somewhat opposite. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. Although he couldn't see, in his heart, he quietly reflected a youthful face. Clearly just a child, and his actions didn't seem particularly clever. But why did he always feel exposed when chatting with Jun? It was as if he was completely bare before Jun, like standing above fate, looking down on him like a giant. He had guessed more than once whether Jun's eyes could see through fate, but it had never been confirmed. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked, "Why save me? I have no eyes, lost my dojutsu, my legs are broken, and my body is disabled. I'm already a useless person." Jun casually replied, "Useless people are good. They can handle word entries easily." Shursui completely didn't understand what he was saying. He waved his hand and took it as Jun rambling again, asking, "What do you need me to do?" Did you feel it?" Jun was somewhat surprised. Coming back from the dead, it seemed Shursui's mindset was indeed different. He didn't hesitate and directly said, "I need you to be my muscle, the muscle of the Uchiha clan. By the way, just a reminder, you were saved by me. So strictly speaking, you, Uchiha Shursui, should be my servant from now on." At this point, the light-hearted demeanor on Jun's face completely disappeared, leaving only seriousness. He stared at Shursui's face, and a delicate golden chain appeared in the palm of his right hand. 3 were intertwined together, and in the middle was an eyeball. "Kotoe Mitsukami." The reason Shui had been saved for so long and only now came to discuss this was that he was figuring out how to use Kodo Amatsukami. Until today, he finally understood it completely. Now, as long as Shui dares to refuse, he would definitely be dealt with directly. Shusui's Kodo Amatsukami was very useful. At worst, he could treat the clan extermination game as a card collection game. Of course, he wouldn't want someone like Danzo. So was Jun already prepared to stand completely against the village? Upon hearing this, Shui fell silent once again. He vaguely guessed something and even saw the scene of brothers turning against each other in the future. This made him feel somewhat powerless. It also made his heart even more tormented. Escape, perhaps death, was the only way. Noticing Shusui's emotions, Jun moved closer, leaning down to whisper in his ear. Of course. If you want to die, it's even simpler. I don't know if you've heard of the second Hokage's forbidden technique, Edo Tensei? Chapter 43. The release of the Nine Tails power? Crack. Shui instantly crushed the handle of the wooden wheelchair. He suddenly raised his head to look in Jun's direction. The handsome and gloomy face finally showed anger for the first time. Jun, how can you desecrate the bodies of our clan? Clap. Desecrate? Upon hearing this, Jun laughed like it was the biggest joke in the world, slapping the broken wheelchair in response. You say I'm desecrating the clan? You can't possibly not know what happens to the Uchiha clan after extermination, right? Danzo has coveted the Sharingan for so long. Do you really expect that old monkey with a mouth full of the will of fire to stop it? Or your so-called dear friend to help preserve the bodies of the clan? Oh, I almost forgot. Perhaps the dear friend you mentioned is the real culprit in desecrating the clan's bodies. Crack. Perhaps Jun's strength was too great, and the wooden wheelchair quickly shattered. It scattered all over the ground, leaving Shui fallen on the cold floor, confused and helpless. Silence. Absolute silence. There wasn't even a breath between the two. Only the sound of dew at the door quietly fell. After a long time, Shui, as if he had lost all his strength, said despondently, I understand, I'll consider it. No, you don't have the right to consider it now. You can only let me manipulate you. Jun reached out again to pat his forehead. Tossing the eyeball in his palm over, put this on. Don't let Danzo take it again this time. Also, you need to recover quickly. For some reason, the village probably can't wait any longer. Saying this, he turned and walked out. Behind him, Shui paused for a moment and asked in confusion. Why? Logically speaking, with the coup delayed, if something happened to him, the village should control the situation. Even if they really had to act, they should wait a bit longer. Because of me, ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Jun turned his head and slowly grinned. The crimson, eerie chakra in his palm completely dispelled the darkness. No one expected that just as the Uchiha clan was about to be swallowed, a red, eerie light emerged. Of course, Shui couldn't see it. He could only vaguely sense a powerful force. Moments later, he touched the eyeball that was connected to him, and his withered heart gradually became restless. Resurrection from death and recovery from loss, it's all piled up. After a long time, a light sigh finally came out in the deep night. This guy, just giving me eyes, why does he have to dismantle my wheelchair? Such a proud and aloof person by the Nanha River. Danzo. Kakashi thought to himself that it was bad news and quickly stood up to salute. Next to him, Yamato also tried a few times but couldn't get up. Even with the partial regenerative ability from the first Hokage cells, he was still too weak. The injuries caused by the chakra of the Nine Tails that Jin used were too severe, so he could only lie there weakly and say, Danzo, you're here too. Danzo touched the bandage on his right arm, turned to look at Yamato, and said in a deep voice, Yamato, your mission has failed. Both of them jumped in their hearts. Was he here to seek accountability? But Danzo suddenly changed the subject and asked, what do you mean by the power of the Nine Tails? Could it be that you too were injured by that little Nine Tails fox? At this point, his single eye hidden in the darkness was extremely excited, seemingly jumping with anticipation. Could it be that the little Nine Tails was causing trouble? Good. That's great. After so long, I've finally caught a chance. As long as I can control this little brat before the monkey does, the power of the Nine Tails will be mine to use. At this moment, Danzo was exceptionally spirited. Even the scar on his chin seemed to smooth out a bit. I am sorry, Danzo, but this matter cannot be disclosed to you for now. After hesitating, Kakashi said directly, He planned to keep the fact that Jin had the power of the Nine Tails a secret. This matter was too significant. So significant that it could completely change the pattern of Konoha. Unfortunately, Danzo didn't believe him at all. He waved his hand, and a group of root members wearing colorful masks surrounded them in an instant. Armed with long blades, they stared at the two in the pit. He sneered and said, "Tell me, or you two will die here. Kakashi, that eye of yours should also be returned to my friend S clan." With that, he directly ordered them to take action. Danzo's ancient eyes turned, a glimmer of greed flashing in them. Kakashi's eye was something he coveted. He also coveted the wood release on Yamato. Using his wood release would cost him an eye, which was not good. Collecting these eyes was indeed too difficult. Just then, outside the pit, a more intense sound of footsteps suddenly came. "Stop it, Danzo!" The third Hokage, leading a large group of Umbu, arrived late. After seeing that Kakashi and Yamato were still alive, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He then turned to Danzo, and his expression instantly darkened. "Danzo, they're the strength of the village. How can you do this?" His opening words were absolute accusations. Danzo was taken aback. He pointed at his own nose with his right hand supporting his cane and asked, "Huh? Me? Who else could it be? You actually injured them like this. Do you even see me as the Hokage?" This time, the third Hokage was genuinely angry. If he had been a moment later, Kakashi would have been done for at Danzo's hands. "No, I didn't do it to them. Danzo was speechless, wanting to explain. But what he did couldn't be openly discussed. He couldn't exactly say he was preparing to kidnap the second son of the Uchiha clan to provoke the Uchiha. Could he? It was frustrating. Too frustrating. Moreover, he felt that this scene seemed oddly familiar. It seemed like it had happened not long ago. "Explain?" "Danzo, I said you need to be honest for a while," followed by another round of accusations. Anyone could see that the Hokage was very angry. So much so that it took several attempts for his pipe to light. After being scolded thoroughly, Danzo suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of a key phrase. "The power of the Nine Tails. I sent people because I discovered the power of the Nine Tails was leaking." A sudden jolt. The power of the Nine Tails leaking? This sentence extinguished the third Hokage's pipe. The power of the Nine Tails leaked? He struggled to open his eyes, but on his wrinkled face, his eyes seemed to be only so big. He couldn't open them. Simply couldn't. "The power of the Nine Tails. I see." Danzo was about to say more when the third Hokage directly interrupted him. "Kakashi, you speak." "Danzo? You little monkey. Now you even doubt me?" His face darkened a bit. It felt very uncomfortable. There was a sense of betrayal. But he was also curious about what Kakashi and the others were hiding. He thought Yamato hadn't returned for a long time because he had defected, which was why he had come to capture him. But unexpectedly, he had accidentally overheard a secret. In an instant, dozens of gazes fell on Kakashi's face. He fell silent. If he spoke, Jin's fate would probably be very. At this moment, the fate of his family seemed to be playing a similar joke on him. Chapter 44. Hizashi, don't forget our bond, Hokage-sama, I understand. Seeing that the situation seemed to be developing into the unknown, the future Yamato gritted his teeth and chose to speak up. If he was going to die, then let it be just him. He immediately recounted what he knew, more or less. And because of the angle, he only knew that Jin had great strength and a strange red chakra. Strange red chakra? Great strength? Very violent? But when these words were combined, they immediately caught the attention of the third Hokage. He and Danzo exchanged glances. The two advisors, with a combined age of nearly 250, had their eyes simultaneously burst with brilliance. The power of the Nine Tails. The only thing that could have this effect is the power of the Nine Tails. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has once again stolen the power of the Nine Tails? Especially Danzo. He slammed his cane heavily on the ground, very displeased, and said, "I told you, Hizashi. The evil little brat of the Uchiha clan has finally started to move against the Nine Tails. Hizashi, we can't hesitate any longer." Tsunade quickly followed. She had no good feelings toward the Uchiha clan either. Especially when it came to the absolute power of the Nine Tails, it was even more so. The only one left, Mito Minyin, hesitated for a moment. Seeing that both of his friends acted this way, he could only nod. "I think so too." For a moment, it seemed that justice stood on Danzo's side. He suddenly released his cane, like a guard from over 10 years ago under the setting sun, and earnestly said, "Hisashi, believe me, only by completely eliminating the little brat of the Uchiha clan can the village usher in peace. Have you forgotten our bond?" In an instant, the three advisors looked at Sarutobi. Talp, talp. Ashes covered the ground in a thick layer. The third Hokage finally knocked on his pipe amidst the swirling smoke and murmured, "Summon the major clans for a council. The power of the Nine Tails cannot leak out, especially not the Uchiha clan." Swoosh! With that, one Anbu after another flew out. In the dead of night, the various clans of Konoha were destined to have trouble sleeping. Huh? Is this a summons from the third Hokage? At the Uchiha clan's place, Itachi, just back, looked at the news in front of him, turned into a crow, and disappeared. Although he was a bit puzzled, the goodwill of Fires will made him quickly take action. Crack! But just as he arrived outside the clan, he saw the mysterious man wearing a mask again. He seemed a bit damp all over. His gaze slowly swept over the other party's scarlet Sharingan, and he said softly, Did your water release run out?" Obito. His remaining eye twitched, and he even felt a surge of impulse to curse. But fortunately, reason prevailed. "Itachi, how are you considering the defection? I can help you deal with some people like the girl from the Uchiha clan. Are you surveilling me?" Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, a black flame suddenly ignited at the corner of his clothing. Obito's expression paused for a moment, and his right eye began to rotate rapidly. Kamui, phasing. Snap! The black flame disappeared, and the corner of his clothing was unharmed. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. This little guy was indeed difficult to deal with. He started with Amaterasu. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, he could have been caught off guard. Is it really space ninjutsu? I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to have such a strong individual. Similarly, Itachi was also quite shocked. The strength of the person before him was beyond his imagination. Such a massive water, appearing and disappearing at will. Now he could even detach himself from the current space. This unbelievable power made it hard for him to believe that the other party was truly from the Uchiha clan. "Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose?" Hearing this, Obito flicked the corner of his clothing. "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara? The only ancestor who could contend with the god of ninjas? Those four ordinary words instantly stirred up a colossal wave in Itachi's heart. Unbelievable. Can't believe it. The ancestor, Uchiha Madara, as a member of the Uchiha clan. This ancestor was undoubtedly well known to everyone. Impossible. The ancestor has long since died. You cannot be him. As he spoke, his pupils revealed the power of the moon. Whether or not he is the ancestor, I will know if I try. But unfortunately, the moon's power, which had never failed before, was ineffective this time. It didn't even create a ripple. Itachi furrowed his brows, his thoughts gradually becoming active. Did he evade my ability again? Could it be that he has unlimited space jumping? No, it's his phasing that caused my attack to miss. What a terrifying enemy. If he suddenly attacked the village without any information, it would probably cause quite a disturbance, right? Realizing this, his eyes changed once more. In his crimson pupils, the speed of the kaleidoscope was increasing rapidly. Threads of blood began to appear. His ocular power was overused. "Itachi, we will be comrades." Seeing this situation, Obito shook his head and turned to leave. "Rest assured, when the day comes for you to act, I will help you stop others, including that girl and your brother." After saying this, his figure vanished without a trace. Itachi stood alone outside the clan grounds, letting the night consume him. He was stunned, only because of the last two words, brother. Sasuke is still in school. So, are you referring to Jin? Somehow, when he thought of Jin, his heart trembled. No, I can't. At the very least, I must protect Jin and Sasuke. Perhaps it's time to negotiate with the third Hokage. Thinking of this, he stepped forward and completely entered the darkness. The target was none other than the Hokage building in Konoha. Shortly after he left, under a nearby tree, a small figure slowly emerged. Jin looked in the direction Itachi had left and shook his head. "Silly brother, I didn't expect you to have such a foolish idea. The gun barrel must be held in one's own hands. Have you forgotten about relying on the third and fourth generation's orphans?" When Itachi was called away, Jin had already followed him, but he didn't speak, just quietly approached with a weak presence. Relying on his enhanced senses, he could clearly hear the conversation between the two, even seeing the fleeting nostalgia in Itachi's eyes. That was nostalgia for Uchiha Mikoto. What a pity, Mikoto's 3-color dumplings are destined to be unattainable. He murmured. Turning back to the clan, it seems that the third Hokage has made up his mind, but now he can finally sleep well. The next time he wakes up, it should be the night of the clan's extermination. Chapter 45. 3 days later, the coup, Sarutobi's hesitation. Clan leader. Last night, the village held an overnight discussion. I heard that all the major clans attended. Do you know what happened? Overnight discussion. All the major clans attended. Early in the morning, Fugaku glanced at the speaker, his expression perplexed. He was from the younger generation of the clan, working in the security team, but he was very close to the Hokage faction. He was one of the few doves in the Uchiha clan. But why would a dove convey such information to him? Could it be that the Hokage, or that guy Danzo, intentionally leaked it? But isn't this just increasing conflict? Or is it intentionally increasing conflict to make the Uchiha clan unable to endure? In an instant, Fugaku's expression darkened. He finally realized something was wrong and turned to shout, "Notify all the clan elders." Meeting in the council hall. As for Sasuke, who was on the treetop, he glanced and decisively gave up. The child is mischievous. The second child is useless. Soon, the Uchiha council hall was filled with clan elders. Some were still waking up, but most had fierce and expectant expressions. The 3 most aggressive elders, upon seeing Fugaku, immediately couldn't contain their excitement and asked, "Clan leader, you called us early in the morning. Are we going to launch a coup?" A coup. It has finally begun. There are 32 clan members with Sharingan, 168 with 2 Tomo, and 398 with 1 Tomo, all on standby. Clan leader, let us go. The current Konoha is no longer the Konoha we once fought for. Yes, clan leader, the Hokage position is held by the Sarutobi clan. We Uchiha can also hold it. Swish. One sentence instantly ignited everyone's anger. The various clan elders chattered, banging on the table and shouting. It seemed then the next second they could seize the Hokage building. Cough, cough. I think we should still hear what the clan leader has to say. Seeing this, the few Dove faction elders coughed a couple of times, turning their gaze to Fugaku. Swish. In an instant, more than 20 pairs of eyes were fixed on Fugaku's face, including anticipation. The pressure fell on Fugaku, and he even felt a bit dazed. Wasn't the purpose of this meeting to discuss countermeasures? How did it turn into how to take Konoha, attacking from that village direction? This doesn't seem right. But it also reflected the inner thoughts of the Uchiha clansmen, which had already risen completely. They just needed a chance to ignite. And now, it seems the opportunity has come? No. After hesitating for a long time, Fugaku still shook his head. Sure, Sui is injured now, and Itachi is entangled with missions. Our Uchiha clan strength is still too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he was rebutted by that elder. Weak? Clan leader. You would not know how the Sarutobi clan grew from small family in Konoha to a major family in the ninja world, would you? One sentence left Fugaku silent. What do they rely on? Of course, it was sucking the blood of these major clans. Sigh. In the end, Fugaku closed his eyes and sighed slowly. When he opened them again, there was no trace of hesitation left, only decisiveness. He knocked on the table and looked at the many clan elders. If that's the case, then it will be on the night of the 3rd day. During this time, everyone should call back all clan members who are on missions outside. All clan members must abandon their missions and return. Yes, this shout made the entire Uchiha clan grounds boil completely. It also made many families in Konoha realize that something was off. What is going on? Have you noticed that the Uchiha clansmen on the streets seem to have increased? Not just that, didn't you hear? You can hear their crazy laughter even in the middle of the night. What a bunch of lunatics. They all go crazy together, will they? It can't be, but it seems that the Umbu patrolling the village has also increased recently. Naturally, the discussions reached the higher-ups of Konoha. Bang, 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 bang. In the Hokage office, Danzo tapped his cane loudly. In the small office, it seemed to be packed with people. Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Mito Gate and Hyuga Hizashi, and other clan head from Konoha were almost all present. Except for a few who were quite agitated, most clan leaders merely focused their attention on the third Hokage, showing little change in their expressions. Especially Hyuga Hisashi. As one of the prominent clans in the village, he vaguely sensed that something was about to happen, but he was unwilling to get involved. What does this have to do with their Hyuga clan? No matter who it is, in the end, they will all need the Byakugan. Some small clan leaders shared the same thought. After all, they couldn't influence the outcome, so cheering on would suffice. Bang! As the third Hokage remained silent, Danzo directly smashed a hole into the floor in front of him, angrily flicking his sleeve and turning to leave. Just before reaching the door, he paused and said with his back turned, "There are some things you can't do, but I can. As your assistant, I have a duty to help you clarify the threats." After saying that, he walked away. Behind him, the third Hokage looked at his back, surprisingly not stopping him this time. After waiting silently for a moment, he suddenly raised his eyes. Then, without showing any emotion, he pulled out his pipe and tapped it. "Everyone, please go back. Recently, help look after the affairs in the village. The Uchiha clan is part of our Konoha. I will not abandon them." The small clans present were deeply moved by his words, and then left. Moments later, the Hokage's office was left with only Sarutobi Hiruzen and a crow by the window. "Itachi, have you made your decision?" "Yes. They have chosen to launch the coup 3 days from now in the evening. I'm sorry, I still couldn't satisfy them." "No. This is not the fault of Lord Third Hokage. It is rooted in the inherent flaws of the Uchiha genes." The crow suddenly turned its head and said heavily, "I will eliminate these flaws, but Lord Third. Could you let Sasuke and Shursui off the hook? They're still just kids." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Hokage office fell silent. The smoke from the pipe billowed, making it hard to see. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. "Sasuke is fine, but I need to observe Shursui a bit longer." Saying this, he stepped out of the Hokage building. Looking up, he saw Shursui not far away, chatting with the Umbu. This kid Shursui talks too much. His mouth twitched, just as he was about to leave. Shursui's small eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, Lord Third, don't go. Can we chat for 10 minutes? Chapter 46 entry. Sorrow. Invitation from the Hyuga clan. Huh. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen immediately turned to leave without thinking. 4 years ago, when he first met Shursui, he would jokingly engage with him, trying to pass on the will of fire. 2 years ago, seeing Shursui's little face just gave him a headache. Now, he didn't want to chat with this young lad at all. The will of fire was not passed on. Instead, it almost made the kid question life. So, he turned to leave. But ultimately, he was a step too slow. At the moment he turned, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed behind him. That was the sound of little feet slapping the ground quickly. Sigh. Hiruzen sighed and turned around, his aged face once again filled with warmth, saying kindly, "It's little Shursui. Is there something wrong?" "Lord Third, I heard you have a second son?" Shursui smiled shyly, directly hitting the heart. The crow beside him almost scattered in fright upon hearing this. Which good son goes to guard a feudal lord, only to turn around and try to assassinate his own father? The second son of the third Hokage truly did. The second son Asuma was thriving in front of the feudal lord. But soon, the crow fell silent. It felt a bit strange. Was the son trying to assassinate his father for some so-called justice? This script seemed a bit familiar. The dark crow's pupils flickered, and Itachi's previously determined heart suddenly stirred. In the village streets, Shursui glanced at the disappearing crow out of the corner of his eye, but didn't pay it any mind. Instead, he continued, "I haven't seen the second young master. What about your first son, Lord Third?" Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, "This little Uchiha brat is truly born evil." His little mouth was like it was coated in honey. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his loving smile. But he failed. The second son trying to assassinate him, and the first son unwilling to show up for some reason. Just 2 sentences had struck this gray-haired old man hard. In the distance, 2 Umbu ninjas saw this scene and showed no intention of helping. Instead, they patted their chests and vanished into smoke. Great. A scapegoat has arrived. 3 minutes later. Conversation target. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Copyable entries are being analyzed. Corpse demon binding, black. Will of fire, gold. 3-way ceiling, purple. Monkey King Suruo, blue. Mastery of fire release, blue. Mastery of Earth Release, blue. Mastery of Water Release, blue. Soon, these entries appeared before Shirsue's eyes, especially the 5 elemental ninjutsu. He couldn't even take it all in. No wonder they were called the 5 elemental ninjas, the doctors of the ninja world. Shirsue shook his head and continued outputting. Over the years, he had occasionally encountered the 3rd Hokage, but unfortunately, there were not many opportunities for conversation. Even the few times they did converse ended in failed copying. So now, he felt it was necessary to take one more chance before the massacre war arrived. 10 minutes. 10 minutes of conversation, attempting to copy entries. Success. Congratulations. Host, for obtaining the legendary entry Monkey King, Suro, blue. Shirsue. He glanced at the visibly more haggard 3rd Hokage. His under-eye bags were bigger than his eyes. Now, it truly felt like he was plundering your monkey. Lord 3rd, where Konoha flourishes, the fire also burns eternally. He stood on his tiptoes, stretched out his arm, and patted the 3rd Hokage's shoulder. Like a little adult, he kept shaking his head. Then, under the 3rd Hokage's confused gaze, he turned and left. Only the 3rd Hokage remained in place, with the words he was about to say stuck in his throat. Neither here nor there. After a long time, he finally squeezed out a few words. No, is he sick? For the first time, he felt that this phrase coming from a little brat's mouth was so harsh. After leaving the Hokage building, Shirsue felt a bit pleased. It wasn't that the Monkey King was so powerful, but rather the joy of finally reaping some benefits. It was like a millionaire in his past life successfully chopping $50 off a deal. In this joy, his figure once again wandered through the streets. Suddenly, a light tap landed on his shoulder. It was not strong, even a bit soft. At the same time, a soft voice drifted into his ear. Shirsuke you. Hello. This voice. Shirsue turned his head in confusion, and behind him stood a girl with white eyes and blue hair, her delicate features even shimmering in the sunlight. Upon seeing Shirsue turn around, she quickly lowered her head, timidly clasping her hands together. Her cheeks flushed a shade of red. Oh, Hinata, what are you doing here? Shirsue was a bit surprised. At this time, Hinata shouldn't be at the Ninja Academy, right? When did she start skipping class like those bad students? Damn it, it's all Itachi's fault for being such a truant, leading the good girl astray. Across from him, Hinata's 2 fidgeting fingers twisted together faster. She looked very conflicted. Finally, with a heavy bite of her lip, she said, Shirkin, my father wants to invite you over as a guest. The head of the Hyuga clan, inviting me as a guest? To be honest, Shirsue was momentarily taken aback. He didn't have many encounters with Hinata. Since copying the Byakugan, this young lady had been kept within her clan, rarely going out. He hadn't had the chance to interact with her again. But what is going on with the sudden appearance of the Hyuga clan leader? With confusion, he nodded and chuckled lightly. All right, let's go. A free opportunity presented itself, so why not take it? At the same time, looking at Hinata's flushed little face, he found amusing. Without any warning, he directly took Hinata's small hand and walked out. He even squeezed it a bit. It was soft, delicate, and smooth. Whoosh! Hinata's little face turned even redder, almost as if it would bleed. However, she did not stop him. She hastily extended her other hand and waved it behind her. To the right and back, a dark-faced branch family attendant exclaimed, How dare you disrespect the young lady? I'll tear this kid apart. Just as he spoke, another attendant quickly grabbed his arm and pointed to Hinata's gesture, saying, Shoo, look at the young lady's gesture, don't move. Huh, strange. The young lady actually allows a stranger to hold her hand? With confusion, the 2 of them quietly approached. Step, step, step. As they got closer, the Hyuga clan gradually came into view. Creak. As the large door was pushed open, Jin finally saw the current residents of the most prominent clan in Konoha. Antique and elegant, with pavilions and towers. High gates and grand households, nothing more than that. In comparison, Jin could only draw one conclusion. That brat Fugaku should come and take a look. All being prominent clans in Konoha, why is there such a significant gap? Even among noble families, there are disparities. The Uchiha clan before the Nine-Tails incident might not be able to compete, but they wouldn't fall too far behind. But now, in comparison to the Hyuga clan, he felt as if Lu Lao had entered the Grand View Garden. Splash! As a luxurious reception room was opened, Hyuga Hisashi, with long hair, appeared before him. He turned his head and rolled his eyes, pointing at the tea table in front of him with a smile. Finally, we meet. Uchiha Jin, or should I call you the young lady's savior? Chapter 47. The position of the Hyuga clan in the reception room of the Hyuga clan, hearing Hisashi's words. Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. So, this guy Hisashi knows that he killed the ninja from the Cloud Village back then? After all, it is a clan with a 1,000-year legacy that has stood firm in the ninja world, growing larger under 7 generations of Hokage. It's not without reason. But he knows, and yet didn't tell the 3rd Hokage. Otherwise, these past few years would not have been so carefree for him. This is getting interesting. With this in mind, a smile gradually appeared at the corner of Jin's mouth. He then squeezed Hinata's small hand again and sat down, showing no intention of letting go. Meanwhile, Hinata's cheeks were already flushed to the extreme. Her mind went blank, and she dumbly allowed Jin to pull her down. Hisashi glanced at his small action, and a vein popped on his forehead. How dare he flirt with his daughter in front of him? This Uchiha chatterbox seems quite different from the rumors. After a moment of silence, he poured a cup of tea and said, "This cup is to thank you for saving my daughter." Thanking him now? That's 2.5 years too late. Jin shook his head and downed the tea in front of him. He had already guessed the purpose of the Hyuga clan leader calling him for a discussion. It could only be one thing: to disclose information from the Konoha high-ups and show goodwill. As the only 2 prominent clans in Konoha, the extermination of the Uchiha clan would not be a good thing for the Hyuga clan. Originally, there were people to share the firepower, but now it was left to themselves. So wouldn't all the firepower be concentrated? Of course, Hisashi wouldn't dare to go too far. He merely hinted at the high-ups' caution and mentioned that assistance could be provided if needed. Finally, he added another cup of tea and smiled. "Jin, why not stay with my Hyuga clan for a few days as a guest? My daughter has been quite worried about you." At this, Hinata's face turned so red that she didn't know where to hide. She could only shrink back desperately, like a quail pulling its head back in. No wonder that day, when she was with Hinata, this girl woke up later. Jin shook his head, thinking that his experiences in childhood were still insufficient. If it were now, regardless of whether she was unconscious or not, a slap would have knocked her out. He fiddled with the cup in front of him and finally shook his head. The Hyuga clan is indeed good, but he still prefers the crazy Uchiha. It's less stressful to chat and fight with them. Moreover, the assistance from the Hyuga clan is probably only at the time of the extermination battle. Prior to this, given Hisashi's level of bearing humiliation, just mentioning help would already be the maximum limit. The other party could enhance the situation, but would never provide timely help. Jin could understand. After all, it's a matter of life and death, and it's normal to hedge bets on both sides. Since that's the case, let the young lady take you around the clan. After chatting for a while, Hisashi stood up and gestured for Hinata to take Jin around. Talking with Hyuga Hisashi for 10 minutes, attempting to copy the entry. Copy failed. Jin rolled his eyes and intentionally held Hinata's hand as they walked out. Hisashi's failure was not a problem. The Hyuga clan had a large group of young men. Moreover, there was a most talented young man from the early days of the 12 young ninjas, Niji. If talking in tea work, then whoosh. With the wooden door being pulled shut, the reception room gradually fell into silence. After a moment, an elder slowly walked out from behind the screen in the room. With graying hair and a hunched back, he paused to rest after every step. He slowly walked to Jin's position and remained silent for a long time before murmuring, "I can't see through." "Huh?" Hisashi looked visibly shocked, his eyes wide open. "Even you can't see through him, elder?" The elder was the oldest member of the current Hyuga clan and had mastered the Byakugan to an extraordinary level. "That kid is shrouded in a mist. My Byakugan cannot see through him, but his strength should not be strong." The elder hesitated for a moment, but still uncertainly said, "Hisashi, are you really going to bet on him?" The Uchiha clan has already been marked. Inviting Uchiha Jin at this time might draw the displeasure of the 3rd Hokage and the others. Hearing this, Hisashi waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter if they're displeased. The front line needs to be a Byakugan of our Hyuga clan. The 3rd Hokage won't do anything. Besides, this is something they owe to Nichi." As he spoke, his mood dropped significantly. At that time, facing the pressure from the 3rd Hokage and others, he had no choice but to sacrifice his brother. But that doesn't mean this matter is just forgotten. And this time, it was merely an attempt. When it came to Nichi, both of them fell silent. Boom! Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the house. Hizashi frowned and opened the door to take a look. Outside, a group of young Hyuga clan members was surrounding Jin tightly. It turned out that these young men, full of vigor, could not hold back when they saw the young lady being held by someone. They started yelling one after another. "Hey, let go of the young lady. How dare you disrespect the young lady? Let go or I'll duel you." Amidst the noise, a distinctive voice quietly rang out. "Are you sure you want to duel with someone from the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha clan. The young men were startled and finally noticed the clothing Jin was wearing. Their momentum immediately weakened. After all, the Uchiha clan is the most feared among the great clans of Konoha. Not only is their strength mysterious, but the most terrifying thing is becoming friends with the Uchiha. Who doesn't know the rumors about sacrificing friends and family for the Uchiha's awakening? Seeing the surrounding clansmen quiet down, Niji walked out with a cold face. "Jin, what are you doing here?" Although the two had seen each other rarely, they still recognized each other as members of the same generation. At one point, Uchiha Jin had chatted with him every day before suddenly disappearing. Quite strange. "Hey, Ningji, you genius, you actually skipped class." Jin glanced at Ningji with displeasure. This guy actually interrupted his chives. He immediately turned his head and raised Hinata's small hand. Smiling at the Hyuga chives, "Ahem, is there anyone who is not happy with me? You can all come at me." Saying this, he boldly kissed Hinata's small hand in front of him. Whoosh! Hinata's face turned red, full of embarrassment. Then her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other boys could no longer contain their envy and jealousy, shouting as they rushed forward. "Let's all go together. That's right, let's all go together. Even if he's Uchiha, he might not be able to defeat all of us." Chapter 48. Cutting a batch of chives to the end. Defeated Hyuga chives, attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common entry strong fists and kicks. White fist and kick power increased by 10. Defeated Hyuga rivet, attempting to copy entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common entry strong fists and kicks. White fist and kick power increased by 10. Stacking. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fine entry harmony of strength and flexibility. Green incorporates internal energy into the original fist and kick power, adding 20 additional internal damage when striking. No wonder it's a family that practices fist techniques. This entry is good. Jin's eyes lit up, and he slapped the waist of a boy blocking his way. Smack! With one slap, the boy fell to the ground and fell asleep. "Hey, you can't sleep here," Jin casually said, while dodging a gentle fist from the right rear and countering with another slap. Smack! Soon, one boy after another was knocked down, and the soft skill entries Jin obtained kept increasing. At a certain moment, copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fine entry 8 trigrams air palm. Green, using Byakugan to see through the opponent. Compressing air to form a projectile to strike the enemy's vital points. Seeing this entry caused Jin's movements to pause slightly. Then he revealed a joyful expression. 8 trigrams air palm? Isn't this the palm version of the 6 Meridians divine sword? He took a deep breath, somewhat excited. Although it seems to be just a green entry, it's a long-range projectile. The damage is related to 2 aspects. One is the precision of Byakugan. As long as he can accurately hit the acupuncture points, even Susanoo can have 2 ribs broken. Of course, Susanoo generally cannot break defenses. The second is the density of the compressed air, which is the strength of chakra. The stronger the chakra, the stronger the density of the compressed air, and the power of this strike will be greater. It can be said to be a growth-type power or a human version tailed beast bomb. Jin looked at his nearly 200 chakra and silently took a breath. A slap with 200 battle power could completely rival a tailed beast bomb, right? Realizing this, Jin raised his hand and launched an air bullet towards the right side. Consuming 10,000 chakra, he struck down. Whoosh! Smack! The Hyuga boy on the right hadn't even had time to charge him before being inexplicably smashed down. Then he was sent flying over 10 meters like a kite with a broken string. With a thud, he landed in front of Hinata and the clan elders. Looking horrified at Uchiha Jin, his fighting spirit completely gone, All that remained was pure fear. This guy's too terrifying, right? He actually used palm techniques to knock down dozens of people in the Hyuga clan. On the other side, Hinata Hisashi's eyes also widened in an instant. The originally pale sides of his eyes bulged with veins. It looked quite eerie, but even so, he still couldn't believe his eyes. He murmured in shock, This is the 8 trigrams air palm. Is it? The elder beside him rolled his eyes, still old yet with bulging veins and no wrinkles. But this did not diminish his shock at all. After several dozen seconds, he took a deep breath and looked at Hisashi, asking, has this child ever come into contact with the 8 trigrams air palm before? No. Hisashi answered quickly and decisively. Since he heard about Jin's image 2.5 years ago while watching Hinata, he had been observing this boy vaguely. Although he seemed to act recklessly, there was always some hidden purpose. Plus, he was rarely as proud and arrogant as the Uchiha clan. Even his emotions were very stable. But when did the other party actually master the 8 trigrams air palm? Right, it's the Sharingan. Thinking of Byakugan, he immediately raised his gaze to Uchiha Jin's eyes. There, in the crimson gaze, the 3 tomo were slowly rotating. He actually had the 3 tomo Sharingan. Seeing the 3 tomo inside, Hisashi felt even more numb. He was completely stunned. He guessed that Jin had opened his eyes, but never expected that he had opened to the 3 tomo. The Uchiha clan is indeed a group that makes people envious. First, there were Uchiha Sasuke and Itachi, and now there is another Jin who is not weaker than the 2 at such a young age. And among the new generation, the genius Uchiha Sasuke could be ignored. Compared to the 3 of them, that kid is just an addition. Saying this, Hisashi glanced at the ground. He heard the groans and wails all around him. These sounds repeatedly stimulated his brain, making him unable to help but sigh. Indeed, people can make one die of anger. In the Hyuga clan, it seems that only one person could compare to the genius of the Uchiha clan, right? Thinking this, he shifted his gaze to the bandaged boy not far away, with an expression of expectation hidden within. I will protect the young lady well. For this, Ningji just glanced at it and then withdrew his gaze. His emotions towards Hisashi were complicated. On one hand, he was one of the murderers who killed his father. But on the other hand, he was also an uncle who had taken care of him for many years. He wanted to hate, but couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only stubbornly uphold the ninja way left by his father. Fate. As a branch family member, his fate was only the young lady not far away. Looking at the almost fallen clan members around him, Ningji took a deep breath and slowly walked out. It's Ningji. Great. Ningji finally made a move. Ningji, you must help us regain our face. Hit him. Hit him. Ningji, brother, beat him. After seeing Ningji's figure, the boys of the Hyuga clan all breathed a sigh of relief. This one is truly the genius of their Hyuga clan. Even though many of the children were from the main family, they thought so too. Ningji is the true genius of this generation of the Hyuga clan. Even Hinata instinctively raised her heart and took a few steps forward. Whoosh! But as soon as she moved, Ningji shot her a glare with his Byakugan. Crack! She paused her steps, standing there a bit at a loss. Wanting to speak but afraid, in the end, she could only weakly, blushing say, be careful. Hey, useless. Ningji glanced at Hinata, his gaze indifferent. But just as he was about to make a move, he was pulled by Jin, who put an arm around his shoulder. Whoosh! Smelling the faint fragrance coming from him, the young boy's face instantly flushed. His originally proud body stiffened, completely at a loss. Under the setting sun, the boy's face was redder than anything. Chapter 49. Defeating the Hyuga clan. I will return. Ningji, why is your face so red? Are you shy? Noticing the boy's flushed face in his arms, Jin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. In the original work, Ningji was a very indifferent and proud boy in the early stages. Even if he was tough on the outside but warm on the inside, he wouldn't get shy so easily, right? The next second, he understood. This wasn't shyness at all. It was clearly anger. Shut your mouth, Ningji shouted, his small face completely flushed. He didn't tea like Hinata. He also didn't tea like men who were hands-on. After he spoke, he raised his hand and struck. Gentle fist. Slap. With a single palm strike, he withdrew. Oh, so you're angry out of shame. Jin brushed off his clothing, seemingly unconcerned. That gentle fist didn't even break through his defenses. No, no, is he okay? Seeing Jin unaffected, Niji was momentarily stunned. His palm was aimed precisely at the chakra circulation point. Not to mention a child, even an adult would feel discomfort after such a strike. Then his expression changed. The veins around his eyes suddenly bulged, forming a web-like pattern around his temples. Byakugan. In the next moment, two gazes locked onto Jin like fire. Niji's raised hand froze. How? How is this possible? In his view, Jin, 5 meters away, had chakra flowing smoothly throughout his body, perfectly balanced. This was a level only a seasoned jonin could achieve. No, could he be mistaken? In doubt, he instinctively glanced at the clan leader. No, the chakra on the clan leader was the same as this. How could Uchiha Jin have cultivated to this level like the clan leader? He was bewildered. His hands hung in midair, still in the gentle fist stance, unsure of how to attack. The perfectly balanced chakra couldn't be broken through with his current gentle fist, not to mention affecting the chakra flow. So, was he going to have to use that move? After hesitating for a moment, Niji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The brown strands of hair on either side of his head swayed slightly. The chakra between his hands grew increasingly dense. This looked like the gentle fist 8 trigrams palm. Not far away, Hyuga Hisashi and the clan elders widened their eyes at this standard starting posture, exchanging surprised glances. When did the branch family learn this technique, which only the main family could master? Did this child comprehend it on his own? Hisashi's eyes flickered. There was no anger about the main family's techniques being learned by the branch family, only surprise and delight. He looked at little Niji, whose features vaguely resembled his own, and then at his soft-spoken daughter. At this moment, Hisashi fell silent. Perhaps Hinata really wasn't he suited to inherit the main family? If Hanabi took over, then Hinata. Slowly, his gaze returned to Jin. His eyes sparkled with an unknown thought. In the courtyard, Niji's body began to change. Chakra surged in his palms. Byakugan activated, and the veins around his eyes bulged. His vision seemed to penetrate Jin's body, precisely locking onto the 64 chakra points. So what if it was perfect? As long as he kept striking the same point, it would eventually work. He whispered a low shout, gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. In the next moment, his palms became mere afterimages as they struck down. Slap, slap. The sound of strikes fell like raindrops. The first 2 palms directly targeted Jin's collarbone, attempting to sever the chakra flow to his arms. Slap, slap, slap. The following 4 palms struck directly at his chest. The lung meridians were attacked. For an ordinary person, even breathing would be a luxury. These were just the beginning. As his spinning body gained speed, the rate of his strikes suddenly increased. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. His small hands rained down like a storm, striking the same spot on Jin's back. 1 palm wouldn't do, then 2. If 2 didn't work, then 4. He believed that under continuous high-frequency attacks, even an adult ninja wouldn't be able to withstand it, until the final 64 palms concluded. The chakra he had accumulated at his fingertips exploded into a wave. Boom! The ground of the courtyard cracked with spiderweb-like fissures from the wind generated by the strikes. Dust was sent flying everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. Did it work? Niji panted slightly, his gaze fixed tightly on the dust cloud in the center. Unlike his seriousness, the other fallen boys were filled with excitement. It was actually the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji had secretly learned this. Great, all of them hit. Oof. I've disliked that Uchiha for a long time. Jin only had Hinata, who looked worriedly into the dust cloud. He wanted to step forward, but didn't know what to say. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After several seconds, the dust began to clear, gradually revealing a handsome face. Hiss, Niji, it's a pity you didn't become a technician. Jin moved his neck and back, laughter crackling from his body. Comfortable. After this set, not to mention arthritis, even shoulder pain caused by lying in one position for years was cured. So comfortable. Jin stretched lazily. Seeing the failed dialogue prompt in front of him, he no longer delayed and directly reached out his hand toward Niji. With a slight smile, he said, 8 trigrams. Empty palm. Bang. Like a cannonball, the compressed air shot out violently. In his Byakugan vision, Niji saw this air blast clearly. He even wanted to dodge to the side. But just as he tried to move, he felt a tremendous force hit his abdomen. Then he was sent flying. Soaring high, he landed heavily. Bang! Dust rose again in the courtyard. But this time, all the Hyuga boys fell silent. To be precise, it was silence. Even the dullest among them realized what had just happened. Gulp! Gulp! In the courtyard, only the sound of the boys swallowing could be heard. Do you all want to try again? Jin smiled, turning to scan the crowd. Though he wasn't tall and his voice wasn't loud, when he spoke, no boy dared to meet his gaze. They silently lowered their heads. Their faces flushed slightly. This time it was anger and shame. Seeing this, Jin nodded, then waved to Hinata. Hinata, who was daydreaming, was startled, her joy still on her face when Jin pulled her over. Step, step, step. He brought little Hinata in front of Niji, bending down. In his eyes, the 3 tomo shone with an eerie red light. Niji, she is your sister. Saying this, he patted Hinata's small hand and turned to leave. His steps were carefree and unrestrained, completely unconcerned about the fallen Hyuga boys behind him. When he reached the entrance, looking at the prompt in front of him, he could no longer contain himself. He reached out his right hand to mess up his hair, leaned forward, and laughed wildly. Ha ha! Amidst the laughter, he glanced back at the blushing Hyuga boys and murmured, I'll be back next week. Chapter 50. The night of annihilation has finally arrived. I finally believe this little guy is from the Uchiha family. Hearing the clan leader's voice, the elder smiled. He forced a glimmer of light from his wrinkled face and opened his eyes. Yes. Who else but the sickly Uchiha clan could laugh so wildly at such a young age? His voice seemed to carry some nostalgia. It was the running under the sunset with the Uchiha boys. It was also his lost youth. After watching for a long time, he murmured, for some reason, I seem to see the shadow of that person in this child. Thud. Hearing this, Hisashi's heart skipped a beat. Being referred to as that person by this elder meant he was an Uchiha. In his impression, it seemed that there was only one person, Uchiha Madara. He swallowed hard, somewhat incredulous and absurdly said, Elder, it can't be. That person established Konoha at the same time as the god of shinobi. This little guy, although his strength is good. Hearing this, the elder smiled and slowly turned to walk inside the house. The cane in front of him tapped lightly and heavily on the floor, making a crisp sound. Only when he approached the bedroom did he say softly, that child's eye technique is not just the 3 tomo. After speaking, he pulled the wooden door shut with a whoosh. Only Hinata was left standing at the door. His mind felt as if it had been struck hard by a giant hammer infused with lightning. It went blank. After a long time, until the boys in the courtyard gradually dispersed, he finally regained his senses. His dazed gaze fell on his eldest daughter. Hinata, do you like Uchiha Jin? Oh no. It's okay. Father knows that since that day you were saved, you've been thinking about this child, right? Actually, Father also quite likes this child. Could it be that she wants more rivals? Defeated Hyuga Niji, attempting to copy entry. Current copyable entries. Guardian, black. Byakugan, purple. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, green. Gentle fist, green. Comprehensive human meridian acupoints, white. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Byakugan, purple. Can be stacked. Would you like to stack the entry Byakugan, purple? Without thinking, he directly said, stack. Stacking Byakugan, purple is enhanced. In the depths of his heart, Jin felt that his eyes seemed to have changed again. He instinctively activated the entry Byakugan. The range of his vision began to spread. Slowly, the area covered by the Byakugan started to increase. If it was originally only a radius of 100 meters, now it had at least increased to 150 meters. Within the range, every movement of the wind and grass was visible. The people passing by, their auras circulating all around, could be seen clearly. He could even see blocked meridians and bone hyperplasia. Wow. With these eyes, if he became a technician, wouldn't he be the best technician in Konoha? Kakashi's reputation might not hold up. Jin clicked his tongue and his steps became lighter. Moreover, if you remember correctly, one of the modes of the Rinnegan was to continuously plunder the Byakugan, right? He reached out to touch his slightly warm eye socket and a thought gradually arose in his heart. When he had no hope, he looked down on the Rinnegan. But now it seemed there was hope. That is really enticing. Just like the saying goes, if I win 10 million, I'll donate it all. But if you ask me to donate $100, sorry, I really have that. In his heart, he was even more determined to protect the Uchiha family-as chives. Step, step, step. His shoes made faint sounds on the stone path. In the center of the village, Jin looked up slightly to survey his surroundings. Tonight, the night seemed to come unusually early. Originally, this time was bustling on the streets of Konoha, but now it was deserted. Only a few figures occasionally hurried away. The wind and rain were about to come, and spring was full of buildings. What happened to 3 days later? Why did they act on the first day? Oldinga, really not following the rules. He shook his head and gradually walked toward the village entrance. Whoosh! Stop! But just after he walked a short distance, suddenly an Umbu ninja with an oil-painted mask appeared in front of him. It's you, Uncle Nico. Jin looked at the man in surprise. Although the Umbu masks were quite similar, the figure and hairstyle were distinctly different. This Umbu was the one who had been sent to monitor him for the 2nd, 12th, 19th, 27th, 31st, 48th, and 69th times. In ancient times, Zhao Zilong entered and exited 7 times. Now, it was Nico Umbu monitoring and running away 7 times. 7 times of monitoring, 7 times of collapsing and escaping, and then being fooled back 7 times by the 3rd Hokage. Cough, cough. Meeting Jin's gaze, Nico felt a bit awkward. He even subconsciously wanted to turn and leave. But thinking of his mission and what was about to happen, he suppressed his odd feelings and said softly, Jin, don't walk anymore. Stay in Konoha tonight. It seems that the 3rd Hokage still gave Itachi some face. Jin shook his head and said, but I have to go back. Saying this, he reached out and pushed the Nico Umbu aside, raising his foot to walk toward the clan grounds. Only behind him, Nico Umbu stood frozen in place. The pupils behind the mask suddenly constricted. How could this be? How did he know about the negotiations between the 3rd Hokage and Itachi? No, he's just a chatterbox. He shouldn't know this information. Could it be the Uchiha clan? Looking in the direction Jin came from, Nico's eyes showed astonishing suspicion. After pondering for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and turned back to the Konoha building. He must tell the Hokage that the Uchiha clan might have defected. The dark clouds in the night sky were becoming thicker. The night was somewhat excessively thick. Rustle, rustle. Jin's footsteps continued. Clap. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of him. His hair was gray, and he carried a black pot on his back. On his waist, he wore a lower ninja forehead protector. He stretched out his hand and waved, blocking his path, saying, Kid, how about we chat? Maru Star? This outfit instantly reminded Jin of someone. He was known as the strongest lower ninja in Konoha by Nagato. You actually know me? Obviously, the old man was quite surprised. He usually guarded the village entrance or did simple tasks. And although he had seen Jin several times, they had never met. Today, he couldn't bear to see Jin step into the whirlpool, so he made an exception to remind him. Of course, Jin smiled, looking up at the clan grounds, which were tranquil and flawless, but there were crows hovering above. Itachi had already arrived. 3 days later to act? Just a feint, right? The real. He paused and continued. Let us save the chatting for next time. After saying that, he raised his hand. A light slap, but as it fell, it instantly burst out with a blinding white light. 8 trigrams air cannon. Chapter 51. Tsukuyami. Great justice in slaying kin. Clan leader. All the Uchiha clansmen that can be contacted are here. We can attack Konoha at any time in 3 days. Clan leader. As long as we are united in thought and strength, Konoha can be easily destroyed. In the Uchiha clan grounds, a large courtyard, hundreds of Uchiha clan ninjas gathered together. Their scarlet eyes almost tore through the darkness of the night in an instant, making the sky feel heavy at this moment. Sure enough, it had come to this point. Seeing the hatred and restlessness in the eyes of his clansmen, Fugaku turned his back with a heavy sigh. In his back-facing scarlet eyes, the fate of the clansmen was clearly reflected. Death, desolation, not even a scream escaped. They would die out directly, and the famous Uchiha clan in the ninja world would ultimately perish under the wheel of time, becoming a thing of the past. But he couldn't tell the clansmen everything he saw. He could only silently turn his back, nod slowly, and return to the ancestral shrine. This scene instantly excited hundreds of ninjas. Great. The clan leader finally agreed. Ha ha ha. I'll be the great Hokage-esque guard from now on. Oomph. Let us see who dares to provoke the Uchiha again. With the clan leader leading us, plus the strength of the eldest son, we can easily overthrow the Hokage. By the way, has anyone seen the eldest son? Amidst the cheers, an elder suddenly asked. The voice was not loud, but it made the clansmen who were just high-spirited slowly come back to their senses. Yes, where is the eldest son, Uchiha Itachi? As a renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, it is only fitting to have someone like him lead the charge in a rebellion. Such momentum can sweep everything away. The clan members were puzzled, discussing and searching. Soon, the elder's eyes flashed as he pointed and laughed. The eldest son is already at the village entrance. Ha ha! It seems the eldest son is even more eager than we are. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Amidst the laughter, the silent figure gradually approached. One step at a time. Crack! A short branch was accidentally crushed underfoot, emitting a piercing sound. The excited clan members slowly quieted down. In the air, an ominous scent seemed to begin to permeate. They finally realized something was wrong. The eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, had actually entered from outside the village. The elder sensed something was off and instinctively asked, Itachi, you. The only response was a black crow. Bang, bang, bang. Under the crow's gaze, the elder's heartbeat suddenly quickened. It was like a drum being struck. He raised his head, and just in time he saw those scarlet eyes. The spinning three tomo slowly transformed, resembling triangular shurikens. This is... Upon seeing the shuriken, the elder's expression changed drastically. First doubt, then shock, followed by ecstasy. He jumped up excitedly like a lottery winner who just hit the jackpot. With his hands on his hips, he laughed to the heavens. Ha ha, ha ha, it's actually a kaleidoscope. The heavens assist the Uchiha. With the kaleidoscope, Sharingan. Not to mention Konoha, even the entire ninja world can be conquered. His laughter quickly spread. Kaleidoscope. Hundreds of Uchiha ninja simultaneously narrowed their pupils upon hearing those three words. They stared intently. Thousands of scarlet tomo eyes focused on a pair of kaleidoscopes. One by one, clan members began to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed throughout the Uchiha clan grounds. The moment they saw those eyes, it seemed they could already envision storming the Hokage building. Each face wore an immersive smile, gradually sinking into joy. However, managing so many people was still a bit taxing. After a moment, Itachi covered his left eye and took a slight breath. Let you all enjoy a little longer. He then lifted his head and looked toward the ancestral hall. There, the lights were bright. A figure was illuminated by the firelight, casting a shadow on the wooden door. Father, are you waiting for me too? Itachi murmured as he walked towards the wooden door. Step, step, step. With each step, though not large, they gradually stabilized. With a whoosh, he pushed open the wooden door, and Uchiha Fugaka's figure appeared right in front of him. Under the shrine. You're here. Fugaka was not surprised. Pointing ahead as if reminiscing with his son, saying, the first large-scale use of the kaleidoscope might cause some dizziness. Come, have a cup of tea to calm down. As he spoke, he poured a cup of tea. Little did he know that Itachi was slightly stunned at that moment. He didn't expect his seemingly hesitant father to know everything. Father, you know? Then why? Itachi felt a bit lost. If you know everything, why let me be? Hearing this, Fugaka lowered his head, a look of regret on his face. What can I do? I am the head of the Uchiha clan. But I am also your father. I am getting old, unable to suppress the Uchiha clan, and I cannot change your mind. Ending it here might not be bad. However, saying this, he suddenly raised his head, his face instantly covered in frost. However, you cannot touch Sasuke and Jin. Especially Jin. That child is a bit lonely. Otherwise, I will make you taste the 7 wolves again. Thud, thud, thud. Kaleidoscope. Father, you are indeed. Upon seeing the 3 Taiji symbols in Fugaka's eyes, Itachi's expression finally changed. A hint of bitterness, a sense of loss, and a touch of nostalgia appeared. He could already feel his father's determination to die. After pondering for a moment, he managed to squeeze out a smile and shook his head. Rest assured, Father, I will take good care of Sasuke and Jin. With that, he raised the long knife in his hand and slowly brought it down. Whoosh. But just as it was about to slice Fugaku's throat, the wooden door of the ancestral hall was suddenly pushed open. Behind him came a teasing and mocking laugh. Oh, great righteousness to eliminate relatives? 1 against 7. You really took my words lightly. Chapter 52. Shock. A family of 3 can't withstand a slap. Jin, why are you back? Upon hearing the voice, Itachi turned his head and saw the person at the door. The sharp voice pierced through the night sky, causing eardrums to ache. But few in the Uchiha clan grounds heard it. Why can't I come back? This is my home. Jin casually pulled the wooden door and walked in. As for the clan members outside, let them enjoy a little longer. The Tsukuyami space can last for 72 hours. Even a certain famous technician from Konoha, after being caught in it, had to lie in a hospital for a whole week. The clan members would probably fare even worse. He then plopped down right in front of Fugaku and drank the freshly brewed tea in one go. Spit. After slurping, he spat out a tea leaf in disgust and said, Huh, old Fu, your tea-making skills have declined. It's not even steeped properly. Fugaku, Itachi, both of them twitched their lips. This behavior was indeed Jin's. The originally thick and sorrowful atmosphere of father and son turning against each other dissipated in an instant. Fugaku frowned, glanced at Itachi, and urged, Jin, you go back to your room first. No matter what happens tonight, don't come out. Right? Jin, you should go back, okay? Whatever you want to ask tomorrow. Your brother will tell you everything. Itachi also reined in a bit of killing intent and said in a deep voice. However, the hand holding the katana inadvertently tightened a little. He didn't know since when, every time he saw Jin's fearless demeanor, it gave him a tingling sensation. No, wait. I am the elder brother. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice to shout, Jin, go back to your room. Or else are you going to cut me too? Spit. Jin once again spat out a bitter tea leaf and looked with interest at the man opposite. This 13-year-old man, in a past life, he would probably still be buried and studying hard to get into high school. Now he has to carry out a family extermination mission. Does it hurt? Spit. He cares for him more than he cares for a dog on the street. At least dogs know not to bite their owners. Since you know, then I'm sorry, Jin. Just sleep for a while. A good sleep will make everything all right. Hearing Jin's words, Itachi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them, only a field of scarlet remained. Tsukuyami. Activate. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible wave spread throughout the ancestral hall. Whoosh. In an instant, 3 Tomo appeared in Jin's eyes. So, is indeed 3 Tomo? You really are hiding deep. Itachi glanced at Jin with appreciation and praised. Although I don't know when you open your eyes. Just 3 Tomo 1T be able to withstand Big Brother's illusion. As he spoke, his left eye bulged even more. Blood vessels appeared around the eyeball, dense and tangled like a spiderweb. The power of the current strongest illusion, Tsukuyami, was fully revealed. Then, without even looking at Jin, he raised the knife again and looked at Fugaku, apologizing. I'm sorry, father, you're a target that must be eliminated in the village, Itachi. However, this time Fugaku did not close his eyes and wait for death. His expression was somewhat strange. Strange? What is going on? Itachi clearly felt that something was off. It was as if something beyond his control was about to happen. But what could it be? He instinctively frowned and listened intently. Fugaku's tone had not changed much. It still felt like a casual chat between father and son. Do you know when Jin opened his eyes? This relaxed tone caused a shift in Itachi's emotions. He became somewhat anxious, and his voice quickened slightly. When did he open his eyes? How would I know? Ever since 6 years ago. He's either been sunbathing or chatting endlessly or teasing Sasuke. How could he possibly have opened his eyes? At this point, his voice suddenly stopped. His crimson eyes narrowed sharply. A piercing scream echoed again. Could it be? That's right. Jin opened his eyes 6 years ago, the same year you did. How is that possible? Itachi's throat moved with difficulty, and the 2 tear grooves on his face became more pronounced. He knew his younger brother had good talent, but that was just training. But to open his eyes at 2.5 years old, even the god of the Uchiha clan couldn't he do that, right? After feeling a complex mix of emotions for a moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Uchiha Fugaku. Even if he opened his eyes at 2.5, you must know, father, that the Manjiki Sharingan's techniques can only be countered by another Meijiki, right? 3 tomo is ultimately just 3 tomo. Saying this, he once again tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. The coldness in his hand provided him with a slight sense of comfort. Look, in response, Fugaku simply nodded his chin toward the opposite side. Confused, Itachi followed this gaze to the left. He saw Jin chewing on tea leaves, looking at him with great interest. Not caught in the Jinjutsu? Itachi was even more bewildered. Could it be that the large-scale use of Tsukuyami just now had failed? Instinctively, he activated his left eye's Meijiki to increase the power of Tsukuyami. But what increased was not the Tsukuyami, but the mocking smile at the corner of Jin's mouth. Like a crack, it quickly spread across his entire cheek. What was most noticeable was that pair of eyes. That enlarged version of the 3 tomo. Enlarged version? 3 tomo. Itachi narrowed his eyes, and in an instant he understood. His breathing became somewhat irregular. He stepped back several paces until he reached the door and exclaimed, "You actually also have a Meijiki? But when did this happen?" He furrowed his brows, and the calm expression on his face completely lost its composure. It was only at this moment that Itachi finally realized that something was out of his control. Jin, his younger brother, the one who only liked to sunbathe and tease Sasuke, had actually opened a Meijiki without him realizing it. At this moment, Itachi's breathing was heavy. His hands gripping the long knife slowly raised. "You see, I've given you so many chances to choose 1 against 7. How could you still choose wrong at this moment?" Jin shook his head, spitting out the last piece of tea leaf from his mouth as he stood up. His forehead was pressed against the long blade in front of him. Just as he was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. "What are you all doing in the middle of the night?" Uchiha Makoto rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked in with an annoyed tone. But when she saw the scene in the ancestral hall, she was instantly stunned. Her eldest son was holding a long knife, striking it at her second son's head. Beside him, her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, was just calmly watching with a cup of tea. Anger, furious. In an instant, the combination of her waking up anger and the scene before her made her lose her rationality. In just a few steps, she walked directly in front of Itachi. Although she was clearly shorter, the aura she exuded was unbeatable, like a tiger. "Uchiha Itachi, what do you want to do?" Slap. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and gave a heavy slap. It shattered directly. Chapter 53, One-Handed Defeat of Susanoo. "You have your chance, but you're useless." Jin was stunned. Makoto's slap was indeed a stroke of genius. Fugaku was also startled and quickly put down his tea to stand up. However, his hurried movement caused tea to spill all over him. But he didn't even dare to wipe it off and hurriedly explained with a smile, "Ahem, they were just having a friendly match." A match? A match? Makoto was somewhat skeptical. But before she could elaborate, Fugaku sent her back into the room. Phew. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Itachi. "Your mother doesn't know the situation, can you?" Crash. Just then, the wooden door was pushed open again. On Eisenhug, little Sasuke, also rubbing his sleepy eyes in his pajamas, bounced over and reached out to hug Itachi without any hesitation. Then, while in Itachi's arms, he disdainfully snorted at Jin. In the solemn ancestral hall, the atmosphere became even more bizarre. Ahem. It seems this time it won Tien well. Jin hesitated for a moment and tried to ask, "How about you come back to kill again in a few days?" Itachi hesitated for a moment, then swung his knife down. Bang! In the incredulous gaze of little Sasuke, he knocked him out cold. After carefully placing him aside, he shook his head and said, "No chance." As he spoke, his entire aura changed again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Orange-red chakra gradually enveloped his whole body. He looked towards Jin, his voice unusually serious. "Jin, I have no choice but to act, so take my 8 trigrams empty palm." Bang! Before he finished speaking, his entire body was directly knocked away. With a loud bang, he crashed into the courtyard wall. Boom! The wall collapsed. Itachi was also buried under the rubble. "I'm getting a bit tired of this 1 against 7. Jin shrugged, walked out of the house, and took a deep breath. The air cannon is really useful. Even a high-intelligence combat talent like Itachi couldn't withstand it. Caw-caw. However, Itachi was not crushed under the rubble. Instead, a few black crows flew out. With their sharp beaks, they soared into the sky, flapping. In an instant, the crows gathered together, transforming into a figure. Uchiha Itachi. He looked down at his younger brother, feeling a sense of strangeness for the first time. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and said softly, "Was that slap just now your ocular technique? To choose physical techniques, you've taken a wrong path. The most important thing for a ninja is ninjutsu. Next, let's carefully experience this feast of ninjutsu." Amaterasu. Puff. With a glare of his right eye, black flames appeared out of thin air, carrying a chilling coldness and intense heat. At the doorway, Fugaku's pupils suddenly constricted. Such fast black flames, consuming everything. Is this the ability of Itachi's other eye? Quick, so fast. Even though Itachi announced in advance that he had activated the Manjiki Sharingan, Fugaku did not capture the black flame at the first moment. By the time he saw it, the black flame had already appeared at Jin's feet. But when he saw Jin standing still, he quickly reminded, "Not good." Jin, quickly dodge. At the same time, he stepped forward to help, but as soon as he raised his foot, he stopped. The black flames actually passed right through Jin, as if encountering air. There was no pause at all. Until it struck the cherry blossom tree outside the courtyard, it burst into flames. Has he also gained the ability to phase through space like that guy who calls himself Madara? Itachi squinted, feeling heavy-hearted. That guy's phasing wouldn't last more than 5 minutes. In that case, let us burn until you come out. He then covered his left eye and spoke again. Amaterasu. Puff. This time, even faster and more black flames of Amaterasu appeared beneath Jin, like blazing fire, scorching Jin. But the halo flowed, and a faint moonlight always shone upon Jin. He transformed his body directly into light, invincible like a golden body. What an unreasonable entry. Jin looked up at the moon above. Sunlight is light, moonlight is also light. Even the streetlights are light. If worst comes to worst, can't he just use fire release and say that firelight isn't light? In other words, this golden body is powerful, more powerful than he imagined. Tick-tock. Time passed second by second. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Itachi felt a sharp pain in his throat and began to cough violently. Can't hold on this soon? He looked down at the crimson in his hand, and his eyes dimmed for a moment. Around him, the orange-red chakra reappeared. Crack, crack. It condensed into one orange-red rib after another, covering him like armor. 2 massive arms, burning with red flames, slowly formed. Susanoo? Itachi really is surprising. In just over a year, he not only explored the ocular techniques of the double eyes, but even developed this ancient ability. At the doorway, Fugaku's pupils were almost about to pop out, even though he had long accepted the reality, even able to face death calmly. He was still shocked by his eldest son's genius. If Itachi stood for the family, perhaps we could really recreate the glory of our ancestors. Somehow, this thought suddenly arose in his heart. Of course, as soon as the thought appeared, he extinguished it. The most important thing now is Jin. This child is still young and has not seen the records in the clan. He cannot suffer losses. He took a deep breath and quickly explained, "Jin, this is Susanoo that can only be activated with the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It's a defense." But before he could finish, the remaining words got stuck in his throat. He couldn't spit them out. Opposite him, Jin showed no change in expression upon seeing Itachi's kaleidoscope. He simply extended his hand and repeated, "Bagua KSH. Bang. Bang, bang, bang." The Bagua KSH struck the bones of Susanoo like bullets, producing crisp sounds. However, it had no effect. Itachi shook his head, wiped the blood from his hands, and sneered, "Ridiculous. This is the strongest defense in the ninja world. You actually think you can break it with bare hands? Jin, you really are naive." "So what?" In response, Jin disdainfully retorted, "You don't know, right? Some people use shurikens to poke." With that, his right hand rose high and slowly descended. Bagua KSH. But this time, the Bagua KSH was no longer a colorless air cannon, but a massive red chakra cannonball. Power of a 9 tails 2, containing 2/9 of the tailed beast's power. Itachi sighed, "Oh, attached with chakra attributes? The idea is good, but pfft." Crack. The next second, the red air cannon directly broke the bones of Susanoo. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking was incessant, and the brilliance in Itachi's eyes gradually faded. His face lost all color. Overloaded, Susanoo naturally disappeared. With a thud, he fell to the ground. But just as he was about to hit the ground, a hand formed from red chakra quickly appeared and caught him. And it firmly grasped him. Quite a mess, fighting 1 against 7. Jin raised his right hand and pulled Itachi close, softly saying, "You didn't think that I asked so many questions to try to win you over, did you? I was just giving you a chance." After saying this, he tightened his grip. Chapter 54. Shursui appears. No heavenly god Susanoo? Can he activate Susanoo at such a young age? Itachi really is a genius. His brother could force Itachi to this extent. The Uchiha clan's combat power is really collapsing. Damn. At the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, a man in a black robe and mask was originally watching with great interest, nodding in agreement. But the next second, he saw an unbelievable scene. He even cursed because of it. In his view, the Susanoo enveloping Itachi was actually smashed apart with a single slap. That's right, smashed apart. Under such recoil, Itachi, who was already physically weak, spat out blood and fainted. Obito squinted, unsure of what expression to wear. Breaking Susanoo with bare hands? No way, buddy, you're Hashirama. No, wait, it's that red chakra. Obito instantly realized something was off. His gaze locked onto the red chakra, enveloping Jin. Behind the mask, his surprised eyes instantly turned crimson. This is the power of the Nine Tails? Damn, how does this guy have the power of the Nine Tails? Realizing something was wrong, he could no longer hold back and rushed over. If it's the power of the Nine Tails, it is indeed possible to kill Itachi with a single slap. He didn't want the ally he had worked so hard to recruit to be killed like this. Whoosh. The next second, only a spatial fluctuation remained in place. At the same time, in front of the ancestral hall, just as Jin was about to take action, a sharp voice suddenly rang in his ears. Stop. Finally, you've come, Obito. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth. But his hands did not loosen. He still held Itachi tightly and turned to look in the direction of a voice. There, a man in a black robe and mask quietly appeared. Obito, or rather, the guy posing as Uchiha Madara, who was now fraudulently flaunting himself everywhere. How about leaving this guy here? Suddenly, a crazy thought floated into Jin's mind. With many abilities at his disposal, he might just be able to keep Obito here. Who knows, with a chain reaction. Even Madara would have to obediently stay buried in his coffin. Of course, at this moment, Obito was unaware. He stood 10 meters away, looking at Jin with a hoarse voice. He is your biological brother. You cannot kill him. Jin's strangeness made him feel a hint of hesitation. There was no way. He could only attempt to use the emotional route to see if he could save Itachi. Unfortunately, he failed. When did Obito also start to take the emotional route? Jin shook the unconscious Itachi in his hand and said nonchalantly, "It's precisely because he is my brother. Otherwise, I would have directly strangled him to death when we were kids." This statement was indeed the truth. Nipping danger in the bud is the way to go. Feelings? Feelings are fine. But his answer also made Obito completely breathe a sigh of relief. He wiped the hem of his clothes and pointed at the many unconscious clan members in the courtyard, whispering, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, "Can you bear to see the entire clan perish in Itachi's Tsukuyomi world? This is an illusion that only Itachi can break. As long as you hand Itachi over to me, I will let him help break these illusions. How about it?" He extended his finger towards Itachi. The meaning was very clear. You cannot harm Itachi. Otherwise, the clan members will fall into eternal torment. This was a blatant threat. So after hearing these words, Fugaku was the first to react, wanting to speak, but found his throat choked as if something was stuck in it. He couldn't say a word. Emotionally, he didn't want the brothers to harm each other. Of course, as the clan leader, he also didn't want the clan members to die just like that. But he hesitated. After all, it was Jin who stopped Itachi. As a father, he couldn't neglect one for the other. So after hesitating for a while, he decisively fell silent and lowered his head, no longer speaking. Illusion? Is Tsukuyomi really that strong? Behind Jin, the red hand shook Itachi as if shaking an object. Without any pity. Ahem, perhaps the movement was too large. The originally unconscious Itachi slowly woke up and quickly realized what had happened. His calm eyes were once again filled with shock and surprise. He lowered his head, allowing his body to sway. But his gaze remained fixed on Jin. In his eyes, there was a mix of emotion, surprise, and fatigue. Finally, he steadied himself and said softly, "Jin, put me down. I will break the Jinjutsu on those clansmen." "You can break it? I need you to break it?" Jin directly shook his head in refusal. However, his words left the other 3 Uchiha with kaleidoscopic eyes dumbfounded. Fugaku scratched his head, a puzzled expression on his face. Could it be that this kid is also good at Jinjutsu? That shouldn't be. I haven't seen him practice Jinjutsu. Moreover, Itachi's Jinjutsu, I fear even I. Is he going to compete with Itachi in Jinjutsu? Obito released his grip on the fan, wanted to laugh out loud. He had observed Itachi for a long time and had already determined that he was the true genius of the Uchiha clan. And what is the Uchiha best at? Jinjutsu. In his eyes, Itachi's Jinjutsu had even reached an unparalleled level. Of course, he initially thought that Tsukuyomi would fail, and it was merely Jin relying on the kaleidoscope to defend against it. Just because he can defend doesn't mean he can compare. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes inevitably showed pride and confidence. "Jin, my Jinjutsu, is not something just anyone can break. While you can defend, you cannot break through." Upon hearing this, Jin casually pointed behind him, shrugging his shoulders and said, "I never said it was me." "Huh, not you." Itachi slowed his breath and began to observe. Creak, creak. Just then, a sound of a wheelchair dragging on the floor suddenly came from behind the room. Following that, a man with messy hair and bandages wrapped around his eyes slowly approached. "Sure, Sway. Are you here to help me too?" "That's great. Cough, cough." Itachi's eyes flashed, and he exclaimed. But due to the sudden movement, he inhaled a mouthful of air, choking him to the point where his face turned green. In a hurry, he could only lower his gaze. But just this one glance made him freeze in place. In his line of sight, behind the bandages of the man helping him, 3 Tomo crimson eyes quickly spun, transforming into 4 blade-like shapes. This is the Koten Zanshuin, Chapter 55, Summoning the Outer Path Demon Statue. Bloodbath 1 against 7. We can't wait any longer. Monkey, I said. During work, refer to the title. Hearing Danzo's voice, the 3rd Hokage knocked on the table with his pipe, his tone filled with displeasure. He then turned to look out the window. The pitch-black night was as quiet as ink. Not a sound could be heard. This was completely different from what they had anticipated. Cough, cough. 3rd Hokage after all. The Uchiha clan is a prestigious family in Konoha. Even though their strength has declined this year, they are still among the top. Seeing the atmosphere was off, Koharu spoke up. If something truly happened, it wouldn't be this quiet. In response, the 3rd Hokage merely lit his pipe and took a deep puff. The rich tobacco smell dimmed the lights in the Hokage's office slightly. Don't worry, the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha will surely disappear forever. After saying this, he fell silent again. He believed in Itachi's strength. That child was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Even among the legendary Sannin, there was still some difference. Bang! In response, Danzo expressed his dissatisfaction. He slammed his cane down heavily, coldly saying, "Humph. You can remain calm, but I can't sit still. I want to see." Bang! After saying this, he stormed out again. Inside the room, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his retreating figure and let out a slight sigh of relief. With Danzo taking action, it should be foolproof, right? He had great trust in Danzo. This old friend was not weaker than him. Has there been no news yet? Hyuga Hayashi looked at the clan's intelligence, silently opening his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up and walked directly outside. Since there was no news, he would go see for himself. He couldn't sit still any longer. This incident would completely change the situation in Konoha. He couldn't afford to be careless. Not only him, but the heads of the Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans also couldn't wait, slowly getting up. In the night, shadows suddenly appeared, heading towards the remote Uchiha clan area. And at this moment, in the Uchiha clan area, which was at the center of the village's periphery, it was very quiet. Itachi's mind was momentarily dazed. He blinked and looked again at Shursui, but only saw him slowly approaching with bandages. It seemed that the moment just now was merely an illusion. An illusion? Forget it. It doesn't matter. He wanted to think deeply, but for some reason, he suddenly felt indifferent. After all, it didn't affect him. Then, When he looked at Jin again, he inexplicably felt a change at his heart. Was it awe? Or perhaps fear? The Amaterasu he regarded as a divine skill had failed. The Tsukuyomi he relied on for a kill was useless. Even the Susanoo he had just groped for was directly shattered. He, Uchiha Itachi, had been utterly defeated. Defeated in the area he was most skilled at and most proud of. In a daze, Jin before him transformed into Fugaku, who had taught him in his childhood. With just one hand, he could easily pin him down. I must be dizzy to actually have such absurd thoughts. Itachi shook his head, trying to clear these nonsensical thoughts from his mind. At this moment, he suddenly found a kunai in his arms. What is this? Just as confusion arose, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. Bang! Then a sharp pain in his head, and his vision went black, completely losing consciousness. Jin shook his hand. After receiving Shursue's confirming gaze, he casually stabbed Itachi into the ground. That's right, directly stabbed into the ground. Just like inserting a bamboo pole, he was plunged upside down. Blood gushed forth. Under this sudden impact, Itachi showed no signs of surprise and completely fainted. Fugaku's brows twitched, and he instinctively looked back into the room. After confirming there was no movement, he let out a sigh of relief. Big brother, saying to stab him into the ground, you just did it without hesitation. But, as long as you let go, that's good. His eyes flickered, and the tomo in his pupils slightly changed. A gentle breeze blew, slightly lifting the black-red cloud robe. Kamui. In the next second, the space where Uchiha Itachi was located began to ripple slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, it transformed into a vortex and disappeared. Damn it! Put down Itachi. Seeing this scene, Fugaku, who had been watching closely, could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and charged over. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals, fire style, great fireball technique. Whoosh! A massive, scorching fire erupted. But as soon as it touched Obito's body, it passed right through without any pause. Huh? Same ability? And why is Jin not reacting at all? Fugaku, as expected of a master of fishy tactics, while attacking, cast a glance at Jin and found that his second son really had no reaction, so he silently stopped forming seals. Although he didn't know why, he understood that his second son had his own thoughts. Perhaps he shouldn't have intervened. I'm getting old. Now I can't even see through the thoughts of two kids. Thinking of this, Fugaku slowly shook his head and turned to walk to Shursue's side to help him push the wheelchair. In the courtyard, after absorbing Itachi, Obito's figure visibly became lighter. Of course, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Jin's small figure with unabashed admiration in his eyes. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was able to reach this level. Jin, do you want to join us and create a new world? Saying this, he flung off his red cloud black robe. The fierce wind howled. A new world? Jin was somewhat surprised. Is it all Lin's world? What about Kakashi? Seeing that Jin seemed interested, Obito's eyes suddenly brightened. He spoke enthusiastically, envisioning the future. Compared to Itachi, Jin made him even more covetous, especially that power of the tailed beasts. As someone who had personally controlled tailed beasts in the past, he could clearly feel that power was indeed the power of the tailed beasts. But the tailed beasts were clearly with the Jinchuriki. So where did Jin get it? With these questions in mind, he prepared to recruit Jin. As long as he mastered this ability, capturing tailed beasts might be set in motion ahead of time. Thinking of this, Obito's smile behind the mask grew wider. The conversation became even more fervent. Meanwhile, Jin watched the words popping up from this guy, secretly amazed. Conversation target, Uchiha Obito. Copying entries is being analyzed. Ideal world creator, black. Double agent, black. First Hokage's immortal body, gold. Summoning outer path, golem fragment, gold. Kamui right eye, gold. Manjikyu Sharingan single, purple. Fire release mastery, blue. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry, summoning outer path, golem fragment. Gold, a large Gundam controlled by the Rinnegan. Hiss. Gold has dropped. Seeing this message, Jin's smile suddenly turned a bit strange, a little playful. If he were to summon this thing and Obito went home to see it, whoa, the house got robbed? Chapter 56, Cutting Down 2 Great Manjikyu. Entry fusion, so come join me, Jin. The long persuasion finally approached its end. in Obito's single eye behind a mask. The suppressed fervor could no longer be concealed, shining brightly. Even the deliberately disguised hoarse voice carried a hint of youthful, almost cheerful tone due to excitement. He seemed unaware of the change in his voice, focusing all his attention on the little figure before him. His gaze was intense, filled with unwavering confidence. Jin also lifted his small face. A pair of bright black eyes similarly looked back at Obito with intensity. That gaze seemed genuinely moved by this grand vision. Filled with longing, in the next moment, their pupils suddenly contracted at the same time. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Kamui, whoosh, two visible, twisted vortices of space appeared almost simultaneously out of thin air. However, their intentions were completely opposite. Obito wanted to take Jin away. Jin wanted to send Obito away. In a way, their thoughts were somewhat in agreement. 10 meters away. Bang! Upon seeing that vortex remain unmoved, Obito's whole body felt as if hit by an invisible hammer. Staggering back a step, even the vortex mask seemed to distort slightly. The face behind the mask twisted into a mix of shock and disbelief. What happened? The Kamui space transfer vortex did indeed appear, firmly locking onto Jin. But it failed. Just like that, it was smoothly wrapped around Jin, overlapping with another extremely similar spatial fluctuation emitted from him, like two incompatible streams of water quietly colliding, interfering and canceling each other out. At the center of the collision, Jin remained firmly standing in place. Not even the hem of his clothes was affected. This feeling, how did it seem like the dominance of space was more in this little brat's control? After realizing this, the doubts in Obito's heart surged like a tsunami. However, before he could voice it, a familiar tearing pain suddenly erupted from his right arm. Ugh! Obito let out a short grunt of pain, and his battle instincts immediately activated his intangibility. Kamui, whoosh! His body became transparent, but it was already too late. Biafik! Blood mist exploded. His entire right arm along with half of his shoulder was directly twisted off. Just inches away in front of him, a vortex identical to Kamui was slowly rotating. At the center of the vortex, remnants of his arm and shoulder were instantly shredded. PFF, turning into a sky full of blood foam. The spatial fluctuation vortex twisted and devoured this feeling, this ability. This is Obito's Sharingan under the mask widened to the point of almost breaking. A tremendous shock hit him like cold water, leaving him stiff all over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But that familiar spatial fluctuation deep down to his soul. The unique flavor of the distorted space belonging to Kamui, he would never mistake it. It almost made him blurt out two words instantly. An absurd yet undeniable conclusion exploded in his mind. Kamui! A sharp, broken scream, like a groundhog that had its porridge overturned, was ear-piercingly harsh. How could you use Kamui? At this moment, the only eye exposed outside Obito's mask was filled with extreme shock and rage. He couldn't believe it, or rather, he dare not believe it. This ability, unique to the Uchiha, actually appeared on another clansman's body. In his rage, a more absurd thought suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be that this brat is actually Kakashi? He never expected to be so embarrassed at the hands of a teenager. Soon, under the self-healing of the first Hokage cells, his broken body gradually recovered. Trying to stretch his right arm, Uchiha Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jin with a complex expression and saying, I remember you, Uchiha Jin. I hope next time we meet, you can surprise me again. After speaking, he activated Kamui once more. He was already somewhat reluctant to stay here, although it sounded ridiculous. Seeing Jin's youthful face, he couldn't help but feel a bizarre thought rising in his heart, as if he was being seen clearly in front of this person. Even when he briefly released intangibility while using Kamui, he was caught at that moment. It should just be a coincidence, right? He murmured, but in his heart, he always felt that Jin seemed to have anticipated this. So after hesitating for a moment, he chose to retreat first. With Kamui's intangibility, he was almost in an unbeatable position. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to twist off his head. Jin shook his head, feeling somewhat regretful. If he could have twisted off Obito's head just now, then many things would have ended, and Madara would probably have to jump out of his coffin to dance. What a pity. No chance to see this ancestor dance early. Of course, not being able to twist it off is fine, as the Akatsuki organization is still not at full strength. Hee, I will be back. On the opposite side, after leaving such a sentence, Obito completely disappeared. Jin also stretched out his arm and waved. See you next time, chives. With Obito recruiting talents ahead and Itachi Uchiha, who had already been controlled as an undercover. The chives of the Akatsuki organization, he was determined to harvest. Once everything returned to calm, Jin finally turned his gaze to the panel before him. A bit excited. Defeated Uchiha Itachi, attempting to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Manjikyu Sharingan, purple. Defeated Uchiha Obito, attempting to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Manjikyu Sharingan fragment, purple. Whether by coincidence or inevitability. The previously bloodied Itachi and the later driven away Obito both had their Sharingan copied. However, one was a fragment. Taking a deep breath, he no longer hesitated and directly said, "Fuse it. Stack these two entries onto the Manjikyu Sharingan. 2.5 Manjikyu Sharingan should amount to eternity, right?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 purple light clusters gradually converged and coalesced. His pupils suddenly became scorching hot. The heat flowed and rolled, and Jin's head throbbed even more. Amidst this pain, a burst of golden light suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Kaleidoscope Sharingan. 3 feet ahead gold. It's gold, and it's a brand new Kaleidoscope Eye Technique entry. His Kaleidoscope finally has power. Jin's heart was ablaze as he quickly looked at the entry. Chapter 57. Invincible with me, suppressing Uchiha 3 feet ahead, gold in the spatial crevice 3 feet in front of oneself. A temporary domain governed by one's own will is established. 3 feet ahead, temporary domain? Jin's brows furrowed tightly. The literal meaning is clear. Each word is easy to understand, and even when put together, it makes sense. But what does spatial crevice mean? Could it be a unique space similar to Kamui? He held his breath and focused, sensing the changes around him as he contemplated the entry. Buzz. Late at night, the moonlight fell like water, gently draping over him. However, at the moment the entry activated, the moonlight before him came to life. It was no longer just a simple cascade. Instead, it felt more like an extension of his will, a sensation akin to that of a creator god, effortlessly controlling the world within 3 feet around him emerged. With a slight movement of thought, whoosh, the silver moonlight flowing before him was molded and compressed by his raised hand. In an instant, it condensed from a diffusing veil into a silver orb the size of an egg, emanating a soft halo. It quietly floated within 3 feet in front of Jin, slowly rotating. Like a moon orbiting a planet, it continued in an endless cycle. The originally cool radiance now even exuded a warm temperature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for basking in sunlight for 1 minute. Chakra 1. Sunlight? What is this? Upon hearing the prompt, Jin extended his hand to gently cradle the warm little sun. In his pupils, an incredible joy erupted. He understood. Within this absolute domain of 3 feet ahead, he could forcibly condense the moonlight, elevate it, and simulate the essence of the sun, and he had absolute control over it. The radiance emitted transformed from refracted moonlight into true sunlight. What does this mean? It means that from now on, he could bask in the sun for at least 25 hours a day. It means that the daily increase in chakra would surge from 840 points to over 1,400 points. It means he could produce a Kakashi in a week, 50 Kakashis in a year. Realizing this, Jin could no longer contain the joy in his heart. Slowly, he supported his forehead with one hand, bent down, and his shoulders began to relax and shake slightly. Soon, a smile spread from the corner of his mouth to behind his ears. Ha 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 ha, ha ha. His laughter startled the clansmen who had been awakened by sure sway after Itachi's departure. When the cruel truth was fully exposed, especially for those high-ranking elders who had almost suffocated in their sleep, their rage reached a peak. Especially those elders, as the leaders of the Uchiha clan. They had nearly been killed by a mere child. This ignited their fury to a climax. The clan leader, Uchiha Itachi, how dare he betray the family? He's trying to sever the roots of the Uchiha. A conspiracy? This is definitely the old thief Hokage's malicious scheme. He wants us to kill each other. Unforgivable. Absolutely intolerable. Clan leader, give the order. Let's storm Konoha tonight and attack the Hokage building. Yes. Kill. Kill them all. Kill that traitor Itachi. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas gathered in the shattered courtyard, filled with rage, their eyes blood red. The fear of death had completely stripped these clansmen of their former calmness. All that remained was the desire to vent their anger. Kill, kill, kill. Storm Konoha. Kill the Hokage. Kill Uchiha Itachi. Seeing this, Fugaku stood at the center of the crowd, his brows tightly knitted. The Hokage's insidious plot filled him with rage. But reason told him that a coup was a dead end. Indeed, he was furious with the Hokage's actions, but he was still unwilling to launch a coup directly. The clansman didn't know, but did he not know? In destiny, the Uchiha's 93 coups had never succeeded. His lips moved, but he did not respond. He instinctively looked towards Jin, who was laughing while supporting his forehead, hoping that his second son could provide some solutions. However, when he saw the laughing boy, he suddenly felt a bit weary. His eldest son had defected and was taken away by a mysterious person. The clansmen were in an uproar. A bunch of brutes only knowing how to shout and kill. His youngest son was fast asleep. The only somewhat reassuring second son was now starting to act up again. Just as Fugaku was torn between his thoughts and hesitating, the hawkish elder from the three elders factions' eyes shone with excitement. An opportunity had come. Clan leader. The elder stepped forward, his loud voice cutting through the noise. Itachi's betrayal is a fact. The butcher's knife of Konoha is already hanging over our heads. If we don't act now, are we going to wait for them to slaughter the Uchiha clan like pigs and dogs? His hawkish loyalists immediately shouted in unison, "Act. We must act." Seeing this, the pigeon faction elder could only sigh in resignation. The survival of clan leader Uchiha is at stake tonight. The three elders were ecstatic. Even the pigeon faction was no longer opposed. The momentum was set. He stepped forward again, almost face to face with Fugaku, his voice dripping with naked threats and coercion. Clan leader Fugaku, the situation is stronger than the person. Tonight's coup, if you agree, we will support you as our leader. If you do not agree, he suddenly puffed out his chest, his voice rising sharply, very forcefully. Then we will find another clan leader who can lead us to kill. This coup, you must change, whether you want to or not. Seeing this, Fugaku's brows furrowed even deeper. Even a mosquito would fall into the abyss if it accidentally flew in. He understood the clansman's intentions. Either he, Fugaku, leads the coup, or the clansmen lead him, Fugaku, in the coup. The results might not differ much, but the processes were entirely different. Clan leader Fugaku, you don't have time to hesitate. The three elders were self-satisfied, enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by the crowd, as if they could already see their glorious future on the clan leader's throne. He cleared his throat, preparing to make the final declaration. I see that you are really getting old and confused. Since you're indecisive, then don't blame me, bang. Before he finished speaking, a giant fist covered in crimson chakra slammed heavily into the three elders' face. Crack! The sound of bones cracking echoed. The three elders had no time to scream. Their entire body turned into a blurred shadow and flew backwards. With a loud crash, they directly crashed into the ruins of the courtyard wall. This scene instantly dropped everyone's jaws. Especially after seeing the boy in front of Fugaku, they were all rendered speechless. Cough, cough, how dare you sneak attack? Fugaku, you really are. The elder coughed as he crawled out from the ruins, his face twisted in pain. But when he looked up and saw Jin, his throat felt as if gripped by a giant hand, tightly constricted. In fact, it was indeed being tightly gripped. The blood-red chakra of the Nine Tails surged violently, instantly transforming into a massive chakra hand. It grasped the three elders trapped in the ruins, like holding a little chick. Jin, what do you want to do? I am an elder. The three elders screamed in terror. Boom! The giant chakra hand gripped him, as if swinging a broken sack, and smashed him hard into the hard ground in front of everyone. Debris flew. Bang! The ground was smashed into a shallow pit. Bang! The pit grew deeper. Again and again, this elder, who was strong and spirited, was forcibly smashed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, this robust little old man was buried in the earth. Only a head remains, still outside. Jin, don't think that just because you're the second son of the clan leader, you can act recklessly, always rambling on. Just right for me to teach you a lesson today on behalf of clan leader Fugaku. It was only at this moment that the Uchiha ninjas from various clan elders factions reacted. More than 20 ninjas immediately charged forward. These were the direct descendants of the 3 clan elders. However, they charged up quickly, but fell even faster. Bang, bang, bang. That huge red chakra palm, like an insurmountable mountain, sent everyone flying to the ground. Bang. One after another, in the blink of an eye, more than 20 clan members had gathered around the 3 clan elders. Dense and crowded, only heads were left exposed. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. At this moment, hundreds of clan members fell silent. They were looking seriously at this second son of the group leader for the first time. Strong, incomparably strong, not even daring to entertain the thought of making a move. Jin slowly shook his hand, as if he had merely brushed off some dust. To secure the outside, one must first stabilize the inside. If the Uchiha clan's inherent character flaws are not restrained, another Itachi will arise. So after pondering for a moment, he directly spoke. From this moment on, the Uchiha clan shall be decided by me. Who agrees? He paused slightly, his indifferent gaze sweeping over everyone. Who opposes? Chapter 58. Coup? No. It's a revolution. Dead silence. Absolutely suffocating dead silence enveloped the Uchiha clan grounds. Hundreds of eyes seemed to be nailed in place by invisible nails. Motionless. They could only stare at the figure of Uchiha Jin in the center of the scene. At this moment, his crimson chakra had already retracted. Only the faint moonlight flowed within a 3-foot radius around him, and that slowly rotating silver little sun. In front of him, the 3 clan elders and more than 20 diehard hawks only revealed their terrified heads, like seeds forcibly planted in stone slabs, waiting for next year's flowers to bloom. Glug! Glug! The sounds of swallowing saliva came. The heaviness within the Uchiha clan pressed down on everyone, making it even harder to move. They didn't even dare to breathe, fearing that they would be the next to be planted in the ground. Behind Uchiha Jin, Fugaku looked at this scene with a complex expression. Inside, emotions were churning. Although he had already understood Jin's strength, he did not expect this usually lazy second son to be so decisive in such matters. Seizing power? Seizing the power of the Uchiha? He didn't mind. He could even actively help Jin grasp power. But is this still his somewhat erratic and occasionally problematic second son? Thinking of this, his expression became even more complex. There was relief, worry, but more so, an immense sense of fatigue, as if a huge pressure had been forcibly released. In fact, it wouldn't be bad to retreat behind the scenes like this. He remained silent and did not speak, only taking half a step back, completely handing the stage over to Jin. Who opposes? Jin repeated, his gaze like a cold searchlight slowly sweeping across the entire room. Wherever his gaze fell, all clan members lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. It seemed that no one opposed. His voice was still flat, but undeniably reached everyone's ears. Then, he took a step forward. 1 foot stepped on the head of the clan elder, his left hand on his waist, waving his right hand, and said, then, I will state a few points. First, he raised a finger, pointing at the heads exposed on the ground. These people conspired against the clan elders and the clan leader, inciting internal strife. Their crimes are unforgivable. Given that they are of Uchiha blood, the death penalty can be exempted, but they must be imprisoned for reflection. Until I confirm they have repented and reformed, they will not be released. Does anyone have an objection to this? After finishing, he paused. In his crimson eyes, the enlarged version of the 3 Tomo was spinning rapidly. Like a beast, it exuded an aura that could devour people. This pair of eyes instantly caused quite a commotion. 3 Tomo? This is the 3 Tomo Sharingan. I didn't expect Uchiha Jin, at such a young age, to have already awakened the 3 Tomo. In a clan where most only had the 2 Tomo, the 3 Tomo Sharingan was already comparable to the clan elders and those high-ranking ninjas. And Jin, having awakened the three Tomo at just over 10 years old. In the future, there will probably be another pair of Mangeki in the clan. Thinking of this, some people began to feel tempted. Powerful, young, and of extraordinary status. It would be reasonable for someone like him to lead them. But at this moment, the second clan elder suddenly widened his eyes, staring at Jin's eyes. His breathing became much more rapid. No, not the three Tomo. It's the Mangeki. His voice was slow, but incredibly certain. As a clan elder, he was well aware of the rumors regarding the Mangeki. Boom! And this statement was like a bomb dropped into the clan. It completely blew the Uchiha ninjas into a frenzy. Mangeki? ISNT that the ultimate goal of our Uchiha clan. Haha, wonderful. It's the Mangeki. Our Uchiha clan is saved. The clan members discussed among themselves, with no trace of grudges left in their hearts. So what if he was young? Having the Mangeki is enough. And on the ground, the three clan elders who had just regained consciousness were completely stunned. It actually turned out to be the Mangeki Sharingan. He murmured, a bitter smile slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. If he had known it was the Mangeki, he wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly. For a moment, hundreds of Uchiha members fell silent. Second, seeing this situation, Jin looked at the faltering hawkish members and said softly, the higher-ups of Konoha incited Uchiha Itachi's betrayal because they fear the Uchiha Sharingan, fear our power. Therefore, they used the most despicable means to make us turn on each other and collapse from within. Damn, the Konoha higher-ups. This statement reignited the suppressed anger in the hearts of all Uchiha clan members. But Jin's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap suppressing all the clan members. Anger and blind revenge will only lead us to a quicker, more tragic death. Just like tonight, you were almost all killed. And there are at least 4 others as strong as Itachi in Konoha. What will you use to fight them? The straightforward and cruel questioning was like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads, forcibly suppressing the anger that had just arisen in their hearts. At this moment, many clan members surprisingly felt a deep sense of helplessness. They had always known that Konoha was powerful, even though they had experienced successive wars. It was still the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages without a doubt. Seeing this situation, the second clan elder looked at Jin with a realistic gaze. Then tremblingly looked at Fugaku and asked, Clan leader Fugaku, what should we do? Should we just sit and wait for death? Fugaku's lips moved. Wanted to say that you were all already dead. But after hesitating, he still gave this group of people some face. He merely looked silently at Jin. Perhaps, at this moment, the Uchiha truly needed a new leader? Seeing this, Jin slowly raised his hand. First, he pointed to the land where the Uchiha clan later resided, then slowly pointed to the outside of the clan grounds, at the vast Konoha village shrouded in moonlight. The Uchiha clan had stayed in the police department for too long, and their blades had become dull. It was time for a change. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, sit and wait for death? The people in that village have already started selling Uchiha goods at high prices. Now it's 50 ryo for a bowl of ramen. What about in the future? Will it be 5,000 ryo, 50,000 ryo, or even 500,000 ryo? This series of rhetorical questions reignited the flames in everyone's hearts once again. A twist and turn, but the flames in their hearts rose higher and higher. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, he spoke again, straightforwardly stating, so we need to change the current situation, take down the 2 advisors, and take control of the economic power. Huh, isn't that still a coup? The elder of the 2 clans was momentarily confused. He indeed understood Jin's meaning, but isn't that still a coup? His doubts were also those of most people. Before the flames rose, it was a coup. After the flames rose, is it still a coup? Then this surge of flames would be in vain, right? No. A failed attempt is called a coup. A successful one is called correcting the disorder. Upon hearing this, Jin waggled his finger and added in his heart, or rather, a revolution. Chapter 59, Suppression of the Konoha 4-man team. Tuanzong with his hands rubbed together. Dead silence. No sound. But this time, what filled the Uchiha clan's territory was no longer pure fear. Instead, it was the completely ignited, repressed flames ready to explode. Jin's words about correcting the disorder were like sparks that ignited the haystack. Correcting the economic power, the elders of the two clans chewed on these two phrases. A glimmer of light flashing in their murky three-tomo Sharingan. The other clan members looked at each other. This term was distinctly different from a coup, and they seemed no longer to be the rebels, but rather the righteous. It meant a complete overthrow. At this moment, looking at the boys stepping on ahead and surrounded by a small sun, an unprecedented impulse surged in their chests. Faye clan leader, young Master Jin, a young Uchiha Chunin, suddenly stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. I, Uchiha Itachi, am willing to follow Master Jin to correct the disorder. His Sharingan flickered with determination, and it seemed to be on the verge of splitting from a single tomo. This scene instantly ignited all passions. Uchiha Daki, willing to follow Master Jin. Uchiha Inawo, willing to die for the revolution. Uchiha Jindo, following Master Jin. More and more Uchiha clan members stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. Their voices gathered in the clan's territory like a torrent, shaking the very air. Who? Faik took a deep breath. The last trace of doubt in his heart dissipated. I, Uchiha Faik, announced that from now on, Uchiha Jin is the young clan leader of our Uchiha family. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jin. Now our goal is to control the economic lifeline of Konoha, correcting the disorder. Roar! The earth-shattering roar resounded through the night sky. The fighting spirit of the Uchiha had never been this high, this united. Jin slightly nodded, a smile in his eyes. This is how it should be. Rebels and righteous soldiers are not the same. Then he waved his hand and led the way toward the village. But just as he was about to rush out of the clan's gate, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. Oof! Evil Uchiha brats. You truly have wolfish ambitions. Intending to rebel. A cold, hoarse voice, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, suddenly sounded. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, over 100 figures dressed in black, wearing various animal masks, appeared like ghosts. They burst forth from the walls of the Uchiha clan, rooftops, tree branches, and shadows. Silent and without a sound. But each person exuded a chilling, killing intent, and they immediately sealed off all exits. Clearly, this was a group of highly trained professionals, and they had already made several plans. Step, step, step. Once everyone stood firm, a knocking sound came from the entrance. It was the crisp sound of a cane striking the stone slab. Shimura Danzo. Behind him were all the elite of the root. There were also several figures with obscure auras, wearing special masks, clearly the trump cards that Danzo had been hiding. But today, in order to eliminate the Uchiha, he did not hesitate to mobilize them all. Danzo? Faye's expression darkened, his scarlet eyes instantly activated. Since Danzo is here, how far can the Hokage be? Evil Uchiha? Jin stood at the forefront, his youthful face full of disdain. Old dog, it seems your head hasn't been smashed yet. His voice carried unabashed mockery. But in Danzo's ears, it made his eyes quickly contract. It's you. The one who knocked himself out by the South River the other day has been found. At such a young age to have such strength, it's all thanks to those eyes. Looking at those scarlet eyes, a strong greed and desire emerged in his single eye. Absolutely must obtain. Only these eyes are worthy of all his hardships. Capture Uchiha Jin, no matter the cost. The other rebels, kill without mercy. He couldn't be bothered to waste words, directly issuing a kill order. As long as they all die, these would be his resurrection coins. All of them. Kill. The ninjas of Root moved like cold killing machines, instantly activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish. Crack. The sounds of ninja tools slicing through the air and the sounds of hand seals surged forth. Earth style, stone pillars soared from the ground. Wind style, cutting through the air. Fire style, transforming into a roaring flame dragon. The overwhelming attacks were like a wave of death, instantly engulfing the gates of the Uchiha clan. Damn it, everyone go all out. Faye's expression darkened, his kaleidoscope spinning rapidly. He was not afraid of such mid-level Jonin attacks, but there were too many, too dense, too sudden. The cooperation between them was also incredibly tacit. In an instant, several hawks planted in the ground were cut down by the rising stone pillars and wind blades. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Noisy. Jin's voice was not loud, but clearly pierced through the deafening explosions and shouts of killing. He didn't even raise a finger, just opened his eyes and took a look. Shinra Tensei! Shinra Tensei! Shinra Tensei! The pupil of his left eye spun rapidly. One whirlpool after another appeared out of thin air, absorbing these direct ninjutsu. Of course, there were also fish that slipped through the net. Whoosh! It hit. A ninja looked at his shuriken flying towards Jin's neck, his expression filled with joy. But just when his shuriken was 3 feet away from Jin, it suddenly stopped. Whoosh! Following that, the shuriken shot back at a speed several times greater than before. Thud! By the time the ninja reacted, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. Right in the center, a bloody eye was oozing. Buzz! Jin's mind moved, and within the faint moonlight 3 feet in front of him, a wave of repulsion suddenly emerged. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, all the missed ninja tools and ninjutsu, upon entering the 3 feet in front of him, seemed to hit an invisible wall of immense force. They penetrated slightly, but stopped moving. Clang, clang, clang. The next second, the shuriken was directly rebounded back by the invisible force. Thud, thud, thud. Whoosh. Crack. In an instant, over 10 root members were severely injured by their own moves. Only within 3 feet in front of Jin, nothing could invade. The silver light sphere within the moonlight domain continued to slowly spin, as if the world outside, filled with destruction, had nothing to do with it. He stood quietly, but his heart was extremely excited. As expected, it is indeed Shinra Tensei. Since it is a world of his control, then the appearance of repulsion is normal, right? If not for the range being too small, it would even be normal for it to attract. What is this? Danzo's single eye suddenly widened. This bizarre ability exceeded his understanding. Space barrier? No, not right. More like some kind of advanced power. Is this the flow of that pair of Sharingan? He felt a more fundamental rule of power. Must. Want. The thought twisted his entire being. The only exposed single eye even began to become flushed. Red eyes, a kind of sickness. Just as he was about to make his move, he saw the boy opposite him suddenly raise a fist. It seemed he was saying something. What could it be? Jin smiled slightly and suddenly raised his hand. His index finger was like a gun, his thumb pointed up, aiming at Danzo, as if to say, "Look at me. I'm going to shoot you." In an instant, a massive amount of chakra collapsed and condensed at his fingertip. Whoosh! Bam! The blood hole exploded. An invisible bullet instantly pierced through Danzo's forehead. Chapter 60. Diverting Disaster? Capturing everything. Puffed. Blood splattered. The Uchiha clan members present were momentarily stunned. Even their movements froze, unsure whether to continue. Dead, dead, dead. Just like that. This was Danzo, the Hokage's assistant, the leader of Root. He died just like that? I must be dreaming, but this dream feels so real. No one expected that at the moment the battle began, the opponent's leader would be taken out. It was like a ninja village starting a battle, and the enemy's shadow was directly taken away. Absurd, yet exhilarating. In contrast, the Umbu reacted much quicker. One by one, they quickly withdrew and positioned themselves in front of Danzo, like the most loyal bodyguards. A medical ninja summoned blue-green chakra in their palm, quickly covering Danzo. Then, numerous root ninjas directly shielded Danzo and rushed back. They had been so arrogant upon arrival, but now they were in such a sorry state. Want to run? Chase them down. Seeing this situation, the elder of the second clan gritted his teeth and charged forward. In such matters, one either does nothing or goes all in. Since they wanted to kill Danzo, they would even dispose of the body. Behind him, Jin squinted. Looking at the unresponsive system, he realized, this old guy really treats the Sharingan as a resurrection coin. He shook his head and chased after. The person was deliberately let go. Otherwise, how could he expose Danzo's conspiracy in front of so many major clans? Swish, swish, swish. Soon, over 300 Uchiha clan members rushed forward, falling behind Root. Let's go. To the Hokage building, seeking help from the Hokage. Seeing this, a Root leader gritted his teeth and changed direction. The safest plan now was to return to the Hokage building in Konoha. No matter how arrogant the Uchiha clan was, could they be more arrogant than Konoha? Clearly, even the emotionless Root could quickly recognize the situation. In front of them, Danzo, being carried by a swift root member, silently nodded. He was indeed somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that the evil Uchiha brat could kill him in one blow. However, this also gave him a brilliant idea: diverting disaster. Given the current frenzy of the Uchiha clan, even the Hokage building would likely be affected. By that time, the Uchiha clan would have no way out. Thinking of this, Danzo quickly collected his thoughts. He made himself look as if he was truly dead. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, two waves of people, one in front and one behind, flashed rapidly around the outskirts of Konoha village. More and more guarding ninjas began to see this scene. Root? They're actually being chased like lost dogs. I want to see what is going on. Uchiha. Damn, the Uchiha are going crazy. They're chasing Root. Hurry, hurry. There is going to be a big incident in the village. Quickly, report to the clan leader that the Uchiha clan is chasing Root. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the window, his gaze becoming increasingly murky through the night. He had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Itachi had not returned. He was probably... Just then, he caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of his eye. Was that Root? Seeing Root return, his old face finally cracked a smile. The return of Root meant that the matter was over. The Uchiha clan would become history from now on. In an instant, his hunched back became incredibly upright. Tap, tap, tap. He then knocked on the wall beside the window and softly said, "Everyone, the matter may have come to an end." Clunk. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was startled, especially Hinata Hayashi. Others couldn't see it, but he could clearly see the smile at the corner of the third Hokage's mouth when he said this. So the Uchiha clan lost after all? For this prestigious clan that had stood alongside the Hyuga for 1,000 years to suddenly vanish. He felt an indescribable feeling inside. It was extremely complex. There wasn't a trace of a smile on his face. In comparison, Akimichi Choza and others visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. They exchanged glances and saw the excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes, especially the two advisors. Tsunade and Mito Menju exchanged glances, their eye bags twitching. Ha ha ha. Finally, it's over. The Uchiha clan's inheritance must be properly distributed. Tsunade's eyes were filled with nothing but excitement and anticipation. After serving as Hokage's advisor for decades, the thing she looked forward to the most was someone dying in battle. Or rather, handling inheritances. Those ninjas without relatives' inheritances were always her favorites. And now, the 1,000-year Uchiha clan. How much inheritance could it have? It probably could rival half of Konoha, right? In an instant, her breathing became rapid. She even eagerly opened the door and urged, "Hiruzen, perhaps we need to go down and clarify things." Her voice was hurried, her tone urgent. She was practically saying, hurry up, I can't wait to raid the estate." Ahem. In response, the third Hokage put away his pipe. He then draped his cloak, donned his hat, and slowly stepped out. Step, step, step. Though his height had shrunk, the pressure he brought didn't diminish in the slightest. As Hiruzen exited, the other major clans and advisors of Konoha followed closely behind. Outside the Hokage building, rustle, rustle, rustle. The footsteps of Root were getting closer. However, in the darkness, it was still not clear. Until they got closer, they could finally see the attire of Root. Danzo, could it be that you really... The third Hokage hesitated for a moment, but still firmly and indignantly accused Danzo. What you did was good, but it was too dirty. You deserve to be scolded. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly sensed something was off. Why was Danzo being carried over? And why did the auras of these Root members seem so chaotic? In an instant, the third Hokage's eye bags twisted. A sense of unease gradually arose in his heart. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Thud. The next second, a Root member put Danzo down on the ground and solemnly explained, "Hokage-sama, it's bad. The Uchiha clan has attacked." The third Hokage was momentarily stunned, the smile in his eyes completely frozen. Before he could speak, he suddenly saw a mass of figures flashing at the edge of his vision. Soon, they surrounded the Hokage building. Each of these figures bore the distinctive fan emblem. He took a deep breath, about to say something, when he suddenly heard a youthful voice. "Seize the traitor." Execute the traitor. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two advisors. Numerous clan leaders. Hinata Hayashi. In the next moment, Jin's small figure dashed forward, stepping on the moonlight. Behind him, hundreds of crimson eyes opened simultaneously. They stared fixedly at the front of the Hokage building, sending chills down people's spines. Chapter 61. Exposing Danzo, the third Hokage's backhand. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan is actually standing behind a little brat? Is he that chatterbox? Oh my, isn't this the chatterbox brat, one of the Uchiha's two shames? Why is he standing so far up front? Hiss. You look at his eyes, they are three tomo. The moment they saw Jin, the various clan leaders and the Umbu couldn't help but start communicating. But as they talked, they fell silent. It seemed they underestimated this chatterbox from the Uchiha clan. Step by step, Jin walked on the moonlight, standing at the front of the formation, staring directly at the Hokage building. His small figure exuded a suffocating pressure. His gaze swept over the pale-faced third Hokage, over the greedy and frozen expression of T. Kurumi Komura, and finally landed on the corpse lying on the ground in front of him. With a faint smile, he said, "Lord Danzo, this is no place for sleeping." "What the hell, sleeping?" T. Kurumi Komura's expression darkened, and she immediately pointed her finger at Jin's nose and scolded. "Impudent. Uchiha brat, what do you want?" Surrounding the Hokage building. "Do you want to betray the village?" Her voice was sharp and harsh, trying to take the moral high ground. But when faced with those crimson three tomo, she instinctively stepped back half a step. Betray the village? Hearing her voice, Jin slightly turned his head, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "How does Lord Danzo represent the village? Or do you, T. Kurumi Komura, represent Konoha? We are here to rectify the chaos and to kill the village thieves who have stolen the foundation of Konoha and harmed our compatriots." T. Kurumi Komura angrily rebuked. "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Hiruzen quickly ordered to suppress these traitorous ninjas." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. The veins on his hand gripping the pipe bulged. But when his gaze swept over the murderous Uchiha elite, his gaze hesitated for a moment. Fighting against so many Uchihas now? No, the cost is too great. Uchiha Jin, put down your weapons and let's talk. So after hesitating for a moment, the third Hokage said solemnly, "While the village and Uchiha haven't reached a life and death situation yet. Talk." Jin scoffed. His gaze was like a knife, suddenly pointing at the body of Danzo being protected. He asked word by word, "Talk with this old dog who stole the bloodline of my Uchiha clan and used my clan's eyes as resurrection coins? Or talk with these two vermin whose only thoughts are on embezzling and sucking the blood of Konoha? Nonsense. We are Hokage advisors. How dare you slander us?" T. Kurumi Komura and the others were trembling with anger. Their voices were sharp and abnormal, as if they were hysterical after having their secrets pierced. Is there more to this? Upon hearing this, the heads of several major clans immediately suppressed the urge to act and quietly observed. Hyuga Hizashi nodded heavily. Not to mention, even if they were from the famous Hyuga clan, they had suffered a lot of losses in the village's finances. Many clan members' inheritances had mysteriously disappeared. He had thought at the time that the Hyuga clan hadn't investigated thoroughly, but now it seemed it might not have disappeared. Rather, it had been swallowed by some malicious people using the village. Seeing this, the third Hokage instinctively furrowed his brows. Was there really a problem with the village's financial power? And what did it mean that Uchiha's eyes were used as resurrection coins? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind in front of him. "The ones being reckless are you. Tonight, let Konoha see the true face of you so-called high-ups." Before the words fell, Jin's figure had already crossed over the crowd, directly rushing into the Root's encirclement. Bang, bang, bang. Several elite members of Root were sent flying like they were hit by a giant hammer, screaming, "Block him!" A Root squad leader's eyes were about to burst. But it was too late. Jin's body was as fast as lightning, and with one foot, he stomped on the head of the dead Danzo. He even twisted the sole of his shoe. "Little beast, you dare!" Seeing this scene, T. Kurumi Komura, as an old friend, couldn't hold back any longer. And while trying to stop him, she shouted angrily at the Umbu behind her, "What are you still waiting for? Take action!" Whoosh! Swish! More than a dozen shurikens shot out instantly. Crack! However, just as they approached Jin, they unexpectedly came to a halt. Seeing the scene, the elite of Root immediately recalled something and hurriedly reminded, not good. He can rebound. Whoosh! But before the words fell, more than a dozen shurikens reflected back. Puffed. However, one Umbu reacted a bit slowly and was directly stabbed. This ability is the ability of that pair of eyes. But this kind of ability only appears when a Sharingan evolves to the next level, right? How could this kid Jin? Seeing this, the third Hokage's brows were almost furrowed enough to raise fish. As one of the few long-lived members of Konoha, at the same time, as the disciple of the second Hokage, he knew many secrets of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, this included the Mangekyou. But he never expected that Jin, at such a young age, had already awakened the Mangekyou and had even found a special ocular technique. He took a deep breath, and his right hand instinctively tightened around the pipe. His wavering heart gradually took a side. The power of the Uchiha clan was truly terrifying. If this continued, Konoha would likely suffer a mutual destruction, right? Thinking of this, he slowly raised his head to stop the Umbu behind him from taking action. He stepped forward again and said in a deep voice, Jin, perhaps we can really talk. You don't want Konoha to suffer from this, do you? He emphasized the words Konoha, tried to awaken the purity in Jin's heart. I still remember you when you were a child. You were a very cute little boy. Have you been misled? I know about Danzo. He may be stubborn, but he is always for Konoha. In his view, there are good kids in the Uchiha clan like Itachi and Shursui. And Jin, I have seen you since you were small. You have great hope of carrying out the will of fire. For Konoha? Jin repeated, lowering his head and stepping on Danzo's head. Curious, is he right? Trash. Silence. The Danzo on the ground was like he had died, silent. But Jin knew this guy was not dead. After Orochimaru's defection and taking over part of his results, Danzo had already begun to find ways to obtain Sharingan, especially those clan members whose fates were unknown on the battlefield. You really can endure. So what if I directly stomp on your head? He smiled, suddenly lifting his right foot. Infused with chakra strong enough to crush boulders, he stomped down on Danzo below. This kick was enough to split mountains and crack stones. Stop. Seeing this, the third Hokage couldn't hold back any longer. Danzo couldn't die. This was an extremely important part of his rule. But just as he was about to act, he sensed something was wrong. In front of him, under Jin's foot, the Danzo, who had already pretended to be unconscious, suddenly erupted. He could no longer pretend, quickly forming hand seals and taking a deep breath. Wind release, vacuum sphere, whoosh. In an instant, chakra gathered in his mouth and was directly expelled. Like bullets from a machine gun, the white air surged densely towards Jin. Can no longer pretend, trash? Jin looked disdainful, completely ignoring the wind release and continued to stomp down. The sharp wind blade struck at the sole of his foot, but left not a single mark. Not even scuffed his shoes. He actually blocked Danzo's wind release with just his physical body. Kurumi, Kimura, and the others stiffened. Their expressions cleared a lot. As old friends, they clearly knew how powerful this vacuum sphere was. Its power was so strong that even a typical Earth release couldn't withstand it. Similarly, the third Hokage's pupils also tightened suddenly. A Uchiha ocular technique that excels in physical power? How rare. After a pause, he slowly began to form seals with his hands behind his back. If it's about physical strength, then I'll have to rely on you, so. Chapter 62. At home, here is Insai. Saru will set sail tonight. Gulp. Gulp. I must be crazy to actually witness this scene. Master Danzo is someone I admire the most. When did this little guy Jinch become so powerful? Sorry, I only know he talks a lot. After witnessing this scene, nearly 100 Umbu in front of the Hokage building swallowed hard. No one expected that the seemingly unattainable Master Danzo would be easily trampled underfoot by a boy not even 10 years old, especially those Umbu who had previously monitored Jinch. Their eyes were almost bulging out. Their mouths gaped wide. Is this Jinch? That loquacious Jinch? Isn't this guy supposed to only talk and sunbathe? When did he train? They were utterly confused. Looking at it this way, the reaction of the Root members was undoubtedly much calmer. They remained silent, frequently trying to rescue Danzo. Unfortunately, they failed. Any attack that approached Jinch simply vanished without a trace. At this moment, Danzo had no choice but to form hand seals again, faster, and his chakra became even more formidable. He took a deep breath and then unleashed his power. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. It evolved from a bullet into a mortar. But even the shell disappeared the instant it made contact with Jinch's body. Not even a ripple was created. It vanished completely, as if a gentle breath had blown it away. Could it be that ordinary ninjutsu is ineffective? After several attacks, the battle-hardened Hokage's assistant Danzo finally realized the problem. Since simple ninjutsu was useless, he could only try using tools. He muttered to himself and rolled away from the ground. 3 zhang away. Whoosh! A shuriken appeared in his hand. Then he lowered his head and spat out, thick chakra immediately wrapping around the shuriken's exterior, like a faint layer of yellow-white glow. Wind release, vacuum blade. Then, with lightning speed, he thrust it directly at Jinch. If ninjutsu didn't work, then weapons would do. So eager to stab with a kunai? Seeing this scene, Jinch nearly laughed out loud. As expected of Danzo, the first to stab Susanoo with a shuriken. When in doubt, just stab with a shuriken. Then, he just smiled at Danzo. 3 zhang, 1 zhang, half a zhang. As the shuriken got closer, a look of joy suddenly erupted on Danzo's serious face. It didn't react at all? Could it be that this little brat was just bluffing? Ha ha ha. As expected, the shuriken is the strongest. In his excitement, he increased the speed of his movements. However, just as he managed to reach Jinch's side, he suddenly caught a glimpse of disdain, or perhaps mockery. Why? Crack! He paused for a moment and then saw the shuriken before him. It shattered inch by inch. With a gust of wind, it vanished like ashes. Danzo was stunned. He even maintained his thrusting motion, unable to change it in time. Then, just under this action, Jinch's left eye flickered slightly. Whoosh! The arm supporting the bandage behind him was violently torn off by Jinch. Ah, damn it, damn it! In an instant, the wailing of the half-century-old man echoed throughout Konoha in the dead of night. Those who heard it felt their scalps tingle. Even the Uchiha clansmen, who were originally red-eyed, couldn't help but shudder. Ninjas fear no death. But an arm was forcibly torn off, with the connection still hanging with varying lengths of flesh and blood. This kind of pain, just seeing it, brought about a visceral discomfort. Damn, monkey, what are you still doing? Quickly kill this kid. Could it be that you really intend to watch as the Uchiha clan intervenes in Konoha's power? Danzo could no longer hold back, shouting anxiously. He was genuinely afraid. If he hesitated any longer, the eye on that arm would be pierced, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the third Hokage. His words were earnest and filled with urgency. Indeed, one sentence struck at the soft spot in the third Hokage's heart, instantly tipping the balance back. It is said that the older a person gets, the more confused they become. After experiencing countless wars and hard-won peace, the third Hokage's heart had long lost its yearning for the future. He only wanted to tightly hold onto the power in his hands. Now, someone actually wanted to snatch his power? Unbearable. Absolutely intolerable. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. He quickly formed hand seals and directly said, "Come forth, old friend Enma." Summoning Enma, the king of apes. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a white ape quietly appeared. He seemed to still be a bit sleepy, rubbing his eyes and asking drowsily, "Ah, long time no see, Hiruzen." No time to explain. Enma, quickly fight alongside me. Okay. Enma slammed his chest and then looked in the direction Hiruzen Sarutobi was charging towards. Just one glance, and he froze. He was certain that he had never seen the young boy before him. But upon seeing this boy for the first time, an overwhelming sense of familiarity surged within him. There was even a vague feeling of fear. I cannot make a move. I must not make a move. At the same time, the third Hokage had already completed the hand seals. Enma, transform into the Rui Jingu Bang. Bang. The next second, Enma directly transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang. Today, let me show you what the third Hokage is. The third Hokage took a deep breath, and his entire aura began to revive and spread, even though his aging body began to burst forth with infinite upgrades. Great! It's the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage. We are saved. It's been a long time since we saw the third Hokage in peak form. Oomph. Uchiha's little brat, tremble. Ha ha. The elite Umbu all let out a sigh of relief. Their expressions were filled with excitement and fervor. The third Hokage wouldn't hold back, and when he did, it would be with full force. The heads of various clans behind also brightened up. As supporters of the third Hokage, many had once been followers of his. They charged into battle in numerous great wars. After many years, seeing him again, they felt an impulse to cry. Except for a very few. Hyuga Hizashi's eyes drooped, and he even subconsciously gathered chakra in his hands. The third Hokage and Enma together would need at least 2 Kage-level beings to deal with this kid. What is Uchiha Fugaku doing? Just standing there, they are fools. At this time, the Uchiha clan, although their eyes showed worry, no one spoke. Even Fugaku just stood still, watching closely. In his pupils, crimson was faintly discernible. Although he trusted Jinch, he couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. The third Hokage is old. Will Jinch be okay? But just as he finished saying that, he suddenly saw an unexpected scene. The Rui Jingu Bang, held by the third Hokage and exuding unmatched might, suddenly softened the moment it made contact with Jinch. That's right. It was the kind of softening everyone understood. It became soft like noodles. Fugaku was stunned. The Umbu were dumbfounded. The heads of various clans had their mouths agape. Only Hizashi let out a slight sigh of relief. What is going on? The third Hokage also paused for a moment and quickly retreated. Confused, he asked, "What happened to Enma?" In response, Enma remained silent, only repeatedly screaming, "It hurts. It hurts too much. Sorry, old friend, I must." Chapter 63. An arm with Sharingan? Konoha's day, everything changed. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the indestructible Enma vanished. In full view of everyone, without any pause. This scene once again stunned many members of the Umbu, Root, and clan leaders, leaving them speechless. Who doesn't know the relationship between the Monkey King and the third Hokage? They fought side by side for many years, relying on each other for their lives. But now, they were actually sent back with just one glance, not even able to make a move. Could this young man from the Uchiha clan be that terrifying? Gradually, the unrest began to grow. More and more elite Umbu members gathered, tightly surrounding the Hokage building in Konoha. Everyone was on high alert, ready to act with full force if things couldn't be resolved peacefully. "Oh, Lord Third Hokage, are you trying to put on show for me?" Jin sneered contemptuously, then raised his arm high, ready to show everyone the good deeds done by the dignified Hokage's advisor. Danzo, Shimura, emotions had built up to this point. It was time to expose Danzo's true face. There needed to be a show of force and a mental crushing as well. He wanted to give Konoha a blood transfusion. No, don't. Danzo's expression became somewhat deranged as he tried to stop it. But at this moment, he couldn't control his own body. He could only watch helplessly. Rip! In the next second, the entire bandage was torn off. Under the moonlight, this arm was clearly exposed to all the ninjas, clan leaders, advisors, and Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the Hokage building. Instantly, it rendered the entire world completely silent. No more noise at all. What kind of arms are those? Pale, twisted, covered in sealing runes. And on that ghastly white dead skin, there were densely embedded pairs of blood-red, tightly closed Sharingan, like putrid flesh tumors. They emitted an evil gleam under the moonlight. 10. Even more. Sharingan. This severe Tomo is definitely Sharingan, right? God, so many Sharingan. Even one with 3 Tomo. Those are our clan's eyes. No wonder my father's body wasn't returned after he died. Damn it. My child's eyes must have been little Jie's 2 Tomo. Upon seeing this arm full of Sharingan, the Uchiha clansmen erupted with heart-wrenching roars and wails. Boom! Danzo the old dog, you deserve to die. Fugaku's body instantly manifested the scorching skeleton of Susanoo. The chakra within him surged like gunpowder. He was hesitant, wavering, but that didn't mean he could tolerate others desecrating the bodies of his clan. The elders of the 2nd and 4th clans were in tears. Demon, Danzo, how dare you steal the Sharingan? Sharingan, how could Danzo really dare to do this? Hinata Hizashi's Byakugan fluctuated violently, all gazes fixed on that arm, their faces devoid of blood. As a prestigious clan of techniques, if Sharingan is coveted, then what about their Byakugan? Did those missing clansmen meet such a fate as well? Hiss. Akimichi Choji and others gasped in shock, their faces pale. Stealing bloodlines is strictly prohibited. No wonder Danzo secretly wanted to eliminate the Uchiha every day. Everything suddenly made sense. This guy really stole the Uchiha's eyes. Tsubaki Kamitsuzaki and Mito Menka were struck by lightning, their faces turning ashen as they took a step back. Especially when they thought of what Jin had just said. They were completely dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. It wasn't concern for their companions, but concern for themselves. Danzo had been exposed. What should they do? Jin's slogan just now included both of them. Clatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe fell to the ground. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave, his dry lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. He didn't even have time to consider the Monkey King's abrupt departure. His mind was filled with a single thought. Danzo actually did such a thing, and it was exposed in public. 3 minutes. A full 3 minutes. The area in front of the Hokage building in Konoha was terrifyingly silent. Did you see that? Jin looked like a judge in the night. His words were cold and ruthless. After speaking, he lifted the pale-faced Danzo with one hand to show everyone. This is the root of Konoha, stealing the powers of his compatriots, plotting the extermination of the Uchiha clan. This is the high-ranking official you serve. Now, what do you have to say? After speaking, he scanned everyone with piercing eyes. But whether it was the Hokage, Umbu, or various clans, upon seeing those blood-red eyes, they instinctively lowered their heads. They didn't dare to make eye contact. Since you have nothing to say, let Danzo speak for himself. After speaking, the 666 in his pupils suddenly contracted. The moonlight around him surged rapidly, enveloping Danzo. Huh? Danzo's face turned extremely pale, but it only took a moment for him to regain his senses. He knew that as long as he killed the Uchiha clan, these matters could be suppressed. The third Hokage would help. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and directly pulled down the pupil of his right eye. But just as he was about to act, his brain suddenly paused. It was as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. Then he pointed at his right eye in a daze. This eye belongs to my friend Uchiha Kagami. This eye belongs to Uchiha Ryusheng, who died in the Third Great Ninja War. And this one by one, all the evil deeds from the past decades were spewed out. Hearing these words, Jin's eyes became even calmer. 3 feet in front of him, he controlled everything. Naturally, this included altering others' wills. Chapter 64. 4-3. The world once again fell into silence. The entire Konoha village seemed to be shrouded in a haze. As night deepened, the haze grew thicker. The Konoha elites dared not utter a word. They only listened carefully to the self-explosion in front of them. Meanwhile, Hokage Hiruzen was in shock. He knew that his old friend had done some not-so-good things. Sometimes he would even deliberately let things go. But no one told him it was this much, especially having done so many evil deeds and still so brazenly standing here, saying it out loud. Compared to their silence, the reactions of the 2 Hokage advisors were undoubtedly much larger. Damn Danzo, how could you be so insane? Kill him, kill him. Someone quickly kill this guy Danzo. He deserves to die. The 2 of them, one after the other, were almost jumping in anger. At first glance, they looked like saints who were righteous against their own kin. Unfortunately, the Umbu merely glanced at the 3rd Hokage and did not move. At this moment, Danzo was still talking non-stop. Not just the eyes, but the people who died in these wars, their legacies. Danzo, the old thief, you really should die. Hearing this, Tsubaki Kamitsuzaki could no longer contain herself. Her hands quickly rummaged and directly threw out a shadow. Shuriken, whoosh, water style, water dragon bullet. At the same time, Mito Menka also refused to be outdone, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. The 2 aimed directly at Danzo across from them. However, the elite Umbu members originally guarding around somehow slowed down a step. They just watched as their attacks rushed toward Danzo. Danzo, caught off guard, had no defenses. Even a shadow-level ninja would not withstand such an attack. Even a super shadow-level powerhouse could be knocked unconscious by a 3-year-old child with one punch. This is well supported. It's done. Just as the attacks were about to take effect, the advisor's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha! But when the shuriken and ninjutsu approached Jin, a similar scene happened again. It was like a drop of water entering the sea. It merely stirred up a ripple and then turned to ash and scattered. Jin leaped out and stood in front of Danzo. At this moment, the controlled Danzo honestly confessed. The inheritance was successfully laundered with the help of his two old friends, Kurama and Mito. Also, the village's subsidies would be deducted for any orphan. After all, orphans wouldn't know about these matters. At most, they would complain. For those with strong resentment, I would gather them and plant the roots of slander. Thud, thud, thud. It's done. The two advisors exchanged glances, their expressions instantly becoming wilted. They knew that their political careers in Konoha were likely over. Once these words were spoken, everyone's gaze changed. Gloomy, furious, intent to kill. Their eyes were filled with coldness, no longer showing any respect. No one expected that the Hokage advisors they held high hopes for would engage in such parasitic behavior. Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was stunned. A rare flush appeared on his old face, not from embarrassment, but from genuine anger. Because with so many village affairs, the three he relied on as his right-hand men would do something so self-destructive. Even more so, such a dark scene occurred in Konoha, which he prided himself on as a beacon of light. At this moment, when he looked at his three old friends, the balance in his mind completely collapsed. Across from him, Jin played with a small son in his hand, his gaze sweeping over the horrified and angry Konoha crowd. A faint smile gradually appeared on his lips. Very good, as expected of the scapegoat. Who else would bear the blame for such actions? In fact, from the moment Danzo opened his mouth, the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha had quietly shifted. Shut up, shut up. He is talking nonsense. Yes, don't believe him, he is slandering. It's him, Kurama shouted hysterically. Her hair that was originally tied up fell down in two piles. Like a madwoman, she suddenly turned and pointed at Jin. With a twisted face, she accused. Yes, it's him. He must have controlled Danzo. Kill him. Olambu, get him. I, as the Hokage advisor, command you. En route, what are you doing? Hurry up. Are you angry out of shame? The curve of Jin's lips became more pronounced. You two parasites who only know how to suck blood are of no use from here on. Clear the court. Punish the traitors. It starts with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of crimson chakra suddenly erupted from his body. The chakra, filled with a sinister aura, gathered into a giant hand and directly slapped down at the two. Whoosh! At this moment, the night was illuminated. No! Hiruzen, save them. Uft! Kurama's scream abruptly stopped. The crimson giant hand easily grasped the two, as if crushing decayed wood. In Hiruzen's murky eyes, amidst the silence of all Konoha's high-ranking officials and clan heads, Kurama and Mito's bodies were crushed in midair by those two chakra giant hands. Uft! Blood rained down. Under the blood rain, the small Jin stood like a demon god, unshakable. Even just looking at him felt blinding. Many people instinctively lowered their heads. Alas, it's a pity. These two guys were once part of the Hokage team, right? Why are their attributes so poor? Jin clearly saw the attributes of the two advisors just now. They were either chakra, refining, or shuriken, familiarity, or they were guilty of favoritism and madly hoarding wealth, such trash attributes. And even more unfortunate, he drew one of the few green attributes. Defeated Kurama, attempting to copy attributes. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent attribute. Corrupt official. Green, you have a high talent for embezzling and hoarding wealth. Defeated Mito. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent attribute. Fairweather friends. Green, the human group division has reached an ultimate explanation at this moment. It's melted. He had no hesitation and directly fused these two attributes together. Not much use. Then he took a deep breath and threw Danzo, like a dead dog, onto the ground. Slap. Tonight, he stepped on Danzo's head, one finger pointing at that sinful arm. In the dead of night, his small figure stood under the blood rain and moonlight. But his voice rang out like a bell announcing a new era, resounding through Konoha. With the blood of traitors, I honor the souls of the dead. With the crime of theft, I proclaim to the world. The tumor of Konoha, I, Uchiha Jin, will personally excise tonight. The chaos and correction starts now. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in, sweeping away much of the bloody smell in front of the Hokage building. Only the hundreds of crimson Sharingan burning with flames announced that Konoha was about to change dramatically. Chapter 65. Aftermath of Discussion. Fire Shadow Under Siege. Under Siege. Under Siege. The Chaos and Correction. Long. Live Uchiha. In front of the Hokage building, the uproar was deafening. Uchiha's shout quickly ignited the anger of the other ninja clans. Parasites. Scum. No wonder Konoha is declining. I was blind before. Rotten leaves and stinking eggs rained down on the ground where Danzo lay. Members of Root were like clay sculptures. Any slight movement was firmly pressed down by the Umbu. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. Moreover, the three brothers who had already been completely pushed into the mud. The third Hokage's face was ashen. He knew that his old comrades were completely finished. The commotion lasted for half an hour before it subsided. Jin looked down at Danzo. Defeated Shimura Danzo, attempting to copy attributes. Current copyable attributes: Sharingan Collector, black. Bridge Blocker, black. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent attribute. Would release Cell Remnant. Blue can increase physical energy, balance spiritual energy, but due to immature copying technology, will consume life when used. Jackpot. Jin's lips curled up. The scapegoat indeed didn't let him down. This defective product was exactly the nourishment he urgently needed to replenish vitality, or rather, to reduce the consumption of would-release cell attributes. And he had already invested quite a few other series of attributes into the original would-release cells. The effect was minimal. It could even be said that there was no effect at all. This current one was equivalent to his third would-release series attribute. Stacking would-release cells. Stacking successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent attribute. Would-release cells. Purple can autonomously control the speed of cell division, recover injuries. Evolved. The would-release cells have also evolved. This means he now had an automatic on and off cell division function. Generally, it wouldn't have much effect. Of course, he believed that with the light of the golden body in hand, it would be very difficult to get hurt in the future. At this moment, Jin's small hands could no longer help but reach into his hair. Oh no. At the same time, Fayake, who was beside him, hurried over after seeing this, clearing his throat twice. Ahem, Jin, you see next we. As he spoke, he glanced at the third Hokage, a hint of killing intent emerging. Although he was indeed hesitant, it had come to this, so there was no choice but to walk the dark path. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, the elder of the two clans yearning for peace also rushed over. Gripping a kunai tightly in his hand, his eyes were resolute. Although he didn't speak, he had an air of, you speak boldly, we will charge boldly. Even if it's the third Hokage, we'll kill for you. Crack, crack. Sensing something was off, the Umbu ninja immediately drew part of their forces to maintain order in front of the third Hokage and others. The atmosphere began to grow tense again. However, these elite Umbu, when they inadvertently glanced at the small Jin, all flickered and dodged. Very obvious. Whether it was the impressive domain just now or the crimson giant hand behind him, all made them feel an unbeatable illusion. They didn't even dare to leak any killing intent. They could only focus their gaze on the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping that this invincible old man could once again lead them to choose the right path. Hiruzen, what are you looking at me for? He wanted to shout this out loud, but he couldn't. The sudden retreat of the monkey demon had already caused a flicker of concern in the heart of this ninja world doctor. He couldn't see through this Uchiha kid. So even though two of his three old friends had been crushed, he remained calm and silent. Finally, he managed to speak. His voice hoarse. Danzo and the others are indeed my oversight. This time, thank you, Uchiha clan. After saying this, the old man's back slowly bent down. His gaze seemed to have become somewhat murky. Is it just a thank you? Jin murmured, looking at the old man who was about the same height as him. His eyes were full of mockery. Lord Hokage won't forget our recent slogan, right? A thump. Sure enough, he couldn't escape it. Hearing this, the third Hokage's face darkened even more, but it was hard to tell from the wrinkles. Lord Third, seeing this situation, the heads of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans quickly came over. Although the pressure brought by Jin was strong, as direct descendants of Sarutobi Hiruzen, They were already deeply bound together. If the third Hokage really fell, they wouldn't necessarily have a good outcome either. Lord Third, Hokage. One after another, several clan leaders stood up. If Danzo and the others earlier were just the higher-ups of Konoha, they would respect them but wouldn't risk their families. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was different. He was a Hokage who had served for decades. It could be said that he was deeply rooted in the entire Konoha, especially in the ninja world, which heavily relied on bloodlines. It was even more so. The intricate power dynamics even made the daimyo of the Fire Country, to some extent, merely a puppet. Now, if the Uchiha clan really took action against the Hokage, they might truly fight to the death. Originally, more than 20 clans had come, but now only half remained in front of the Hokage building. Leading them was the Hyuga clan. Ahem. Seeing that the situation seemed off, Hyuga Hisashi coughed a couple of times and said softly, "Jin, if the Uchiha has any demands, feel free to mention them. I believe Lord Hokage will agree as long as they are not too excessive for the peace of Konoha." His voice was not loud, but the moment it fell, it caught the attention of many. It also made the third Hokage's face even darker. The wrinkles trembled. Mention it? Surely he will agree? Hyuga Hisashi, which side are you on? The third cursed in his heart. He knew that if he refuted, it would surely cause discontent among the various clans in the village. But if he didn't refute, bang! Just then, a violent wave of air suddenly surged forward. Fortunately, the third Hokage was skilled, even though he was old. His basic ninja qualities were still there. He quickly dodged to the side. However, a clan leader behind him did not react in time. He could only show a look of astonishment, staring blankly. Then bang! A palm struck down, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Hiss! He gasped, feeling sharp pain in his organs. His angry gaze darted between Jin and the third Hokage, unsure of whom to blame. Blame Jin for being ruthless? Blame the third Hokage for being too fast? In the end, he concluded, being weak is the original sin. Blame himself for reacting too slowly. After dodging, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately reacted. He looked at Jin and shouted, "Uchiha Jin, what do you want to do with the Hokage?" "What do I want to do?" Jin grinned and smiled slightly. "I want to do you." Chapter 66. Divide and Conquer, Harvesting the Chives. Being weak is the original sin. The small clan leader clutched his chest, coughing blood as he slumped to the ground. He completely extinguished any thoughts of getting involved. This palm not only injured him, but also shattered the last bit of courage among the wavering clans to resist the Uchiha. Except for a few clans directly under the Hokage like the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, the other clans dared not speak. Even with the third Hokage standing in front of them, the air grew increasingly dead silent. In front of the Konoha building, only the slightly heavy breathing of the third Hokage could be heard. He pondered for a moment, ignoring Jin's recent disrespect, and attempted to negotiate. What slogan? Swish! As soon as these words came out, all eyes instantly focused on Jin. Did they not remember the slogan? No, they just wanted to see what this boy was really thinking. Slogan? Hearing this, Jin tilted his head, his youthful voice unusually clear in the silence. Clear the treacherous from the court, eliminate the traitors. Now it's time to rectify the chaos. After saying this, he stepped forward. The red chakra enveloping him swayed slightly. Two foxtails formed from the chakra gently stirred the surrounding air. But in an instant, the air became scorching and explosive. Bang, bang, bang. Then there was a loud explosion. Danger, danger, danger. The invisible pressure made the Umbu, standing in front of the third, instinctively take half a step back. Financial power. Seeing this situation, Jin's voice was firm and left no room for negotiation. Konoha's purse should be replaced. The account books, seals, and all powers of Mito Kazuma and Tsubaki Komatsu, the two advisors, are to be immediately transferred to the Uchiha. Sure enough, hearing this, many clan leaders exchanged glances. This was the ultimate goal of the Uchiha clan. Audacious. A clan leader belonging to the Hokage faction couldn't help but shout angrily. The finances belong to Konoha's foundation. How can it be controlled by one clan? What are you trying to bang? His voice abruptly stopped. A more rapid and condensed air cannon burst forth from Jin's fingertip without warning. Like a sniper rifle, it struck true. The small clan leader didn't even have time to react. His entire body was like being hit by an invisible battering ram, crashing backward. Bang! Finally, he slammed against the wall of the Hokage building and slid down weakly. Look, when adults are speaking, children shouldn't interrupt. Jin glanced at him, shook his head, and looked at the others, his threatening gaze very obvious. Now, who is in favor? Who is against? My Uchiha clan has always loved democracy. If anyone has any questions, feel free to raise them. I guarantee that we will resolve the issues. Hearing this, and glancing at the clan leaders nearby who were uncertain of their fate, many clan leaders' expressions darkened. The three clan leaders of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi were the most obvious. Nara Shikahise's eyes flickered anxiously, his thoughts racing. In the end, he could only tightly hold back Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, who wanted to step forward. This was no longer a level they could interfere with. Stand firm. The next scene was right before them. Hyuga Hizashi's eyelids drooped slightly, his hands behind his back, kicking his feet. He looked as if he was studying the patterns on the stone slab, but the corner of his mouth barely curled up in a slight arc. Good, very good, extremely good. It was time to give these old geezers a good lesson. As the lifeblood of Konoha, he had suffered quite a bit from these small clans. Yet, he couldn't voice his grievances. He couldn't just use force to pressure them, right? Crack, crack. Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fists were clenched tightly in his cloak, making cracking sounds. Humiliation. This was an unprecedented humiliation for Konoha in decades. In his long tenure as Hokage, he had never been so publicly pressured and slapped in the face. But facing Jin's unpredictable strength made him feel uncertain. Seeing this situation, coupled with Jin's truly audacious words, an Umbu captain could no longer hold back. In front of them, he openly said he wanted to deal with their leader. They want to force their leader to hand over power. Who can stand that? No one can tolerate it. Not even a different person. Without hesitation, the squad leader shouted, "Everyone, let's go together. The Uchiha kid is still young, and if he has made it this far, he must have run out of chakra. Yes, as long as we all work together, he might not be able to kill us all. For Konoha, for Lord Hokage, for Hokage, for Konoha." In an instant, the ideals that the Umbu had long been instilled with took hold. More and more people began to roll up their sleeves, ready to face death. No, the third Hokage's expression changed slightly, and his hesitation vanished as he opened his mouth to stop them. Although he had his own selfish motives, these Umbu were all painstakingly cultivated. They were Konoha's living forces. Losing even one would be extremely painful. He didn't want that. Just as he was about to persuade them, suddenly, another air palm appeared in front of him. Whoosh! Crack! A palm struck a nearby tree trunk, breaking it in half. What is this? He was stunned for a moment, and when he looked up, he saw the small boy's eyes shining brightly. He might not be able to kill us all. Jin took a deep breath, looking at the hundreds of Umbu in front of him. A flame of desire was growing in his eyes. 10 minutes of chatting is too long, but defeating them is quick. With so many targets, if he couldn't harvest them all today, he would probably have to punch himself awake in the middle of the night. So, when he saw the third Hokage showing signs of wanting to stop him without thinking, he raised his hand and unleashed an air cannon. You want to move my targets? No way. Seeing the Hokage getting hit again, the Umbu could no longer sit still. All Earth-style ninjas, release Earth-style with me. Fire-style ninjas with me. Water-style ninjas charge. Hundreds of people acted simultaneously. Various ninjutsu intertwined, increasing their power drastically. Good. Jin waved his hand to signal the Uchiha to stay put, and he alone charged forward. Slap! A crimson chakra palm came down with a slap. Slap! An Umbu was sent flying. Slap! 2 Umbu ninjas were directly slammed into the ground without any surprises. Slap, slap, slap! Under the overwhelming power of the 9 tails. Even the elite Jonin couldn't withstand it for long. Meanwhile, the system prompts in front of Jin were continuously generating. One term after another fell before him, like picking up money in a dream. One after another, defeated Sarutobi, gained ordinary term, master of various lighters white, defeated Yamanaka, gained excellent term, heavyweight, green weight doubles when falling from above, defeated oil girl, gained rare term, low existence, blue your presence is a bit low. like a dog on the side of the road. Hmm? Upon seeing this term, the small Jin suddenly froze. Chapter 67. Taking over financial power. The challenge from the Azure Beast of Konoha. This term seems like a weakened version of low presence. Jin squinted his eyes, looking at the Umbu who was sent flying, and without thinking, he decided to keep the blue term. He originally wanted to stack it onto the low presence term. However, looking back at the previous term stacks, starting from the epic purple level, there had already been significant issues. Stack terms were like buns used to beat dogs. They never returned. There wasn't even a ripple. And for so long, he had indeed discovered one thing. If blue and below terms are what ordinary people can possess, then purple and above terms can only be owned by bloodlines or shadow-level ninjas. Just like the theory of bloodlines among ninjas, blue has already reached the limit of ordinary people. Terms are the same. Stacking to blue might already be the limit. To stack to epic purple would require a significant investment. After pondering for a moment, Jin withdrew his thoughts and continued to slap away the many elite Umbu. 10, 20, 188. As he got into the swing of things, Jin casually slapped away the dazed root member next to him. One more or one less wouldn't matter. No one would be grateful. The terms kept increasing. It seemed he had about 50 of them. Moreover, among these elites, most were green, with a few blue and white. This is what elite means. Jin's smile grew more pronounced. Then he waved his hand to feed all these terms in a flying thunder god. Stacking. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining flying thunder god technique. Gold, 78. Maximum teleportation distance, 1,000 to 2,000. Chakra consumption, 1,000 to 2,000. Stacking. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining flying thunder god technique. Gold, 89. Maximum teleportation distance, 2,000 to 4,000. Chakra consumption, 2,000 to 4,000. Stacking. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining flying thunder god technique. Gold, 910. Maximum teleportation distance, 4,000. Chakra consumption, 4,000. Flying thunder god technique? Looking at the two strange ones, Jin was stunned for a moment. After little thought, he understood. A look of immense joy appeared on his face. Infinite, or rather, the teleportation distance of flying thunder god was finally no longer limited. The distance only depended on one thing, chakra amount. So I can finally set sail. A great joy showed on Jin's small face. Flying thunder god had completely transformed from a flicker into a teleportation. Teleportation that ignores range. This was the flying thunder god technique of Minato, invincible in battle, making ninjas from all nations tremble in fear. He took a deep breath, clutching the remaining dozen terms, and directly fed them into his ocular technique. 3 feet in front of him, stacking moments later, as one term after another disappeared. He felt a slight heat in his eyes. It seemed a warm current was surging, accompanied by a faint tingling sensation. But soon it disappeared. He blinked and felt in front of him. There seemed to be no change. Stop! 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 At the same time, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, could no longer bear it and repeatedly shouted to stop. He looked at Jin's eyes, which showed no ripples, only an absolute will for control. And his expression grew increasingly weary. His originally bent back bent even lower. But the surrounding Umbu elites who were sent flying felt like each was hammering at his heart. Heartbroken, Lord Third, Konoha is paramount. Not long after the third Hokage spoke, Narashikako also came over and whispered in Hiruzen's ear. His voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. Strong, unstoppable. The little Uchiha Jin before him made him feel completely at a loss. Perhaps some methods could restrain him, but it would be a loss. So, he had no choice but to advise the third Hokage. The implication was clear: give in and let the Green Mountains remain. Buzz. Upon hearing Shikaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body swayed imperceptibly. His aging eyes looked at Jin, as if trying to engrave the image of this young boy deep into his soul. In the end, that head he had held high for a lifetime slowly, humiliatingly lowered under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. Good. The words seemed to exhaust all his energy. Hoarse and barely recognizable, the financial power is transferred to Uchiha's management. At that moment, this elderly man in his 60s completely lost the pride in his heart. His tone no longer held the slightest bit of certainty. But Jin clearly didn't want it to end so vaguely. He corrected, not management. It's about control. As one of the founders of the village, the Uchiha should have the ultimate decision-making power. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly looked up, unable to suppress a flicker of anger in his eyes. If it's about control, that would mean giving away a significant portion of Konoha's authority. And he, in terms of finances, would not only be constrained by the daimyo, but also constrained by the daimyo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind suddenly went blank. His previously heavy heart felt much lighter. It seems that handing over financial power might not be such a bad idea. After all, he was a bit tired of fighting with that daimyo every year. All right, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer hesitated. He abruptly turned around and said to a pale-faced Hokage secretary behind him in a deep voice, "Go, bring all the account books, seals, and keys from the financial office of the two advisors. All of it, right now." Yes, yes. The secretary, who had long wanted to escape, scrambled into the building. Wow. But this scene left the surrounding Umbu, root members, and many clan heads utterly astonished. No one expected that what started as a purge of the Uchiha clan would ultimately evolve into the Uchiha clan's ascendants. That's right, ascendants. From being a marginalized clan in the village, they had now leaped up to directly control the village's lifeblood. It's important to note that financial power is something every household needs to curry favor with. Realizing this, a few clans who had been silent exchanged glances and quietly began to move forward. When else would they show their loyalty if not now? Just as they were preparing to speak, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the village. "With me, the Azure Beast, who dares to disrespect the Hokage." Chapter 68, My Guy and His 8 Gates. Oh, it seems something incredible is happening in the village. Yes, should we go take a look? It seems to be in the direction of the Hokage building. Just as these Umbu elites hesitated, a lazy voice suddenly came from the treetops. "The task is to honestly stay here, so you can't go anywhere." Kakashi changed his position to make himself more comfortable. Even though there was his beloved paradise of affection in front of him, he no longer had the heart to look at it. His exposed single eye frequently drifted towards the center of the village, the Hokage building. He could sense that there was a fierce battle happening there. As for why, he was clear about it. He couldn't help but wonder what that little brat from the Uchiha clan could achieve. He murmured, and the figure of Jin appeared in his mind. For this 10-year-old boy, even though he had a high opinion of him, he still managed to break through limits time and time again after contact. So, upon realizing what might happen, he proactively applied to protect Naruto. He didn't even attend class. Whoosh. At that moment, a green figure suddenly appeared beside him. Kakashi frowned. "Guy? Isn't he on a mission? Why is he suddenly back? If he runs into that little brat from the Uchiha clan, it wouldn't be good." He closed the book in his hands and pondered for a moment. In the end, he still turned around and chased after Guy, in front of the Konoha Hokage building. "With me, the Azure Beast, who dares to disrespect the Hokage." Amid the roar, a young man dressed in green and radiating a green light leaped up like a meteor. The Azure Beast of Konoha. Guy. This guy's taijutsu talent is far stronger than his father, Might Dewey. If it's the 8 gates, perhaps. Upon seeing this person, the third Hokage's expression changed. His previously hunched back suddenly straightened. Even the key he had already extended quietly retracted. To be honest, if he could truly stop it, he would never let go of the financial power in his hands. Danzo's advisor is one of his own, but the Uchiha is a complete outsider. Bang! The green fireball ultimately fell, creating a heavy pit on the ground. Might Guy first turned around to look at the third Hokage, confirming that everything was fine before he breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back, he faced the Uchiha clansman. His whole body radiated intense green light. "Come on, passionate Uchiha. Let us fight like men." "Bang bang," he shouted, clapping his hands together. The crisp sound of their fingers colliding resonated. Might Guy, upon seeing this person, the usually silent Fugaku, stepped in front of Jin first and quietly reminded him. This guy's father kicked 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to death. It said he has an extremely powerful taijutsu. Facing the unknown, he can no longer let his child stand in front of him. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the Uchiha clansmen instinctively took a step closer upon seeing Might Guy. Their crimson eyes now formed a collective gaze. Anyone who had gone on missions knew how powerful Might Guy was. However, Jin glanced back at the crowd behind him, somewhat surprised. Why does it seem like the Sharingan in the clansmen's eyes has increased from the previous Tomo? Earlier, most of them had only one Tomo, but now it seems that the majority have two. Could it be that they just saw Danzo activate his eyes? These thoughts flashed by. Of course. Jin quickly focused his mind back. His attention was entirely on Guy. The green spandex, watermelon head, thick eyebrows and big eyes, passionate and bright, with shining teeth. Indeed, this is very Might Guy. It's just that he is rarely seen in the village. Huh. He took a slight breath, reached out to push past Fugaku, and said softly, "Don't worry, old father, leave it to me. Others might be able to take over, but Might Guy really can't." As the master of taijutsu in Konoha, he is also one of the few who doesn't have many ninjutsu. Other than some simple ninjutsu, it's the 8 gates. This, he could never let go of. Cough cough, you are Might Guy. Oh, the genius boy of the Uchiha Jin. The burning youth does not allow me to miss any passionate battle. Might Guy's voice was very loud, shaking the surrounding leaves. Let us have a competition that stakes our youth. As always, filled with passion. After speaking, he raised his fist and was about to charge forward. He had seen Jin before. After all, the two Uchiha brothers had made quite a scene in the village chasing a dog and being chased by a dog. Of course, now standing on opposite sides, there is no point in talking too much. Guy Senpai, have you ever fought for your life in your lifetime? Jin raised his eyelids, his voice very flat. He didn't even take a defensive stance. Between his coveting of the 8 gates, he decided to chat for 10 minutes first. Time flies, and it will soon be over. Huh? Might Guy was momentarily stunned, his raised fist even feeling a bit at a loss. He couldn't bring himself to strike at an unguarded Konoha boy, even if this boy was currently engaging in behavior akin to a coup. Huh? What? Guy Senpai? 3 minutes later. Conversation target Might Guy. Copying entry is being analyzed. 8 gates gold. 8 gates of opening purple. Leaf whirlwind green. Leaf great whirlwind green. Leaf strong force whirlwind green. Extreme leaf diamond force whirlwind green. Good heavens, this outfit of green would even make Sure Sway marvel, right? Jin clicked his tongue, feeling a bit conflicted. Originally thinking that Guy had few techniques, but looking at it now, he has quite a few taijutsu techniques. But it must be said that Guy is patient enough when dealing with the villagers. Even though both sides are on high alert, swords drawn, and even have already started fighting, he is still willing to communicate with a young person. 10 minutes later. Copy successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining excellent entry 8. Chapter 69. Achieving merit through the peacock, the incomplete entry, copy successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining excellent entry 8 gates of Duinjia. Opening the door, blue once opened, it allows for initial contact with human limitations, perfectly exerting 100 physical quality. Upon seeing this prompt, Jin's eyes suddenly widened. There was surprise but also confusion. System. Why is it that a perfectly good 8 gates of Duinjia entry has only been copied partially? This system is an entry system that will analyze the entries on each ninja. Some of these repetitive, incomplete entries are included in the ellipsis. Included in the ellipsis. Jin hesitated for a moment. So, does this mean that these incomplete entries were all copied from the ellipsis? That's one way to understand it. Jin fell silent for a moment. After holding it for 6 years, the system just now explained it. But thinking about it, it's normal. The system is like a ruthless copying machine. During the copying process, it can't guarantee a perfect replication of good things. Randomly picking, good or bad, all depends on itself. So he still needs to fight. He shook his fist, suddenly looking up at the opposite Mado guy. Senior guy, shall we have a match first? Youth and passion, huh? All right. Guy, who was chatting enthusiastically, suddenly closed his lips, his eyes revealing a strong fighting spirit. Fight, yes. Leaf great whirlwind. Without the slightest hesitation. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward. Whoosh. In an instant, he transformed into a green afterimage again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speed reached its peak, even stirring up dust from the ground. Even the air produced a roaring sound. Following that, a powerful whip kick swung fiercely towards Jin's waist. Boom! The air exploded. Even a giant rock could be easily shattered. Truly the number one in taijutsu of the Leaf Village. Jin's eyes brightened, but he did not actually use his body to resist. At the age of 10, his body was still too weak. Even with various entry boosts, it was still a bit lacking compared to ninjutsu. Purely enhancing the physical body has limited improvements. So just as Guy's leg was about to touch the hem of his clothes, the 666 in Jin's eyes spun rapidly. Buzz! A layer of visible, almost transparent ripples centered around him, violently spreading out 3 feet in front of him. 3 feet in front. The domain was once again unleashed. Boom, boom. At the same time, the powerful whip kick also slammed in. Guy's previously relaxed brows also quietly furrowed. He felt as if his leg had kicked into an extremely viscous glue. In layer upon layer of delay, the terrifying kinetic energy strangely vanished. This Uchiha kid is not simple. Bang! Amidst the muffled roar, Guy's leg was forcibly stopped just an inch away from Jin's body. The strong reaction force even caused his thigh to faintly ache. The muscles and bones inside seemed to have some problems. Unavoidably, he swayed his body and flipped backward. After landing on the ground, his face was filled with astonishment. What kind of defense is this? It can completely block my Leaf Great Whirlwind? Incredible. Is this the solid barrier encountered on the path of youth? Good, very good, extremely good. After loudly proclaiming these words, Guy did not weaken at all. Instead, the fighting spirit in his eyes grew even stronger. He clenched his fists tightly. Inside, green chakra surged like steam, bursting forth from his pores. First gate, open. Second gate. Rest gate, open. Third gate, life gate, open. Sixth gate, view gate, open. Boom. In an instant, the fierce and violent green chakra engulfed him completely like flames. Crack. The ground beneath him cracked inch by inch due to the fury. In the blink of an eye, a small pit with a radius of 1 meter formed around Mato Guy. This is the 6th gate of 8 gates of Uchiha. Upon witnessing this scene, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With Guy's physical quality, if he opens the 6th gate, he might already be comparable to weaker Kage-level ninjas. Even the physical quality of the Monkey King might be lacking. If that's the case, there might still be a chance. Behind him, Narashikaku's frown subtly relaxed a bit. Finally, the true powerhouse of the Leaf has arrived. Guy, with the 8 gates opened, can kick to death an elite jounin. One incredible chakra flow. This power perfectly offsets the losses brought by the 8 gates. Beside him, Hyuga Hizashi narrowed his pale eyes, staring closely. I didn't expect this little guy to achieve such a level. Guy, you have a good son. Though he was astonished, his words were not lighthearted. The same 8 gates of Uchiha, when wielded by different people, naturally produce different levels of power. All of this is built on physical quality. The stronger the physical quality, the stronger the enhancement brought by opening the 8 gates. So upon sensing the danger from Guy, the chakra within him began to subtly stir. Jin's abilities are strange and powerful, but all of this is based on those eyes. Such extreme physical techniques might carry extreme dangers. And Jin is the future son-in-law he has identified. He absolutely cannot be defeated like this. So when necessary, he prepared to intervene directly. But just as he approached, the chakra around him began to feel sluggish. The crimson flames in front of him had already affected him. Gulp! Just the 6th gate? And it's already this strong? Hizashi swallowed hard, unable to conceal his shock. He knew it was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Just getting close had already affected the circulation of his chakra. How can I fight this? Or rather, is there even a chance to fight? If I were to face the state of Guy, I would probably have to use my reversal technique, right? Thinking of this, he could only shake his head and retreat with a bitter smile. Cheakonk. At the same time, Guy's figure completely vanished. Countless red-hot fist shadows, created by the friction of air, formed like a torrential rain into a blooming peacock tail feather. They bombarded Jin's absolute domain like a storm. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the air was obliterated. Dust was shattered into pieces. Under the Cheakonk, not a blade of grass grew, but Guy's face grew redder. and his brows furrowed deeper. The dense fists rained down, yet they still hadn't touched Jin's body, not even the hem of his clothes. No, it must be that the number of attacks isn't enough, he shouted in his heart, and the crimson flame formed by his body and chakra surged violently. The fist became even more dense. Crack, until at a certain moment, a crisp sound reached his ears, like a heavenly melody. Huh, this invisible turtle shell has finally broken. Guy grinned, showing his big teeth, but his hands did not stop for a moment as he struck forward. But just then he suddenly noticed, in front of him, or rather, beneath his fists, Jin was also grinning. Guy was momentarily stunned. Wait, buddy, what are you laughing at? Jin grinned, his expression revealing something strange. I'm not the one dancing. Why would I just stand here for you to hit? Chapter 70. The Real 8 Gates of Uchiha. The hardworking genius. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sounds of impact even created huge clouds of smoke around them, gradually filling the entire Hokage building. In the dust, Jin's figure remained completely motionless. He frowned slightly, not due to pressure, but because he was shocked by pure power. The pure physical technique was actually capable of shaking the barrier within 3 feet in front of him. He murmured to himself. Each strike from the peacock contained the might to split mountains and shatter rocks. Although still blocked by the domain, the shock wave made the air within it scream. He could even clearly feel his left eye slightly heating up. This was a sign of his ocular technique being fully unleashed. Just facing the peacock caused his 3-foot ocular technique to fluctuate. What about further back? Indeed, standing still to be hit was a foolish choice. The wind rose, and the dust began to settle. Huff, huff, Kai gasped for breath. In just 3 minutes, he had thrown no less than 1,000 punches. Even after the last punch landed, he still maintained his punching posture. Drip. Sweat flowed down his forehead like a small stream. Plop. It dripped onto the scorched ground, instantly evaporating into white smoke due to the high temperature. Tired, too tired, even facing the peacock. But as he looked at the unscathed and unmoved Jin, his eyes still revealed a hint of astonishment. Yet there was no defeat, only an even hotter flame, and an unbelievable awe. Senior Kai, do you want to continue? Jin said softly, looking at Kai with a calm expression. His voice was still flat, but there was a trace of genuine respect in his gaze. If the 4th generation was the pinnacle of civilian ninjas, then Kai was the pinnacle of personal effort. Is the 8 Gates of Death not strong? It is indeed strong. But why was it only my guy who almost kicked Madara to death? Certainly, Madara's arrogance played a role, but more so was due to sweat. The sweat Kai shed made the foundation solid enough. Of course, youth does not allow for giving up. Upon hearing Jin's words, Kai suddenly straightened up, grinning widely to reveal his signature bright white teeth. Buzz. At that moment, the sweat on his forehead seemed to shine under the setting sun. The original green steam enveloping him suddenly turned deep blue, like a burning deep sea. The opening of the shock gate. In an instant, a terrifying chakra that made one's soul tremble soared to the sky. Boom! The immense momentum surged, even bending the trees around the Hokage building. The air seemed to solidify, then was violently pushed aside. Puff! A few root members nearby turned red in the face and were directly sent flying, spitting blood. Merely the dispersing shockwave was enough to make them vomit blood. This is the 7th gate. In this state, Kai had transcended the limits of a human. Instead, he resembled a tailed beast. A true humanoid tailed beast. Day tiger. Amidst the roar, Kai's figure completely blurred. A massive white tiger, compressed to the extreme and composed of pure shock waves, suddenly materialized. In the void, like an arrogant deity, it charged down with a roar that could destroy everything. A woo! The howling echoed, shaking the heavens and earth. It instantly closed the distance between the two and crashed violently into Jin. Crack! This time, an unprecedented sound emerged from within Jin's 3-foot range. It was a piercing shriek like glass shattering. Following that, the first and second milky white cracks clearly appeared on the surface of the domain. One exaggerated personal power. Jin took a deep breath and exclaimed, "But I'm not a fool standing still." 3 feet in front. Repulsion. Buzz. The faint moonlight fell. The pure, clean fluorescence in front of him rippled slightly, and that bright little sphere suddenly emitted a strange wave. Ha! In an instant, Kai, who was charging down, changed his expression. He felt an increasing pain in his fists. The once overwhelming and violent chakra felt like it had fallen into a swamp, sticky and sluggish. What made him even more unable to believe was that the opponent felt like a steel plate, not only hard but also rebounding back. Bang! In that instant, he uncontrollably flew outward. Awoo! The once overwhelming day, Tiger let out a mournful cry before coming to an abrupt halt. Bang! Thud! Ultimately, his figure crashed directly into the back of the Konoha building. Like a massive cannonball, it struck true. Buzz crackle. The entire Hokage building of Konoha, its barrier just illuminated, was instantly extinguished. There was the residual might of the day tiger, along with a faint white glow. Boom! In the complex gazes of the crowd, the Hokage building collapsed with a loud bang, turning into ruins. It really is useless. The third side, his murky, aged eyes once again sinking into silence. Just as he had hoped so much, he felt so disappointed now. But just as he was preparing to hand over, a ripple suddenly came from within the ruins. Buzz. Thump. Thump. The sound of a heartbeat quietly emerged. Like a giant hammer beating a drum, heavy and powerful. The sound penetrated the debris and dust of the Hokage building, striking at everyone's hearts. The crowd couldn't help but look back. Could it be Kai? It's Senior Kai. He's all right. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of Senior Kai. Truly a beast. The elite members of the Umbu lifted their heads from the ground, looking at the ruins, their eyes suddenly bursting with strange light. A strong person from their camp. How could they not admire that? Boom! In an instant, the ruins exploded. Endless debris and wood splinters were sent flying. Amidst this chaos, a figure slowly stood up. The green steam that originally enveloped him gradually changed. It turned into a blood-red aura, as if a flame burned away all the green around him. Crackle, due to the high temperature, or perhaps because the power within him was too overwhelming. His skin couldn't withstand it and cracked. Drip, drip, blood oozed out. But as soon as it appeared, it was instantly evaporated by the terrifying blood-red steam. At this moment, he looked like the god of death emerging from hell. Originally, I wanted to save this move for Kakashi. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper rubbing against each other, each word carrying the pain of flesh being torn apart. But perhaps now, I should let you see it first. Boom! As his words fell, a blood-red pillar shot into the sky. An energy storm so violent it was indescribable instantly engulfed the entire area. The air was forcefully pushed aside, creating visible shockwaves, and the nearby Umbu members were blown away like paper. Crackle, crackle. The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch. At the edge of the collapse, Kakashi, who had just arrived, stiffened. He looked at Kai at the center of the collapse, and then at the surrounding shockwaves, struggling to stretch out his arm and point at himself. Me? Chapter 71. Vajra Lockdown. Hard Control. 8 Gates Kai. Yugai Kakashi tightened his fists, wanting to stop it, but unable to approach the center of that destructive energy storm at all. Not far away, the third Hokage, Tsurutobi Hiruzen, staggered back half a step, his old face showing a hint of paleness. He never expected Kai would come this far. For him, for the so-called dignity of the Hokage, he was willing to burn away his last life. Is this what youth burning to the extreme looks like? No wonder that guy could kick 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen to death in one blow. Hyuga Hizashi's Byakugan fluctuated violently. Devoid of chakra pathways, only shock remained. This power surpassed common sense. It even made him feel his soul trembling. He believed that even his family's ancestral technique, the heavenly spin, could not withstand this kick at all. There was simply no comparison. Not good. I wonder if Susanoo can withstand it. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku, behind Jin, furrowed his brows into a tight knot. His heart raced up and down. Although he had great confidence in his abilities, Kai's momentum was truly terrifying. This was truly a complete burnout. He was even ready at any moment to summon Susanoo to shield himself. Huff, huff, 8th Gate. Kai's voice was somewhat hoarse, rasping like sandpaper. Each word carried the pain of flesh being torn apart. Yet he still insisted, eighth gate, death gate. Boom! Crash! Just as he was about to unleash his final brilliance, a golden chain suddenly appeared. Like a nimble long snake, it plunged directly into Kai's abdomen. Crash, crash! Following that, a second and third chain appeared. The golden chains showed no signs of stopping, directly penetrating Might Guy's abdomen and back, quickly wrapping around him. In the blink of an eye, he was cocooned into a large rice dumpling, with the mysterious runes on the adamantine chains. The originally crimson chakra flames were extinguished as if they had encountered water. There was no way to resist. Hoo! Kai struggled desperately, trying to escape the chain's confinement. But the adamantine chains seemed to possess some kind of magic, tightening their grip instead. This is, seeing the scene, the third Hokage's pupils instantly contracted. Uncontrollable memories flooded his mind. Although he was old, his memory was still sharp. And such a powerful and strange chain. Throughout his entire ninja career, only one existence could wield it. Adamantine sealing? How could this child use the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? Fugaku's spinning scarlet kaleidoscope instantly vanished, leaving only a trembling sensation. As Jin's father, he had never seen Jin use this ability. But when did Jin learn the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? He was confused, very confused. It even felt surreal. Was Jin not his child? Of course. This thought only flashed by. Also recognizing this technique was Kakashi, who had just arrived. As someone who was once warmed by the little son couple, he understood very well that these adamantine chains could only belong to his beautiful teacher with long, orange-red hair. Teacher, he murmured, a tear slipping uncontrollably from the corner of his eye. No wonder Jin has always cared for Naruto. No wonder he was dissatisfied with me. But then he suddenly wiped away his tears. His expression became somewhat strange, and an uncontrollable thought surged in his mind. Could it be that Jin is the bloodline of my teacher? What about Lord Minato? Just then, the arrogant Kai above could no longer hold on. Completely bound like a rice dumpling, he fell directly into the deep pit. The entire arena fell silent. The dust slowly settled. At the edge of the pit, Jin's small figure stood quietly. His abdomen was firmly controlled by 3 chains. The aura around him only fluctuated slightly. It seemed he had simply done a small thing. Tick, tick. As time passed, Jin's eyes gradually brightened. Defeating Might Guy, copying entry. This time the copying entry seemed a bit slow, but it was still the 8 gates. Now, after opening the first gate, he was able to liberate his brain. If he opened a rest gate to relieve fatigue, then opening 2 gates would be equivalent to pushing him into a perfect state of control over his body, becoming an unkillable machine. Just thinking about this feeling was intoxicating. Jin deeply sighed, his eyes filled with a strange swirling 666, slowing down. Then he looked into the pit. There, Kai, who was wrapped like a rice dumpling, had long since lost the crimson steam surrounding him. Only a somewhat charred human silhouette remained, curled up in the center of the deep pit, like a candle flickering in the wind. Might Guy had completely burned out, even though he couldn't unleash his final strike. The moment he opened the death gate, his internal organs had sustained severe injuries. If it weren't for being bound by the adamantine seals, he would probably be nothing but a charred mess now. Jin wondered if he could. He fell silent for a moment, but his thoughts became agile. He then raised his leg and walked directly over. What do you want to do? Seeing this, the third Hokage's face darkened, and he hurried towards Jin. Might Guy's status in his heart was rapidly rising. This was a powerful existence that could already crush shadow-level ninjas. Dying here would be too much of a loss. But just as he reached out to grab Jin, an inexplicable force pushed him away. Whoosh! Bang! He rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before finally stopping. This scene once again stunned the nearby clan leaders. Who would have thought that the third Hokage, a dignified figure, couldn't even defend against a single move? Noisy. Jin waved his hand, as if swatting away a fly. He stopped only after getting within 3 feet of himself. He directly activated the 3-foot space and would release cells. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under his control, a silvery glow quickly enveloped Kai's body. Zzz, zzz. The candle, flickering in the wind, which had already been extinguished, began to slowly transform under the silver glow. Flesh buds sprouted. New skin spread. Sure enough, the 3-foot field combined with would release cells also possessed healing functions. Jin's eyes brightened even more. This means that in the future, he could even take on multiple roles. Self-sufficient, even if he couldn't nourish an entire village by himself. At least he could take care of 4 or 5 people, right? Thinking of this, he exhaled a breath of stale air. He became increasingly excited about the 3-foot space of his eye power, capable of defense, offense, and healing. He just didn't know when he would be able to fly. He then raised his head, scanning the entire area, finally landing on the 3rd Hokage, whose face was ashen. His gaze was extremely calm. 3rd Hokage, financial authority. Hand it over or die. Chapter 72, Declaration on the Ruins. 8th Gate, Death Gate. Someone bring the key and documents to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled violently. His voice was hoarse and dry, and the short sentence seemed to exhaust all his strength. Crash. Soon, the Hokage's secretary brought a metal cabinet from the ruins. Even though it had been thrown away by the shockwave, it miraculously remained intact. Lord Third, you are quite sensible. Jin nodded, but did not move. Behind him, Fugaku immediately understood. He stepped forward and appeared next to the metal cabinet, taking the key and directly opening the cabinet door. Crash. Soon, he took out a thick stack of ledgers, several ancient-looking seals, and a scroll glowing with sealing runes from inside. After quickly scanning these items, he directly walked over to Jin's side. These are the real items. Jin did not look, just nodded again. Then the war god looked at the many clan leaders behind him and softly said, Hyuga clan leader. Suddenly hearing his name, Hyuga Hizashi's heart tightened. But he still stepped forward immediately. Jin-kun, please, along with Nara clan leader, Akimichi clan leader, Yamanaka clan leader. Jin's gaze slowly scanned over the few most influential clan heads. Let's witness together. From now on, the financial power of Konoha will be taken over by the Uchiha clan. The accounts, seals, and keys are hereby transferred. With a few simple sentences, he spoke plainly, but his tone carried an irresistible pressure. The clan leaders who were named felt a heavy burden. Even the 3rd Hokage's close ally, Nara Shikaku, could only exchange glances with them, ultimately nodding silently. At this moment, any opposing voice was meaningless and would only bring destruction. If the 3rd Hokage had quieted down, what could they do? Replace the 3rd Hokage? The Uchiha clan is now unstoppable. Hinata Hizashi took a deep breath, representing the heads of various clans. After that, Fugaku solemnly put away the items in his hands. The dust had settled. From this night onward, the sky of Konoha had completely changed. Jin's gaze crossed through space once again, landing on the 3rd Hokage. Lord Third. He raised a hint of a smile, his voice playful. It's late at night. Elderly people should rest early. Elderly people. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of blood rush to his throat, and his vision darkened. Just as he was about to collapse, he was supported by a swift Umbu beside him. He struggled to catch his breath, looking at the small figure, at the scroll in Fugaku's hand that symbolized Konoha's lifeblood, at the complex and odd expressions of the heads of the surrounding clans, and at the silent, lifeless body of Kai in the pit. His heart, once vibrant, now felt dead. He had to bow his head, bending even lower. But under Jin's pressing gaze, he had no choice but to slowly withdraw. Heading back to his own clan, he exited the scene. The cool breeze blew through, rustling the branches and leaves. It brought a slight chill to the hundreds present. The night grew deeper. However, the clamor of Konoha village did not cease due to the silence of the Hokage building. On the contrary, it became even busier. The lights in the various clans were bright, with emergency meetings occurring one after another. Everything that had happened tonight echoed like thunder in everyone's hearts, keeping each clan busy and on edge. At the Uchiha clan grounds, the lights were bright, yet the atmosphere was starkly different from before. At this moment, the Uchiha clan was no longer filled with grief and oppression. Instead, it was an exhilarating feeling of having survived a disaster, a sense of relief and triumph. Every glance at that small figure was filled with fervent awe. In the conference hall, Fugaku sat in the main seat, his expression somewhat complicated. He even doubted his own eyes for the first time. Who would have thought that the ominous signs of clan extermination yesterday would turn out completely differently? The clan was not wiped out. Instead, a significant portion of the decaying upper echelons of Konoha was eliminated. Beside him sat the elders of the second and fourth clans and other core figures. Jin casually sat by the window, playing with the small sun in his hand. He actually wanted to go to sleep. What he said to the third Hokage was true. Staying up late is really not good. The financial power had been initially grasped. After a moment, Fugaku shifted his gaze from Jin back to the accounts before him, his expression heavy. The accounts were significantly in deficit and quite chaotic. If they were to delve deeper, it might cause considerable unrest. The commotion tonight was too great. The village was in turmoil, and each clan was observing. If this financial purse was not handled properly, it could easily become a target for criticism. Everyone's eyes unconsciously turned towards the figure playing with the ball by the window. Seeing this, Jin paused. Simple. His voice was not loud, but clearly reached everyone's ears. First, compensation. Distribute condolence payments to all injured villagers tonight to show our stance. We are targeting the parasites, not the Konoha ninjas. Second, immediately allocate funds to rebuild the Hokage building quickly so the villagers can see a new atmosphere. Third, assign someone to investigate the financial expenditures for orphans and widows, ensuring that they return every last penny. As for the remaining financial allocations and the reform of the task system, you can handle that yourselves. It would be best to create a Konoha management committee and invite the heads of various clans to participate. After speaking for a while, he found it somewhat tedious. It wouldn't do to stand on the ruins of the Hokage building and give a loud speech, would it? That wasted breath would be better spent unleashing a tailed beast bomb instead. Of course, these words surprised Fugaku and made him hesitant. The compensation and reconstruction are fine, but the issues involving orphans and rewards for tasks are too broad and might touch on the interests of several major clans. Interests? Jin waved his hand dismissively. There are too many parasites in Konoha. We must cut them off for the flesh to grow back on Konoha itself. The Uchiha clan is not merely fighting for power. We are here to reshape the rules. Saying this, he stood up and walked to the door, his small figure casting a long shadow under the light. His gaze swept over everyone, carrying a penetrating power. He reiterated, restoration is not merely about a few deaths. If you are truly afraid, then eliminate one batch after another. Silence. The conference hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one expected that the just over 10-year-old Jin would actually say such things. Fugaku looked at his son, his eyes filled with complexity. This was no longer the chatty, lazy son he knew. His son seemed to shine even brighter than he did. Even in administration. I understand. Fugaku took a deep breath and decided to act according to Jin's plan. Immediately organize personnel and implement it. Yes. The several clan elders also regained their senses. Their eyes reignited with hope. They saw the hope of the Uchihas rise and a path different from the past. Seeing this situation, Jin no longer intervened and walked directly outside. On the courtyard wall, he lay back with his arms behind his head, looking at the moon above, unconsciously rubbing the warm small sun behind his head with his fingers. At that moment, a prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry 8 gates of Duinja. Death Gate Remnant, purple. Note, this entry is a one-time experience version, containing some secrets of life burning and the ultimate essence of physical skills. It can be analyzed but cannot be directly activated. Chapter 73. The Oil Woman and Assassination in the Mountains. Aerial flight. Can it be analyzed but not actively used? Isn't that equivalent to giving me something to learn? Hearing the system's prompt, Jin's eyes moved slightly. The 8 gates of Duinja's Death Gate, the ultimate physical technique that burns out life. Although it is just a fragmented experience version, the secrets contained within about the explosion of life energy and the ultimate essence of pure power are invaluable. Moreover, the power gained from burning life. Uchiha Jin murmured to himself, his fingertips rubbing the small sun. It felt warm in his hand. There was also a faint, almost imperceptible warm current flowing into his body, quietly nourishing his slightly fatigued form from the intense use of his ocular techniques. If he remembered correctly, Wood release without Hashirama cells also counts as a kind of life-burning essence, right? If he could combine the two, would there be new surprises? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. The night in Konoha was still long, and the current power transition was just the beginning. How to utilize this power afterward would depend on whether Fugaku could manage it well. With Hinata, Hizashi, and the Nara clan present, even if Fugaku were incompetent, not much would go wrong. Moreover, Fugaku was not incompetent. Excluding his indecisiveness, he was quite capable in managing clan affairs. What he needed to consider was how to enhance himself and how to deal with the upcoming undercurrents. The power change in Konoha would undoubtedly not escape the notice of those with ulterior motives. That muscle-bound guy and the big-nosed old man would likely be restless. Plus, there was already the gradually forming Akatsuki organization. The real challenges had only just begun. Jin sighed and then shifted his body, resting his arms and half lying down to sleep. Compared to lying flat, he preferred half lying. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as he fell into a deep sleep, two shadows raced along the shadows of the Uchiha clan grounds. That guy really will be on the courtyard wall? The yellow-haired Yamanaka F was frowning, his eyes filled with anger and grief. As a subordinate of Danzo, he had suddenly learned that his boss was gone while on a mission. After years of hard work following his leader, he was suddenly attacked and killed by a child. Upon hearing this news, he wasted no time and immediately abandoned his mission. He returned to Konoha to seek revenge. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Takujin, in a black cloak, silently released purple mist from his sleeves. There's no mistake, we have observed that person for many years. He spends almost every night on the wall of the courtyard. As he spoke, his expression showed no change, but his voice was frighteningly deep, carrying a hint of sorrow. He took a deep breath and reminded, "This child is very unusual. Perhaps we will." Here, Yamashiro Kaze shook his head. His brown hair swayed slightly in the night. Will he die? Danzo is already dead, and all I want now is revenge. As he spoke, his vengeful eyes fixed tightly on the small figure sleeping on the wall. For Lord Danzo, secret technique, poison dust technique. As Takujin growled, he quickly summoned nanometer-level poison insects to gather between his hands. Then he gently blew them out, whoosh, buzzing. In an instant, the purple nanometer poison insects formed a mass, and the poison mist twisted like live snakes in the night. This was his secret technique for survival. A trump card that could traverse battlefields unharmed. The large-scale contamination of the surrounding environment using nanometer poison insects. Anyone who inhaled the poison mist would die. Not to mention just a child. Even a shadow-level expert would have problems if they accidentally inhaled it. After witnessing this, Yamashiro Kaze also felt no more sorrow. He narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly formed hand seals in front of him. His entire spirit instantly condensed into a cone and thrust forward. Heart-turn technique. Almost simultaneously, the two lethal moves struck one after the other. The target was the same. Heart-turn technique controlled Jin's body. Nanometer poison insects would ruin his body. Perfectly coordinated. Touching would mean death. The poison mist quickly enveloped the area. Great. He actually had no defenses at all. Seeing his poison insect succeed, Takujin couldn't help but clench his fist, then looked at his friend beside him in admiration. As expected of you, Kaze, you were able to keep him completely still. Although the poison insects were quiet, there was still a chance of being discovered. But now, Uchiha Jin showed no reaction at all. The result could only mean that his teammate Yamashiro Kaze had succeeded. Did I control him? Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Kaze scratched his head in confusion. Looking at the still boy on the wall, he felt something was off. What's wrong, Kaze? I think I didn't enter his inner world. Yamashiro Kaze frowned, feeling uncertain. As soon as he said this, the smile on Takujin's face froze. You couldn't get in? So, you didn't control him at all? The two immediately realized the problem and quickly turned to look at the wall. But the boy who had just been lying there was now gone, leaving only the poison insects. Takujin's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly urged, "We might have been exposed. Let's retreat." Retreat? Where to? But just as they prepared to turn around, a young boy's voice suddenly came from behind them. The voice was small, but in the night. It sounded like a devil's voice filled with eerie energy. The hair on the back of their necks stood on end. A drop of cold sweat quietly appeared on his cheek. But due to the protective suit, it couldn't fall, only sticking to his skin, sticky and uncomfortable. When did he move behind us? Takujin looked up and gradually saw a boy. It was Uchiha Jin. But what truly shocked the two was that Jin was now looking down at them. To be clear, both of them were not short among ninjas. Yet Uchiha Jin was just a boy just over 10 years old. Even if he had developed well, he couldn't possibly be taller than them. Realizing this, he quickly looked down. Only then did he notice that Jin was actually floating in midair. Flying? You can use flight ninjutsu, he exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. What? How is this possible? This revelation also startled Yamashiro Kaze awake. Flying. This is a capability that very few in the ninja world can master. Throughout Konoha, there are many powerful people, but none can fly. But now, they were seeing flight in a boy from the Uchiha clan. His heart sank slowly. In a daze, he even had a strange thought. Lord Danzo did not die unjustly. Country bumpkin. Jin only said 3 short words in response. But where others could not see, he was stepping from his left foot on his right foot, and a faint mist was forming beneath him, shimmering like a staircase. Chapter 74. Control of Nanometer Poison Insects Shikaku. Are we really going to cooperate with the Uchiha clan to undermine the third Hokage? Yes, the third Hokage has contributed so much to the village over the years. And everyone can see that. Why should a mere child be given that right? To call back the Jainin who are on missions outside. I believe the Uchiha clan is of no help. That's right, perhaps we can seek assistance from the Land of Wind. At the same time, more people began to gather at the ruins of the Hokage building in Konoha. The 3 clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi led the way, arriving one after another. Of course, after the initial chaos, the feelings of these clan heads gradually calmed down. They began to have other thoughts. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku sighed and smiled bitterly. It's useless. You haven't seen his power. So I hope everyone can cooperate well. Cooperate? Cooperate with what? Yamanaka, Shi's expression flickered as he said. The Uchiha have already begun to compare accounts and subsidies. What does that mean? Everyone knows. As soon as these words were spoken, the others fell silent. Those present were basically all closely tied to the third Hokage. Many had significant connections to Danzo as well. Naturally, the finances of Konoha had heavily favored their families. In other words, if the finances of Konoha were in deficit, a considerable part would fall on their families. Now, suddenly wanting to investigate? How to investigate? Should they really hand over the assets they had embezzled over the years? Impossible. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro Kaze's expression became somewhat strange. Anyway, the Uchiha have already caused a stir once. As long as we all just go through the motions, it should end eventually. I believe the Uchiha clan won't fall out with all the families of Konoha over these financial issues. As soon as this was said, more than half of the family's expressions turned cold. Drag it out. There was neither direct resistance nor a plan to hand over money. After the new official's initial fervor died down, the Uchiha would naturally gloss over this matter. Seeing this, Nara Shikaku wanted to persuade them further. But the other clan heads had already turned to leave, laughing among themselves. Satisfied, they could finally get a good night's sleep. In the blink of an eye, only Nara and Akimichi and a few other clans remained. Sigh, Nara Shikaku sighed, hoping he was overthinking it. Uchiha clan. Jin felt a sense of joy in his heart as he stood with his left foot on his right foot, truly floating in mid-air. Just as he was pondering the 3-foot field before him, a sudden thought struck him. If he could solidify a step beneath him within that 3-foot space, could he float? The results proved he was right. He was indeed hovering now. It felt as if he were stepping on water waves, the glow rippling slightly. Jin even felt that if he could generate repulsive force beneath his feet, he could directly launch himself into the air. Just then, a sudden sound of wriggling insects came from behind. The poisonous mist hit an invisible barrier, making a sizzling sound in an instant. Soon, a smell of corpses under the sunlight began to waft around. Did they fail? Yun Tsugin's expression flickered, watching the precious phosphorus worms being burned on a large scale. He surprisingly felt as calm as a still pond this time. Noripelsterth, or rather, his entire attention was on his companion beside him. Heart-turning technique. Yamazhong Feng slightly squinted his eyes, his whole body bouncing into a straight line. Being so close this time, he would definitely be able to control it successfully. As long as he could control it for a moment, his friend's poisonous insects could invade this boy's skin. At that time, whether they succeeded or failed would be up to them. But even though he was close enough, when his mental impact collided with Jin's brain, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, not even creating a ripple. More. Yamazhong Feng gritted his teeth, squeezing every bit of spirit from his body. As long as he could probe in, there was hope. But just at the moment he probed in, his whole brain felt like it was hammered halfway. Dazed and with darkness before his eyes. Finally, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and his whole brain felt like it was splitting with pain. It was as if someone was using a syringe, continuously stabbing into his brain. Failed again? Tsugen gritted his teeth, forcing himself to urge on. Buzzing. At this moment, finer and denser purple dust surged from his sleeve, trying to permeate. The two's tenacious appearance made Jin shake his head, disturbing a peaceful dream in the middle of the night. He then slowly stretched out his hand, slightly spreading it towards the two, and softly said, "Divine law, heaven suppression." Bang! Bang! A powerful repulsive force erupted within 3 feet in front of him. The two felt as if they had been slapped by a giant snake, their figures flying backward like broken burlap sacks, heavily crashing into a nearby big tree. Bang! Splash! Like 2 puddles of mud, their life and death were unknown. With a thought, Jin's feet emitted a repulsive force, flying towards the big tree. Wobbling, he looked down at the two. The loyal dog of Danzo? He grinned, slowly landing on the arms of the two. Let us explode some gold coins. Defeated Yun Tsugen, trying to copy entries. Current copyable entries. Poisonous technique, purple. Nano-level insect control, blue. Poison dust technique, blue. Insect affinity, green. Poison resistance, green. Defeated Yamazhong Feng, trying to copy entries. Current copyable entries. Heart-turning technique, purple. Heart-turning puppet technique, blue. Mastery of the great sword, blue. Perception, green. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry nano-level insect control. Blue capable of controlling deadly nano-level insects. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fine entry perception. Green can sense the movements of wind and grass within 100 meters. Sure enough, gold coins exploded. Jin smiled, then applied the entry for nano-level insect control. Lowering his head, he summoned. Buzzing. A large number of nano-level insects suddenly surged from Yun Tsugen's body. Dense and connected like a mass. Like wind, like rain, and like mist. This is... Tsugen and Yamazhong Feng exchange a glance, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of their mouths. This young man actually dared to provoke his insects. He wouldn't even know how he died. Who didn't know that as Tsugen's unique secret technique, these insects could poison and kill anyone who touched them. Even he had to wear protective clothing. But now he dared to touch them actively? However, as they watched, the smile at the corner of Yun Tsugen's mouth stiffened. It even turned into disbelief and shock. How could this be? Above his head, the insects that usually only listened to Tsugen's commands obediently circled in front of Jin's hands. Obediently, like a hockey me, completely still. Even the poisonous gas that originally burst forth during breathing was retracted. Impossible. This is impossible. Tsugen was dumbfounded, completely stunned. If he was shocked just now, it was a complete overturn. His 3 views and cognition were overturned. His secret technique. His insects were actually being toyed with by a boy. This was even more painful than seeing his girlfriend being toyed with by someone else. His eyes gradually filled with blood, becoming as red and terrifying as the Uchiha. No. This cannot be. I want to kill. In the midst of his roar, a poisonous insect crawled up and began to gnaw at his ankle. Chapter 75. Unwilling? Deal with him. Target. Root organization. Since there is no value in utilizing them. Then goodbye. Murmuring, he raised his hand and flicked. Puffed. 2 precise air fingers directly pierced through the foreheads of Tsugen and Yamazhong Feng. Clean and neat. Soon, after this move, entries began to emerge from their corpses. He directly reached out, Contact target. Yamazhong Feng Yun Tsugen. Plunder entry successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fine entry poison resistance, green, and the epic entry heart-turning technique, purple. More gold exploded. Heart-turning technique and poison resistance. He pondered for a moment and thought. Feed the poison resistance to perception. Entry fusion in progress. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare entry perception domain, blue, which ignores toxins and can reduce the poison resistance of creatures within a 100-meter range. Ignore toxins? Reduce poison resistance? Jin was momentarily stunned, turning to look at the other entry he had just obtained. If this was added to the nano-level insect control, wouldn't he be a walking poison source? Wherever he goes, poison follows. If he could also activate a weak present stealth mode to walk as a hidden poison source? Have I really become the sixth? Jin was stunned. He took several deep breaths to suppress the emotions in his heart. He focused on the gold entries that had exploded. Although it was purple, in his view, the heart-turning technique was not inferior to an ordinary gold entry, even if Yamazhong Feng's usage had no effect. But in the later stages, this could block techniques at the level of 6 paths. As for why it was only for a moment, then it could only be blamed on the person performing the technique having too poor mental energy. Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Jin had observed carefully. After the entry was activated, his originally only comparable to an average Jonin spirit would suddenly rise to an exaggerated level. Of course, the pressure would also suddenly increase. The pressure brought on by the imbalance between body and spirit. For a 10-year-old boy, his body was still too weak, and he didn't want to end up like Itachi, being directly dragged down. So he cherished the wood release cells even more. But it's still not the wood release onto the first-generation cells. The gap is simply too large. He also wondered if there were any remnants of the first-generation cells left in the current root organization. He murmured as he searched for a moment on the two. Slap! Soon, a pitch-black scroll engraved with the character root fell out. Unfolding it, it only contained a brief sentence. Lord Danzo is dead. The killer is Uchiha Jin. It even thoughtfully included a drawing of Jin's portrait. Of course, there were also some strange coordinate markings and keys. Oh, the base of the root organization? Jin's eyes brightened slightly. After killing Danzo, it seemed he hadn't collected any spoils yet. With this in mind, he lifted his leg and was about to head towards the root organization. But just then, a sudden commotion came from behind. Jin, are you okay? Lord Jin. After the meeting ended, many Uchiha clansmen rushed out upon hearing the noise. With a flash in their eyes, they spotted the boy outside the courtyard wall, especially the younger clansmen, who rushed forward one after another. Now, Jin is not only a treasure of the Uchiha clan, but also an idol for their young people. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if the clan leader Fugaku were to be killed, Jin must not be harmed. Move aside, move aside. Don't block the way if you're slow. A young ninja casually pushed aside a middle-aged man in front of him and rushed in. Outside the crowd, Fugaku, who had been shoved aside, twitched his brow. Struggling to suppress the urge to unleash a great fireball, he gritted his teeth and said, "That's my son." Unfortunately, no one cared and all attention was focused on Jin's feet. When he saw the two corpses on the ground, his expression showed a hint of surprise. Yamanaka, Aburame? It seems the remnants of the root organization have not been gathered by the third Hokage after all. Just then, a clan member ran over from outside the village, panting, Clan leader. Clan leader. Fugaku turned to look, and when he saw it was the elder responsible for the finances of various clans, his eyes widened. A bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. The man ran even faster upon seeing Fugaku, shouting as he ran. Clan leader, the financial expenditures from the Yamanaka clan, Aburame clan, and Ryoma clan are all trivial matters. Gradually, the Uchiha members began to realize the reactions of the other clans. Their expressions turned complex. Cooperation, but deliberately stalling for time? Fugaku pondered for a moment, feeling uncertain. He wanted to cut through the chaos quickly, but worried that it might provoke resentment from other clans in the village. For decades, he had been tirelessly working to truly integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. Unfortunately, progress had been minimal. If it weren't for Jin's miraculous performance tonight, he feared. Thinking of this, he shook his head and looked at Jin, hesitating. Jin, what do you think we should do? Me? Jin looked unexpectedly at his father, casually pointing to the two corpses on the ground. Puzzled. Isn't there a ready-made reason right here? Fugaku? Clan member, could it be? Jin waved his hand, picked up the scroll on the ground, and drew out a letter, sketching the Kyumo mark. Yamanaka and Aburame clans colluded with Kyumo, intending to assassinate the Uchiha clan's young master. Now, please send people to control those two clans. Clan leader. Thud, thud. A few simple words stirred the hearts of many young Uchihas. This is the clan leader they want. If there's a disagreement, then just take action directly. Whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of gazes fell directly on Fugaku, eagerly awaiting. Seeing this, Fugaku gritted his teeth and said directly, Ahem, good. Elder of the 9 clans, take people to the Yamanaka clan, elder of the 2 clans and 4 clans. Take people to the Aburame clan. Tonight, we will control them all. After saying that, he turned and left. As dawn approached, the excited Uchihas once again welcomed their revelry. Watching their backs, Jin turned to the other side. The coordinates on the scroll, the root organization, I truly look forward to what might be there. After saying this, his figure slowly disappeared, like smoke blown away by the wind. Chapter 76. Receiving the remnants of the root organization, the fake smiling boy sigh. Outside Konoha village, in front of an extremely hidden canyon crevice. Buzzing, the air trembled. In the rippling, a figure slowly emerged. Is this the old nest of the root organization? How'd it end up here? Could this be the real root organization? He was somewhat surprised. If he remembered correctly, he had just seen Danzo in the village a few days ago. This old guy actually knew how to have multiple hideouts. Thinking this, he looked up. On both sides were jagged, steep black rocks, as if cleaved by a giant axe. Moonlight fell, but only a faint glimmer could seep through, making the place feel even more eerie and dead silent. Ahead, the entrance was narrow, barely allowing one person to pass through, but one could easily squeeze through sideways. This entrance, he activated his Sharingan and Byakugan, looking ahead again. The previously silent entrance scene was completely different, a layer upon layer of chakra barriers, indistinguishable to the naked eye, covered the entrance like a spider's web. Above, complex ceiling runes were slowly flowing, and in the air at the entrance, a faint, decayed smell filtered through the barrier. A rat's nest in a sewer, Jin commented. Then he stepped directly toward that seemingly empty crevice entrance. Buzz. The moment he stepped into the barrier's range, the runes suddenly lit up with a blinding red light. Streams of invisible energy barriers pressed towards him like a high-voltage electric net, slicing. Zzz, feeling the terrifying power on his skin. He couldn't help but say, this can at least instantly slice a Kakashi, right? No wonder the 3rd Hokage, knowing that Danzo was dead, still didn't think of harvesting his old nest. It seems he knows this place is hard to get into. He shook his head and directly activated the light body technique. Pop! In an instant, moonlight poured down. His surroundings were once again covered in a shimmering glow. It seemed he was still standing in place, but in reality, he had transformed into light. Whoosh! The red light that had originally sliced at him instantly passed through without obstruction. Not even an alarm was triggered. His footsteps did not pause at all, and soon he completely vanished into the narrow crevice, leaving behind only a few rays of moonlight that had yet to dissipate completely. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Inside the cave, the stalactites above were unevenly distributed. Occasionally, pale white liquid dripped down. Ahead was a rough, sloping passage, hewn out by hand. The surrounding air was damp and chilly. Jin took a slight breath. The air was filled with a strong, earthy smell and the scent of disinfectant from his past life. I came to the right place. Upon smelling this scent, Jin's eyes brightened even more. With disinfectant, it means there are various organs. Organs? Crack. His steps suddenly halted. System, does touching organs count as touching corpses? System. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Jin pouted and continued to walk forward, only speeding up slightly. Boom! Puffed. Under his feet, he unknowingly triggered an explosive tag trap. But as soon as the fire ignited, it was directly sent away by a vortex. Kamui, transfer. The explosion can go to Obito's space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he continued forward, the walls suddenly shot out poison Sanbon. Jin said nothing, merely activating Kamui. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds or thousands of Sanbon densely shot into the Kamui space. Soon, he reached the end of the passage. Before him stood a heavy metal door, engraved with sealing runes. He squinted slightly, the veins at the corners of his eyes bulging. The impressions on the door became particularly obvious in his eyes. Quickly, he detected several key runic nodes. Pressing gently, the door opened. Inside, a strong, pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with some indescribable, salty, sweet odor rushed over. A second of dizziness. Jin frowned, silently channeling chakra within him to block it in front of him. Like a mask, after isolating the unpleasant smell, he finally stepped inside slowly. Top, top, top. His shoes made a crisp sound on the stone floor. In this environment, it echoed repeatedly. Behind the door was a huge underground space that sent chills down one's spine. Under the pale lights, rows of gigantic cylindrical glass cultivation tanks surrounded him. In pale green nutrient solution, various horrifying specimens were soaking. A pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes, stripped from their sockets and soaked in a special liquid. The Tomo patterns are clearly visible. Pieces of writhing pale flesh are being forcibly segmented and cultivated. There is even a pair of Byakugan eyes soaking in a jar in the corner. Dead silence. Only the occasional bubbles rising from the cultivation tank make a faint gurgling sound. This really fits the stereotype of Orochimaru. Jin raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, this is clearly a mad scientist, and a mad scientist without any bottom line. Slowly, his gaze fell deep into the laboratory. In an inconspicuous corner, two small iron cages were placed side by side. Inside one cage, a white-haired boy was curled up. He looked a little smaller than Naruto, his eyes vacant and numb, like a soulless porcelain doll. The bloodstains on his abdomen had long since dried into scabs. Life or death, unknown. In the other cage, there was a black-haired, pale-skinned boy about Naruto's size. At that moment, he was tightly clutching a worn-out drawing board with frayed edges, his finger joints turning white from the pressure. His body trembled slightly. When he noticed Jin's gaze, he shrank back like a startled rabbit. He then glanced at the white-haired boy beside him and instinctively curved his eyes, revealing a beautiful smile. His lips moved as he said, "Are you the new experiment subject?" His voice was hoarse and dry, even though he tried hard to control it. But the tremor inside was still apparent. It was clear that this boy with the fake smile was afraid. Jin's gaze lingered on the drawing board tightly held by the black-haired boy for a moment. He did not answer the boy's question, but instead asked, "What's your name?" His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in the space. The black-haired boy shivered again, but still mustered the strength to reply in a low voice. "His name is Shin. My name is Sai." Sure enough, these are the two brothers. Although the original work did not specify when Sai was completely transformed into a machine by Danzo, it was evidently not now. He raised his head, pondered for a moment, and softly asked, "Do you want to live?" His voice remained flat, devoid of emotion. "I do." But this time, a different spark ignited in Sai's eyes. "Live? Live on!" He almost shouted instinctively. In his hollow gaze, a weak yet intense glimmer of survival burst forth. He wanted to live. Under this wave of emotion, the white-haired boy beside him seemed to be touched by this voice as well. His lifeless body showed a slight rise and fall. Although it was subtle, Jin saw it clearly. If you want to live, then you will become part of the Uchiha clan. Crack! Crack! As soon as he finished speaking, two golden chains shot out from his sleeves without warning. They accurately crushed the sturdy iron bars of the cage like agile serpents. The sealing runes above were insignificant in front of his golden chains. Thud, thud, thud. He then walked over, step by step, very clearly. When he got closer, his left eye slightly shifted. The large 666 was faintly visible. The unique field within 3 feet of him began to stir again. A force containing unique vitality enveloped Sai and the white-haired boy beside him. "I can also save him." Roar. But just then, a huge cultivation tank across from him suddenly changed. Chapter 77. Unexpected. Residual wood release cells roar. A deep, hoarse roar abruptly erupted. It sounded like the painful howls of countless beasts forced together. It made one's scalp tingle. At the same time, a strong wave of stench rushed towards him. Jin turned his head slightly to look over. He was somewhat curious. If he remembered correctly, that should be a pile of rotten flesh. He saw that in the deepest part of the laboratory, a gigantic cultivation tank, over 2 meters high, exploded with a loud bang. Countless foul-smelling light green nutrient solution sprayed out like the body fluids of corpses bursting under the sun. Splash! Amidst the thick liquid, a twisted figure suddenly broke through the tank wall and crashed to the ground. Perhaps it couldn't even be called a human. It looked more like a monster crudely stitched together. Its skin was pale and swollen. Muscles of different colors, even with body hair, were forcibly pieced together with thick black sutures. The left arm was as thick as an adult's waist, covered in black fur. Its fingers resembled beast claws. The right arm, however, was thin and pale, ending in a delicate hand painted with crimson nail polish. A combination of beauty and beast. But the most terrifying part was the monster's head. 3 different faces of varying ages and genders, with expressions of pain and grimness, were harshly stitched onto the same skull. 3 heads, 6 arms? No, it was 3 faces and 2 arms. On the 3 faces, there were 2 murky human eyeballs, 2 scarlet single Tomo Sharingan, and even 1 pale Byakugan. At this moment, they were spinning wildly on the broken facial skin, locking on a Jin who had intruded. Hee, I will eat you. Its mouth opened and closed, producing a garbled sound. Experiment Subject 0. The recently revived Sai quickly retreated, curling up at the edge of the cage, clutching his drawing board tightly. He had seen this thing before. It could easily tear apart disobedient materials. On the other side, the recently awakened Shin struggled to reach out, patting his younger brother's head, softly comforting him. The 2 huddled closely together across half a cage. Jin watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. Clearly, the cage had been torn apart by him. Why didn't they just come out? Of course, bringing the 2 into the Uchiha clan was purely a casual decision. He didn't care about that. Rather, it was the monster behind him, looking at the festering fluids and flesh buds growing on this creature. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. This guy's body doesn't contain Hashirama's cells, does it? Experiment Subject 0 could very well have been created before Yamato. Puffed. At the same time, the monster kicked off the ground. Thud. The sutures used to bind its organs instantly straightened. Immediately after, its bloated body erupted with terrifying speed. In an instant, it charged in front of Jin. The speed was so fast, it could rival the body flicker technique. Boom! That huge beast claw raised high, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, came crashing down. The claw tips shimmered with a faint, otherworldly glow, clearly laced with deadly poison. Just the gust of wind nearly suffocated Sai. He hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to look further. He only heard a violent collision sound ringing in his ears. Bang! Crack! The massive claw that had slammed down suddenly stopped just less than a foot in front of Jin. Then, a swirling light silver ripple burst out. Kamui, transfer. Puffed. Crack. Soon, the huge, thick arm resembling an adult's waist was brutally twisted off and sent into the Kamui space. Of course, at the moment of throwing it in, he didn't forget to use an air cannon to smash the arm into mush. The foul fluids spilled everywhere. This thing should be able to stink so badly that it would prevent a Beto from sleeping, right? Maybe it could even give White Zetsu a bite to eat. Jin thought with a twisted sense of humor, then reached out his right hand, gently manipulating the space within 3 feet in front of him. Within 3 feet, repulsion, or rather, Shinra Tensei. Although the range was small, the damage was no less. Puffed. Crack. The stitched monster's flesh let out a sound of unbearable strain. Its entire body and limbs bent back at odd angles. The massive body was instantly blasted away by this force. It crashed into another cultivation tank, shattering the glass into pieces. Roar? On the 3 faces of the stitched monster, 6 eyes simultaneously revealed pain and extreme confusion. Its limited brain couldn't comprehend why it had been blasted away. The monster on the opposite side hasn't even touched him yet. The ugly creature, the stitching monster, made Jin furrow his brow slightly. It wasn't out of fear, but pure disgust. The stench emanating from this stitched monster, a mix of formalin and decaying flesh, was perhaps only liked by Baiju. How? After a moment of daze, the stitching monster roared again. It extended its remaining right arm, the one painted with a woman's lipstick, and suddenly raised it, fingers splayed out towards Jin. In the palm, the flesh twisted and split open. Zizizi soon. A rapidly spinning scarlet three-tomo Sharingan emerged. The ocular power converged. A dark red chakra beam, infused with an ominous aura, shot out from that Sharingan like a venomous snake's tongue, instantly piercing towards Jin's forehead. A Sharingan Jinjutsu attack? Jin paused for a moment, looking at the Sharingan opposite him, a mocking expression filling his small face. That Sharingan was meant to deal with the kaleidoscope. Did it think it had a fair chance? Oomph. Buzz. With a thought, he subtly redirected the repulsion within his domain. The dark red beam, originally aimed at his forehead, was suddenly deflected by an invisible hand. It ricocheted back. Biafich. The beam struck fiercely against the monster's own bent beast claw. Roar. The stitching monster howled for a while, then quickly collapsed. Not another sound. Is it over? Did he just kill Zero so easily? Behind him, Sai, who had been curled up, had already unfolded. His bright eyes widened in disbelief. His pale face was filled with incredulity. This terrifying experimental subject, which had easily torn apart countless members of his team, was just toyed with so effortlessly. Who exactly is this man, who looked about the same size as him? At this moment, Sai's heart was filled with curiosity and a slight sense of fear. Vaguely, there was also a hint of unnoticed admiration and worship. Next to him, the recently recovered Shin, although silent, also trembled with his gaze. This guy, at such a young age, actually possessed strength comparable to an elite Jonin. He couldn't understand why Lord Danzo would let such a monster in. As the elder, he knew much more than Sai, but the more he knew, the more he dreaded. Elite Jonin, to the two brothers at this moment, it was akin to a god high above, only to be gazed upon from afar. Of course, Jin paid no attention to the two brothers. He merely glanced past the monster and focused on what lay behind it, the shattered base of the massive cultivation tank. In the dark compartment below the base, a few drops of still wet green viscous liquid remained. Under the pale light, that liquid faintly exuded a powerful, heart-pounding vitality. What is this? At the moment he saw the liquid, Jin's pupils suddenly constricted. This aura was all too familiar to him. Would release cells, and they were far purer than those he had copied from Danzo's arm. Old Danzo really had hidden some good stuff. He murmured, swiftly gathering the drops of liquid carefully. Just at that moment, a cold system prompt sounded. Ding! High purity would release cell residue detected. Attempting to analyze, high purity would release cells? Upon seeing the prompt, a thought instantly sprang to Jin's mind. Isn't this just Hashirama's? Thinking of this, he suddenly turned to look at the other cultivation dishes. In his eyes, a strange light flickered. Chapter 78. Advanced would release cells, Sai brothers so. This monster is sustained by the cells left behind by Hashirama. No wonder it could spew corpse fluid everywhere and still live well. It turns out that the wood release cells below were providing it with life. With that thought, Jin quietly activated the power of the nine tails. Behind him, two crimson chakra tails appeared out of thin air. Bang! Biafich! Biafich! Then, like pulling out green onions, he extracted the surrounding cultivation dishes. Crash! The green liquid spilled everywhere, but it also revealed the green cells within the base. Although scarce, they were there. Indeed, they were there. After confirming this, Jin hurriedly began to gather these things. But just then, a disturbance came from behind again. Roar! A shrill, distorted roar almost instantly tore through the air of the laboratory. The stitching monster erupted with a violent and chaotic chakra all around. It was like a storm. Its bloated body rapidly expanded, as if inflated. To the naked eye, the different colored muscle masses under its skin wriggled wildly. Crack! A black stitching thread snapped. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, the violent force exploded violently at its center. Boom! A massive roar instantaneously crashed throughout the entire laboratory, creating a huge shockwave. Glass shards, metal debris, and foul liquid shot out in all directions like cannonballs. The entire underground space shook violently. Crash! The stalactites above groaned under the unbearable burden and began to fall. Zizizi! The storm slammed into the 3 feet in front of Jin's domain. The light silver curtain slightly trembled. Ripples spread wildly, showing signs of being torn apart by this destructive energy. Is it going to self-destruct? Jin frowned slightly. The chakra mixed within this monster was already chaotic and violent, and the power of self-destruction was even comparable to forbidden techniques. Boom! 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 Not good, it's going to collapse. Behind him, Sai, with his eyes tightly shut, turned pale as a sheet. He could only desperately hug his drawing board and shrink into a corner, his face full of despair. The white-haired boy Shin beside him was also stunned by the violent tremors, fear reflecting in his hollow eyes for the first time. Crackle! Above, a huge crack suddenly appeared. Like a black, giant python, it instantly crawled across the laboratory's dome and walls. Debris poured down like a torrential rain. Trouble. Jin glanced at the laboratory that was about to be completely destroyed, and his feet moved slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, dozens of figures rushed towards different cultivation tank bases simultaneously. Shadow clone technique. The ultimate speed and replacement in a small space. These original cells must be obtained. Buzz. The moment he touched the original cells, the green liquid seemed to come alive, swimming in his palm. Soon a powerful, heart-pounding life force surged wildly into Jin's body through his palm, and the cold system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Successfully contacted high-purity would release cells. Analysis completion. 30. Note. Unlock high-purity would release entry after reaching 100 analysis progress. Still lacking so much. It seems the remaining 70 will have to rely on Orochimaru. Jin furrowed his brows. He absolutely had to obtain the high-purity would release cells, or rather, the original cells, and it was about to reach the critical period for growth. In his past life, those parents still knew to drink milk and gnaw on bones. So how could he fall behind now? If he were to be like those in the island country, at 1.60 meters, wouldn't that blow him up? Just as he made up his mind, a warm current suddenly surged within him, and upon entering his body, it exploded instantly. From gentle to magma, hot and boiling, waves of wild vitality surged violently into his body. Jin could distinctly feel his cells being compressed, torn apart, and devoured. Pain, pain, pain. The pain was unbearable. Inside, it felt as if every inch of flesh and blood was being forcibly disassembled and reorganized. Hiss, he let out a muffled groan. A trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His 10-year-old body, even after being strengthened by physical entries, was still far from capable of bearing the might of the god of ninjas, even if it was just a tiny bit. But correspondingly, he could clearly feel his physical strength increasing. The spirit that he originally struggled to resist was instantly suppressed. Boom! At the same time, the dome of the laboratory completely collapsed. Boom! A giant rock the size of a grinding wheel, carrying immense power, fell directly from above. Below, the tragic pair of brothers were there. Ah, oh brother, don't be afraid. Zai was shouting, and Shin finally squeezed through the door. He grabbed Zai and gritted his teeth, huddling in the corner. But looking at the giant rock above, he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. After all, they were just kids. And even though they had seen quite a few dead bodies, when had they ever witnessed such a scene of heaven collapsing and earth shattering? Like the end of the world? Never. It's all over. Looking at the giant rock falling above, he could only tremble all over, pressing Zai down beneath him, and desperately lowering his head. The threat of death made his scalp tingle. But just then, he suddenly realized that there was an extra warmth on his shoulder. Immediately after, he felt a sensation of dizziness. This feeling came quickly and left just as quickly. When he recovered and instinctively opened his eyes, he was stunned. What is this? Then his whole body began to tremble slightly at a visible speed. The frequency was extremely high. In front of him, a cold yet warm light was shining. It fell directly onto him. Are we okay? Zai also finally realized something was wrong and cautiously poked his head out to take a look. Just one glance. And he couldn't take his mouth back. Is this the sun? Are we outside? We finally made it out. Cough, cough, cough. The small voice trembled and turned hoarse, then suddenly shot up high, even coughing violently due to excitement. Clearly, the two brothers had not seen the outside world for far too long. Outside the canyon fissure, the sun was rising, and golden light pierced through the morning mist. It completely enveloped the two brothers who had been together. Jin looked at the overjoyed brothers, shaking his head slightly. They really were pure to the extreme. In the world of Hokage, brothers generally have deep feelings for each other, but they usually end up harming each other. Only one can survive if the other dies. He didn't like this kind of script. So, why should brothers harm each other? Jin shook his head and casually threw down the drawing board he had brought out. He turned and walked outside. The roots of Konoha had been severed. Next, it was time to gather the remaining roots in the village. Chapter 79. A new order built on ruins. The sky was slightly bright. After a night of tugging, Yamanaka Haichi waved and said with a smile, "Fugaku, this is our recent financial account related to the village." Bang! As his words fell, a box the size of a cart was brought out by 8 people. Inside, it was densely packed with old books. Faintly, one could still smell the decayed and damp odor. This smell made Kyuzu's face darken, and he immediately scolded. "You can't be serious that you even included 3 pieces of toilet paper used in the bathroom?" He was very angry. As a prominent family of Konoha, how could they be so perfunctory? Were they being perfunctory when the clan leader wasn't here, and now that he is? They still dare to be perfunctory? Do they really think the Uchiha have no temper at all? After saying this, Kyuzu's eyes slowly rotated with a pair of 3 tomo. He was truly angry. With this movement, more than 50 Uchiha clansmen behind him also began to move. The atmosphere instantly became tense. In response, Yamanaka Haichi did not worry. He merely glanced at a few people, coughed lightly, and said, "Fugaku, I believe you can see that the people from the surrounding villages are watching. I give you face, so you should give me face as well. How about that? If this gets out of hand, it might just ruin the Uchiha's reputation." He stopped talking at this point. The Uchiha, already criticized within the village, had conflicts on their first day in power. If this got out, it would only lower the Uchiha's reputation to freezing point. This was also the reason why Fugaku had been hesitant to act, even though he was still holding on to Yamanaka Kazuma. Seeing the other side fall silent, Yamanaka Haichi breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't really want to fall out with the Uchiha, but some things just couldn't be brought out. He then spoke again. "I think everyone is tired. Let's go back and rest, shall we? Don't worry, my Yamanaka family will definitely cooperate with you." The expulsion began. Kyuzu clenched his fists, wanting to say something. But in the end, he just shifted his gaze to Fugaku. Swish, swish. Soon, dozens of Uchiha looked over, waiting for Fugaku's decision. As long as he gave the order, they would definitely act immediately. But in the end, they did not wait for the reaction they hoped for. Fugaku remained silent. In such a situation, remaining silent. Seeing this, Yamanaka Haichi felt even more relieved. As long as Fugaku hesitated, it proved they were qualified to negotiate. "Cough, cough, Fugaku. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "It's still early. Yesterday was exhausting." Saying this, he didn't even wait for a response, pulling the door and turning to leave. But just as he was about to close the door, a wave suddenly appeared behind him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The morning air still carried a hint of mist. When it rippled, it created waves. "What is this?" Yamanaka Haichi paused, instinctively taking half a step back. Then he saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him, leaning against the Yamanaka clan house with both hands in his pockets. He was startled. For some reason, this wave gave him a familiar feeling. Compared to Yamanaka Haichi's hesitation, Fugaku's eyes widened almost instantly. His originally clear eyes instantly turned scarlet. He looked at the small figure, speechless with shock. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? No doubt about it. It was definitely Minato's Flying Thunder God, but when did Jin learn it? If Jin's strength left him in awe, then the Flying Thunder God technique he just displayed completely left Fugaku dumbfounded. The Uchiha clansmen, upon hearing this, began to discuss among themselves. Flying Thunder God? Isn't that the technique of the 4th Hokage? The one that forced teams from various countries to abandon their missions during the Third Great Ninja War? Yes, that's the one. But I heard it requires extremely high talent and perception, as well as reflexes. Hiss. When did the young clan leader learn it? I knew the young clan leader was a sage. He's not even pretending anymore. The Flying Thunder God Technique, a powerful ninjutsu that only existed in legends. Even though the Uchiha had 1,000 years of heritage, they couldn't help but admire it. Of course, it was mainly because this technique had been mastered too rarely. Only 2 people had succeeded in mastering it since its creation. But now, their young clan leader had learned it too. How could this not excite them? Indeed, it is the Flying Thunder God. Similarly, Yamanaka Haichi and others gradually felt their hearts sink. With such powerful strength and possessing this space-time ninjutsu, it could be said without exaggeration that he was already invincible. Fortunately, the Flying Thunder God consumes a lot, and this guy was still small, so he presumably had limited chakra to refine. Thinking of this, Yamanaka Haichi finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. If he really had the terrifying chakra of the Uzumaki clan, then Konoha would truly have no one to balance him. This could be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Of course, upon seeing Jin appear, his momentum also weakened slightly. He lowered his head and bowed, standing aside. Jin looked around and quickly curled his lips in disdain. Using things to buy time? This is something that the ancestors have played out to exhaustion. He shook his head and walked slowly to the opposite side of Yamashiro Hachi. In a low voice, he asked, "Are you not cooperating?" His voice was not loud, but it made those who heard it shudder. Yamashiro Hachi quickly bent down and explained, No. It's just that the clan member responsible for the records was only a temporary financial manager. We truly don't know where the money went. Temporary worker? What a good way to shift the blame." Jun smiled slightly, looking directly at the close-at-hand Yamashiro Hachi. Not cooperating? He reached out and tightened his grip slightly. Whoosh! In an instant, a powerful suction suddenly erupted. It was as if scrap iron had encountered a strong magnet. Yamashiro Hachi's body was directly pulled over. The suction was 3 feet in front of him, or rather, it was the 10,000 Forms heavenly attraction. Although the range was smaller, its power was by no means weaker. Bang! It was not until he felt the pain in his throat that Yamashiro Hachi realized what was happening. He struggled while frowning and shouted, You, Uchiha Jin, this is the territory of my Yamashiro clan. What you're doing will only make the families of Konoha fear your Uchiha even more. Cough cough, you and T want the Uchiha clan to be completely ostracized, right? Cough cough cough. Gradually, his voice weakened. His neck and face were all flushed, and breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. Bulging, thick red veins popped out. Jun looked at the man in front of him without any change in expression, only his grip tightened a bit more. Tighter and tighter. A minute later, Yamashiro Hachi struggled desperately and finally managed to say a complete sentence. Yes, I'm sorry, I'll cooperate. See, isn't it better to cooperate early? Jun shook his head and patted the face of the Yamashiro clan leader. Now let's talk about your clan's assassination attempt on me. Yamashiro Hachi. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a shuriken suddenly shot out from inside the house. A girl with yellow hair and an oval face rushed out fiercely. Don't bully my dad. Yamashiro Ino threw 2 shuriken and followed closely behind. Like a crazed kitten, she charged forward. Bang! However, the newly enrolled girl hadn't learned much yet. Slap! In a single encounter, she was slapped back by Jun. She fell to the ground, covering her face in confusion. She was stunned. A handprint quickly appeared on her pale face. Seeing this, Yamashiro Hachi was filled with rage. Ino, damn it, she's just a child, you. A child? Jun raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Actually, I'm also a child. Those few short words made Yamashiro Hachi pause. He suddenly recalled that the boy in front of him was only a little over 10 years old. He hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy yet. But when did he unconsciously overlook this issue? Perhaps it was yesterday, or maybe just now. He didn't know. He could only block in front of Ino, bowing and apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry, Lord Jun. I will cooperate well. That slap not only knocked Ino away, but also shattered Yamashiro Hachi's pride. Strong in power, young in age, and unrestrained. He felt his mind was truly broken for thinking he could obstruct him. Seeing this, Jun ignored him and just looked ahead. Defeated Yamashiro Ino, attempting to copy entry. Defeated Yamashiro Hachi, attempting to copy entry. Copy failed. A rare failure. After achieving a success rate of as high as 75, it had been a long time since there had been a failure, and it was 2 failures. This instantly made him lose the desire to stay. He waved his hand and left directly. The Yamashiro family failed, but there were still other families. Oil Woman clan's residents. Deep within the ancient and grand estate, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Oil Woman Hui sat in the main seat, her face as gloomy as water. Beside her, the clan's elite J-Nin and Ch-Nin surrounded her. Each of their sleeves was slightly trembling, faint buzzing sounds emanating. Clan leader. The Uchiha second clan leader is still outside, demanding that we hand over nearly 10 years of task remuneration distribution details and compensation records. In the silence, a clan member hurried over, reporting in a low voice. His tone was tense. Still waiting? Let them wait. Oil Woman Hui snorted coldly. A dark green parasitic insect crawling anxiously on her fingertip drag. Keep dragging. I don't believe that the Uchiha clan would dare to act recklessly against the great clans of Konoha. Last night, they had already offended the public's anger. If they dare to act against us again, other clans will surely feel sympathetic. At that moment, boom! Before her words fell, a deafening explosion violently interrupted her speech. The thick alloy door engraved with insect patterns in front of the Oil Woman clan. It was like being crushed by a giant mountain. The entire door twisted and deformed, crashing inward. Boom! Dust filled the air. In the dust, a small figure stepped forward. Step, step, step. Jun's footsteps were light, stepping on the shattered door panels and bricks, making only a faint sound. Behind him, the Uchiha clan members were glaring with their crimson Sharingan. They had been waiting for a long time. Oil Woman Hui? Jun's voice was not loud, but clearly penetrated through the dust and the chaotic gasps, landing in every ear in the main hall. The Konoha Financial Management Committee summons your clan to cooperate with the investigation. Will you come out on your own, or should I invite you out? Wukyun, you dare to destroy the door of my clan? Upon seeing Jun, Oil Woman Hui first raised her eyebrows, and anger followed. This was the territory of the Oil Woman clan, their private domain. But unexpectedly, the other party was so overbearing. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green parasitic insects in his sleeves instantly poured out, buzzing. Soon, a swirling cloud of insects formed in front of him. The terrifying buzzing sound immediately filled the entire courtyard. Those who heard it felt their scalps tingle. Many Uchiha clan members quickly closed their Sharingan. If they looked any longer, they would suffer from a phobia of dense objects. Except for Yunyo. He tilted his head, as if he had heard a joke. Breaking in? Since when did Konoha's territory become private? Saying this, he raised his right hand. His fingers spread open, and he slapped toward the cloud of dark green insects that made people's scalps tingle. 8 trigrams air palm, air cannon. Puffed, buzzing. The poisonous insects, densely packed, quickly surrounded this air cannon. Rustling. It was as if they were gnawing on leaves, devouring this palm entirely. Seeing this scene, Oil Woman Hui let out a sigh of relief. After all, they are young people, unaware of the strange nature of my Oil Woman clan's poisonous insects. Thinking this, he couldn't help but straighten his chest. Proudly he said, Uchiha Jin, if you retreat now, I can cooperate with you to sort out the accounts. But please understand, this is the Oil Woman clan. Buzz. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, dozens of J-Nin behind him simultaneously emitted strange fluctuations. Clouds of insects appeared and intertwined, almost instantly completely blocking the air. The threatening meaning was very clear. Insects, be careful not to get poisoned. Jun raised an eyebrow, and an invisible wave instantly spread out, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. The insects of the Oil Woman clan were also enveloped within this wave. Pop! Almost in an instant, the originally aggressive and poisonous dark green insect cloud came to a halt. It was as if the pause button had been pressed. The frenzied buzzing suddenly vanished. The insect swarm began to panic. The originally dim, poisonous glow on their shells faded at a visibly fast pace, becoming thin. Many bugs, after coming into contact with other bugs, were directly poisoned to death. Snap! 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 At this moment, the dense cloud of insects fell to the ground, struggling as they died. Entry: Perception Domain Blue. Capable of reducing surrounding poison resistance. The toxicity of the poisonous insects remained unchanged, but with reduced poison resistance. The result was naturally being poisoned to death by their kind. How could this happen? Yun Jiwei's complexion changed dramatically. He could clearly feel the connection with the swarm of insects becoming sluggish and blurred. Even more terrifying was that countless poisonous insects in his clan were actually being poisoned to death. What is going on? Could it be that someone has researched the Poison King? He frowned and desperately urged his chakra, trying to summon the swarm to break away. This death was simply too bizarre. But before he could act, he saw Jin extend his hand again. Let us show ourselves, little treasure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, a swarm of purple nanoscopic insects emerged, heading towards the massive dark green cloud of insects that could instantly poison dozens of elite ninjas. Nanoscopic poisonous insects. They grow while others diminish. The advantage is mine. Soon, the insect cloud disintegrated like a sandcastle blown away by a fierce wind. Countless poisonous and uncontrollable bugs were torn to dust. The insect manipulation secret technique that the Yun clan prided itself on was, at this moment, like child's play. Seeing this scene, the entire Yun family was stunned, their eyes filled only with boundless fear and confusion. A dead silence. Who is truly playing with insects? Chapter 81. Konoha Joint Village Committee. Yun Jiwei was dumbfounded. He watched as his poisonous insects were cleared away like little shrimp. Confusion and disbelief flashed in his eyes. How could he be crushed by other poisonous insects? In the 30 years since he mastered poisonous insects, this had never happened. Most importantly, the ones controlling the other poisonous insects were from the Uchiha clan. When did the Uchiha clan stop playing with eyes and fire techniques and start playing with insects? And they were even better at it than him. Just as he was in a daze, a voice sounded from across. The Yun clan attempted to assassinate the Uchiha Young clan leader, intending to incite internal strife in the village. Take them down. Jin's voice was still calm, as if just brushing off dust from his sleeves. But the words he spoke sent chills down people's spines. A major clan in Konoha was taken down so easily? Yes. After hearing the voice, the eyes of the Uchiha elder shone with cold light. The Scarlet Three Tomo spun continuously. The suppressed anger from the night finally found an outlet. He had long been displeased with the Yun clan. How dare they make the Uchiha wait outside for so long? They deserve to die. Then his figure transformed into a scarlet afterimage, instantly bursting into the main hall. Yun Jiwei reacted, quickly forming hand seals to attempt to cast his final defensive insect wall. However, as soon as he finished, he suddenly realized that his poisonous insects were gone. Where did your poisonous insects come from? He took a deep breath, and his originally firm attitude unconsciously softened a lot. Insects were already his, or rather the entire Yun clan's, area of expertise. Yet, they were crushed by a Uchiha. He had no pride left. However, he thought that his softening would change the situation. But what followed was unreserved ferocity. Snap! A small hand suddenly grasped his throat. Jin's expression seemed unchanged from before, only looking at him indifferently. His right hand tightened slightly. Creak! The sound of the hand rubbing against the neck was ear-piercing. Clan leader. Damn it, stop. Do you want to destroy the Uchiha clan? Fight them. Jin's action instantly enraged all the Yun clan members, especially several Yun elite ninjas. Various poisonous insects surged from their sleeves, rushing towards Jin. They could no longer care about anything else and charged forward. Some reconstituted insects, while others held kunai ready for battle. But all they received in return were indifferent eyes. Are you sure you want to take action? Jin's youthful voice quietly rang out. Not loud, but it sounded like thunder to everyone's ears, rumbling. Yun Jiwei's throat emitted a groan under the unbearable burden. But he still opened his mouth to stop, slow down, resist. He might have truly considered it before. The Yun clan was different from other clans, relying heavily on insects. With countless insects, he believed he could withstand even Danzo. But now, in the face of absolute power, the pride of the Yun clan was like a mantis trying to stop a car. They were no match. It was at this moment that he finally understood why the third Hokage, such a proud person, would easily back down last night. There wasn't even a real fight. Suddenly, he thought of the Monkey King that appeared and then mysteriously disappeared last night. Perhaps the disappearance of that great monkey lord was not due to physical discomfort or injury, but out of fear. In murmurs, he looked at the boy before him, who had just reached his neck. In his eyes, there was only shock and fear. It was hard to imagine that this was fear he had never felt even towards the third Hokage. That was why he desperately organized his clansmen. But a great battle was about to break out. The actions of the Yun clan were slow, while those of the Uchiha clan were faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost in the blink of an eye, dozens of Sharingan appeared. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The first move was a fire technique, aimed at the approaching Yun clan. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of ninjutsu, the collapse of buildings, and the wretched screams intertwined. The defense barrier of the Yun clan seemed like it was made of paper. In less than 5 minutes, a great fire engulfed the entire clan territory. The core area of the Yun clan ignited in blazing flames under the watchful eyes of countless families. Crack! Pop! The sounds of collapse and cries filled the air. The entire clan territory was in disarray, and the resistance was completely crushed. Jin threw Yun Ji-Wei to the ground, looking down from above. The sunlight filtered through the smoke, outlining a cold silhouette on his small frame. It seems that the pride of the Yun family, his voice was as flat as commenting on the weather, was as vulnerable as your insects. The second elder tallied all the storerooms, ledgers, and keys to capture root members. If there are any who conceal and do not report. He paused, sweeping his gaze around, his voice clearly spreading throughout the silent courtyard. They will be treated as traitors and killed on the spot. The last 4 words carried a chilling coldness. As he finished speaking, his heart moved slightly. Nanoscopic insect manipulation blew. Buzz. An invisible command was issued. The purple nanoscopic insects quickly scattered. PFF. Soon, in a corner of the Yun clan territory, a ninja wearing a mask and sunglasses suddenly exploded at the sleeve. Inside, there was clearly a root mask hidden. The young ninja's arm instantly swelled black. Before he could say anything, he directly foamed at the mouth and fainted. Whoosh whoosh. Observant Uchiha clan members quickly suppressed him. This scene made all the Yun clan members furious, but no one dared to speak out. They could only watch helplessly as their clansmen were taken away. Sure enough, power comes from the barrel of a gun. Jin withdrew his gaze and no longer lingered. He turned to walk towards the Nara clan. To completely stabilize the Uchiha's position in Konoha, other clans could be violently conquered, but only the Nara clan. In a certain sense, the father and son were a pair. Chapter 82. The Map of Konoha's Network, Collision of Old and New Orders, Nara clan. The core of the clan's land was extremely quiet, so quiet that one could even hear the sound of pine needles falling to the ground. Rustle. But at that moment, a hurried figure quickly flashed by. Yamanaka Hachi. A hint of impatience lingered on his face. The Nara clan members were already used to this. As one of the 3 clans of Boar, Deer, and Butterfly, their spiritual connection was profound. Moreover, the 2 clan leaders were quite close friends. Such a direct intrusion was nothing new to them. Talp, talp, talp. Before long, Hachi arrived in the courtyard. It was extremely ancient, with the aroma of tea wafting in the air. His close friend, Nara Shikaku, was currently kneeling in the main seat, his expression calm. Only his fingertips unconsciously rubbed against the warm edge of the teacup. Opposite him, a Kimchi Dingzai was opening a new pack of chips. Hachi, why do you look like that? Noticing Hachi's appearance, Shikaku's movements paused slightly. Then he asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, Hachi fell silent for a moment before forcing a bitter smile and said, "The Yamanaka clan is finished. Uchiha Jinta is terrifying." His voice was dry. His face still bore the fatigue of having survived a disaster, along with a hint of undeniable fear. At this moment, when he had left, the Yamanaka clan's territory was still smoking. That young boy's indifference and decisiveness were like a cold blade hanging over the heads of the Yamanaka clan. With no other choice, he could only come here to seek Shikaku's help. Crack! Hearing this, Dingzai let out a muffled grunt and stuffed a handful of chips into his mouth. He chewed particularly hard. It seemed that what was in his mouth was not chips, but some kind of unease. That Uchiha kid is not human. His voice still carried a slight tremor. Clearly, the battle from last night had left an indelible impression on him. He is human. Shikaku picked up the conversation, poured another cup of tea, and said clearly, it's just that the power he wields is on a different level than ours. After saying this, he suddenly raised his eyes. His gaze passed through the courtyard and landed outside the courtyard wall. It was as if he could see that small figure walking toward them. Power isn't scary. What's scary is when power is in the hands of a calm, yet insane person. This young Uchiha might become someone like that. At this point, he fell silent for a moment. Glancing at the other two, he noticed that all three were silent and had not contradicted him before continuing. And Shui just doesn't understand this balance. Not far away, he could already see thick black smoke rising from the Yamanaka clan. As for why, the answer was obvious. Just as his words fell, a distinct sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Approaching slowly, neither fast nor slow. The wooden shoes stepped on the stone path covered with pine needles, producing a subtle sound. Each step seemed to tread on the tense heartstrings of the three clan leaders. They exchanged glances and immediately realized one thing. Someone was coming, and it was the person they had discussed. Creak! The courtyard door was quietly pushed open. A small figure appeared at the entrance. The morning light fell, making the black Uchiha clan attire appear even more profound. The visitor was none other than Uchiha Jin. At this moment, he wore no expression on his face. Only a hint of fatigue was faintly visible. At such a young age, he had already started to burn the midnight oil. However, when Jinta's calm eyes swept over, Shikaku and the others suddenly felt an invisible pressure descend upon them. Akimichi Dingzai and Nara Shikaku exchanged a glance, their expressions stiffening. This kind of pressure was something they had only felt from the third Hokage. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Hachi trembled slightly and quickly lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact. The earlier scene was still fresh in his memory. In his mind, Jinta had already been labeled as invincible. Nara clan leader. Jinta did not look at the other two, but directed his gaze straight at Shikaku, getting straight to the point. The Konoha Financial Management Committee needs a brain that can truly clear the accounts, rectify the chaos, and catch the parasites in Konoha. His voice was not loud, even somewhat soft, but every word struck Hachi's heart like a heavy hammer, especially the word parasite, which made his face turn even paler. Wasn't that a veiled reference to their Yamanaka clan? Beside him, upon hearing this, Shikaku visibly paused. He had initially thought that Uchiha Jinta's purpose for coming here was similar to before, to display power, show muscles, and coerce through intimidation. But now, hearing Jinta's words, it seemed he had been overthinking. So, taking a deep breath, Shikaku set down his teacup and slowly stood up. His posture was very low, but not servile. Lord Jinta, the Nara clan is willing to cooperate, but as he spoke, he raised his head and looked sharply into Jinta's eyes. Cleaning out the parasites requires a quick blade, but governing Konoha, especially with the long-standing financial issues, requires more than just a quick blade. It also needs a clear map of the network. Otherwise, the edge of the blade may not be aimed at the tumor, but at the very roots of Konoha. After saying this, Shikaku stopped speaking. He just stared intently at Jinta's eyes, watching for changes in his expression. Shikaku was testing, or rather, he was showcasing the value of the Nara clan's insight. That was the map of the network. Others might not know, but as the left and right arms of the third Hokage and a close friend of the fourth Hokage, Nara Shikaku had long had opinions about Konoha's accumulated issues. Unfortunately, he had no way to reach the group controlling the finances. But now, listening, Jinta's eyes shifted slightly, not answering immediately. He just glanced at the thick account book in front of Shikaku and walked over directly. He sat down heavily. Isn't this a test for myself? He casually opened the thick account book. Flipping through the pages, they rustled like flowing water, clear to the ear. Buzz. Looking at the dense numbers and entries on the pages, His eyes quickly darted around. Perhaps others would see it as a tedious task. But with his past life as accounting ability, he found it quite easy. These account books were too simplistic. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Especially after activating his Sharingan and Byakugan. Not only did his vision improve tremendously, but his thinking also became exceptionally clear. He quickly began to extract useful information from the massive data. 40% of the compensation for route-level missions withheld, handled by Shimura Danzo, purpose unclear. Border Patrol subsidies for the Wind Country, inflated by 30% for 3 consecutive years. Handled by T-Rune Kobayashi, ultimately flowing into his family's industry. Compensation for orphans from the Ninetales incident, since 3 years ago. The amount distributed was only 30% of the approved amount, with the difference washed clean by the Yamanaka clan. Uchiha Jinta's voice was very flat. But with every line he read, Hachi and Dingzai's expressions grew darker. This information was the core content deliberately concealed beneath countless trivial accounts. Nara Shikaku could organize it because he had been tracking it for a long time, just then T pointed it out. But how did Jinta, who just received the account book, see through it? Could it be that the Uchiha clan had been paying attention to these matters early on? Jinta ignored the shock of the two, glanced at the accounts for a while, then closed the account book. He stretched deeply. In his eyes, a faint smile of indifference flashed as he asked, Nara clan leader, what you refer to as the network. Is it a hole gnawed out by parasites, or the true meridians of this great tree, called Konoha? In his words, there was not a trace of the youth's naivety. Instead, he sounded more like a seasoned individual in his 30s, piercing through that thin membrane. Shikaku's heart jolted. Jinta's reaction exceeded his expectations. The question posed by the other party was indirectly asking about the map of the network that the Nara clan possessed. Was it a loophole in the old order or the foundation of a new order? Chapter 83, The True Network Diagram. Divine Level Attribute 6-6, the Shun Nara Jukyu, fell silent. For a moment, he didn't even know how to respond. He felt his heart pounding. He had personally witnessed Jin's power and had heard the absurdity of Uchiha Jin in the courtyard. He had even seen the Uchiha brothers chasing a dog one after another. But he never imagined that beneath the boy's powerful abilities and absurd behavior, his heart could be so sharp. At this moment, even the third Hokage, whom Jukyu had upheld for decades, was unknowingly forgotten in a corner. He wanted to give a try. Breathing changes? In Jin's perception field, he clearly sensed the fluctuations in Jukyu's aura. He immediately stood up and continued. The roots of Konoha are never Danzo or those 2 advisors, and certainly not the third Hokage. Rather, it is what allows this tree to survive and thrive. Money, resources, and ultimately, people and money are the true roots. After several ninja world wars, what are we fighting for? We are fighting for people and wealth. Jin's words were powerful, ringing in the ears of those who listened. In the morning light, the small figure exuded an undeniable authority. After a long while, he slowly turned to face Jukyu. I give you 2 choices. First, hand over a clear network diagram and help me root out and crush all the blood-sucking bugs. You, Nara Jukyu, will serve as the financial advisor of Konoha. After saying this, he deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over the nearby Yamanaka High and Akimichi Dingzu, his voice suddenly turning cold. Second, take this diagram and the secrets of these pests to rot in the graves of the Inoshikacho clans. The air instantly froze. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as these words were spoken, before Nara could respond, Yamanaka High and Akimichi Dingzu immediately couldn't hold back. A large question mark appeared above their heads. Isn't this about you, buddy? What does Jukyu's problem have to do with our families? Under this invisible pressure, the 2 quickly turned to look at Jukyu, their eyes filled with tension and urgency. Hurry and agree. Although this was a declaration of complete break with the old forces, the power was undeniable. Konoha's financial advisor. It was no exaggeration to say that this was already the second most powerful position in Konoha. Creak. Faced with the gazes of the 3, Jukyu's hands behind his back turned pale. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. The 2 choices were starkly clear. There was no middle ground. Either become the core think tank of Uchiha Jin's new regime, or become a knowledgeable person crushed to death. How to choose? The window outside let in a gentle breeze, stirring a few pine needles. They spun and floated in with the wind. Finally, Jukyu let out a long breath and nodded. In an instant, the three tense shoulders in the room relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Phew, thank goodness. Yamanaka Hai and Akimichi Dingzu patted their chests, silently giving a thumbs up. They had survived the disaster. Jukyu then deeply bowed to the figure who was even a head shorter than him, showing an unprecedented respect. Lord Uchiha Jin, Nara Jukyu is willing to serve as Konoha's financial advisor. None of the pests here will escape. As the words fell, there was no longer a trace of hesitation in his eyes, only the calmness and sharpness belonging to the Nara clan. He then turned and brought out a scroll much thicker than the one on the table from the inner room. This is the financial flow of all abnormal funds in Konoha over the past 20 years, including all handlers and final destinations. As he spoke, he presented the scroll with both hands and said in a deep voice, "This is the true network diagram." A scroll? The true network diagram? Yamanaka Hai and Akimichi Dingzu widened their eyes, as if they were seeing a friend for the first time. How would they not know about this thing? Jin took it, weighed it in his hand. It felt slightly heavy. The surface of the scroll was flowing with a faint chakra glow, clearly sealed with complex seals. Very good. He smiled, a hint of appreciation in his voice. From this moment on, the purse of Konoha belongs to you. I want to see Konoha bathed in blood. But of course, I also want to see the resources returned to the warehouse. After saying this, he turned and left, leaving the three behind in silence for a long time. The sun was just right. Sunshine poured down. Jukyu held a cup of cool tea, watching Jin's back with a complicated expression. He knew that with his scroll handed over, the Nara family was completely tied to the tumultuous ship of the Uchiha. Would they ride the winds and waves, or hit a reef and sink? He was unsure. Dingzu Hai. After a long while, Jukyu finally spoke in a hoarse voice, earnestly saying, "Notify all the families that depend on us to fully cooperate with the Uchiha from today. It's time for Konoha to change." All right. Yamanaka Hai nodded, his expression complex, but not saying much. Akimichi Dingzu fiercely crunched the last piece of potato chip and said in a deep voice, "Got it. Anyway, following the brain is better than following the bugs to die." The sky gradually brightened. Konoha village underwent a dramatic change overnight. Uchiha clanland. A small figure was hurriedly changing clothes, running while anxiously saying, "It's over, it's over. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late. How could I sleep so soundly yesterday?" The little Sasuke clearly did not remember what had happened the day before. He was solely focused on rushing to the ninja school. Click. But just as he reached the entrance of the clan's land, he saw Uchiha Jin leisurely standing there with his hands in his pockets. This made the urgency on his little face instantly disappear. The small running figure came to a halt, turning into a casual walk with one hand in his pocket. As they brushed past each other, Jin chuckled softly, "Sasuke, if you don't hurry, you'll be late." Hearing this, Sasuke glanced at him dismissively. With a proud tilt of his head, he nonchalantly replied, "So what if I'm late? If it weren't for my father's insistence, I wouldn't go to that broken school." As he said this, he raised his head high, nostrils in the air, even deliberately slowing his pace. 100 meters away from the clanland, after realizing no one was watching from behind, his little face immediately turned sullen. He dashed out in a flash, so fast that even Pakin couldn't keep up. "Isn't it true that the proud Itachi is the eldest? I'm the second, and Sasuke has become the third?" Jin lay on the courtyard wall, glancing over and shaking his head. "The third is too ugly. It's better to call him the third Detsi." Muttering to himself, he rolled over and lay flat on the wall, stretching out his arms and legs, basking in the sun. The fatigue of the past few days slowly surged through his limbs at that moment. Just one sleep, just one sleep. Slowly in the days, a strange prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Detected that the host spent 6 years changing the fate of the clan's extermination. In the transformation of the 6-year cycle, the 7-year itch attribute has succeeded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level attribute 6 to Shun, colorful. Chapter 84. Strengthening points. The white-haired man on the border of Konoha. Under a dark and dry rocky peak, the atmosphere also felt somewhat oppressive. Finally healed Itachi. Obito, wearing an orange spiral mask, slowly appeared, his voice hoarse as he said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet your teammates." In the shadow of the rocks, Itachi tore off the bandages on his body and slowly raised his head. He didn't expect that the ugly guy with a completely white body could have such powerful medical ninjutsu. Of course, he didn't speak, just nodded slightly. "Let's go, rookie. I hope you can live here a little longer." Obito smiled mockingly. As he spoke, his eyes slightly moved, and the space vortex in front of him began to twist again, preparing to suck the two into the Kamui space for transfer. But just as the vortex was about to close, an unexpected change occurred. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless fine needles, as thin as cow hair and shimmering with a cold purple light, shot out like flying shurikens. Without any warning, they exploded out from the depths of the vortex in the Kamui space. The speed was so fast and the angles so tricky that it seemed as if they had been lying in wait for a long time, making it impossible to dodge. Huh, what is this thing? Obito's pupils, which were exposed, suddenly constricted. His mind was filled with confusion. The Kamui space was his absolute domain. How could something so obviously bizarre shoot out from it? PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. The flying needles were incredibly fast, not giving him any time to react. Obito could only instinctively phase his body. Even so, several poisonous needles grazed the edges of his solidified arm, passing by. Puffed. The specially made fabric of his red cloud black robe was instantly corroded, leaving behind charred holes. On the skin that was touched, a burning pain and numbness surged. This needle is toxic. Not only that, but after the needles, a thick, unresolvable purple toxic mist followed closely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mist seemed to have a life of its own, faintly accompanied by a subtle buzzing sound that made one's scalp tingle. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that this was not mist at all. It was a swarm of countless nanopoisonous insects, rampaging wildly. Like piranhas that had caught the scent of blood, they lunged directly at Obito and Itachi. Huh. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Itachi's expression changed slightly as he quickly performed a fire technique and retreated. At the same time, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. What the hell is this guy doing? Previously, he opened a space and released half a river of water. Now, it's countless poisonous needles and insects? Would a founding-level figure really act this way? He increasingly felt that the Uchiha Madara in front of him was not the real one. Don't use fire. Seeing Itachi use fire style, Obito shouted in exasperation. This damn thing will explode when it encounters fire. If the toxicity spreads all over my space, it will be disastrous. As he spoke, he cursed in his heart, Kakashi. What the hell do you think my Kamui space is? He was practically going mad. The Kamui space was his biggest trump card. At the same time, it served as a warehouse filled with resources he had collected over the years. But now it was unexpectedly filled with such bizarre and terrifying poisonous insects and needles. And in such large quantities. He really thought this was a garbage dump, didn't he? Puffed. In the midst of his fluctuating emotions, several poisonous insects penetrated the phasing gaps and bit down hard on Obito's solidified ankle. Zing. With a bang, the terrifying poison mixed with paralyzing toxins erupted directly. Even with his body enhanced by Hashirama's cells, Obito felt a wave of dizziness and excruciating pain. He staggered in place, his movements involuntarily slowed by 3 parts. On the other side, crackling and flapping. At the moment the poisonous insects and flying needles appeared, Itachi had already used his crow clone to distance himself. Watching the disheveled Obito, his Sharingan slowly turned. Would there be a moment of solidification when releasing? It seems that this so-called invincibility of Uchiha Madara still has weaknesses. As for those poisonous insects, he looked towards the surging purple toxic mist and the swarm of nano-insects within. A serious and unexpected expression appeared in his crimson eyes for the first time. This method of controlling poisonous insects instantly reminded him of the Aburame clan. But the poisonous insects of the Aburame clan couldn't possibly have this kind of power. Moreover, they shouldn't suddenly appear in this masked man's mysterious space. He felt a bit confused. Suddenly, an abrupt image of Jinchuriki flashed in his mind. While he was lost in thought, Obito made a decisive move and rushed out. He grabbed Itachi and ran. Of course, he didn't open the Kamui space again. After several instances, he no longer dared to casually open the Kamui space. Who knows what surprises Kakashi is still hiding. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the two left, the fluctuations in this space gradually calmed down. Only a layer of purple remained covering the rocks, waiting for the next lucky person. Konoha, sunset. The orange-red afterglow fell for the first time after the chaos. The village was coated in a layer of exhausted gold. 6 great luck. Color those who change fate can gain a different degree of enhancement point every 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, and 6 years. Enhancement points can be used to directly strengthen attributes. 6 great luck. Enhancement points? Upon seeing this message, Jin's eyes narrowed. In his mind, 4 big words burst forth, deep blue add points. With this, his Mokuton Cell's Hashirama transformation would probably be just around the corner, right? He wouldn't have to draw for the power of the 9 tails anymore. Would style with 9 tails? Plus Uchiha Ancestral Susanoo. He couldn't imagine how strong he would be. Taking a moment, Jin took a deep breath, turned to the side, and closed his eyes. He felt that the sunlight in front of him was particularly gentle. This sleep was exceptionally sweet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huh. He was startled awake by a sound not far from the clan land, only when the sky had completely darkened. At this time, was someone still outside the village? He looked over in confusion and then stepped forward. Back mountain. Soon, Jin saw the blonde boy who was continuously training the shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, also the prophesied child of Konoha's future. But who would have thought that the savior at this moment was just a failure who couldn't even learn the shadow clone technique? Just then, a teasing and lazy voice suddenly came from behind. Hey, peeking is not a good habit, kid. Jin's pupils slightly constricted. Someone was approaching. He turned around abruptly. He saw a tall, white-haired man sitting on a tree branch, not knowing when he had appeared. Chapter 85. The Returning Dragon. Contracted Toad, the returning dragon to the sea. The sea does not welcome me, Jiraiya. As soon as Jin saw the man hanging on the tree, these 2 sentences immediately surfaced in his mind. In the tree, the man had 2 striking red markings on his face, and a clear kanji for oil was engraved on his forehead protector. His white long hair flowed like a lion's mane behind him. He carried an exaggeratedly large scroll on his back, and most eye-catching was his bright red outer robe. This outfit, throughout the Naruto series, belonged to only one person, the legendary Sannin, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, a true hexagonal warrior, and the only elder who brought tears to countless people. Noticing Jin's gaze, Jiraiya stroked his chin, looking with great interest at the faint glow energy field surrounding Jin, and then focused on the 3 tomo in Jin's eyes, grinning widely and saying with curiosity, "You must be Uchiha Jin, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. This domain is interesting. And your eyes, also very interesting." His gaze seemed casual, and his words were scattered. But his eyes had already swept over Jin's body repeatedly. In almost one glance, he had grasped quite a bit of information about Jin. Jin could feel a vast and gentle sensing chakra subtly emanating from Jiraiya's body. He didn't speak, just stared blankly at this figure, one of the most tragic in Hokage history. He was also the only existence that had left the optimistic prince in a daze for several days. Discover a target for conversation, Jiraiya. Copying attribute analysis. Prophet Master, black. Emotional creator, black. Eager to teach, black. Toad Sage mode, gold. Mount Maibuka Toad contract, purple. Wild Lion's main technique, blue. Rasengan, blue. Toad Oil Flame bullet, blue. 3 black and 1 gold. Upon seeing these attributes, Jin's heart raced. In 6 years, apart from a few versions of the children, there had rarely been more than 2 black attributes. And it's obvious that these 3 special entries are either useless or of little use, with only the other one, the Prophet Master, being debatable. Jiraiya's disciples, Minato, Yahiko, Nagato, and Naruto, are all stronger than each other. As for why this person would return early, it's clear that the 3rd Hokage is pushing from behind. The only one who could call Jiraiya back at this time is that old man using the village as an excuse. With that in mind, Jin maintained his calm and asked, "Lord Jiraiya, I'm just observing the village's assets." In a way, the early Naruto was just Konoha's asset. Assets? Huh, interesting little brat. Jiraiya laughed heartily and jumped down from the branch. But when did that kid become an asset? It's you. He changed the subject, putting away his playful demeanor. His gaze began to take on a playful quality. You, who can stir up the stagnant waters of Konoha and make teacher Sir Toby eat dirt, are much more interesting than your thick-headed brother. The brother Jiraiya referred to as naturally Itachi. However, to come straight to the point, Jin was somewhat surprised. Looking at Jiraiya, it seemed he had no intention of making a move. Moreover, he directly revealed the reason for his return. This makes it even more interesting. Perhaps the reason Jiraiya left Konoha initially wasn't solely because of Orochimaru. Maybe this Sannin's disappointment with Konoha wasn't just because of that teacher, but also because of the various pests within Konoha. Given Jiraiya's information-gathering ability, it was unreasonable for him not to see the pests in Konoha. But because of the teacher's relationship, he could only turn a blind eye. This is promising. It seems that Jiraiya could very well be swayed. With this in mind, Jin did not pick up on Itachi's words, but instead changed the topic. I heard that you, one of the Sannin, are proficient in sage art. Good at being a teacher. Let's see some action. Oh, you Uchiha are actually starting to take an interest in sage art? Seeing Jin's eager demeanor, Jiraiya's eyes lit up, and he became interested. Habitually, he struck a profound pose and introduced. Sage art is the supreme method of communicating with the natural world and drawing in natural energy. In the ninja world, the Toad Sage arts of Mount Myaboku are the most revered. For the next 10 minutes, Jiraiya began to boast endlessly. From the origin of Mount Myaboku to the greatness of the two major Toad Sages, Fukasaku and Shima, and finally to how difficult it is to cultivate sage art and its tremendous power. He spoke with great fervor and gestured animatedly. After a long while, noticing the serious expression of the boy opposite him, a glimmer of something unusual flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. This Uchiha kid actually has such patience? He seems quite different from the other Uchihas. Jiraiya was unaware that Jin was silent at this moment because he was waiting. 10 minutes of conversation. Even if the chances are slim, he wanted to give it a try. What if he managed to copy a golden entry? Talking with Jiraiya for 10 minutes. Attempting to copy entries. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry. Mount Myaboku Toad Contract, purple. Effect. Can summon the toads of Mount Myaboku. The more chakra used, the greater the chance of summoning powerful toads. Note, after this entry is activated, you can choose to reverse summon Mount Myaboku. It turned out to be a summoning technique. Upon hearing the system prompt, a flicker of imperceptible brilliance flashed in Jin's eyes. Activating the entry allowed him to sense the spatial coordinates of the sacred land of Mount Myaboku in his mind, as well as the summoning runes. Even the mental fluctuations connecting to the Toad clan were crystal clear. Ribbit, ribbit. The sounds of toads croaking faintly reached his ears. Jiraiya was still talking nonstop. He had no idea that one of his greatest trump cards had already been taken by this quiet, eager-to-learn Uchiha youth. So sage art isn't something just anyone can learn. Only those recognized by the great Toad Sage with resilient willpower and, just as he was speaking, Jiraiya finally sensed something was off. Lowering his head and stroking his chin, he scrutinized Jin suspiciously. You little brat, you're not plotting something, are you? Jin smiled brightly. Plotting? No, I just think Mount Myaboku must have great scenery. The feeling of unease in Jiraiya's heart grew stronger. An indescribable sensation. It felt as though he had done something wrong. Then, he saw the young boy beside him seemingly forming hand seals. This ancient seal, with its profound and familiar aura, made Jiraiya a bit dazed. Could it be? Suddenly, a ridiculous thought sprang to his mind. This wouldn't be the summoning technique for toads, would it? Instinctively, he pulled out a scroll to check. After confirming that the last name on it was still Minato Namikaze, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Good. It seems I was just overthinking. Bang. Reverse summoning. Boom. In an instant, a brilliant golden light exploded in the night. In the center of the light beam, a massive toad phantom was faintly visible. It then promptly swallowed Jin. The scene returned to calm. Only Jiraiya stood there dumbfounded, the scroll slipping from his hand with a clatter as it fell to the ground. It took a full 30 seconds for him to regain his composure and exclaim in shock. Reverse summoning from Mount Myaboku? How could this kid know? Could it be that Fukasaku and Shima are having an affair behind my back? Chapter 86. Cultivating Sage Art. Shocking the Toad Sage. Mount Mayaboku. Between strange peaks and giant mushroom forests lay a faint layer of colorful mist. If one were perceptive, they would notice that this mist was rich enough to almost liquefy natural energy. In the distance, the faint sound of a waterfall and toad calls could be heard. A few palm-sized green toads were basking in the sun by the waterfall. Buzz! At that moment, a golden beam of light suddenly tore through space. Following that, a small figure stumbled out. Stumbling, Jin finally stepped onto a slippery, rocky platform. This scene instantly attracted the attention of several small toads. Wow, this toad is so ugly. It doesn't even have bumps on its back. What toad? This is a person. A real person. A human? Could it be that Lord Jiraiya has taken on a new disciple? What disciple? They are people. Proper human beings. They gathered around, chatting excitedly about Jin. But soon, because of the identities of human and disciple, two of the small ones started to fight. Jin, the toads of Mount Mayaboku are really lively. He curled the corners of his mouth and looked around. In the ethereal sage aura, he listened to the chorus of toad sounds. This is the sacred land of Mount Mayaboku, the oldest source of sage art. Looking around, Jin's face showed an indescribable expression, a mix of curiosity, complexity, and surprise. It seems a bit different from the Mount Mayaboku he imagined, yet it also feels quite fitting. This is Mount Mayaboku. After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath. Boom! Just one breath, and he inhaled an unimaginable surge of natural energy. It seeped into his body through the pores in his mouth. This power was far more violent and heavy than the chakra normally refined by the mind and body. So, upon sensing this natural energy, he instinctively mobilized his chakra to match it. But even so, his skin and limbs were still becoming stiff. It felt like they were petrifying. The petrification that occurs after absorbing sage energy. He had only taken 2 breaths and was already petrified. Jin furrowed his brows tightly and looked down again. After just inhaling that natural energy, something seemed to change in one part of his body. His breath flowed into his lungs and then surged downwards with his vital energy. Gulp! This feeling made him lower his head, and his expression instantly darkened. His feet felt stiff, and even his fingers had difficulty moving. Sure enough, he was petrified. He could sense the powerful energy from outside continuously pouring into his body. If it weren't for his possession of some advanced would-release cells and the strong spirit of the kaleidoscope, he would likely have been assimilated into stone by the natural energy by now. But Jin had some doubts. Wasn't it supposed to require applying toad oil on the skin to perceive nature and absorb natural energy? What was happening here? In hesitation, he casually performed a flying thunder god technique. Then, he released his restraints and directly activated the kaleidoscope and would-release cells. Since he couldn't stop it, he might as well let go. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, he heard a crackling sound coming from within his body. It seemed that this body was undergoing some deep transformation under the violent onslaught of natural energy. The cells inside were leaping with joy, but also enduring a tearing pain. Pain and pleasure intertwined. Oh, a thinking little fellow. Just then, an old yet vigorous voice suddenly came from beside him. He saw a small blue toad crouching on the edge of a giant lotus leaf, holding a pipe, a small-bodied old toad. Its pair of weathered frog eyes were now curiously examining Jin, especially when it saw Jin inhaling natural energy with every breath. Its frog eyes widened several times in surprise. How could it sense natural energy without toad oil? Was this little fellow perhaps a child of nature? Even the prophesied child, Minato, from over a decade ago, had to apply oil for a month to sense the natural forces, right? How difficult could the natural forces be? As a second-generation immortal toad, he knew that all too well. Even with the guidance of a toad sage, he had spent a lot of time in oil to finally sense the natural energy. But now, this first-time human boy had simply inhaled natural energy just by staying a little longer. And now he showed signs of petrification due to an excess of natural energy. This was simply absurd. Thinking of this, The pipe of the immortal Deep Zaku fell directly to the ground. Under his clothes, a dense layer of bumps began to appear on his back. Moreover, without the mark of the Toad contract, he could still use complete reverse summoning. It seemed there would release fluctuations in him, just like that child Minato. However, upon seeing the technique Jin had performed, the Toad's eyes widened again. He finally guessed the identity of the boy before him. Little fellow, are you a descendant of that child Minato? Jin, huh? Me? He looked at immortal Deep Zaku, his eyes somewhat confused. How did this connect? Wasn't he a blackhead? Then he raised his head, revealing a pure smile, his face showing the sincerity of youth. Immortal Deep Zaku, my name is Uchiha Jin. Ribbit. Several small toads jumped far away in fright at this name. Clearly, even in the sacred land of Mayaboka Mountain, they were aware of the Uchiha's notorious reputation. Hiss, Uchiha? He wasn't even Minato's offspring. Immortal Deep Zaku picked up the pipe from the ground and wiped it. His frog eyes, which had seen countless years, were now fixed on Jin. The seriousness that had previously faded reappeared. He said solemnly, a little ghost from the Uchiha clan is not allowed to appear in Mayaboka Mountain. But immortal Deep Zaku, he was already here. Jin scratched his head and smiled softly, saying, why not teach me some sage techniques? Although he didn't know if chatting with a toad would allow him to grasp any techniques, what if, as the father of the underworld head of Mayaboka Mountain, the entries on immortal Deep Zaku were certainly not ordinary. You are not the destined one, so please leave. This time, immortal Deep Zaku neither replied nor refused. He just stretched out his small toad paw and suddenly lifted it. It fell. Whoosh. In an instant, a thick, pungent dark brown toad oil appeared out of thin air. It was like a living brown giant python, or like a monster made of rock, crashing down on Jin. It was both an attack and non-attack. If Jin couldn't withstand it, he would naturally suffer from the natural energy and be turned into a stone toad or be thrown out. But if he could withstand it, this would be the first step in practicing sage techniques on Mayaboka Mountain, applying toad oil. If he could absorb a large amount of natural energy without the oil's help, how exaggerated would Uchiha Jin's perception of natural energy become? Thinking of this, immortal Deep Zaku even felt a hint of anticipation. He also wanted to see if the sage techniques of Toad Mountain had any limits. Chapter 87, Toad Sage Mode. Want to dig deep? This toad is indeed decisive, pushing someone to the brink over a disagreement. At the moment the toad oil poured down, Jin felt a burst of pressure on his scalp. If he couldn't react in time and keep up with the natural energy, he would truly turn into stone. So, without any hesitation, his left eye slightly widened. Divine Might. Transfer. Poof. Instantly, a large portion of the toad oil was transferred away. Only a small amount splattered on him, like a sudden downpour. Buzz. Even just a quarter of the toad oil, when it landed on him, felt like he had applied a laxative. His pores became even more permeable. The natural energy that had been surging into his body like a tide instantly transformed into a violent tsunami under the catalysis of the toad oil. The natural energy from the entire Mayaboka Mountain seemed to be drawn here, starting to converge towards him. Hiss! Sensing something was off, Jin quickly gritted his teeth, striving to extract the vitality from every cell in his body. He paired it with his mental energy and existing chakra. Ding! Detecting that the host would release cells are operating in overload. High purity would release cell transformation level 10. Boom! Under the pressure of this natural energy, Jin's small body was nearly torn apart. Gulp! Soon, visible bumps began to rise on the surface of his skin. This was fragilification. It was both a phenomenon of the initial practice of Mayaboka Mountain sage techniques and a manifestation of not mastering the techniques well. ZZZ. During this process, rich white steam began to rise from the surface of his body. On his face, the bumps caused by the toad oil rose and fell intermittently. It seemed that he was constantly being pulled between petrification and flesh. On the other side, did he actually find the balance point so quickly? Immortal Deep Zaku inhaled a breath of natural energy. A gleam of light shot from his frog eyes. This little ghost actually withstood the first wave of impact from the toad oil combined with high concentration natural energy. This was the most challenging step in practicing sage techniques. It was also the easiest step to become petrified. In hundreds of years, he had never seen anyone successfully practice without any guidance. But it was clear that Jin before him had already achieved preliminary success. As long as he continued to develop steadily, he might completely master the Sage Mode in a month. This discovery made immortal Deep Zaku feel as if his years of hard training had been done in vain. Since that's the case, let us give you a bit of difficulty. After pondering for a moment, immortal Deep Zaku's toad mouth curved into a peculiar arc, and his small paw waved again. Boom! Not far away, a gigantic waterfall with a diameter of over 10 meters roared as it changed its flow. Like the Milky Way reversing, it carried even richer natural energy, crashing down towards Jin's head. The toad oil was just an appetizer. This waterfall is truly a collection of natural energy. Calm your mind. Feel nature. Seek balance in destruction. Of course, Sage Shinsaku didn't just let it go. He reminded them. His voice penetrated the deafening sound of the water like a heavy bell. It shook Jin's expression. But the powerful waterfall was right in front. The violent water pressure and the natural energy contained within were enough to instantly turn an ordinary elite ninja into a meat pie. Even the physically strong Raikage would be squished. It seems he still needs to continue enhancing his chakra levels, either reduce the natural energy or improve his body and spirit. Just as he was about to activate the Kamui, the system's prompt sounded again. Talking to Jiraiya for 10 minutes, attempting to replicate entries. Copyable entry analysis in progress. Many children, many blessings, black. Sage second generation, black. Toad Sage Mo, gold. Illusion technique, unbreakable, gold. Sage technique, dual birth technique, purple. Sage technique, 5 right gate, purple. Magical Toad Champ, purple. His Sage Shinsaku's entries are quite strong. Seeing the black, gold, and purple lights on Sage Shinsaku, Jin's eyes felt like they were about to go blind. What kind of toad is this? Clearly, it's a walking golden legend. It's these 2 black entries. He smirked, his gaze playfully sweeping over Sage Shinsaku. No wonder he was the one who sowed an entire mountain. The entry many children, many blessings is truly without any issues. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry, Toad Sage Mode Gold. Effect, an energy level higher than chakra, fully enhances ninja body illusion damage, and the damage caused is often difficult to recover. Jin, he actually got a Sage entry from Sage Shinsaku after the Night of Annihilation. His luck seems to be a bit good. Just chatting, and he got this. Immediately, he no longer hesitated and directly activated the Toad Sage entry. Buzzing. Once the entry was activated, the natural energy torrent that was originally tearing at his body instantly became much clearer. Although it was still violent, it no longer caused petrification. Instead, it gathered in his body like energy. The first stage of Sage Mode was completely stabilized. Boom! Beneath the waterfall, the signs of petrification on Jin's body finally receded like the tide. Beneath his skin, lines of emerald green blood vessels glowed brightly, interweaving with brilliant golden energy to form a layer of tough energy membrane. He was still enduring the immense water pressure and the impact of natural energy. His body was trembling violently, but his spine was slowly straightening. Those crimson eyes pierced through the water curtain, landing on Sage Shinsaku. Seeking balance? Amid the roar of the waterfall, Jin's mouth gradually curved up, forming a smile as he said, "But I want to control it forcibly." As he spoke, he wiped the corner of his eye. With the gesture, orange-yellow eyeshadow quietly appeared. His pupils transformed into a yellow horizontal line. Upon seeing this, Sage Shinsaku was stunned. This is... His white beard completely exploded as he turned back and shouted into the mountains, "Old partner, it's a ghost." Chapter 88. Child of Destiny? No, it's Reformation. Chakra became different. After activating the Toad Sage entry, Jin clearly felt that the chakra within him had changed. If the original was merely human power, then what flowed inside him now was all Sage power. Every movement was infused with the power of heaven and earth. The power level skyrocketed dozens of times. This is truly transcendent power. Instinctively, he activated the Uchiha fire style and spat towards a nearby waterfall. Sage art. Great fireball technique. Boom boom. The original 10-meter fireball instantly grew several times larger. The power surged. The temperature of the flames skyrocketed, even roasting the distant waterfall to the point of sizzling and emitting white smoke. The river that was originally crashing down unexpectedly thinned by a third without anyone noticing. This scene left Sage Shinsaku dumbfounded. This is a waterfall that has accumulated for 1,000 years, and yet, who is this human kid? Stop it. At the same time, the sage Shima, wearing a purple wig, arrived late. Seeing her waterfall evaporating in large amounts, she was heartbroken. She pointed at Jin with her little finger and shouted, "Stop it!" Jin, looking at the rising white mist in front of him, he smiled awkwardly. But deep down, he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that even the great fireball, which was supposed to be unable to kill, could have such power? This is sage art. If I activate the Sharingan while entering Sage mode, plus the first Hokages would style. Hiss, isn't this the combination of Hashirama and Madara? His eyes slightly trembled, and the previously suppressed Sharingan began to spin. Susanoo riding the Great Buddha? Susanoo riding the Nine Tails and the Great Buddha. With that thought, Jin directly activated his Manjiki. The Scarlet 666 and horizontal pupils intertwined, vaguely resembling blooming violets, particularly mystical. Zzz. At the same time, the eyeshadow that was originally concentrated around his eyelids began to change. The orange-red sage mask seemed to flow like liquid, gradually covering his small face. It stretched longer and became hotter. The color changed from orange-red to purple-gold, with a hint of faint crimson. Hoo-hoo-hoo. At a certain moment, the white clouds above, due to the high temperature, began to spin counterclockwise. In midair, an energy vortex with a diameter of 100 meters formed. Boom! Then, without any warning, it descended towards the ground. The enlarged eyeshadow accelerated the absorption of natural energy. Right? Feeling the purple-gold mask extending to his chin, Jin couldn't help but be surprised. In his memory, it seemed to say that the smaller the mask, the more successful the sage mode. But why is it the opposite now? So much energy. At the same time, Sage Shinsaku noticed this, and a look of shock reappeared on his small, aged face. But soon, a hint of worry emerged. Stop it, Uchiha kid. You won't be able to handle it. So much natural energy surging into your body will definitely petrify you. He didn't want such an outstanding young man to turn to stone like this. Saying this, he reached out his small paw, preparing to disperse the natural energy above. Little Shinsaku, stop. But just then, an old, distant voice, as if coming from the end of time, suddenly rang out. There was no prelude, nor any warning. It was very abrupt. It felt like it was in the heart, yet also like it was by the ear. But at the moment they heard this voice, both Shinsaku and Shima froze in their movements, their voices completely stifled. It was the Great Toad Sage. Realizing this, the couple hurriedly bowed respectfully, listening attentively. Seriously, like a little student. This voice could only belong to the Great Toad Sage, who possessed the power of foresight, right? Jin's expression paused slightly, instinctively looking up to search. In Mayabuka Mountain, the only figure that could command such respect from these two elders was that legendary Great Toad Sage, who witnessed the rise and fall of the entire ninja world. But unfortunately, he searched around but found nothing. He only heard the old voice above continue, faintly tinged with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and deep astonishment. The Eye of Change. The contract of Mayabuka Mountain cannot bind you. Even I cannot see clearly where you should go. Hearing this voice, the recently arrived sage Shima's eyes transformed from suspicion to shock. Could it be that even the Great Toad Sage couldn't see clearly? What kind of existence is this? Could it be another legendary child of prophecy? She gazed deeply at the masked young man, suppressing her restless heart. Next to him, Shinsaku, who was ready to take action, rubbed his hands and silently put down his small claws. In the end, a very complex expression appeared on the little toad's face as it let out a long sigh. The prophecy of the little toad sage has never been wrong. There has never been an existence that the sage could not see through. These eyes, perhaps they will be different. As he spoke, he looked at Jin's eyes. The yellow horizontal pupils, altered by sage energy, subtly fused with the Sharingan. Is this the Eye of Reform? Indeed, I've never seen such eyes before. He took a deep breath, patted Jin's shoulder, and exclaimed, "Use it well. Mayabuka Mountain recognizes your so-called mastery." After saying this, he paused, and his tone became serious. "However, the path of ninjutsu is still long, and you are still young. I believe you will reach the pinnacle." Shinsaku, the sage, indeed did not like Jin at first. Mayabuka Mountain, although not fond of the Uchiha clan, couldn't help but notice how dazzling this child was. He didn't like the Uchiha children, but a talented youth is always endearing, especially in Mayabuka Mountain, particularly this unique boy. The eye of reform? In a sense, it has indeed brought change to Konoha. Jin slightly bent down, and couldn't he help but think of Konoha. With the strong military power of the Uchiha and the leadership of the Senju, Inuzuka, and other great clans, the stubborn pests in Konoha should have been cleared away by now, right? The Shimura clan and the Aburame, Yamanaka, and Mito families, who have hoarded wealth over the years, should return what belongs to the rightful owners. Thinking this, Jin raised his hand and softly asked, "Great Toad Sage, can I talk to you for 10 minutes? The longest living existence in the ninja world." The entries related to the Great Toad Sage must be more enticing than those of Shinsaku and his wife. If he could talk for 10 minutes, he might be able to acquire some entries that ordinary people do not have, such as longevity. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, a reply came from above. "Ahem, I need to take a nap now. Good night, kids." Just like that, he went to sleep without any hesitation. Jin, this great toad, really knows how to run off. It left him completely helpless. He even imagined the great toad twisting its waist and stretching its arms with a disdainful expression, saying, "What can you do about it?" Chapter 89. The Ninetales Rampage, Jiraiya's Mishap. In the sacred land of Mayabuka Mountain, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Quack! A small unknown toad hopped over and let out a sharp and piercing sound. After Jin kicked the toad into the lake with his foot, he wondered, is the great toad sage tired? The sage is quite old. Shinsaku, without thinking, replied directly, then quickly continued, "It's getting late. How about we have a late-night snack?" Late-night snack. Hearing these two words, the nearby Jiken's eyes instantly curved into a smile. Even his cold voice seemed much brighter as he invited, "Sure. Just today, I caught quite a few good treasures. We can make a sumptuous feast." Sumptuous feast? Jin's mind couldn't help but conjure images of a table full of flies, bugs, and writhing high-protein dishes. In an instant, he didn't even think and directly engaged in a reverse summoning contract. Bang! His form transformed into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Sigh! This child is so happy that he can't even maintain the summoning. Jiken shook his head and turned to cheerfully call his child to eat. Meanwhile, Shinsaku looked at Jin's departing figure and let out a slight sigh of relief. Too scary, too scary. I wonder when the Uchiha clan produced such a little brat. Even that little guy Jiraiya would have a headache, right? In his hesitation, he turned and headed toward the residence of the Great Toad Sage. Quack, quack, quack. Not long after, watching the Great Toad Sage's eyes still rotating despite being closed, Shinsaku thought to himself that it was indeed an act. He then softly spoke, "Sage, that little guy has left." Left? Upon hearing the voice, the Great Toad Sage slowly opened his eyes. In those aged eyes, murky yet profound, there was a glimmer of wisdom that seemed to see through everything. This is the sage that has persisted through 1,000 years of time. He stared into the endless void as if he had been looking for a long time, murmuring, "That little guy is quite extraordinary. I see reform and light in him." It seems the ninja world is going to be unsettled again. Reform and light? The ninja world is not peaceful. Hearing these two short sentences made Shinsaku's eyes widen. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that the Great Toad Sage had fallen into a deep sleep again. This time, he was truly asleep. He fell silent for a moment. After a long while, he issued a command. The priority of the contract with Uchiha Jin is rank first. As long as his summons are sensed, all clan members must put down what they are doing and support him with all their might. Outside the Uchiha clan, in the dense forest, Jiraiya's brows gradually furrowed. His attention shifted from Jin to Naruto. Or rather, this was the purpose of his agreement to return to the village with Sarutobi Hiruzen. After watching for a long time, he finally couldn't help but let out a sigh. Is that guy Minato raising his child freely? At the end of his gaze after training for a while, a hungry Naruto took a few sips from the river and then caught two small fish, skillfully roasting them. He didn't scale them or remove their innards. Yet even so, he still ate with great relish. Why don't you scale and gut them? They won't taste good otherwise. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to remind him. His voice was not loud, but it was just enough for Naruto to hear clearly. Scratching his head, Naruto looked at the suddenly appearing white-haired middle-aged man and instinctively asked, Why do I need to scale and gut them? Because they will taste bitter, astringent, and fishy. Jiraiya tightened his fists, but Naruto looked at the small fish with reluctance in his eyes. If he removed them, he wouldn't have enough to eat. Not enough to eat. Those three words were like a heavy hammer, striking Jiraiya's heart. It was hard to imagine that, as an orphan of the Hokage, he would actually go hungry. He wanted to ask what Sarutobi-sensei was doing. Naruto didn't doubt him. He just optimistically shared his food. Uncle, do you want to eat? I'll scale and gut this one and roast it for you. As he spoke, he even started clumsily and carefully peeling off the scales without waiting for Jiraiya to respond. One by one, carefully, afraid of using too much force and tearing off half the fish meat. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya felt a lump in his throat. What kind of suffering has created such a child? Sarutobi-sensei. No, it must be because that old man Danzo is oppressing him. He gently rubbed little Naruto's head, his palm warm and strong. Then, in Naruto's puzzled gaze, he softly said, Do you want to learn the shadow clone technique? Yes. Naruto's eyes widened significantly, his azure pupils sparkling like crystals. The shadow clone technique was simply his nightmare. The first lesson of class was the body technique, but he couldn't even master the simplest shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, many people in class had already mastered the body technique. He didn't want to be the last. So, he could only sneak here to practice. But the results were minimal. However, soon, the light in his eyes dimmed. But I can't learn it. Every time I try to use it, my chakra gets chaotic. That's okay. I can help you master that power. Jiraiya smiled, looking at Naruto's abdomen. A bold idea slowly took shape. Blocking is not as good as opening up. A seal has made Naruto too unfamiliar with the Nine-Tails chakra. This is the root cause of his inability to grasp chakra well. So, without hesitation, Jiraiya made up his mind. His right hand shot out and pressed against Naruto's abdomen. Fingers burst forth with mysterious chakra. Crack! The seal loosened. Naruto was momentarily dazed, and the next second, a fierce red chakra erupted from his body. Sinister, evil, and frenzied. It was like a demon from the depths of the earth, wanting to destroy everything. Roar! He let out a roar towards the sky. The dense chakra around him slowly condensing into a tail. Then he began to wildly destroy everything in front of him. Bang! Jiraiya raised his hand to block an attack. Frowning and saying, Has he lost control with just one tail? It seems this child's training is a long way from complete. After saying that, he exerted a slight force with his right hand and directly threw Naruto away. Thud! The immense inertia combined with the chakra carved a half-meter deep, over 10-meter-long trench in the ground. Now let me see how many tails you can handle at most. Jiraiya grinned and then quickly chased after him, thinking that even with two more tails, he could easily suppress him. Crack! Chakra slightly gathered underfoot, and he stomped down hard on little Naruto's head, taunting, Kid, is this all the power you have? Puffed, puffed, puffed. Then, the Nine-Tails, who was being stepped on for the first time, became unhappy. The next second, the evil red chakra erupted once again. The power was so great that it cleared away the trees within dozens of meters like a cannonball. Gulp 1, 2, 3, 4 tails. Watching the Nine-Tails chakra tails re-emerging behind Naruto, the confidence on Jiraiya's face instantly stiffened. It seems I might have gone too far. Chapter 90. The village's reaction. The honest toad Katsu hard against the tail beast bomb. This power is... Late at night, Fugaku, who had just returned home after a long day, suddenly looked towards the village outskirts. There, the evil chakra illuminated half the sky. Nine-Tails chakra? Is the Nine-Tails chaos about to happen again? He murmured, then summoned the clan members to guard the clan grounds. He turned and rushed over first. Being so close, If anything happened, the Uchiha clan would likely be the first to suffer. Outside the village, wait, is that the Nine Tails? This power must be the Nine Tails power. Is it just Naruto who has a problem? Inside the Sarutobi family, the third Hokage, who had been in a slump for 2 days, suddenly showed a change in expression. He instinctively wanted to rush out, but just as his hand reached the wooden door, he suddenly stopped. Memories of a Nine Tails night 6 years ago flooded back to him. After hesitating for a moment, he silently withdrew his outstretched hand and placed it back on the bedside. Lying there quietly, he waited. If the Nine Tails really went berserk, wouldn't they have no choice but to come to me for help? He thought to himself, and his previously slumped back suddenly straightened. Just as he had taken control of power, such an incident occurred. Uchiha Jin, how will you handle this? Now in Konoha, Uchiha Jin was at the center of attention. Many wavering clans in Konoha chose to affiliate with him. He couldn't force it, but if the village suffered losses due to the Nine Tails going out of control, those wavering small clans would naturally think of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's good name. At that time, Konoha would still be under the control of the third Hokage. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt even more comfortable lying there. He even rarely shook his head and hummed a little tune. This power doesn't seem right. At the same time, Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, temporarily setting aside the ledger in front of him as he turned to look outside, seeming to sense the power of the Nine Tails. No, it wasn't just a resemblance. It was indeed the power of the Nine Tails. Yamanaka Ino's mouth curved into a bitter smile. Logically, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki shouldn't go berserk. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki going berserk? Shikaku and Choji exchanged glances, quickly standing up and rushing out. Hey. Are you two going just like that? This is the Nine Tails. It would be pointless for us to go. Yamanaka Ino waved his hands repeatedly, but his two friends ignored him and continued getting further away. Seeing their retreating figures fading from view, he gritted his teeth and charged after them. You two are really going to get me killed. Talp. Soon, figures began to appear one after another on the streets of Konoha. They all had the same target, the evil power outside the village. Concerned for the village's safety, even if some clans were dissatisfied, they would still take action. Of course, some clans kept their doors tightly shut. The survival of Konoha had nothing to do with them. Bang! A burst of white mist was particularly eye-catching in the night. Uchiha Jin's small figure quietly appeared. Oh, still in the same spot? This reverse summoning seems a bit useful, he remarked as he looked around at the familiar surroundings. But just as he finished speaking, his attention was suddenly drawn to the booming sounds not far away. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, if you keep this up, the sage might just let you eat some pants. Hiss. Slapping the face? How dare you slap my face? Do you really think I'm just a frog sage? Jin looked over. For a moment, he was taken aback. He recognized both of them, the beast form Naruto and Jiraiya. It was quite a sight to come back and see Naruto beating up Jiraiya. And he was doing it fiercely, landing punch after punch on Jiraiya's face. He couldn't help but wonder, what did Jiraiya do to make Naruto turn into a four-tailed beast and even seem to be on the verge of growing a fifth tail? If Jiraiya heard about this, he would definitely complain. He also didn't expect the Nine Tails to be so easily provoked, just by stepping on its face. The Nine Tails directly sprouted four tails. At that moment, Naruto was still too weak. The chakra of the four tails was already burning Naruto's skin, and Jiraiya didn't even dare to use larger ninjutsu. This ultimately led to the result of him being chased and forced to flee. Of course, this was also a method. As long as Naruto couldn't hold on and fell into a coma, the power would naturally dissipate. After watching for a while, Jin shook his head and moved closer. A method is a method, but little Naruto is suffering too much. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, seeming a bit tired, the four-tailed Naruto, whose skin had been burned almost completely, revealing the muscle fibers inside, took a deep breath. Inside, the raging Nine Tails chakra began to gather frantically towards his mouth. The dark red initial-tailed beast bomb slowly took shape. Hiss! This is really going too far. Seeing the might of the tailed beast bomb, and then glancing back at the village, Jiraiya's face darkened. Summoning Toadkatsu, he could dodge this attack, but he couldn't run away. Otherwise, the Konoha residents 100 meters behind would definitely be hit by this attack. He didn't dare to gamble on how much power would remain 100 meters away. So after hesitating for a moment, he quickly formed hand seals and summoned a toad to block in front of him. Bang! A giant toad katsu, carrying a huge pot lid and holding a fork, appeared in response. Jiraiya, it's been a long time. No, wait, this is... He slowly began to greet when suddenly the overwhelming force behind him caught his attention. Turning around, he saw the purple face suddenly breaking out in beads of sweat. What a powerful force. Jiraiya, you don't expect me to fight him, do you? I'm rather foolish. I might not be able to win. Toad Katsu's voice was neither loud nor fast, but the meaning was very clear. Hearing this, Jiraiya patted his webbed foot encouragingly and said, "Don't worry, Toad Katsu. You will definitely be able to help me block this attack. Is that so?" Toad Katsu wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied slowly, "I'll try my best." Then he took out the shield from behind, raised both hands, and placed it in front of him. This shield was his greatest defense. Whoosh! Boom! Almost at the same time, the tailed beast bomb, the size of a wheel, was fully formed. It shot directly toward Jiraiya and Toad Katsu. The condensed chakra ball, gathered to the extreme, caused ripples in the air as it passed, and it was moving at incredible speed. In an instant, it crashed into Gamaken's shield. Crack! The shield barely lasted a second before shattering into pieces. Not good. I can't hold it back, Gamaken exclaimed, quickly using his body to shield the village. But the powerful tailed beast bomb hadn't even made contact before it melted his black vest. Am I going to die? Sweat dripped from Gamaken's forehead as he apologized. I'm sorry, Jiraiya, I'm too foolish. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before Gamaken. Patting his large head, the figure shook his head and said, "Young man, you mustn't underestimate yourself." Chapter 91, Diamond Ceiling? The Ninetales was scared back. Is this the Uchiha kid? Upon seeing Jin's figure, Jiraiya's expression changed, and he hurriedly warned, "That's a tailed beast bomb. Its destructive power is far beyond that of ordinary ninjutsu. Quickly get away." At this moment, the frailty of human power before the tailed beast was particularly pronounced. But it was Jiraiya who had caused this mess. He couldn't let others be harmed because of him. Still a genius. That's why he spoke up to remind them. At the same time, he formed hand seals and quickly shook his white hair behind him. Liuman technique. Rustle. In an instant, the white hair at the back of his head rapidly expanded and grew, resembling the mane of a lion. The mane whipped around, entangling the tailed beast bomb like vines. Soon, the wheel-sized bomb was completely wrapped up, turned into a white autumn garment. However, Jiraiya did not show any signs of relief. Instead, his expression remained very serious. 3 breaths later, the white sphere began to rapidly expand. The white hair wrapped around, it was also being stretched straight. A single strand was quietly snapped. Crack, crack. Following that, the second and third strands. The white hair, which was enough to bind a mountain peak, seemed insignificant before this 4-tailed beast bomb. Of course, the power of the tailed beast bomb had also been somewhat depleted. During this process, Jiraiya couldn't care about anything else and shouted to the two, "Run." I can't hold it for long. He could stall it temporarily, but he couldn't completely consume the tailed beast bomb, unless they got away. So he could only urge the two to retreat. Puff! Just as his words fell, the lion's mane was completely snapped, like torn cloth strips. The tailed beast bomb inside was clearly visible. Above it, the swirling evil chakra even caused Jiraiya's inner chakra to feel slightly hot. Damn, I finally came back, and I'm probably going to be in the hospital for 2 months. He let out a frustrated scream. Then he gritted his teeth, preparing to take the tailed beast bomb head-on. It was powerful enough that even if he didn't die, he'd be bedridden for 2 months. But just then, something suddenly flickered in front of him. Even the void began to ripple. Jiraiya's brows furrowed tighter. This kind of spatial fluctuation felt somewhat familiar. It was just like the space fluctuations left behind by Minato when he used the Flying Thunder God. But where did this spatial fluctuation come from at this time? The next second, he was stunned. The spatial fluctuation rapidly expanded, forming a whirlpool. And at the moment the wheel-sized tailed beast bomb touched the whirlpool, it simply disappeared. That's right, it vanished completely. It was as if it had vanished into another space. The crisis disappeared. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya came to his senses and quickly turned to look at Uchiha Jin. To be precise, he was looking into Jin's eyes. Among the three present, only one of them could use such a space-time ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan's eye technique. Sure enough, your three-tomo is different from other Uchiha clan members. So, you have a Mangeki Sharingan, right? After staring for a while, Jiraiya was shocked and fell silent, feeling somewhat complicated and even a bit bitter. A 10-year-old with a Mangeki. It seems not unfair that Sarutobi-sensei lost to him. For a moment, this hero felt an unusual sense of defeat. At the same time, ninjas from the village began to arrive one after another. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze instantly focused on Jin, with a flash of worry in his brow. The Mangeki in his eyes began to spin. However, when he saw the white-haired man next to Jin, he paused. Jiraiya-sama? How could he be back? Perhaps it was because of the great changes in the village. Behind him, a faint voice took over. Narashikaku and the others are following. Behind, more clan ninjas were still pouring in. They positioned themselves between the village and the tailed beast Naruto. Seeing this, Fugaku decisively took half a step back, giving the position to Shikaku. Compared to this, his judgment of the battlefield situation was indeed lacking. Shikaku didn't care about that, quickly scanning the surrounding situation before saying, "Is the sealing team here? Prepare to perform the sealing technique. Also, the medical team, be on standby. All Earth-style ninjas. Combine to use the Earth flow wall." Soon, a series of orders were issued. Massive earth walls rose up around the forest's edge. Once everything was nearly set, Shikaku turned to the center of the battlefield and reminded, "Jiraiya-sama, Jin-sama, the area has been blocked off. Please feel free to unleash your power." He could see that both were being held back because of the village behind them. The Nara clan's little guy? Not bad. Hearing the voice from behind, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. He then patted Jin's shoulder and said with great enthusiasm, "Kid, next let me show you the power of this sage." What the hell is this? But before he could finish speaking, he found several chains suddenly appearing in front of him. Golden chains. Above, a rich sealing aura was even stronger than any he had ever seen. After taking a closer look, he froze. Gamaken's eyes narrowed into slits as he exclaimed in shock, "Diamond sealing. Kid, do you have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan? This powerful sealing technique based on blood inheritance can only be performed by those with the Uzumaki clan's bloodline. The Uchiha clan clearly can't." After saying this, he quickly turned to look at Fugaku behind him, his gaze filled with hesitation and scrutiny. Fugaku replied, "Although I don't know why, I always feel somewhat offended." But soon, he had no time to think. Or rather, nearly 100 ninjas present all widened their eyes, especially Jiraiya. His eyes fluctuated between big and small. He saw that the four-tailed Naruto, who had just been so powerful and was chasing him to the point of despair, trembled uncontrollably upon seeing the diamond sealing. Yes, it trembled slightly. Even the blood-red muscle fibers seemed to subtly quiver. It appeared that these chains were like demons in its eyes. Sure enough, that Ninetales had been educated by the diamond sealing. Jin smiled slightly, waved his hand downwards. Boom! 3 chains, like long pythons, quickly coiled around the four-tailed Naruto. The golden sealing aura rapidly spread at the moment of contact. In no time, it enveloped Naruto from head to toe. Ow! The howling abruptly stopped. The 4 red, eerie tails that had originally been released began to weaken slowly. And Jin also slowly walked towards Naruto. Rustle! Rustle! Finally, just as Naruto was about to lose consciousness and fall completely, Jin gently reached out and caught him. Looking at the little guy's skin, which was rotting, he sighed and reached out to press on his forehead, saying, "Ninetales, come out and chat for a bit." Silence. Stillness. At that moment, the surroundings seemed to freeze. With no sound at all, it looked as if Jin was talking to himself. Seeing this, he raised his eyebrow and smiled slightly. "If you don't come out, then I might just have to go in and find you." Ninetales. Chapter 92. One-handed defeat of the Ninetales. Here I come, Kurama. Roar. In the next moment, a fierce roar tore through the night sky of Konoha. The sound was filled with an overwhelming rage for being provoked. Even though he had lost his rationality, the rampaging tailed beast Jinchuriki could still sense the provocation. Naruto, who had originally lost consciousness, was once again surrounded by crimson chakra. For crimson chakra, tails instantly manifested, crashing through the air with a loud crackle. The previously stagnated fifth tail also quietly sprouted. In an instant, it broke through the chains of the adamantine sealing chains. At this moment, Naruto, in his four tails form, had eyes that once belonged to a human, now filled only with a beast-like desire for destruction, staring intently at Uchiha Jin. That damn brat dared to threaten me. With great difficulty, he let out a growl and suddenly threw his head back. Whoosh! Boom! Another tailed beast bomb rapidly formed in his mouth. It was even more condensed than before. If the previous tailed beast bomb was merely a wheel, now it was comparable to an entire Volkswagen. The massive size brought forth an even more terrifying power. At its center, it was so dark it seemed to swallow light. The violent energy compressed to its extreme. Even the air within 100 meters was brutally pushed aside, creating visible ripples of distortion. With his strike, he intended to end it all in one go, to completely obliterate this Uchiha brat before him, and erase that annoying village behind him from the map. Kid, get out of the way. Sensing the power of this tailed beast bomb, Jiraiya's scalp tingled, and he shouted sharply. He quickly formed hand seals, his white hair once again flaring up like a lion's mane, creating a barrier in front of the tailed beast bomb. The energy contained in this tailed beast bomb far exceeded the previous one. Want to block it head-on? The shield of Fukasaku was a cautionary tale. He could only attempt to change its trajectory. Jin, Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan spun wildly, even bleeding slightly. The purple ribcage phantom unique to Susanoo flickered in the night, ready to charge in at any moment. Jin, do you still have trump card? However, after seeing Jin's reaction, he quietly withdrew and stood still, thinking of Jin's strength. Fugaku suddenly felt that he might have been overthinking things. Jiraiya didn't understand, but how could he not? This was someone who could easily handle the third Hokage. In front of him, Narashikaku spat out the toothpick in his mouth, his expression grave. It's over. If the strike lands, the entire outer village will probably be plowed flat. The heavy earthen wall, just erected by the Earth Release team, seemed so thin and laughable before this pressure. It was like putting up a layer of mud in front of a cannonball. Empty bravado. He could only glance back and urge, has the sealing team not arrived yet? Hurry. Just then, an exclamation suddenly interrupted his voice. Narashikaku instinctively turned to look, his pupils suddenly constricting. Right in front of him, Jin moved. Upon seeing that world-destroying red-black energy sphere, he didn't retreat, but instead stepped forward, facing the violent shockwave. Step. With that step, the wind stopped and silence fell. His outstretched right hand did not retract due to the Nine Tails fury. Instead, he opened his 5 fingers wide. He gently pointed at the black-tailed beast bomb that was mere inches away, as if he were tapping the little Naruto's head. 3 feet in front of him, the repulsive force decomposed. Shinra Tensei, the realm of repulsion. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, centered on Jin, an invisible, absolute repulsive field suddenly expanded. This was not defense, but the purest, rule-based repulsion. Within 3 feet in front of him, all things were repelled. Pop! A muffled, strange sound slowly arose. That tailed beast bomb, which had gathered most of the power of the rampaging four tails, enough to destroy a small mountain, upon colliding with Jin's invisible repulsive field, began to slowly dissolve. Like a soap bubble, it bizarrely stagnated, collapsed, and imploded. There was no earth-shattering explosion, nor any sweeping shockwave. The violent energy of this strike was forcibly kneaded and compressed by Jin's small hand, not fired out, but rather colliding with itself. Pop! A ripple formed from the air, being instantly evacuated, silently spreading. Silence. Absolute silence enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone watching this scene felt their throats dry and unable to speak. Jiraiya's mouth was agape, his white hair looking somewhat ridiculous. The scroll he had just taken out fell to the ground with a thud, rolling twice before gathering dust. To obliterate a tailed beast bomb with bare hands, and most importantly, without causing an explosion, and without hurting Naruto, what kind of hellish power could achieve this silently? In the darkness, he was startled, and a small old man suddenly appeared in his mind. A short man who often had back problems. Could this guy also use dust release? This thought flickered in Jiraiya's mind, but was quickly shaken off. No, dust release isn't this exaggerated. This is more like a high-level rule-based power. Thinking of this, he looked back at the small Uchiha Jin, feeling that this child seemed to be filled with mystery. Phew, I knew it. Fugaku let out a sigh of relief. The Susanoo ribcage phantom that had just coalesced behind him instantly dissipated. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. A mix of extreme shock and a fervor he himself hadn't even realized. This is Jin's power? This is the true pinnacle of Uchiha? Could it be that our Uchiha clan can all become such powerful beings? At that time, let alone Konoha, even the entire ninja world would have to behave. At this moment, this hesitant man finally harbored an ambition he had never had before. Good, so strong. Narashikaku was stunned. The orders he had been passing down abruptly halted. At this moment, he felt that all schemes and strategies had become a joke in the face of absolute power. The Konoha ninjas behind him, who were on high alert, seemed to have collectively fallen under a paralysis technique. Each one wide-eyed, jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. Roar? Even Naruto, in his four-tails form, seemed to be taken aback. For the first time, he encountered an incomprehensible phenomenon. Where did that massive-tailed beast bomb go? Why did it suddenly disappear? Clap, clap. Across from him, Jin withdrew his hand as casually as if brushing off a speck of dust. His gaze had not changed from the beginning. He continued to watch the enraged Naruto's brow with amusement, murmuring, "Not coming out? Then I'll have to go in to find you, Kurama." As he spoke, the Scarlet 666 spun wildly. Chapter 93. Power of the Nine Tails 3, Beating the Nine Tails. Pop. Jin's fingertip once again tapped Naruto's scorching forehead. The chains belonging to the adamantine ceiling chains spread once more. However, this time, it was accompanied by the mental control of the Manjiki Sharingan. Whoosh. BFF. Like a stone thrown into a deep pond, Naruto's beastly and twisted face instantly froze. Behind him, the 5 crimson tails that were coiling around him were snuffed out in an instant. The flames vanished without a trace. As Jin's fingers touched Naruto's skin, his eyes slowly closed. Tick, tick. Surrounding them, it was all black. Only the sound of water rippling slightly arose. Finally, I'm in. Jin's small mouth curled into a slight smile as he looked at the clearly black expanse in front of him, saying, "Long time no see, Kurama." Whoosh. As these words left his mouth, the surrounding darkness finally receded, revealing its true form. Here, it is not the usual sewer cage that Naruto is familiar with, but an endless ocean of swirling crimson chakra. All around, there's a viscous energy bubbling like boiling plasma. Each bubble that bursts releases a pungent odor that leaves one dizzy. Of course, this is of no use to Jin. He scanned his surroundings, his gaze gradually fixing on the center of the Crimson Sea. There, a cage made of huge iron bars stood. Deep within the cage, a pair of gigantic, pure, malevolent crimson vertical pupils were staring directly at him. Uchiha brat, I didn't expect you to actually get in here. The voice of the Nine Tails was low and hoarse, like that of a reclusive old man living in a remote mountain, rough and gravelly. Since that's the case, die here. In the next moment, without waiting for pleasantries, he attacked directly. The massive body unleashed its full strength, and the 9 red tails began to thrash wildly. Boom! The violent malice transformed into substance and crashed hard into Jin. If it were an ordinary person, even an elite jonin would be terrified by such a mental assault. However, Jin was not an ordinary person. This Yin country map is too short. Isn't it? He muttered as he glanced at the 9 tails, shaking his head repeatedly. Not even giving me time to catch up, just coming straight at me with a big move. This Kurama really doesn't understand human feelings. No wonder he is either sealed or on the way to being sealed. He then silently activated the entry heart towards the light. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the 9 tails malice, capable of crushing souls, passed through him. It did not linger for even a moment and rushed into the distance, causing quite a stir in the sea of chakra. Strange little brat. The 9 tails' hoarse voice continued, and the thrashing of the 9 tails became more vigorous. Then, it threw its head back and roared. Boom! Noise. Jin frowned, already feeling impatient. Why does this Ninetales always have to yell? Does he really think he is here to communicate? He then slowly raised his right hand. Clang! The harsh sound of metal scraping suddenly rang out, instantly drowning out the Ninetales' roar. No longer were there restrained and gentle golden chains, but rather chains that were like solidified, boiling magma. 3 incredibly thick chains, shining with glaring crimson light, shot out from his hand. Each one was wrapped in ancient and intricate sealing runes. Just the sound of the chains clashing shook the surrounding sea of chakra into silence. Diamond sealing, the diamond chains, containing the most primal sealing power of the Uzumaki clan, were far more powerful than when they bound Naruto's body in the outside world. Roar! You little brat can actually use it here. Upon seeing the chains, the Ninetales instantly tensed up. Its 4 limbs stood on the ground, back-arched. There was a hint of agitation. Its face shifted from rage to uncertainty and shock. Snap! Then its 4 limbs instinctively took half a step back. It wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The crimson chains, like a venomous dragon with life and will, spiraled and surged in. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they locked onto the Ninetales' shoulders, waist, and limbs. Even its 2 tails were caught within the chains. The sealing runes spread rapidly along the Ninetales' chakra pathways like maggots on a corpse. The crimson chakra attempted to burn, but each time it was completely extinguished. Another enormous roar erupted, but this time it was no longer anger. Instead, it carried a hint of fear. Why? Why does your chakra have so much? This was not the first time he encountered the chains of the diamond sealing, but it was rare for them to suppress him so easily. Even the previous red-haired woman needed considerable effort to do so. After so many exchanges, he understood the power of the diamond sealing. Besides being related to physical constitution and age, the primary factor was chakra. The more chakra, the more sealing runes would emerge. But how could the red-eyed little brat in front of him have more chakra than that red-haired woman? He couldn't comprehend. Hearing this, Jin extended his small finger and shook it. Chakra? Please call me Chakra Tanra. After countless days of sunbathing and enhancements from advanced wood-release cells, the 8 gates, Sage Mode, and others, the amount of chakra within Jin had already approached 300. Hiss! The Ninetales was confused, but that didn't stop him from struggling wildly. The movements of his body caused the chains to rattle thunderously. Still not being honest, even when bound, Jin was speechless. He raised his hand and shot out an air cannon. Smack! The invisible 8 trigrams air palm landed directly on the Ninetales' mouth, producing a crisp sound. This slap left the Ninetales dazed. But soon after came a series of slaps. Smack, smack, smack. These slaps pressed the Ninetales' lofty head deep into the mud. Its vertical pupils instantly erupted with boundless rage. Roar, roar, roar. Damn you, human brat. I'll tear you apart. Boom. It struggled frantically. Its claws tore at the chains. Its massive mouth spewed forth destructive chakra waves, attempting to destroy these bindings. But the crimson chains remained unmoved. Instead, a familiar power suddenly appeared before him. Beefich, Beefich. 2 crimson, monstrous chakra tails formed behind Jin. As they swayed, they resembled fox tails. At this moment, the pair of vertical pupils that had burned with fury for 1,000 years first revealed a trace of horror. How do you have my power? Don't worry. There's more. Jin grinned, revealing a radiant smile. As soon as he finished speaking, another crimson chakra tail appeared behind him. Chapter 94. Suppressing the Ninetales. The power of the Ninetales for Ding defeated Uzumaki Naruto, attempting to replicate entry. Congratulations, host has gained the Ninetales Jinchuriki Gold, found stackable entry. Would you like to stack? Merge successful. Congratulations, host has gained the legendary entry Ninetales Power 3 Gold. Can borrow the power of the Ninetales 3 Tails, greatly increasing physical strength, reaction speed, and enhancing perception. The system's prompt lingered in his mind. This was the prompt that appeared when suppressing Naruto outside. The power of the 3 Tails was not even remotely comparable to the Ninetales. But the Ninetales was currently bound and had no strength to move, only able to obediently watch as this familiar yet strange tail slapped against its face. Smack, smack, smack. Impudent. Uchiha's evil little brat. What exactly do you want to do? Once I get out, I will definitely kill you. Smack. Stop. Stop. You can say anything. At worst, I'll spare your life in the future. Smack. Stop it. I won't kill you anymore. Please stop. Smack, smack. Little brat. Don't bully me too much. Smack. Say whatever you want. I don't believe you came in just to beat me up. The sound of slapping suddenly stopped. Jin retracted the three tails and rubbed his neck, casually saying, "You're too tall. It's making my neck sore." The nine tails. It placed its two front paws on either side of its slender mouth and cautiously lay down. In a soft voice, it asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" The voice was gentle and delicate, even a bit whiny. If others heard this, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Is this really the infamous Nine Tails of legend? Even Jin was somewhat surprised, looking at the nine tails, which was covering its mouth in a very aggrieved manner. Somehow, three words suddenly popped into his mind. Hakime. Big Hakime. He shook his head and said directly, "Cough, cough. Actually, it's nothing much. Just simply telling you to be honest. Nine tails? Is it really necessary to beat me up for such a simple thing?" His vertical pupils shrank again, and even snot bubbles were blown out in anger. Of course, after being beaten up, he was much more honest. He didn't refute, just nodded. Looking at this scene, Jin added in his heart, "Also, I want to see what attributes you have." He was very curious about what attributes the nine tails, who possessed the most chakra of the 10 tails, had. Soon, golden light clusters appeared on the nine tails in front of him, defeating the nine tails, attempting to copy attributes. Current copyable attributes: hatred breeding, black; immortal, black; Sundara Hakime, black; infinite chakra, gold; tailed beast ball, purple; tailed beast cloak, purple; malice perception, purple; chakra erosion, purple; hatred breeding. Upon seeing this attribute, Jin suddenly remembered that the nine tails had just absorbed power from the intense negative emotions of the surrounding beings. It's no exaggeration to say that the more hatred there was, the stronger the nine tails became. No wonder in later fan works, the nine tails became so weak. It turned out that it had stayed too long in the body of the prince and lacked negative emotions. Or could it be said that it was washed clean and weakened by a third? He shook his head, feeling powerless to complain. The first-generation prince was so tired from handling state affairs that he couldn't even use his most adept technique, the shadow clone technique, a few times. What a pure joke. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic attribute Tailed Beast Cloak, purple. Effect: can cover one's chakra onto others, forming a chakra cloak with extremely strong defensive and healing functions. Tailed Beast Cloak? The moment he saw this attribute, Jin's eyes widened significantly. He was even a bit delighted. Setting aside the uniqueness of the 3 feet in front of him, the healing function of the Tailed Beast Cloak was the ability he currently lacked. In terms of defense, he had the body of light. In terms of concealment, he had weak presence. In terms of speed, he had Flying Thunder God technique and Phantom Body Flicker technique, as well as Cloud Flow Body technique. In terms of damage, he had Shinra Tensei that could break everything. He could be said to have extremely strong means in all aspects. However, he lacked healing ability. Even Jin could only rely on the self-restoration of advanced would-release cells. But this kind of restoration had significant drawbacks. Moreover, it couldn't heal others. But the chakra-tailed beast cloak was different. He could also become a long-distance healer. So, after getting what he wanted, Jin didn't hesitate and turned to leave, leaving the nine tails covering its nose lying on the ground, staring blankly at his back. In its big eyes, disbelief and confusion flashed. Really, just left like that? Came here just to beat itself up? It was dumbfounded. It even blinked hard to realize that the terrifying little human had truly disappeared. Ahaha, finally gone. At this moment, the nine tails was so happy it could take off. Thud. But soon, it couldn't be happy anymore, because it was too excited, and when it tried to stand up, it found that its legs were still bound by the chains of the diamond sealing technique. Hey, wait. You need to unbind the chains for me. Outside Konoha village. After a brief shock, Jiraiya quickly reacted. He dashed towards Naruto and Jin. Whoosh. Bang. But just as he rushed over, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku. He stood in the middle, looking at Jiraiya with vigilance. Lord Jiraiya, please wait. Regarding the life and death of his second son, He couldn't just let the other party pass. As long as Jin was still in Naruto's spiritual space, no one else could approach. Huh? Uchiha Fugaku, you want to stop me? Jiraiya frowned. He didn't intend to attack Jin. He was just worried about Naruto. Transforming into the Four Tails once, and then experiencing the Five Tails transformation again, this explosive power would cause serious harm to little Naruto right now. Therefore, he had to find a way to get Naruto back to the village for treatment. But unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, several figures appeared behind Fugaku. Narashikaku, almost without hesitation, directly rushed over to block the way. He bent down and said, "Please, Lord Jiraiya, stop." He saw a different future in Uchiha Jin. That was the broad road of Konoha. Akimichi Choza and others followed suit. Meanwhile, Yamenka Inoichi, who had personally been whipped, hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and also followed suit, blocking the way. This scene left Jiraiya momentarily dazed. He couldn't even tell whether the small boy 10 meters ahead was a member of the Uchiha clan or the Hokage. Of course, he had no intention of causing harm, just helplessly shook his head and explained, "But this little guy Naruto can't withstand it." "Don't worry, the medical team has been prepared for a long time." Narashikaku raised his hand behind him, and the three-person team that had just been prepared quickly rushed over. They released gentle green chakra covering Naruto, who was full of injuries. After a moment, the expression of the medical team leader slightly sank. "Shikaku, this child's muscles are corroded. He needs to return to the village for treatment quickly." "Return to the village?" Shikaku's eyes furrowed even deeper. He glanced at Jin, who was still pointing at Naruto's forehead, and his expression hesitated for a moment. Returning to the village meant moving Jin away. But what harm would this bring? No one knew. But just as the atmosphere became tense, everyone suddenly heard a childish voice. "It's okay. No need to go back." Chapter 95. If you can do it, then go ahead. I can really do it. No need to save. Who's talking nonsense? Do you believe I could take care of it? Lord Jin. The medical team's leader's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. But as he spoke, he looked up and saw Jin. And the second half of his sentence came to an abrupt stop. At the same time, everyone else also looked at Jin. Their expressions varied. "Jin, you're awake." "Lord Jin, that's great. Since you're awake, let's quickly send him back to the medical department." Everyone's reactions were different, but most were delighted, especially Shikaku, upon seeing this. Directly waved his hand, signaling the medical team to hurry up. The medical team's leader breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had just misheard. He then turned to prepare to put Naruto on the stretcher to carry him back. But at that moment, a soft voice came from behind again. "It's okay. No need to go back." "Huh?" This time, the medical team's leader's brows truly knitted together. He turned to look at Jin, suppressing his anger, and explained, "Lord Jin, you saw the injury of this Jinchuriki. His age is still young, and his recovery ability is not strong. If we don't go back for treatment soon, he might really be beyond saving." His tone was unmistakably filled with anger. But thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. Medical ninjas wouldn't treat you differently based on who you were. As long as you obstructed, even the Hokage could sometimes be pointed at and scolded. After all, such special talents were treated as treasures by every ninja village. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't get hurt in their lifetime. Cough, cough. Seeing the atmosphere awkward, Shikaku quickly stood up to mediate. Lord Jin may not fully understand. Given Naruto's current situation, only the medical department in the village has hope of saving him. That's right. If you want to save him, let us take him away now. Otherwise, the medical team leader nodded, and after finishing, he reached out again to prepare to put Naruto on the stretcher. Slap. But this time, the hand that was just extended was blocked. Jin waved his hand and said softly, "It's okay. Really no need to go back to Konoha." Time and again, he was obstructed. The already hot-tempered medical team leader exclaimed, "No need to respond? Lord Jinchuriki, are you the medical ninja or am I? If you can do it, then go ahead." After saying this, he crossed his arms and walked to the side, silently observing. It wasn't that he didn't want to save, but someone was blocking him. If you can do it, then go ahead. This statement made the faces of Luca and the others even more unpleasant. How dare this medical team disrespect Lord Jinchuriki like that? Of course, there were also some who supported Jinchuriki. Luca took a deep breath and explained again, "Lord Jinchuriki, Naruto is a Jinchuriki, so we can rest assured. This time, Jinchuriki did not play coy. He just patted Luca's shoulder and said, I'll go. Huh, you will. This reaction immediately stunned the Konoha ninjas. Luca tugged at the corner of his mouth and tried to say, Lord Jinchuriki, although your strength is indeed extraordinary, treating the injured. At this point, he didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. Killing and saving lives are entirely different. High combat power does not mean one can save lives. Meanwhile, the medical team leader looked over skeptically, with a hint of sarcasm, thinking to himself, do you understand that each profession has its specialization? Do you really think our medical ninjas are so precious that they're just for show? He was very dissatisfied with Jinchuriki's disbelief in his judgment. Of course, he was even more dissatisfied with treating a young person's life as a joke. This was simply reckless. So he directly signaled two assistants not to move. With a cold snort, he said, then you go ahead, but just to be clear, if you end up killing him, it's not our responsibility. He was determined that even if he was to be killed later, he would never save that boy. This was the pride of his special medical jounin. Huh, kid you. Jiraiya finally squeezed in, covering his chest and trying to dissuade. However, upon seeing Jinchuriki's gaze, he immediately shut up. That was a cold gaze. So forget it. If he fails, let the toad bring him over. Just as he was pondering this, a sudden shout came from the front, instantly drawing his attention. He quickly looked up and saw a crimson chakra suddenly rising from Jinchuriki's hand. Is this tailed beast chakra? What does that kid from the Uchiha clan want to do? This question suddenly arose in everyone's mind. Playing tricks? The medical team leader slowly turned around. Although he still had his arms crossed, his attention was now on Jinchuriki. A bit curious. Besides their medical team and medical department, who else could treat such severely burned patients? Could it be? Jiraiya suddenly had a flash of insight. He remembered a piece of information he had heard before. At that time, he thought it was a joke. What's wrong, Lord Jiraiya? Did you think of something? Luca asked in a low voice beside him. Jiraiya nodded, somewhat uncertain. I heard a rumor during my travels in the ninja world that tailed beast chakra not only has destructive power, but also possesses powerful healing abilities. But this is just a rumor, and it hasn't been confirmed all these years. At this point, he fell silent. Luca beside him also fell silent. Both of them had a big question mark in their hearts. No way. Just then, a layer of crimson chakra enveloped Naruto's injured body from Jinchuriki's palm. It looked like a crimson golden cloak covering the outside. It was entirely different from the previous evil, destructive tailed beast chakra. Instead, it was filled with a faint warmth. Even from a distance, it made people feel comfortable. This chakra? No way. No. Impossible. How could a combat-type ninja possess healing abilities? The medical team leader's face turned dark, and he tightly clenched his arms, gripping them fiercely. Soon, under the warm chakra, Naruto's burned skin began to regenerate. It sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain, incessantly. The remaining dead skin also directly peeled off under the influence of this power. In just 3 minutes, Naruto, who had just suffered multiple injuries, now looked completely renewed. He seemed to be glowing, looking brand new. Is this really okay? The two assistants beside him couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Their pupils dilated rapidly. Not only them, but Luca and the others were also utterly dumbfounded. In their hearts, there was only one thought. It turns out he really can do it. Chapter 96. Jiraiya's Invitation. The third Hokage is Furious Bang. Thud. At this moment, far away in the center of the village, the Sarutobi family. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at the rampaging Naruto being easily suppressed, even without damaging half a house. And his entire old face turned dark with anger. He then waved his hand, directly knocking the smoking pipe and other items off the table. Damn it! Where did that kid from the Uchiha clan come from? Not only proficient in various ninjutsu, techniques, space-time ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, but now he even has powers similar to the Nine Tails. Who are you? What do you want of my Konoha? He stared at the only remaining crystal ball on the table, his expression dark and frightening. But soon, when he saw Jinchuriki say, I'll do as I please, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, what a conceited kid. Does he really think the medical team is just for show? He slowly picked up the smoking pipe from the ground, lit it, and stuffed it into his mouth, looking very disdainful. These medical teams are all trained with great effort by me. How dare they not let them, insisting on doing it themselves? I want to see if the Jinchuriki dies under your foolishness, how you will face Konoha again. Thinking of this, the old man with graying hair showed a smirk that was clearly not befitting his age. It was as if he wasn't an old man who had become bad, but rather a bad person who had grown old. 3 minutes later, bang, crack. The smoking pipe, which had been dropped multiple times, could no longer bear it and cracked, breaking into 2 pieces. The third Hokage's aged eyes widened as much as they could. Even the heavy wrinkles on his forehead seemed to lessen by 3 points. He healed? He really can heal. Uchiha Jinchuriki not only has exceptional combat power, but also possesses strong healing abilities. This discovery made Shikamaru's previously furrowed brows slowly relax. There is nothing more joyful than discovering that the boss he follows is omnipotent. If there is, perhaps it's that this boss is also willing to delegate power. Meanwhile, the hesitant and procrastinating Yamanaka in Noichi. His face was filled with a rich expression that was completely unreadable. Waves of shock surged in his heart, making it hard to imagine. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Of course, with this came the aftermath of fear. So close. Just a little bit. He would have made the same choice as Aburame Shibi. And just a little bit, their Yamanaka clan might have become a part of Konoha's history. At this moment, this middle-aged man looked at Nara Shikaku with gratitude and admiration in his eyes. Fortunately, he had listened to the suggestions of the 3 clans' heads back then. Clatter. In the corner, the medical team leader's equipment fell to the ground. But he seemed to feel nothing, just staring blankly at the front, looking at Naruto with intact skin. His large face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. I can't believe it. Nor should I believe it. How could a combat-type ninja possess such powerful healing abilities? Why? At this moment, his worldview was collapsing. Pride was completely trampled into the dirt. Fear followed closely behind. He was afraid of how Jin would deal with him later. Step by step, the sound of Jin's footsteps quickly approached. Amid the noise of the crowd, it stood out sharply. However, he heard it clearly. Thud! The team leader's heart raced, and sweat the size of a pea began to drip from his forehead. It slid down his brow and finally fell into his eyelashes, seeping into his eyes. A sour and stinging pain erupted in his eye sockets in an instant. But he did not dare to make any move. He couldn't even rub his eyes. It was as if he were a lamb waiting to be judged, silently awaiting his fate. At this moment, he had never felt time stretch so long. Behind him, the head of the Akimichi family was preparing to plead for mercy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Nara Shikahisa. Shikahisa shook his head, signaling him not to speak. Let's wait and see. But the medical team is an irreplaceable and precious resource for us in Konoha. Akimichi Dingswa hesitated, but couldn't help but whisper. Medical ninjas are a precious resource that is protected in any ninja village. Or rather, they're a strategic resource. Even though Konoha is a big family, it is the same. Especially for the Akimichi clan, due to their body expansion issues, they often get injured. They rely on these medical ninjas to stay alive. He was genuinely worried that if Jin got angry, he would kill him. But facing Shikahisa's obstruction, even if he was unwilling, he could only stand there obediently. Soon, Jin's voice came over. Look, isn't it fine for me to step up? He stepped up, left foot on right foot, standing in midair before the team leader. He earnestly patted the leader's shoulder, saying, Naruto's external injuries are healed. I'll leave the nutrition to you. Then he turned and left, not intending to kill anyone. Those who stand at the top of certain fields often have their own pride. You can't just kill everyone who opposes him, right? Even Air Fong could endure someone like Wei Zhong, let alone him. Of course, what Jin wanted to do was simply to shatter the pride of these top talents, making them recognize themselves. To his surprise, he didn't die. The face of the medical team leader gradually regained some color from its pale state. His entire back was soaked with cold sweat. Just now, he really thought he was going to walk through the gates of hell. Then he raised his head, looking at Jin's lowered back, his expression inexplicably changing. After a long while, he suddenly showed a smile and waved to those behind him. Let's take this child to the medical department. His steps were much lighter. With the matter concluded, others began to leave one by one. Soon, only a few remained in the entire forest. The gazes of Shikamaru and the others gradually fell on Jiraiya. The atmosphere became tense once again. He took a deep breath and coldly asked, "Jiraiya, may I ask what your purpose is for returning to the village?" "Me?" Jiraiya pointed to himself, his mouth twitching slightly. "Cough, cough. If I say I'm just back to gather materials, would you believe me?" Chapter 97. The Love Seeker. News from the Rain Village gathering materials. Fugaku, Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Dingswa, and Yamenka Kahii subtly surrounded Jiraiya in the middle. Their expressions were strange. For the legendary Sannin, especially for those who graduated listening to the tales of the Sannin, they were taken seriously. Even Fugaku's Sharingan turned crimson once again. Meanwhile, after confirming Jin's leadership position, Shikahisa fully supported him, since he had chosen a side. He also wanted to see what changes the reformed Konoha would bring. Opposite him, Jiraiya's cheerful expression slowly turned grim. The reactions of the crowd were repeatedly beyond his expectations. He did not anticipate that upon returning to Konoha, he would not be warmly welcomed, but instead cornered at the village gate. Who would he talk to about this? Should he look for his teacher, the third Hokage? The third, Sarutobi-sensei, probably couldn't even protect himself right now. He shook his head and sighed. "Step aside. You four are not my opponents." Not opponents, but they had to try. Fugaku's expression turned cold, and just as he was about to make a move, a commotion suddenly came from behind. "Step, step, step." He instinctively glanced over, and his expression froze. The two clan elders? The clan leader and the junior clan leader told me to pay attention to the embezzlement of the fourth Hokage's legacy, and I found it. The legacy left by the fourth Hokage has all been laundered by the Shimura and the Uchiha families under the guise of guarding it, distributing the funds to their respective clans. In just 2 sentences, the atmosphere here shifted dramatically. Fourth Hokage's legacy, money laundering. These 2 keywords instantly made everyone widen their eyes in disbelief. After a long while, they slowly came back to their senses, murmuring in disbelief. Someone really dared to embezzle the fourth Hokage's legacy? No wonder Naruto can't even get enough to eat. The Uchiha and Shimura clans? It seems like it's time to pay them a visit. The 4 murmured, and, at the same time, they let Jiraiya's raised hand drop. What does this mean? If nothing went wrong, the fourth should have been his disciple, right? Also, the prophesied child of the last generation. So, after Minato's death, he couldn't even keep the legacy? He fell silent, standing there, watching Naruto being taken away by the medical team. A wave of indescribable emotions surged in his heart. Some were sour, and some were filled with pity. Was he curious why the dignified Hokage couldn't even keep his legacy? Just then, Jin's voice suddenly came from the left side. He followed Jiraiya's gaze and said softly, "In fact, before the fourth Hokage died, he always believed that with the third, Jiraiya, and Kakashi around, his child would not suffer. Therefore, he chose to split the 9 tails, hoping it would allow Naruto to become a Jinchuriki more easily and enable the village to better accept this child. But who would have thought the hero's orphan would end up being treated as a demon fox?" Crack! This sentence struck Jiraiya's chest like a giant hammer, leaving his mind in a daze. He even forgot the purpose of this return. He took several deep breaths to calm himself. Turning around, he looked at the Uchiha boy beside him and asked calmly, "So, how do you plan to handle it?" He was asking about the embezzled legacy. Whatever belongs to whom should go back to whom. Some clans that took what they shouldn't have need to spit out. This time, Jin's gaze seemed to cross over 10 miles, landing on the Shimura and Uchiha clans, and then he said, "I will establish a legacy foundation, with a dedicated department to manage and supervise the funds, distributing them on time. Perhaps with a larger village and more legacies, there will be various forms of embezzlement. But, with the name of the foundation, those orphans will always be able to receive their rightful legacy." This time, when the wind blew, there was no chill, only clarity. Jiraiya's tumultuous heart gradually calmed down. He suddenly turned around and asked Jin, "May I observe, please?" His voice was low, even carrying a hint of request. Upon hearing this, Jin's lips curled slightly. "Of course, I'm not afraid of you watching. I'm afraid you won't watch." The rift between the third Hokage and his three disciples had long existed. If used properly, it might yield three powerful talents to varying degrees: medical, intelligence, technology. Moreover, he owed a favor to little Naruto. If he were to repay it, he couldn't just personally teach him, could he? Of course, Jin would never admit that he was just trying to grind for more entries 7 days later. The cooldown time for the dead is a year, which is too long. The cooldown time for the living, the same person, is only 7 days. If he could grind out a few more Sage Mode instances, Jin felt that endurance would no longer be an issue. And most importantly, he wanted to see what the fusion of the three great ninjutsu would look like. Just as he was pondering, Jiraiya suddenly spoke again. "Do you know about the Rain Village?" The sudden voice came without any warning, leaving Jin momentarily stunned. The Rain Village? Yes. A country that is perpetually shrouded in rain, and also one of the triggers of the Second Ninja War. Listening to Jiraiya, Jin didn't speak, but silently waited. Jiraiya continued. "Recently, I discovered that the leader of the Rain Village seems to have changed." Changed? That's right. It seems to be the leader of a mysterious organization. Jiraiya nodded. And at this point, he hesitated and glanced at Jin, saying, "Moreover, I found a strange person with an entirely white body near that village. And he doesn't seem normal." He left half a sentence unspoken, wanting to invite Jin to go with him. Originally, according to his own plan, he would only pay attention to such matters from the sidelines. Unless the situation became very serious, he wouldn't investigate. And because of the constant rain in the Rain Village, information was extremely scarce. If he went rashly, Jiraiya couldn't guarantee that he would come back unscathed. But now, after seeing Jin's strength, the idea that had been buried deep within suddenly emerged and became uncontrollable. The strength of Uchiha Jin, especially that mysterious space-time ninjutsu. This ability is simply a divine skill for gathering intelligence. Coupled with the reverse summoning technique, the two of them wouldn't have to worry about anything. This way, he could bring this little guy away from Konoha to prevent further trouble, and he would have confidence in returning safely from the Rain Village. On the other side, Jin's expression remained calm from the beginning, but inside, ripples had already begun to form. I didn't expect Jiraiya's information to have reached the Akatsuki organization so quickly, and that all-white figure must be the White Zetsu, right? Chapter 98, The Akatsuki Organization and Obito, Orochimaru's defection, in the Sarutobi family's house. Inside the third Hokage's room, the light from